Volume 1, Science. Chapter 1, Three Requests. Lingye awoke from his stupor, his mind still hazy, only to find himself in an unfamiliar environment. An ominous atmosphere enveloped him, accompanied by the occasional crack of a whip echoing in his ears. What is this situation? Have I fallen victim to human traffickers? Lingye gasped, then cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Before him stretched an endless line of ethereal entities, a veritable serpent of souls ghosts. These apparitions floated about 3 feet above the ground, meandering slowly forward, while ghostly enforcers wielding whips and pitchforks maintained order. The enforcers were grotesque, their fearsome visages striking terror into the hearts of those they oversaw. Should they catch any spirit lagging behind or daring to cut in line, they would strike mercilessly with their whips. Why the jostling? Maintain some decorum. When you meet the judge, you shall be reborn, bellowed one enforcer, targeting a ghost whose pace had faltered, silencing the crowd with a single lash. Lingye could hardly believe his eyes as one of the spirits. Was it possible that he had already met his demise? The eerie setting began to shift, and as he moved forward, a row of imposing yet chilling edifices came into view, with the colossal gates above them bearing the dread-inducing inscription, Underworld. Is this truly the Underworld? Lingye chuckled bitterly, shaking his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated arriving at such a place at his tender age. How had he perished? Could it be that I had some latent illness that caused me to drop dead? That can't be right. Though I often stay indoors and lack exercise, my health has always been robust. How could I simply die? Lingye racked his brain, faintly recalling that the previous night he had spent hours in his dormitory engrossed in Dragon Ball manga, reminiscing over the storyline, before somehow drifting off to sleep. As he pondered the events of the previous night, his pace unconsciously slowed. Crack. A whip struck down, jolting him from his reverie, a searing pain coursing through him. What are you daydreaming about? Get moving, the enforcer shouted at Lingye. Suppressing a cry of pain, Lingye remained silent. Understanding that he must bow to the authority of the enforcer, he knew that any sign of defiance would surely result in further lashes. Thus, Lingye followed the throng as they ambled forward, passing through the gates and finally entering the realm of the underworld. Before long, he spotted a magnificent palace in the distance. His destination, the place where the judges presided over the souls. The palace's facade was adorned with 100 towering gates, each standing several meters tall. The narrow, ghostly path ahead bifurcated into over 100 smaller trails, each allowing passage for only one spirit at a time. The souls would be funneled into over 100 lines leading into the gates, where they would face judgment. The workload for these judges is indeed substantial, Lingye mused as he observed the throngs of spirits ahead. His heart heavy with emptiness, resigned to his fate. He thought, since I'm here, I might as well accept my lot. After all, I've done nothing particularly wicked in my past life. Surely, I won't be condemned to the path of beasts. At that moment, a figure clad in a flowing white robe, topped with an imposing white hat, approached Lingye. The robed individual stopped beside Lingye, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Lord Bai Wuchang, an enforcer at the side, called out respectfully. In the underworld, ranks were strictly defined, and one could not overstep their bounds. The position of Bai Wuchang ranked just below the 10 Yama kings and a few judges, making him a figure of considerable authority. He's the one, Bai Wuchang declared, his gaze fixed upon Lingye, causing Lingye to feel a chill run down his spine. This soul requires special judgment from Judge Liu. I shall escort him. With a wave of his hand, Bai Wuchang enveloped Lingye in a powerful force, transporting him towards the grand hall of Judge Liu. Lingye felt an overwhelming energy encase him, rendering any attempts at resistance futile. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself inside the judge's hall. Is this Lingye? In the center of the hall sat a colossal figure at a workstation, poring over a sleek black tablet. The words Book of Life and Death prominently displayed at the bottom. From Lingye's vantage point, he could clearly read those 3 ominous words. The Book of Life and Death. Those words pierced Lingye's consciousness, prompting a realization. Wasn't this supposed to be a book? When had it transformed into a tablet? This was astonishingly advanced. Indeed, my lord, Bai Wuchang responded solemnly. Judge Liu continued to examine the tablet, while Lingye anxiously awaited his judgment, uncertain of what fate awaited him. In his mere 19 years, he had led an ordinary life, making minor mistakes, but never committing any heinous acts after graduating high school. He had chosen to stay at home, becoming a recluse, so surely he wouldn't face a harsh sentence. Lingye. Judge Liu set aside the book of life and death, his voice carrying a hint of authority. Yes, I am here. Lingye's heart raced as he replied cautiously. Relax, there's no need for such tension, Judge Liu said with a warm smile, yet, to Lingye, it felt more like a professional facade, causing his heart to lurch in trepidation. Lingye, male, born in 1991, son of Triple X's mother. Judge Liu recounted the details of Lingye's life, even mentioning his occasional truancy in elementary school and pilfering a few eggs from a neighbor, each detail precise, causing Lingye to break out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness it was a digital record, otherwise such extensive documentation would fill a tome. Passed away in 2010 at the age of 19. As Lingye listened to Judge Liu recount his life, he realized how uneventful it had truly been. Your life has been rather mundane, devoid of any remarkable events or misdeeds, merely an exceedingly ordinary individual, Judge Liu stated. However, there are discrepancies between your life and the records in the Book of Life and Death. Lingye looked at Judge Liu in confusion. Awaiting clarification, Judge Liu continued. Due to the rapid population growth of modern humanity, the underworld has become overwhelmed. The number of judges and enforcers has dwindled significantly, prompting the integration of automated management systems and tools from neighboring realms. This new management model, however, is fraught with potential gaps. While these gaps are minuscule, the possibility of errors is infinitesimally close to zero. Yet an error has occurred. Judge Liu gestured toward the tablet, stating, according to the original records, you were destined to become an eminent scientist, achieving great honors, with a large family, passing away at the age of 89. Due to a system error, your life has undergone a tremendous alteration now. On behalf of the underworld, I offer you compensation. You may present 3 requests. The notion that a system error had altered his life, and that the underworld was willing to compensate him with 3 requests, left Lingye utterly astonished. It felt as though a fortune had fallen from the sky. Such drastic twists of fate came far too swiftly. 3 requests. Could they be anything he desired? Can I request anything? Lingye asked, incredulous. As long as it lies within my capabilities, yes. Suddenly enveloped in overwhelming joy, Lingye felt as if fortune had indeed smiled upon him. He pondered what to request. Merely compensating for his losses seemed insufficient after a lengthy contemplation. Inspiration struck him, recalling the manga he had perused the night before. Could I enter the Dragon Ball world and become a Saiyan? Lingye inquired cautiously. The Dragon Ball world? That is a realm of fantasy, is it not? Is that not possible? Of course it is possible. Consider that your first request, to enter the Dragon Ball world and become a Saiyan. Strictly speaking, this request implicitly encompassed both entering the Dragon Ball world and becoming a Saiyan. For my second request, I wish to possess the perfect instantaneous movement of Jebit, the East Kaioshin's attendant, which does not require sensing ki for precise location. Lingye articulated his second request very well. Let's discuss the third request. Judge Liu readily agreed. For my third request, I wish to possess an immortal body, one that grants eternal life and the ability to recover swiftly from even the most grievous injuries. Lingye stated through gritted teeth, stealing a furtive glance at Judge Liu, anxious that he might refuse. This request was audacious, encompassing the hidden desires for eternal lifespan, immortal constitution, and superb regenerative ability. Lingye feared that Judge Liu might see through his intentions. Haha, you rascal. All right, I shall grant your third request as well. Judge Liu laughed heartily, having presided over countless spirits. He was well aware of Lingye's trivial thoughts, though he simply chose to disregard them. Did he truly agree? Lingye felt a twinge of disbelief. He understood all too well how outrageous the third request was, for the mere notion of eternal life could plunge the entire world into chaos. Eternal life is but a fleeting notion. Even if you were to obliterate the entire world, it would not inflict any harm upon the real world. We are indifferent to such matters, Judge Liu replied nonchalantly, before conjuring a surge of pale energy and infusing it into Lingye's soul. I shall also grant you a little bonus. allowing you to remain forever youthful once you are reincarnated. This divine power embedded deep within your soul will transform your body, thereby fulfilling your request. Upon hearing this, Lingye's face lit up with joy. With these 3 requests, he could traverse the Dragon Ball world at will, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to enter that realm. Over the years, you are the only one bold enough to present such requests to me, I assure you. You shall be exceedingly satisfied. Judge Liu remarked with a peculiar smile towards the white-clad wraith. But alas, Lingye was too engrossed in his future fantasies to notice. Judge Liu opened a reincarnation passage within the Grand Hall. The white-clad wraith nodded in understanding. Seizing Lingye and propelling him into the reincarnation passage, Lingye felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him, and he promptly lost consciousness. Volume 1, Saiyan, Chapter 2, Saiyan Lingye. Planet Vegeta, Infant Incubation Chamber. This was a place of remarkable technological advancement, spacious and filled with rows upon rows of infant cots. Each cot was crafted from transparent materials, padded with comfortable cotton, synthesized through cutting-edge technology to ensure infants enjoyed better slumber. Ever since King Vegeta led the Saiyans to ally with Frieza, the technology on planet Vegeta had seen tremendous growth. A green-skinned alien with a duckbill-shaped mouth was patrolling the nursery, accompanied by several other green-billed aliens, all diligently recording the infant's data. Patinus, a combat power of only 4, a lower-class warrior utterly worthless. The leading alien scoffed, glancing at the energy detector next to the infant cot. This is Rabia's daughter. Rabia was quite renowned among lower-class warriors who would have thought his daughter would possess such feeble combat power. It seems that lower-class warriors are indeed lower-class. Just because one excels does not guarantee their offspring will be exceptional. This little girl is unlikely to amount to much, another alien commented, reviewing the records and providing detailed information on the infant they were disparaging. TSK, a female Saiyan offspring. Saiyans are a warrior race, and females are inherently less likely to achieve greatness. Moreover, she is the daughter of a lower-class warrior. If she grows up beautiful, she might find a strong partner for support. If not, she is bound to be sent to the battlefield, destined to become cannon fodder. Saiyans are becoming increasingly unremarkable. This year's newborns possess such low combat power that it is only a matter of time before King Frieza discards them. Another alien concurred. Aside from King Vegeta, there are only a handful of Saiyans with combat power exceeding 10,000. I heard they recently encountered their old rivals, the Zephyrians, and it seems the losses were quite severe, another alien whispered to their leader. King Vegeta's son was also born, and it appears he had over 600 combat power at birth. He may very well grow into one of the rare strong Saiyans, named Vegeta after the planet by King Vegeta himself. Enough chatter, hurry and record the data to submit to King Frieza. The leading alien scolded his subordinates. Upon hearing the name of King Frieza, they immediately fell silent, hastily documenting the combat power data of the infants. King Frieza was an invincible presence, capable of obliterating planets with a mere wave of his hand. Such power was beyond their comprehension. They could not fathom anything that could rival King Frieza. He was, without a doubt, the true ruler of the universe, and the mere mention of King Frieza instilled a profound sense of reverence in their hearts. After the departure of those extraterrestrials from the nursery, the infant known as Patinus opened her eyes. Vegeta had only just been born, meaning there were still 4 to 5 years until Frieza would annihilate planet Vegeta. This girl was none other than Lingye, reincarnated into the Dragon Ball world, but little did she expect that the Judge of Earth had chosen to reincarnate her as a woman. How infuriating to be reborn as a female. How will I navigate the Dragon Ball world as a woman? The memory of the judge's enigmatic smile before her reincarnation filled Lingye with resentment. How could she have overlooked the importance of specifying her desire to be reborn as a man? It was far too presumptuous, and now it was too late for regrets. Lingye contemplated utilizing the power of the Dragon Balls to revert to her male form. Yet her current body had been altered by the divine power of the judge. She doubted that the Dragoness abilities were sufficient to change her physical characteristics. How vexing. Was she destined to live her life like this? No matter how unwilling she felt, it seemed futile. After reflecting, Lingye felt somewhat disheartened. Fine, Since she was here, she might as well accept it. She had only just been born, and such complex matters could be pondered later. The extraterrestrials had referred to her as Patinis, a rather unpleasant name. Perhaps she should change it. From now on, she would be called Lingye. She would still become the strongest warrior. The disdainful attitude of those extraterrestrials ignited her anger. A month had swiftly passed since Lingye's birth on planet Vegeta. During this time, her father, a Saiyan named Rabaya, had visited her once. However, upon seeing the readings from the monitor beside her crib, he had been deeply disappointed and never returned. In his eyes, Lingye was likely destined to be a failure, never even reaching the status of an ordinary low-level warrior. Had she been a boy, perhaps her potential could be awakened through battles. But as a girl, she was fated for mediocrity. On planet Vegeta, unless one was the offspring of a mid- or high-level warrior, girls were not prioritized for training. In other words, according to the norm, Lingye's future appeared bleak. During this month, Lingye had acquired the ability of instantaneous movement, embedded deep within her soul by the judge. This ability felt as instinctual as breathing. It required no meditation or concentration. She could activate it with a mere thought. It surpassed the instantaneous movement learned by Sun Wukong by countless degrees and was far more agile than that of the Kaishin's attendant. Jebit. Over the past month, Lingye had clandestinely ventured out to play. Yet, she had yet to test her other ability, immortality. To do so, she would need to inflict injury upon herself, something she was not inclined to pursue. Nevertheless, she imagined this power must be extraordinarily formidable that on a night filled with festive cheer, the entire planet of Vegeta was alive with celebration. The Saiyan Prince, the son of King Vegeta, had reached his first month of life. Boasting a battle power of 600, prompting King Vegeta to host a grand banquet at the royal palace. Numerous high-status individuals and renowned Saiyan warriors attended the event. Lingye viewed such festivities with disdain. What was so remarkable about a battle power of 600? True honor is achieved through formidable strength. Currently, Vegeta merely held the potential to become a powerful warrior. There was nothing worth celebrating. Perhaps Lingye was simply envious. The festivities for Vegeta's first month came to a close amidst the revelry, and planet Vegeta returned to its usual tranquility. Warriors began to depart in succession, undertaking missions assigned by King Frieza. At the docking port, personal spacecraft flitted to and fro, with vessels continuously ascending and descending in the distance. A group of around 100 extraterrestrials approached, each cradling an infant. According to Saiyan custom, these infants were to be dispatched to various planets for training. The destination planets were determined by the infants' battle powers. Though Saiyans revered combat and could be described as cold-blooded, they would never send their offspring to certain death. Traditionally, planets with a maximum battle power under 1,000 were classified as low-level planets. Those with powers between 1,000 and 10,000 as mid-level planets, and those exceeding 10,000 as high-level planets. Only the most powerful warriors of planet Vegeta could conquer planets with battle powers exceeding 10,000. And among the Saiyans, including King Vegeta, only 13 possessed battle powers above 10,000. King Vegeta himself, in his most powerful state, boasted a battle power of 100,000, while the most renowned among these was Bardock, a low-level warrior and father of Sun Wukong, who miraculously attained a battle power of nearly 60,000 through numerous battles. On this day, infants born within the past year would be sent to various planets, and Lingye was among them. With her battle power measured at a mere 4 and being a girl, she was designated for the lowly planet Foloco. Lingye widened her eyes, watching as child after child was placed into the spacecraft. Destined for the cosmos, soon she would leave planet Vegeta and embark on her own journey. Her dreams lay just ahead. Once she departed from planet Vegeta, she would have her own space to carve out a glorious path and realize her ambition as a warrior. Gently, an extraterrestrial placed Lingye into the spacecraft, which was already set for its destination, Foloco. The sleep mode and Saiyan training mode were activated as the spacecraft ascended. Lingye gazed at the diminishing figure of planet Vegeta, reflecting, what a beautiful planet. Who would have thought it would be destroyed beneath Frieza's energy ball in 4 years? With that thought, Lingye closed her eyes, entered the Saiyan training mode, and awaited her arrival at the destination. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 3. Planet Beast in the blink of an eye. Lingye's spacecraft had been traversing the cosmos for over 8 months. A beep resonated within the vessel, announcing the computer's alert. Target Foloco is approaching, expected to arrive in 1 solar day. The announcement repeated, and as it did, the spacecraft's sleep mode gradually disengaged, awakening Lingye from her slumber. Are we nearly there? In the depths of her mind. Lingye pondered. Despite having been in a state of slumber for over 8 months while traversing the cosmos, her computer incessantly infused her brain with the combat techniques of the Saiyans. Now, her mind brimmed with a myriad of fighting styles, kindling a fervent desire to swiftly descend upon the Felic planet and put her acquired skills to the test. Striving to calm her racing thoughts, Lingye closed her eyes and began to embrace the final day's lessons. Felic was a relatively primitive beast planet, with approximately 70 of its surface covered by oceans. Out of the remaining 30, nearly a third was cloaked in ice and snow at the poles, leaving only about 20 of the planet as land. Predominantly jungles, with only a smattering of plateaus and deserts. Yet, within this vast expanse of limited terrestrial area thrived a plethora of ferocious beasts and avian creatures. Felic was classified as a low-level planet, where the most formidable species boasted combat prowess not exceeding 500. This was more than sufficient for Lingye. Such a planet was ideally suited for a Saiyan like her to hone her skills. After all, her current combat power was still quite low, making it unnecessary to venture to a more advanced planet, where the risk of untimely demise was significantly heightened. The peculiar call echoed through the air. From within the jungle, a great bird soared upwards, while not far off, a leopard awaited, poised to ambush a deer quenching its thirst by the riverbank. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of breaking air resonated from above. And a spherical object, radiating a crimson glow, plummeted rapidly from the sky. The creatures below sensed the disturbance and hastily scattered in all directions, eager to vacate the area. With a tremendous crash, the impact reverberated across the land, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris. A shockwave emanated from the point of collision, causing towering trees to topple as if uprooted. Gradually, the cloud of sand and dust settled, revealing a stark expanse of nearly 100 meters squared of bare earth, dominated by a colossal impact crater approximately 40 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep. With a whoosh, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and Lingye emerged, grasping a single-framed energy detector in her hand. Activating the device, a series of beeping sounds filled her ears, and the screen displayed a flurry of data. The energy detector indicated that the highest combat power on this planet hovered around 467. Located over 1,300 kilometers away, along with numerous signals of combat power, exceeding 300. Felic's combat power is not insignificant, Lingye mused, continuing her scans to uncover nearly 100 sources boasting over 200 in combat strength. It was noteworthy that the martial arts master, Master Rashi, had a combat power of merely 139. Testing her own strength with the energy detector, the device emitted a beep, revealing a set of data. 17. Though this was a slight increase from her birth, Lingye felt no disappointment. Despite her relatively low combat power, her nearly extraordinary physique would make the journey to strength a manageable endeavor. Thus, she resolved to commence her training. Applying the methodologies gleaned from the spacecraft, days turned into weeks, and soon a month had elapsed. In the depths of the jungle, a diminutive figure tirelessly struck at a massive tree, unleashing a series of punches that echoed through the air. Each delicate hit on the trunk sent tremors coursing through the ancient giant, causing a shower of leaves to cascade down. Lingye retracted her hand, crouched low, and then executed a powerful side kick, which sent the tree crashing to the ground. As it fell, she leapt back a good 5 meters, a smile gracing her face as she surveyed her handiwork. Through her diligent practice over the past few days, Lingye had gained mastery over her punching speed and force. Her combat power steadily rising to 21. With this newfound strength, she resolved to challenge the aggressive beasts that roamed the land. Activating her energy detector once more, she sought out a suitable opponent. Soon, she identified a target to the southwest, a signal source with a combat power of 26. Without hesitation, Lingye initiated her instantaneous movement, vanishing from her current location, approximately 2 kilometers away. She reappeared atop a sturdy branch of a great tree, surveying her surroundings. The area was enveloped by towering trees, with dense vegetation carpeting the ground. Not far off, a large, dinosaur-like reptile lay sprawled, and this was her intended target. The massive lizard possessed keen senses. The moment Lingye materialized, it became aware of her presence, emitting a series of guttural sounds as it charged toward her. With a thunderous impact, the lizard collided with the tree trunk, causing it to splinter and crash to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lingye darted to the creature's side, launching herself off the ground to deliver a powerful punch to its abdomen. The lizard flipped over, kicking up a cloud of dust and sand in its wake. In pain, it let out a pained roar, its tail swinging violently towards Lingye. Startled, she narrowly evaded the attack by teleporting away, reappearing behind the massive creature. "Take this," she exclaimed, unleashing a series of rapid strikes to the lizard's head. The creature, incensed by the blows to its skull, let out a furious bellow, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged for Lingye. Despite the speed of its jaws, she had anticipated the move, deftly sidestepping the attack. With a swift maneuver, she landed and executed several backflips, creating distance between herself and the lizard. Following this, she dove in, delivering a kick to its elbow, causing it to stagger and emit a low growl as it prepared to retaliate. The ensuing clash produced a cacophony of strikes as they exchanged blows, both sustaining injuries in the process. Lingye, stepping back to catch her breath, wiped the sweat and blood from her brow, her gaze focused intently on her adversary. The lizard's hide was remarkably thick. Ordinary attacks would not suffice to penetrate its defenses. "It's time to unleash my true power," she thought resolutely. Fortunately, as a Saiyan, despite her youth, she exhibited extraordinary agility and reflexes, traits inherent to her warrior lineage. Concentrating her energy into her right index finger, it began to emit a faint blue glow. "Spirit sword wave," Lingye shouted, releasing a slender wave of energy from her fingertip, aimed directly at the lizard's neck. This energy wave, a culmination of her power, pierced through the lizard's defenses without obstruction. The creature let out a wretched cry, blood gushing from the wound on its neck as it collapsed to the ground, soon succumbing to its injuries. Watching the great lizard fall lifelessly, Lingye too succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. The energy wave, known as the Spirit Sword Wave, had drained her completely, a technique born from her understanding of energy. Fused with the martial arts of the Saiyans, it is a culmination of all her energy, wielding tremendous power. However, given the meager amount of chi within Ayaiba at present, employing this technique would leave her in a state of complete exhaustion. Thus, Ayaiba lay upon the ground, gradually recuperating her strength, and only once fully revitalized did she rise slowly from the earth. Observing that the daylight had dimmed, she gathered firewood from her surroundings and commenced preparations for dinner, skewering several pieces of meat from the large lizard over the campfire to roast, though the flavor was rather mediocre. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Ayaiba leapt into the great tree, reclining among its branches to rest. On the second day, as dawn broke, Ayaiba descended from the tree and began her morning exercises, continuously leaping into the air, her body suspended as she threw punches and kicks into the atmosphere. Her movements were exceedingly swift, leaving behind fleeting afterimages in her wake. After approximately an hour of practice, she paused, standing still, panting heavily, her complexion flushed from the vigorous exertion. Wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, she patted her stomach, which grumbled audibly, indicating her hunger. Without hesitation, her petite figure darted into the depths of the forest, dismissing the lizard meat from the previous day, seeking new sustenance. Before long, she returned, clutching a rabbit. After skinning the rabbit and removing its entrails, she set about lighting a fire to prepare her meal. After relishing a hearty breakfast, Ayaiba activated her energy detector, seeking her target for the day, and followed the readings to her objective that IT was a beast with a combat power of 30. Philocos star, an inconspicuous planet teeming with life in the cosmos, that on a vast, desolate plateau, the ground was weathered and cracked, strewn with fine fissures. Not far away, a child appearing to be only 2 or 3 years old faced a gigantic pterosaur. The pterosaur, its cavernous maw dripping with saliva, regarded the tiny child as a delectable morsel. With a whoosh, the pterosaur flapped its wings and swooped down, but the child suddenly sprang into action, delivering a resounding clap against the coarse, leathery hide of the creature. Thus commenced the battle, as countless azure-hued energy waves shot erratically in all directions, accompanied by the sound of air being torn asunder. The energy waves collided with the ground, erupting in explosions that sent thick clouds of dust and debris flying, leaving chaos in their wake. That child was Ayaiba, who had been on Phylokos for nearly a year now, and was approaching 3 years of age. Yet, due to her mature soul and extraordinarily unique physique, she appeared far from a mere toddler. Throughout the past year, Ayaiba engaged in combat with the ferocious beasts of Phylokos, her frequent battles enriching her combat experience and propelling her strength to new heights. The combat skills inherited from her Saiyan lineage had become second nature, and although she often sustained grave injuries, her immortality ensured that as long as a single cell remained, she would not truly perish. Even if reduced to ashes, she could eventually restore her form. Such was the nature of her immortality. In addition to her immortality, she had acquired astonishing regenerative abilities from the judge, allowing her to recover swiftly after each injury. Coupled with her Saiyan constitution, her strength saw considerable enhancement that on several occasions, Ayaiba found herself gravely wounded and on the brink of death, yet she managed to escape through her unique abilities. Her perfect instant transmission capabilities proved decisive in these frequent conflicts, as she continuously transcended her limits, fostering her growth and significantly enhancing her mastery of Qi. Now, at just over 2 years of age, Ayaiba boasted a combat power of 145, surpassing that of most children with the title of elite warrior. At this moment, Ayaiba faced a pterosaur, a relatively common species on Phylokos, yet one not to be underestimated, as its power was only slightly inferior to hers. With a swift instant transmission, she positioned herself above the pterosaur, unleashing several energy beams before it could react. The beams struck the creature's spine with precision, emitting a series of percussive sounds. The pterosaur's back became a gruesome sight, flesh mangled and the scent of charred meat wafting through the air. With a tortured roar, the pterosaur glared at Ayaiba, its eyes aflame with fury, and charged towards her with alarming speed. "Come at me," Ayaiba shouted, undeterred by the pterosaur's immense size. She soared into the air, deftly maneuvering to counterattack. A colossal crash resounded as Ayaiba and the pterosaur collided, both bodies propelled backward by the tremendous force. Ayaiba executed a series of somersaults in midair, stabilizing herself and shaking off the dizziness from the impact before launching another assault on the pterosaur. The enraged pterosaur, its head still reeling from the blow, roared in indignation upon seeing Ayaiba's diminutive form daring to approach once more. Its wings unfurled, spanning an impressive 10 meters, as Ayaiba neared for another strike. The pterosaur flapped its wings vigorously, twisting its body and unleashing a fierce claw attack aimed at her. In a moment of surprise, Ayaiba was caught off guard by the pterosaur's swiftness, unable to halt her advance in time. The sharp claws struck her, sending her spiraling uncontrollably from the sky. With a resounding crash, she created a sizable crater upon impact. Almost instantly, Ayaiba sprang from the pit, narrowly evading the pterosaur's subsequent assault, and leapt onto a towering stone pillar. At this juncture, Ayaiba appeared somewhat disheveled. One arm hung limply, blood dripping from her injured limb. The strike had inflicted severe damage, fracturing her bone. The pterosaur's claw bore tremendous force, leaving her entire body tingling. Ignoring her wounded arm, Ayaiba swiftly evaded the pterosaur's relentless barrage of attacks. The earlier misstep not only left her arm injured, but also disrupted her rhythm in battle. Frustration surged within her. Despite her superior combat power, victory eluded her grasp. Even a lion uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit, she mused, realizing her earlier overconfidence. With a silent sigh, she resolved not to make the same mistake again. Reinvigorated, Ayaiba's expression hardened as she focused intently on the pterosaur. With a sudden exhale, she vanished from her position, moving at astonishing speed and leaving behind numerous illusory afterimages. The only sound that could be heard was the rhythmic thud of her feet against the ground. As her actual location remained elusive, the pterosaur flapped its wings, hovering in the air, its eyes darting in search of Ayaka. Spotting an opportunity, Ayaka seized the moment and dashed toward the pterosaur, increasing her speed until she stood directly before it. Lifting her leg to deliver a powerful kick, her target was the joint where the wing met the back, aiming to inflict maximum damage. With a resounding thud, Ayaka's kick connected with the pterosaur's wing, causing it to tremble violently in the air. The pterosaur, reeling from the pain, plummeted from the sky, momentarily incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, Ayaka instantly teleported beneath the creature and hurled an energy sphere upward, with a thunderous explosion. The energy sphere detonated, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the blood-streaked body of the pterosaur was revealed. Lingye, witnessing the creature's pitiful state, sensed that victory was within her grasp. At this moment, however, heightened caution was essential to guard against a counterattack from her adversary. The pterosaur let out a frenzied roar, its immense voice echoing through the surroundings, as if the very earth trembled beneath it. Lingye observed the pterosaur with utmost care, determined to deny it any respite. Resolute in her decision, she surged forward at high speed, launching a powerful assault against the pterosaur, which was soon reduced to crawling on the ground. Roaring in fury in that fleeting moment, Lingye unleashed over 850 heavy strikes upon the creature, leaving it utterly incapable of resistance. The pterosaur, enraged and grieving, bellowed at Lingye, its body beginning to emanate a faint crimson glow as its energy surged. Alarmed, Lingye swiftly distanced herself from the pterosaur. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted in the sky, a tremendous force generating a visible shockwave that rapidly spread in all directions. Lingye, unable to evade in time, was engulfed by the shockwave, which obliterated all trees and rocks in its path. After what felt like an eternity, the dust and debris gradually cleared, visibility slowly returning, but Lingye's diminutive form lay buried beneath the sand, her body battered and bruised. The pterosaur's self-detonation had struck her directly, distorting her bones and leaving her in a far worse state than the pterosaur had been. Had she not possessed immortality, she would surely have perished. Struggling to emerge from the rubble, Lingye gasped for air, her complexion pale. Volume 1. Saiyan, Chapter 5. Aftermath of battle, Lingye's injuries were grave. Her entire body was marred, blood oozing from countless wounds, and many of her bones had fractured from the recent explosion. Tentatively shifting her body, intense pain coursed through her, twisting her delicate features in agony. Each movement was a Herculean effort. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she left the battlefield, collapsing onto a slightly flatter patch of ground. Utterly exhausted, she had not anticipated such a dire outcome. Reflecting on her condition, Lingye forced a bitter smile. Several bones were broken, particularly one arm, which had become completely deformed and rendered useless. Her body was still too frail. Its resilience had not kept pace with her burgeoning power, limiting her effectiveness in battle. If only her physical strength were greater, she could withstand more formidable attacks. The disparity between her physical durability and combat prowess was a significant disadvantage, necessitating urgent enhancement of her bodily fortitude. Lying on the ground, Lingye began to strategize, yet her immediate priority was the swift healing of her injuries. Gradually channeling her energy, she initiated the process of mending her wounds. Lingye's body possessed not only the trait of immortality, but also remarkable regenerative capabilities. As she harnessed her energy, her injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. Fractured bones rejoined, and patches of damaged skin shed to reveal soft, fair flesh beneath. Approximately 1 hour later, her injuries had been wholly restored. Rising to her feet, she rotated her neck and stretched her limbs, producing a series of satisfying crackles akin to popping beans. A sensation of indescribable relief washing over her. Lingye inhaled deeply, savoring the life force in the air, a wave of exhilaration flooding her senses as she felt her strength surging anew. Following this narrow escape, her combat prowess had once again leaped forward. With a power level of 270, Lingye discovered through her energy scanner that such strength placed her among the top 50 on the planet Felik. Within less than 2 years, Son Goku would be born, and at the age of 16, Goku's power level would only reach slightly above 260. This meant that she had achieved this level of strength a full 18 years ahead of him. Having engaged in numerous battles, Lingye had amassed considerable combat experience, developing sharp insights into both the dynamics of battle and her own condition. Particularly after this fight, she recognized significant shortcomings in her abilities. Key factors determining victory in combat included situational awareness, attack speed, attack power, resilience, and recovery capability. Situational awareness could only be honed through extensive combat experience. There were no shortcuts. Attack speed and power could be rapidly enhanced with a solid training regimen, a method already accessible to her as a Saiyan. Lastly, resilience and recovery capabilities were paramount. And while her recovery abilities were a source of confidence, her physical durability or bodily strength posed a challenge, as the Saiyan teachings offered little in the way of effective solutions. Through her battles, Lingye had identified several issues. She understood that her recovery capabilities far surpassed those of Goku and his peers, yet they paled in comparison to the rapid regeneration exhibited by Piccolo, and even more so against the extraordinary abilities of Cell and Bu. Piccolo's rapid regeneration relied on expending his energy for complete bodily restoration, a feat Lingye could also achieve, albeit not with the same swiftness. Nonetheless, her advantages were evident. Each instance of regeneration brought her back from the brink of death, resulting in a noticeable increase in her strength and power. However, compared to the likes of Cell and Bu, who could regenerate as long as a single cell remained alive, her progress seemed painfully slow. Merely mending her injuries had consumed an hour. Lingye pondered whether the body bestowed upon her by the judge was truly meant to function this way. After all, it had been transformed by divine power. Was it possible that her recovery abilities were contingent on her overall strength? Perhaps upon reaching a certain level of power, she too could instantly recover from the loss of a single cell. Lingye's attributes encompassed two primary facets: the trait of immortality and formidable regenerative abilities that, in contrast to Son Goku, who would succumb to critical injuries, she remained impervious to death, no matter how severe her wounds. However, she could still suffer debilitating injuries, often leaving her immobile, unless struck by an overwhelmingly powerful attack capable of obliterating her body in an instant. Even then, she would not perish. Her rebirth would follow shortly after, albeit with a prolonged recovery period. The second aspect of her abilities, her impressive regenerative capacity, required enhancement through her own strength until she could achieve optimal recovery at the mere presence of a single cell. When both elements reached their peak and were perfectly intertwined, she would attain true immortality. Lingye recognized that her regenerative ability necessitated gradual enhancement through battle, implying that immediate breakthroughs were unrealistic. The factors of judgment: attack speed, attack power, resilience, and recovery capacity would develop through combat experience. While judgment and recovery could be cultivated through battle, she could leverage Saiyan training to boost her attack speed and power. Ultimately, the only remaining challenge was improving her resilience, which seemed to lack a clear training method. Would she have to rely on passive growth? The gravity chamber? Lingye quickly dismissed this notion. The gravity chamber primarily increased gravitational force, enhancing speed and strength, but offering little improvement to physical durability. The gravity chamber would indeed be useful in the future, but not at this moment. There was a significant disconnect between her physical state and her power level. No matter how much her strength grew, her bodily durability fell short. This issue was not unique to Lingye. Goku and others faced similar challenges, that if Goku's bodily strength could match his immense power, he would have sustained far fewer injuries in battles against Vegeta, Frieza, or even the later androids like Cell.as. If in a battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta, there exists an insurmountable barrier preventing Vegeta from being immobilized, although there lies a disparity in their strengths. One cannot overlook the significance of physical resilience. Were Son Wukong capable of enduring a higher multiplier of the Kaioken technique, Vegeta would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Wait? A thought struck Lingye. Vegeta, indeed, despite Vegeta's superior combat power at that time. Son Wukong had compensated for the difference with his Kaioken, yet he still failed to inflict substantial damage upon Vegeta. Could it be that the Saiyans possess a remarkable method to enhance physical strength? But that doesn't seem right. I'm also a Saiyan, unlike Sun Wukong, who suffered a head injury in his youth and lost his memories. Forgetting the combat techniques of our kind, I have inherited the Saiyan skills without fail. The artificial moon. Lingye recalled that Vegeta possessed a technique known as the artificial moon, a skill she had yet to master. Was an oversight on her part, or had this technique yet to be developed? Perhaps it was a privilege reserved for high-ranking warriors like Vegeta. Regardless, Lingye resolved to return to the location where she descended upon the planet Felix, to seek out the ship that had brought her here. Hoping to uncover some revelations. Volume 1. Saiyan, Chapter 6. Underwater training in a tranquil and serene jungle. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft, whispering sound. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting speckled patches of light upon the ground, while nearby creatures languidly reclined, reveling in a leisurely existence. IT must be around here somewhere. Lingye floated in the air, surveying her surroundings. The dense thicket appeared remarkably similar, rendering it difficult to ascertain her precise location. With a swift motion, she soared higher to broaden her field of vision. There, Lingye spotted a clearing devoid of trees and hastened her flight towards it, quickly arriving above the area. The enormous impact crater still lay there, amidst the disarray of sand and stones, delicate grass sprouting between the debris. But to the center of the crater, a spherical spacecraft was partially embedded, its hatch ajar and encrusted with moss. Descending beside the vessel, Lingye excavated it from the pit. With a beep, she pressed a button on the spacecraft, and the computer emitted a series of hissing sounds as it initiated an automatic diagnostic. Once the self-check was complete, Lingye retrieved a small incubation pod from within and immersed herself inside, instructing the computer to search for information related to physical enhancement. Beep, beep, beep. The computer began querying relevant data, as per Lingye's directives. Yet the results left her disheartened. The database contained no information on physical enhancement. This indicated that if she were to strengthen her body, she would have to rely on her own exploration. Disappointed, Lingye exited the incubation pod, directing her palm towards it and unleashing an energy wave. With a thunderous explosion, the pod shattered into fragments, billowing clouds of black smoke, before she aimed another energy wave at the spacecraft. Now rendered utterly useless, the ship needed to be obliterated without delay. Gazing at the destroyed vessel, Lingye felt a profound sense of despondency. It seemed that the path to enhancing her physical strength would be a formidable journey ahead. Meanwhile, on the distant planet of Vegeta, a report echoed. Signal from spacecraft number 89 has vanished. An alien tasked with monitoring the spacecraft status reported. Spacecraft 89 querying the database for passenger information that a seemingly nonchalant alien, appearing to be in charge, awaited the results. The disappearance of spacecraft signals was a frequent occurrence, not particularly surprising that AS members of the Frisia Force. They encountered several regional battlefields daily, with sometimes hundreds of ships losing contact in a single day. Most of these lost vessels had likely been reduced to cosmic dust, a consequence of battle attrition. However, their responsibility did not lie with organized combat vessels, but rather with the ships carrying newborn Saiyans. The loss of a signal from one of these vessels meant that a Saiyan child had gone missing. Ordinarily, this would be a significant matter, yet the aliens responsible for overseeing these ships remained indifferent, as they were not Saiyans themselves. Report: Spacecraft 89 was carrying a female son named Patinis. Archive number X112316. Classified as a low-ranking warrior's offspring, with a designated target of fellow K. IT has been confirmed that Spacecraft 89 has lost its return capability. It is advised to remove this vessel from the registry. The alien in charge nodded, acknowledging that it belonged to the daughter of Rabia. IT seemed that little one had met her demise. Erase her data from the computer, that a pity for such a well-functioning ship. Notify the logistics department that the loss of the vessel will be deducted from Rabia's rewards. It is no wonder these aliens were so reckless. Primarily because Saiyan children were trained by computers and would not venture far from their ships until they had achieved considerable strength. These vessels were crafted from special materials, impervious to ordinary impacts. Any damage inflicted upon the ship would not be the doing of a mere Saiyan child. That little one had most likely perished. These aliens were hardly benevolent. Their presence was merely a consequence of King Frisia's orders. and they showed little concern for the lives of one or two Saiyans. Without the spacecraft, even if the child were alive, there would be no means of returning. The actions of these aliens aligned perfectly with Lingye's intentions. The absence of recorded data would ensure that no one would remember her, sparing her from a multitude of troubles. The aliens could never fathom that Lingye possessed the complete memories from her previous life and could grow immensely powerful in just over a year. Lingye, feeling disheartened, soared through one forest after another, with feeble beasts scurrying away at her approach. When encountering those stronger than herself, she lacked the desire to engage in combat and simply veered off course. Eventually, she reached the seashore, gazing upon the boundless ocean, which significantly lifted her spirits. Nearby, a pod of colossal whales emitted deep calls, sending towering jets of water skyward, which cascaded back down with a thunderous splash. The planet Felik was 70% ocean, teeming with a plethora of marine life. The ocean, suddenly, Lingye clapped her hands, a method to enhance her physical strength illuminating her mind, by harnessing the pressure of the sea. She could compel her body to grow stronger, gradually increasing her resilience according to the depth of her dives. The pressure of seawater would rise with depth, enveloping her body and ensuring no area was left unaffected. The more she contemplated this method, the more feasible it appeared. She recalled the legendary body tempering techniques from her past life, such as the Golden Bell Shield, Iron Cloth, and Iron Sand Palm, all relying on external forces to fortify the body. Yet, none could compare to the holistic pressure of the ocean. With determination, Lingye swiftly descended from the sky, diving headfirst into the water point 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. As she plunged deeper, Lingye gradually began to feel the pressure of the seawater. Especially as she reached greater depths, the pressure seemed to increase exponentially with each meter descended. Yet, this was not entirely accurate. It was merely that her capacity to endure was nearing its limit. Ultimately, upon reaching 340 meters, she sensed that further descent was impossible, her bones creaking under the immense pressure of the water. Oxygen deprivation caused her to feel dizzy, rendering her unable to dive even an additional meter. Lingye's head broke the surface, and she inhaled deeply before plunging back beneath the waves. Upon reaching the 340-meter mark once more, unable to descend any further, she gritted her teeth and dove downwards, forcing herself an additional 10 meters deeper. With a crack, the pressure of the seawater crushed her bones, leaving her lower half bloodied and mangled, blood seeping from her nose and ears. Upon teleporting to land, Lingye collapsed to the ground, panting heavily as the fresh air flooded her lungs. Awakening her mind, she greedily inhaled the air. "How reckless I have been!" After Ayaiba recovered, she forced a wry smile. Fortunately, the Saiyan physiology is remarkably unique. Although the pressure she endured earlier was entirely physical, a significant portion was absorbed by her bones, effectively mitigating the catastrophic flaw caused by the sudden expansion of compressed gases in her bloodstream following the abrupt release of pressure. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Utilizing the ocean's pressure to compel her body to grow stronger yielded conspicuous results, yet the cost was exceedingly high. One misstep could spell disaster. Just in her first attempt, Ayaiba paid a heavy price, suffering severe crush injuries to her lower body, along with significant damage to her head and internal organs. Thankfully, her ability to teleport allowed her to escape to land before her condition could deteriorate further. Otherwise, she might have faced dire consequences. It seemed prudent to take a gradual approach, first acclimating to the depths of 300 meters before proceeding further. Once her body had fully recuperated, Ayaiba dove into the depths once more, this time exercising utmost caution. Halting at 300 meters at this depth, she could already perceive the immense pressure of the seawater, which compressed her muscles inward, creating a sensation of heaviness in her chest, and causing her internal organs to feel as though they were being squeezed. Ayaiba endeavored to maintain her composure, deliberately slowing her metabolism to prolong her stay in the deep sea. Day after day of descent allowed her to adapt to the 300-meter depth. Her body no longer experienced any discomfort, and she could distinctly sense her strength increasing. Next, she aimed to challenge even deeper waters. After a brief period of rest, Ayaiba descended to 350 meters, the very depth where she had previously sustained grievous injuries. Once again, plunging to this depth brought her considerable discomfort. Her skin felt compressed, causing her organs to be under duress, while her bones creaked and her ears throbbed from the intense pressure. After a brief pause, she teleported back to land, rested momentarily, and then descended once more to 350 meters. Through numerous trials, Ayane gradually acclimated to this depth and continued her descent. A year passed in the blink of an eye. And at over 3 years old, Ayane could now dive to 500 meters. At this age, she had grown significantly taller, appearing to be about 5 or 6 years old, no longer so diminutive. Ayane, the first volume. Chapter 7. Metamorphosis. Under a starry sky, Ayane sat beside a campfire facing the sea, where a large fish, over 2 meters long and more than a meter wide, sizzled on a makeshift grill. The aroma wafting from it promised a delicious dinner. Through extensive training, Ayane's body had been considerably enhanced. The combination of her Saiyan heritage and remarkable regenerative abilities afforded her the confidence to undertake various extreme challenges without hesitation. Day after day, she felt her strength augmenting with each punch. At this stage of her growth, her combat capabilities had yet to reach their potential, making her progress all the more evident. Thanks to the oceanic pressure, Ayane had refined her control over her energy to an intricate degree, allowing her to manipulate every ounce of ki within her. When she condensed her energy completely, she appeared to be merely an ordinary little girl. And none would suspect that such a small child harbored immense combat prowess. Since her descent to 500 meters, each additional meter posed exponentially greater challenges, demanding even stricter physical resilience. Ayane established 5 tiers of physical strength, with each tier corresponding to every 500 meters, and she had only just begun her training for the second level. After finishing her meal, she lay on her bed, gazing at the twinkling stars above, marveling at the beauty of the night sky, before drifting off to sleep. In the years 2007, 2008, and 2009, Ayane engaged in an exhausting routine of push-ups, completing an impressive 3,000 before embarking on her running regimen. These exercises formed the core of her daily training. Typically, such monotonous workouts would be exceedingly tedious without necessary diversions. Days spent relentlessly honing her skills could seem futile, yet her Saiyan lineage imbued her with a fervor for this seemingly dull regimen, perhaps a fortunate gift bestowed upon her since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. She rejoiced in her choice of Saiyan heritage. Had she retained her previous life's disposition, lacking extraordinary willpower, who could say if she would have ever found her way to greatness in this life? After loosening her muscles, she leaped into the sea, plunging down to the 500-meter mark, then continued her descent. The surrounding pressure escalated abruptly, causing a heaviness in her chest. 550 meters, 560 meters. Ayane persevered, using her ki to shield vital areas against the ocean's pressure. Her muscles quivered uncontrollably, a sensation of soreness enveloping her, which gradually transformed into excruciating pain. She halted, remaining still at that depth, a state she had encountered countless times before, indicating she had reached her limit and could descend no further. The pain persisted, but concurrently, her regenerative abilities began to activate, as a unique energy secreted from her cells worked tirelessly to mend the damage. Under high pressure, her cells shattered, only for new cells to swiftly emerge, replacing those that had been destroyed. This cycle repeated, leading to a complete renewal of her cells. The newly formed cells vastly surpassed the originals in both strength and vitality, showcasing the extraordinary nature of the Saiyans. Typically, cellular division is limited. Once a certain threshold is reached, further division is impossible, explaining the finite lifespan of biological organisms. Yet Ayane remained undeterred, extravagantly squandering her nearly boundless life potential like a newly wealthy individual. With a muffled sound resonating within her, Ayane felt her body lighten, as if the pressure of the sea had significantly diminished. Her strength had indeed increased. Elated, she returned to land, where her once pale skin now appeared even more luminescent, as though it could be easily punctured, yet its true resilience far exceeded appearances. After a brief respite, she resumed her training and soared deep into the continent in search of new prey. Physical strength served as an aid, enhancing her combat effectiveness, but her innate battle prowess remained paramount. Now that her body had caught up, it was time to further augment her combat abilities. Ayaiba soon located a new target, a Black Panther with a battle power around 300. She launched a fierce assault, unleashing a barrage of ki blasts towards the panther. Caught off guard, it was struck by the energy waves, emitting a thunderous roar as thick clouds of smoke obscured Ayaiba's view of its condition. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the panther retaliated, its claws slicing through the air towards her. Anticipating the attack, Ayaiba seized the panther's paw and hurled it against a distant rock. The impact shattered the rock. And in that instant, the panther vanished from sight. Ayaiba's expression turned grave as she scanned her surroundings, her ears attuned to any sound there. She struck the air with a powerful blow, with a resounding thud. The panther's head was struck squarely, sending its body hurtling through the air in a straight line. Seizing the opportunity, Ayaiba vanished from her position, reappearing in the panther's flight path, and with both fists clenched. She brought them crashing down with force. The Black Panther was relentlessly assailed, left disoriented and dazed. Just as it regained its composure, Lingye's onslaught ensued. Nearly 100 energy cannons rained down from the heavens, striking their target with unerring precision. Lingye launched into a flurry of close combat, engaging the Black Panther with a series of punches and kicks. In this moment, her physical superiority became evident. Often, the panther's attacks barely affected her, while her strikes inflicted severe damage upon it. A cacophony of attack sounds reverberated, transforming the surrounding landscape into a desolate terrain riddled with craters. Both combatants moved with such swiftness that their actions were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a resounding crash, another fierce collision occurred, propelling Lingye to somersault several times, creating a distance of nearly 100 meters from the Black Panther. Then, with a swift motion, she unleashed another strike. The ground where she had stood suddenly sank half a meter due to the tremendous force. Leaving the earth marred with deep fissures, a mournful cry escaped the Black Panther as Lingye's fist pierced through its body, resulting in a tremendous explosion. In this battle, Lingye emerged victorious. The advantages of her physical prowess were clear. Her opponent's attacks posed no real threat to her, while she could inflict excruciating damage in return. Although the Black Panther's combat prowess was comparable to Lingye's, its physical strength was markedly inferior. Leading to this dire outcome, seasons changed and years passed. 5 years had swiftly elapsed since Lingye arrived on the Fellic planet. Including the months spent traveling for Vegeta, she was now 6 years old. Based on her understanding from her previous life, it was likely that Vegeta had been obliterated by Frieza's energy sphere 2 years prior. At the age of 6, Lingye had blossomed into a remarkably cute child. With a delicate face, fair and rosy skin, and bright, expressive eyes that adorned her visage beautifully. Her slightly reddish, flaxen hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, and she wore simple garments crafted from animal hides, exuding a wild, captivating beauty that promised to evolve into stunning adulthood. According to the cosmic denizens, even if she could not become a powerful warrior herself, her beauty might attract a formidable protector. This phenomenon of trading allure for survival was common in the war-torn universe, inciting envy among many. Yet, this was not a notion Lingye could entertain. As a powerful being herself, she required no one's protection. Should she embark on a journey to Earth? Lingye pondered, but the thought was quashed upon recalling that Sun Wukong was still barely over 2 years old. It was simply too early. She resolved to wait a few more years. With a whoosh, she soared towards a mountain peak, leaving behind a graceful arc in the air. The mightiest creature on Fellic was the saber-toothed tiger, boasting a combat power of 467. Yet Lingye had surpassed that threshold 2 years prior. Now, nothing on Fellic posed a challenge to her. The reason for her prolonged stay was her desire to elevate her physical capabilities to the 5th level, which entailed diving to a depth of 2,500 meters, a goal she had accomplished 2 months ago. These 6 years had marked a splendid transformation for her, evolving from a mere homebody into a Saiyan with a staggering combat power of 860. Of course, there had been minor incidents and unexpected events along the way. Nevertheless, these 6 years were profoundly significant for Lingye, heralding the dawn of a new chapter. Volume 1, Saiyan Chapter 8. The descent of the spaceship. Though she did not intend to venture to Earth immediately, It was time to leave Felik. Remaining there offered little benefit. As she yearned to explore other planets, Lingye's abode was perched upon a mountain peak, within a cave that had once belonged to a brown bear, now claimed by her since her arrival. After tidying up her belongings, she activated her instant transmission, departing from the Felik planet where she had resided for 5 years in a distant star system. Lingye materialized on a new planet. Her instant transmission ability possessed a distinct advantage, allowing her to survey the destination beforehand, ensuring she did not mistakenly teleport into the void of space or even into a star. The distance she could travel was closely tied to her power in the Dragon Ball universe. The differences among planets were not starkly delineated. It often seemed as though their gravity and atmospheric composition bore little variation. In reality, due to the differing sizes and masses of celestial bodies, some planets dwarfed Earth, with gravitational forces that varied immensely. Coupled with differing gas compositions, truly suitable planets for human habitation were exceedingly rare. Naturally, for the powerful, conventional logic often proved inadequate. Lingye opted for a planet conducive to life, without specifying a precise destination. Upon her arrival, she discovered that civilization was absent. Aside from peculiar, cactus-like flora, no other visible life forms existed. The air was thick with a sulfurous, acrid stench that was quite unpleasant. Just as Lingye prepared to initiate her instant transmission to depart, a brilliant fireball streaked across the sky, plummeting to the surface. With a thunderous roar, the fireball struck the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent dust and debris soaring into the atmosphere. Lingye's keen eyesight quickly discerned that it was a spaceship. What fortuitous timing! She chuckled to herself as she flew toward the site of the spacecraft's descent, which had coincidentally occurred just as she intended to leave. The vessel was a disc-shaped spaceship, approximately 150 meters in diameter, classified as a medium-sized craft. At that moment, black smoke billowed from the craft, indicating it had been rendered inoperable. Lingye descended near the ship, surveying the scene. Suddenly, the hatch of the spaceship swung open, and a man emerged. He appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a light brown leather suit, with a single-shouldered fur cape draped over him. His neck and wrists were adorned with fluffy cotton fabric. Such a striking appearance seems familiar. Lingye paused momentarily, a vague recollection flickering in her mind, as if she had seen this style before, but she could not place it. This is the traditional attire of the Yadrit people. With a clap of her hands, Lingye finally recalled that this was indeed the customary garb of the Yadrit species. While many might not recognize the name Yadrit, the description of the clothing worn by Sun Wukong upon his return to Earth after defeating Frisia on Namek would surely ring a bell. This was the very Yadrit planet. It was a world filled with mystical secrets, from which Sun Wukong had learned his instant transmission technique. The Yadrit man also noticed Lingye, his eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected encounter with a human on such a desolate planet. May I ask if you were a Yadrit? A polite voice inquired. However, after posing the question, Lingye froze, realizing she had spoken in the Saiyan language, which the Yadrits would not comprehend. I am Badia, from the Yadrit planet. Young lady, you are... The man instinctively responded to Lingye's inquiry, only to notice the tail behind her, leading him to exclaim, so you're a Saiyan. Ever since the destruction of the Saiyan planet, I thought I would never see another Saiyan again. The Saiyans were renowned throughout the universe, albeit for their infamous reputation for being fiercely combative. Though undeniably formidable, they often leave an impression that lingers at the level of barbarism. Devoid of the humility and elegance characteristic of true strength, let alone the subtle allure of a nation that captivates like a gentle, silent rain. Especially after aligning themselves with King Frisia, the Saiyans became one of the major factions on the front lines of Frisia's army, thereby shouldering a considerable amount of infamy on his behalf. Of course, when their home planet, Planet Vegeta, was reduced to cosmic dust, all Saiyans were abruptly erased from the annals of the universe, sending shockwaves throughout. Such a powerful warrior race vanishing into oblivion, the destruction of their home world, coupled with the fact that a significant number of Saiyans were gathered there, meant that only a scant few survived this calamity. In the vastness of the cosmos, there exist both peace-loving races and those inclined toward conflict. The former rejoiced upon hearing of the Saiyans' misfortune, while the latter regarded their disappearance as a monumental loss. The fall of a once mighty race evokes a deep sense of melancholy. The man's response left Lingye momentarily speechless. He had, astonishingly, comprehended the Saiyan tongue. Bodia, noticing Lingye's perplexity, assumed she was in shock from the news of her home planet's destruction. Little girl, Bodia gazed at Lingye with concern. How is it that you understand my words? Lingye, regaining her composure, inquired with curiosity. It is a secret technique from our planet. Adrat, Bodia explained, as long as one hears the word spoken. They can instantly replicate the language system of the speaker. How marvelous! Lingye's eyes sparkled with longing. I must learn this secret technique. Can you teach me, uncle? I can, though it is not a grand technique. However, the secret arts of Adrat are notoriously difficult to master. Bodia replied. He glanced around their surroundings, shrugged, and suggested Lingye remain aside while he rummaged through the spacecraft for anything of use. Alas, what a pity. Everything is broken. After watching Bodia search fruitlessly for a considerable time, Lingye asked, Uncle, what are you looking for? I'm searching for something to repair the ship, but unfortunately, nothing is salvageable, Bodia lamented, realizing that without tools, the spacecraft could not be restored. The acrid scent permeating the air made him feel quite ill. What is your name, little girl, and why are you alone on this planet? My name is Lingye, and I have always lived alone, she replied. Bodia, having encountered other Saiyans before, was aware that they often sent their children to other planets for training, leading him to deduce that Lingye was likely among those sent away. I see. You Saiyans are so warlike, sending children out at such a young age. What about the vessel that brought you here? He inquired, thinking of the craft that had transported Lingye. It was destroyed. Lingye replied candidly, her honesty disappointing Bodia, as the wreckage meant they could not leave. This planet was a barren wasteland, devoid of food save for cactus-like flora, rendering survival impossible. Lingye found it amusing to see Bodia sitting dejectedly on the ground, and she secretly took out an energy detector to assess him. The device emitted 2 soft beeps. 1785. Bodia's battle power was indeed impressive, surpassing hers by over 900 units, which explained his audacity to wander alone in the cosmos. Well then, Uncle Bodia, Lingye proposed, if I can help you leave this planet, will you teach me that language secret? Certainly. If we can escape from here, I will teach you anything, Bodia replied casually, before suddenly realizing. Wait a moment. What did you say? You can leave here. Of course, but what about the spacecraft? Didn't you just say it was destroyed? Is there another ship? No, Bodia retorted, a loss for words. Children, he mused, often spoke without thinking. How could they leave this planet without a vessel? He naturally viewed Lingye as a naive girl who spoke without understanding. Seeing Bodia's skepticism, Lingye felt displeased. Uncle, don't you Adrat people have a technique called instant transmission? Bodia was well aware of instant transmission, but it required the use of energy to sense, a skill he did not possess. Even among the inhabitants of Adrat, those capable of instant transmission were few and far between, not to mention the vast distances between life planets. Lingye placed 2 fingers on her forehead, mimicking the gesture for instant transmission, though her ability did not require such a technique. She could initiate it purely through will. I can perform instant transmission. Noticing Bodia's disbelief, Lingye's expression turned sour. With a swift motion, she activated her power and vanished from before Bodia, only to reappear 50 meters away. Bodia was left astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. This young girl truly possessed the ability of instant transmission, yet how had she learned it? Without immense energy, it seemed impossible to wield such a skill. He realized that Lingye was indeed using instant transmission, not merely high-speed movement, a feat he himself could not accomplish. While this little girl executed it effortlessly, it was utterly absurd, akin to a family heirloom technique that one had yet to master, only to witness the neighbor's child wielding it with ease. Well then, can you teach me the secret technique now? Lingye asked triumphantly. Unable to reach higher, she could only pat Bodia's knee. Bodia nodded slowly. Still in a daze. Volume 1. The Science, Chapter 9. Arrival at planet Adrat. Lingye grasped Bodia's foot, closing her eyes to locate planet Adrat. Fortunately, it was not too far from their current location. Found it, a vision of a vibrant life planet materialized in her mind. Precisely like Bodia's homeland, planet Adrat. With that, she activated her instant transmission, and both she and Bodia vanished from their spot. Planet Adrat lay in the eastern region of the northern galaxy. Home to countless coveted and magical techniques, the inhabitants of Adrat were a peace-loving people, known for their hospitality and disdain for conflict, yet they had developed numerous extraordinary abilities. Though their individual combat power was exceedingly high, they never engaged in acts of aggression. The relative tranquility of the eastern region near planet Adrat was, in part, due to their influence. Within this area, the people of Adrat were regarded as the Elder Brothers, cherished by the weaker cosmic races for their virtuous nature. Upon arriving at planet Adrat, Lingye was met with enthusiastic welcomes, especially after it became known that she had brought Bodia back with her. She now resided in the home of Bodia's sister. The houses on planet Adrat were constructed atop towering stone pillars, with spherical structures atop columns reaching dozens of meters high, appearing from a distance like colossal lollipops. Clad in the attire prepared for her by Bodia's sister, Lingye stepped outside and encountered Aunt Bunidi from next door. The inhabitants of Adrat generally possessed considerable combat prowess. Even Aunt Bunidi, a farmer, boasted a battle power exceeding 500. Thus, upon arriving on planet Adrat and witnessing so many formidable individuals in her vicinity, Lingye had been quite taken aback. It was no wonder that the people of Adrat held the position of elder brothers in the nearby region. Their strength was indeed formidable. "Hello, little Lingye, where are you off to?" Aunt Bunidi greeted warmly. "I'm looking for Uncle Bodia. He's over by the mine," Lingye replied, pointing toward a nearby hill in the east. Nodding, she smiled in gratitude to Aunt Bunidi before setting off to find Bodia, for he still owed her a secret technique. Lingye soon located Bodia, who was busy gathering ore in the mining pit. This task is rather laborious. We're at a different race of extraterrestrial beings possessing comparable combat prowess. They would undoubtedly compel the weaker nations to undertake such arduous labor on their behalf. However, the situation here is quite distinct. Even the immensely powerful Bodia must personally engage in these tasks. What a remarkably humble nation this is, sighed Lingye. With such strength, he could easily dominate other planets. Yet here he is, toiling with his own hands. Upon noticing Lingye's arrival, Bodia ceased his work and leapt out of the mine. Conveying his intentions to her, Bodia suddenly recalled the matter at hand, almost having forgotten about it. With a light-hearted pat on his head, he led Lingye to a spacious area and began to impart the secrets of language. The study of the arcane arts of Adratlat is exceedingly intricate, encompassing a myriad of fields. The language secrets that Lingye is currently learning represent the simplest form of such arts, yet they still involve complex disciplines such as humanities, psychology, ideology, and chaotic algorithms. Lingye found herself utterly bewildered by the depth of knowledge required, developing a profound respect for the predecessors of Adratlat, who had conceived these extraordinary skills. After 3 months of Bodia's continuous explanations and her own diligent exploration, she finally mastered this technique. Once she succeeded, Lingye could not help but marvel at how practical this skill truly was. At the very least, it would eliminate any communication barriers with the Namekians. As soon as they spoke in their language, she would be able to learn it through chaotic computation. One day, while basking in the sun atop her rooftop, Lingye enjoyed a remarkably leisurely life during this period. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. "Lingye, the Grand Elder wishes to see you," the individual stated directly, identifying himself as a guard of the Grand Elder. Much like the Namekians, the Adratlat people are governed by an elder system, with the Grand Elder representing the utmost authority. Lingye had encountered this Grand Elder upon her arrival on Adratlat. He was a plump old man. "That I wonder what the Grand Elder wants with me?" She pondered as she followed the guard into the hall where the elders resided. After waiting a few minutes, the Grand Elder emerged, holding a weathered tome, accompanied by 7 or 8 other esteemed elders, all of whom were of significant stature. The female elder stepped forward and gently ruffled Lingye's hair. "Having spent several months on Adratlat, you should have gained a fair understanding of our planet," she remarked. Lingye nodded. "The Adratlat people are a peace-loving race, a rarity in the universe. While their combat abilities may not be top-tier, their wisdom is undoubtedly unparalleled." The female elder continued, "We have created countless mystical arts, which are merely pursuits of our clan. Yet, we prefer not to meddle in the conflicts of the universe. You saved Bodia. We wish to befriend you. The Scions are a warrior race, but I see that you are unlike the others of your kind. Lingye was uncertain about the elder's intentions behind their words. Could they have discerned her extraordinary physical attributes? This thought caused her some anxiety. However, she was overthinking it. The Adratlat people had not detected her unique constitution. The Grand Elder regarded Lingye with a serious expression and declared, "You possess a potential far beyond that of ordinary Scions. Perhaps you may become the legendary Super Saiyan. Our Adratlat tribe possesses a mystical art capable of predicting the future. And we foresee a day when the universe will be shrouded in darkness, a crisis you may be able to avert." Lingye understood. This impending crisis must pertain to Majin Buu, from her knowledge. It would be the Super Saiyan who ultimately vanquishes Majin Buu. But that would not be her, rather Goku. Having already mastered the language secrets, you may choose to learn 2 additional mystical arts to prepare for this crisis. The Grand Elder said, handing her the aged tome. This contains descriptions of the mystical arts of Adratlat. You may select 2, and we will arrange for someone to instruct you. Lingye was taken aback by this unexpected opportunity. Is this truly happening? Joyfully, she accepted the book from the Grand Elder. She hadn't anticipated such generosity, and as she leafed through the pages, she found an overwhelming number of mystical arts, each one exceedingly useful. Selecting just 2 from such a vast array proved to be a formidable challenge. "May I take this home to study?" she asked. "I must choose these 2 arts with great care." The elders nodded with smiles, having no intention of forcing her to choose immediately. After all, selecting 2 from such a thick tome was indeed a daunting task. With her heart brimming with delight, Lingye cradled the book as she prepared to leave the grand hall. "Wait!" An elder called out to her. Lingye halted, perplexed, unsure why she had been stopped. "That tail of yours may bring you unnecessary trouble. Allow me to assist you in removing it." Lingye shook her tail, recalling that it might indeed be her sole vulnerability. Despite having undergone rigorous training that enabled her to withstand the pressures of the deep sea, this tail remained her weakest point. She had originally planned to have the Earth's deity remove it once she arrived on Earth. Given that the elders of Adratlat offered their assistance, it couldn't have been more fortuitous. The Saiyan tail is linked to the transformation into a great ape. In the early stages, this transformation significantly surpasses their humanoid form, making it an indispensable life-saving asset. However, in the later stages, the effectiveness of the great ape transformation diminishes, rendering the tail a burden instead. The mystical abilities of the Adratlat people are not inferior to the magical capabilities of the Namekians. Lingye turned and extended her tail toward the elder who had called her. The elder grasped her tail, and in an instant, Lingye felt her strength wane considerably, her body growing weary. "This tail truly is my weakness." Despite extensive training, why does being grasped cause such fatigue? It is no wonder that in later stages, both Goku and Vegeta chose to sever their tails. The elder tightened his grip on Lingye's tail and invoked his mystical abilities. Lingye experienced a tingling sensation in her rear, akin to being electrocuted, followed by a sudden chill as her tail was swiftly removed. Accepting her severed tail with gratitude, she thanked the elder before departing the Grand Hall. Once outside, Lingye unleashed an energy wave, obliterating her tail completely, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke in the air. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 10. Learning the Mystical Arts. Can that child truly save the universe? One elder inquired after Lingye's departure. N01 responded. None could accurately predict the future. However, according to the visions seen through their mystical arts, it was indeed a Saiyan who would save the universe. I do not know, another elder mused. Lingye possesses an indescribable aura, a mystery even I cannot fathom. Finally, the Grand Elder waved his hand calmly and stated, regardless of whether she is the one to ultimately save the universe, she remains a friend of our Adratlat people. Lingye hurriedly made her way to Bodia's sister's home, clutching the tome detailing the mystical arts of Adratlat. Along the way, friendly Adratlat citizens greeted her warmly. Before long, she returned to her dwelling, gently closing the door behind her and sitting at her desk to meticulously examine each mystical art contained within the book. The tome detailed nearly 10,000 mystical arts, each with its unique function. On the third page, she glimpsed a description of instantaneous movement, but chose to skip over it. Disregarding some arts that were not useful in battle, she specifically sought those suitable for combat, carefully analyzing and comparing each one in hopes of selecting the most fitting for her. Lingye immersed herself in her studies, entirely absorbed in her research. Even when Bodia's sister called her for a meal, she remained unresponsive. Finally, after a night of relentless effort, she selected two mystical arts that she deemed exceptionally practical. The first was called Unseen Eye, a technique perfectly suited for combat. When activated, the eyes would glow a pale blue, significantly enhancing combat awareness and allowing for a more intuitive grasp of the rhythm of battle, serving as an invaluable aid during conflicts. The Unseen Eye possesses a remarkably convenient ability. It can accurately assess an opponent's combat power, regardless of any attempts to conceal it. After a series of comparisons, Ayaiba concludes that the Unseen Eye is indeed quite practical, serving as a superior aid in future battles, far surpassing an energy detector. Even when strength is hidden, it cannot escape the gaze of the Unseen Eye. The second secret technique Ayaiba chooses is called boundary energy, which is ideally suited for survival in the vastness of space. Although Ayaka's combat power and physical strength are steadily increasing, she remains unable to free herself from her dependence on oxygen. Entering environments devoid of it, such as outer space or the deep sea, would prove fatal. Despite her immortality, it does not render her capable of surviving in the void of space. Should an enemy attack her in such an environment, she would be left helplessly watching. The boundary energy technique would liberate her from the constraints of oxygen. After venturing into outer space, she would be able to absorb stray cosmic energy, allowing her not only to survive, but also to gain additional energy support, perfect for confronting extraterrestrial foes. Having settled on these two secret techniques, Ayaiba hastens to the Grand Elder's Hall. The guards, upon seeing her arrival, do not impede her, evidently aware of her purpose. The elders inquire, "Child, have you made your selection?" Ayaiba nods and informs them of her chosen techniques. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder breaks into a smile, praising her choice. These two techniques are indeed excellent, though they are exceedingly difficult to master. Even within our Adalat tribe, those who can wield them are few and far between. He turns to an attendant beside him, instructing, "I will arrange for Pamikuka to teach you. You shall follow him in your studies." Pamikuka is among the rare formidable warriors of our Adalat star, so we have great confidence in his guidance. Several elders chime in with smiles. Shortly thereafter, a robust middle-aged man enters, clad in the distinctive attire of the Adalat star. Albeit with a slight variation, battle armor, scars adorn his face, marking him as Pamikuka. He greets the elders before turning to Ayaiba, asking if this little girl seeks to learn the secret techniques. Indeed, her name is Ayaiba, a friend of our Adalat tribe. Please ensure she receives proper instruction. Pamikuka nods, addressing Ayaiba with a friendly demeanor. "Very well then, little one, you shall accompany me." He offers a smile he considers warm, though the scars on his face lend it a rather fierce appearance. "Hello," Ayaiba responds promptly, sensing his friendliness despite the intimidating grin. She knows that the Adalat people are generally quite amicable. After departing the hall, Ayaiba follows Pamikuka to a dedicated training room filled with various instruments for exercise, many of which she cannot discern the purpose of. Pamikuka meticulously explains each tool's function before commencing her instruction. They begin with the Unseen Eye. Despite Pamikuka's thorough explanations, Ayaiba finds herself bewildered. The Unseen Eye, revered among the Adalat for its complexity, is far more intricate than the linguistic techniques she previously studied, completely beyond comparison. Through Pamikuka's continuous demonstrations and explanations, Ayaiba gradually begins to grasp the subtleties of the Unseen Eye, although she is only at the threshold of understanding that, in a moment of mischief, Ayaiba retrieves her energy detector and aims it at Pamikuka. Eager to ascertain his combat power, her astonishment, the device explodes when the reading reaches 12,000, a testament to its outdated limitations. Nonetheless, this incident ignites a fervor in Ayaiba to learn more diligently. Pamikuka, a warrior with a combat power exceeding 10,000, proves to be an invaluable mentor. This Ayaiba ardently seeks knowledge. She poses her questions, and Pamikuka patiently addresses each one. Time swiftly passes, and under Pamikuka's guidance, Ayaka's prowess surges remarkably. After nearly a year of study, she finally masters the unseen eye. The moment she comprehends it, she activates the technique, her eyes emanating a soft blue glow, an unmistakable sign of the unseen eye's activation. Instantly, she feels as though her mind has been cleared, a refreshing sensation washing over her. Sharpening her focus, a series of numbers materializes before her. 34,000. Astonished, she realizes that Pamikuka possesses a combat power of 34,000, surpassing Vegeta's strength when he invaded Earth by 16,000. She then employs the unseen eye to assess her own strength. 1,850. Ayaka is taken aback, unable to fathom that her combat power has increased so significantly in just a year. Elation floods her as she acknowledges the profound impact of training under a formidable mentor, eagerly anticipating the mastery of boundary energy and the potential escalation of her own strength. Pamikuka, well aware of Ayaka's excitement, refrains from interrupting her jubilance, having come to understand the earnest and endearing nature of the young girl over their year of companionship. After her excitement subsides, Ayaka eagerly urges Pamikuka to teach her boundary energy. She is desperate to begin, recognizing that while the unseen eye is a supportive technique, boundary energy is essential for both survival and enhancement, allowing her to thrive in the cosmos and absorb cosmic energy. With such abilities, her strength would undoubtedly grow at an accelerated pace. Ayaka knows that with her current power, she is invincible on Earth, and even among numerous planets in the universe, she would stand out. Yet, she understands that this is far from sufficient. Once the Dragon Ball saga expands beyond Earth, the amplification of power will reach unfathomable heights. Initially, the increments in combat power might seem impressive, dozens or even hundreds. Yet, as the story progresses, increases of thousands or even tens of thousands become the norm, leading to an explosive surge in power akin to reckless abandon. Ayaka. Such battles appear wasteful, causing her eyes to ache. Aware of the looming challenges, she remains vigilant, knowing that one must not be complacent in the face of future uncertainties. Once I attain combat power in the millions, tens of millions, or even billions, I shall indulge in the same extravagance as those before me. Thus, she resolves to become a formidable warrior. Volume 1. Science, Chapter 11. Training in the Cosmos. Next comes the study of boundary energy, a technique even more intricate than the unseen eye, as it pertains to the modification of human characteristics, enabling life forms to survive in the cosmos while absorbing its energy. The knowledge required encompasses a vast array of complex and profound disciplines. Before embarking on this journey, Ayaka must delve into cosmology, spatial studies, biology, and psychology. Fortunately, she possesses some foundational understanding of psychology and spatial studies, making her learning experience somewhat easier. However, the other subjects, particularly biology and cosmology, proved to be exceedingly challenging, plunging Ayaka into a realm of arduous study for 6 or 7 months. The ancestors of the Adalat star are truly beyond description. It is astonishing that they have unraveled such profound mysteries. Ayaka's admiration deepens, realizing that mastering even one of these techniques could yield immense benefits. Fortunately, the Adalat tribe is a peace-loving society, and their secret techniques can only be learned by those with kind hearts. Otherwise, such power could plunge the universe into chaos. Ayaka reflects that this restraint likely serves as a safeguard for the Dragon Ball world itself. With this thought, she clutches her materials and continues her study. As time gradually passes, one day, Ayaka exclaims with joy, having finally comprehended the intricate concepts. After 9 months of relentless effort, Lingye finally managed to organize the materials, and her liberation filled her with joy. The next step involved formal cultivation and the enhancement of her physique. In the vastness of outer space, a petite figure lay serenely, radiating a gentle glow. Not far away, a robust man was engaged in his own cultivation, his attention steadfastly focused on the girl beside him. The young woman, with a tranquil expression, floated in the cosmos as invisible energy began to converge around her, flowing into her body. The influx of energy brought a faint flush to her cheeks. Her reddish flaxen hair cascaded down to her shoulders, with 2 wisps framing her face, the tips tinged with a subtle crimson hue. This maiden was Lingye, who had been in space for over 2 months. Initially feeling somewhat awkward, but now fully acclimatized to the cosmos, no longer reliant on oxygen for survival. The energy of the universe gradually coalesced within her, imparting a warm and comforting sensation. Concluding her meditation, she opened her eyes and prepared to return to Yaterate Star with Pamikuka. Strolling through the bustling streets of Yaterate Star, she carried an assortment of ingredients, taking leisurely steps. Having spent 2 years on Yaterate, it was time for her departure. Before leaving, she wished to express her gratitude to Uncle Bodia and his family for their care, and thus she prepared to cook a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, Lingye communicated her imminent departure, causing a momentary surprise for the Bodia family. Although they felt a deep reluctance to see her go, they understood that her journey would eventually lead her away. With her resolve evident, they could only remind her to take good care of herself. Lingye nodded, her heart heavy with affection for the Bodia family after their 2 years together. Reluctantly bidding farewell to them, she proceeded to Pamikuka's home to say her goodbyes. Grateful for Pamikuka's guidance that had accelerated her growth and strength, she felt it essential to express her farewell before leaving. "Are you leaving?" Pamikuka inquired, as if he had anticipated her decision all along. Lingye nodded, a tinge of sadness swelling within her. Time had flown by, and now she must venture to new horizons. Do not neglect your training. Stagnation leads to regression, Pamikuka dutifully reminded her, fully aware that she would strive to improve regardless. Lingye felt a wave of emotion wash over her, whispering her thanks to Pamikuka, with little more to say. She bowed deeply before taking her leave. Watching Lingye's retreating figure, Pamikuka shook his head with a smile. That girl. After bidding farewell to the elders, Lingye activated her instantaneous movement and departed from Yaterate Star. During her 2 years on the planet, she had reaped abundant rewards. Not only had she mastered formidable and enigmatic techniques, but she had also forged bonds with trustworthy friends and mentors. Her combat prowess had surpassed the formidable threshold of 4,000, and at the age of 8, she now stood at a height of 1.2 meters, blossoming into a young beauty. With a swift motion, Lingye traversed through the cosmos, landing on a small asteroid belt in the northern region of the North Galaxy, far removed from the eastern domain of Yaterate. Upon alighting on an irregularly shaped asteroid, she sensed a faint energy fluctuation nearby. This asteroid was situated close to its stellar source. The energy likely emanated from the star itself. Determined to seize the opportunity, she seated herself on the asteroid and began absorbing energy through her dimensional energy. The errant energies, drawn by her will, gradually converged, transforming into invisible ripples that flowed into her being. Lingye's body emanated a subtle pressure, as if a layer of luminescence danced across her skin. The energy, coalescing within her, created a delicate mist that subtly warped her vision. The energy continued to surge into her. Lingye's strength escalated, the vacuum of space exerting its influence upon her. A mysterious force within her cells began to repair any damage, facilitating a continuous renewal of her cellular structure, thus fortifying her body. Lingye sat cross-legged on the asteroid, gradually accumulating a thick layer of dust upon her form, persistently absorbing the cosmic energy. Her body adapted to the vacuum environment, and the mysterious forces within her ceased to manifest, halting her physical enhancement. Awakening from her meditative state, she stood and stretched, a series of satisfying pops resonating from her joints, a long-forgotten sense of exhilaration washing over her. Using her clairvoyance to assess her condition, she was astonished to discover that her combat power had reached an impressive 12,000. The realization that she had surpassed the 10,000 mark filled her with disbelief. Such rapid progress was rare, even among the Saiyan lineage. A sense of pride swelled within her as she contemplated how those who had once looked down upon her would be utterly astonished by her current state. Of course, she excluded Broly and Gohan from this consideration. Broly was a legendary Super Saiyan, inherently different from ordinary Saiyans, often losing his composure, rendering him an anomaly. As for Gohan, she deemed his extraordinary abilities as merely a product of narrative convenience. Having reverted to normal during the Majin Buu saga, setting aside Broly, she acknowledged that her cultivation speed rivaled that of Gohan, though she too had her own advantages. Lingye brimmed with confidence, convinced that with her innate potential, surpassing Goku and his family, and indeed the entire universe's mightiest, was well within her grasp. After a brief moment of organization, Lingye teleported away from the asteroid belt, reappearing on the distant Kano star. The vast, tranquil universe stretched infinitely, speckled with shimmering starlight illuminating the seemingly serene void. Yet, amidst this calm facade, myriad dangers lurked. Kano star was one of the many life-bearing planets in the northern region of the North Galaxy, all under the dominion of King Kvila. Kvila, the elder brother of Frisia, possessed an even more terrifying strength. As members of the universe's strongest race, they hailed from the Winter Star, where their kin were encased in ice from birth. The longer they remained sealed, the more formidable their powers became, marking them as an exceptionally rare warrior race in the cosmos. Endowed with both talent and potential, in comparison, the Saiyan race's self-proclaimed warrior identity seemed trivial. Like his brother Frisia, Kvila ruthlessly suppressed any planets that dared to rebel, engaging in the nefarious trade of planetary exchanges and amassing a formidable cadre of skilled warriors and scientists. Upon Lingye's arrival at Kano Star, she found herself amidst an onslaught by Kvila's minions. With a thunderous explosion echoing in her ears as she materialized, Lingye realized she had arrived on a planet engulfed in chaos. Looking skyward, she spotted a colossal spaceship hovering above, a massive military vessel with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Typically only possessed by powerful factions. Countless tendrils extended from its underbelly and sides, mercilessly unleashing energy blasts. Buildings soared skyward, crumbling under the relentless bombardment, debris cascading to the ground, mingling with thick plumes of smoke. The inhabitants of Kano Star were paralyzed with fear, their cries for help echoing in the air as they fled from the advancing extraterrestrial assailants. Clad in space suits and wielding energy cannons, capturing the helpless citizens, it appeared that Lingye had arrived at an inopportune moment. Shaking her head, she braced herself for the impending challenges. Moreover, the moment of one's appearance should coincide with the commencement of the invasion. As the external forces launched their offensive, one ought to follow closely behind. She had no desire to concern herself with the unfolding events on this planet, for the magnitude of the universe rendered such matters beyond her grasp. The law of the jungle prevailed, and most importantly, she was but one individual. Even if she succeeded in repelling the invaders this time, it was inconceivable that she could remain to assist them further. Should the invaders intensify their efforts, the next incursion might be even more bloodthirsty. Lingye could not allow herself to be shackled to this place. Contemplating these thoughts, she prepared to initiate her instantaneous movement to depart. However, at that very moment, an alien spotted her and unexpectedly unleashed an energy blast in her direction. The energy blast struck her, producing a plume of white smoke, yet Lingye emerged unscathed. Nevertheless, the alien's audacity ignited her ire. If you, an alien, seek to subjugate this planet, then do so. Why must you draw me into this? Must I assume the role of a savior? Lingye thought with displeasure, perceiving that these extraterrestrial beings possessed remarkably low combat capabilities, scarcely exceeding a power level of 200, relying solely on their energy weapon, and yet they dared to provoke her. With a swift motion, she vanished from sight, appearing behind the alien before delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Run! The other aliens, recognizing that Lingye was beyond their capability to confront, hastily fled toward their stronghold, knowing this sudden arrival was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Yet, Lingye had no intention of letting them escape. After a flurry of strikes, she dispatched them all to meet their end. Let me carry out this act of goodness to the fullest. Lingye mused, realizing her own remarkable kindness. Having intervened, she resolved to eradicate every last one of the aliens. She soared above the alien mothership, channeling her energy into a powerful attack. Who is that? The commander within the mothership gasped in terror upon witnessing Lingye poised to unleash her energy wave. Quickly, hurry and inform Lord Yuedun. Boom. Lingye released the energy wave, causing a deafening explosion as the mothership plummeted from the sky. The fleeing Kanosians, witnessing the destruction of their home by a stranger, erupted into ecstatic cheers, venerating Lingye as if she were a deity. Lingye accepted their adoration with a sense of entitlement, selecting an individual of some standing to inquire about the nearby planets, only to discover that she had unwittingly entered the territory of Quila. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind. She had never anticipated that she would find herself in Quila's domain. Quila was not an adversary she could contend with. It was prudent to leave at once. The thought of escaping surged within her. Lingye was not yet prepared to confront Quila, whose rumored capacity for transformation surpassed even that of Frisia. Regardless of the veracity of such rumors, it remained certain that Quila was far more powerful. "Hey, little girl," a voice called from afar. Lingye turned to see a bald alien flying toward her, halting above. The Kenosians, upon seeing the approaching alien, erupted in panicked shouts, scattering in all directions. Soon, only the bald alien and Lingye remained. "Who are you?" Lingye questioned, her mood soured. "I am Lord Uedon," the bald alien declared arrogantly. His demeanor caused Lingye's brow to furrow. She sensed that this alien's energy was not particularly formidable, yet she could not dismiss the possibility of hidden strength, prompting her to activate her foresight .7800. Indeed, the alien's combat power was marginally higher than what he had revealed, though not by much. It appeared that he was not well-versed in wielding energy, that a power level of 7,800 could afford some arrogance in the universe, especially considering that the overall strength of civilizations was relatively low in her memory. The Saiyan who had visited Earth, known as Nappa, boasted a power level of only 4,000, yet had been insufferably arrogant. A being of moderate strength could exhibit some arrogance, but only in the presence of those weaker than themselves. Obi brazen before her was tantamount to courting death. What? Before Uedon could react, Lingye propelled herself forward with a light step. With a resounding crack, the ground beneath her feet sank 3 meters, fissures sprawling across the terrain, transforming the earth into ruins. In an instant, Lingye had appeared before Uedon, delivering a crushing blow. Uedon was launched like a straight line, crashing through several high-rise buildings and embedding deeply into the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Uedon ascended from the depths, his anger palpable as he finally regarded Lingye, astonished to discover such formidable strength in the petite figure before him. He had never considered that Lingye's power would surpass his. He merely assumed he had been negligent, attributing her strength to some innate ability. "Ha, little girl, you have dared to injure me. I shall make you suffer beyond measure." Malicious light gleamed in Uedon's eyes. As he licked his lips, he charged toward Lingye. But just as he was about to strike, a slender hand grasped his arm, halting him abruptly. That small hand clamped down like a steel vise, rendering him entirely immobile. How is this possible? Uedon could scarcely believe it. This little girl possessed greater strength than he. With a sickening crunch, his arm's bones were crushed, and with a violent tug, it was wrenched from his body. Uedon screamed in agony, clutching his severed arm. His face paling as beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. His eyes filled with terror as they met Lingye's gaze. Discarding the severed limb, Lingye looked upon him with ruthless intent. "Monster, I cannot possibly contend with her. I must flee." Uedon's mind raced in chaos, yet one truth crystallized in his mind. He was no match for her. Escape. He had to escape. With a flash, he transformed into a streak of white light and fled into the distance, only to tragically discover that no matter where he ran, that little girl always appeared before him. "There is no escape," Lingye declared calmly, then aimed an energy wave at Uedon. Boom! Uedon was struck by the energy wave. His body instantly vaporized by the high-energy reaction, leaving only ashen fragments in his wake. Not far away, within a colossal fortress on another planet, a figure sat upon a throne, savoring a glass of red wine. Countless computers before him flickered with red and green lights, the whirring of machinery echoing throughout the chamber as a group of aliens busied themselves operating the devices. "Lord Doni, Mr. Uedon's life signal has vanished," reported one alien. Anxiety etched upon his face, and a fleeting look of shock crossed Doni's visage before it quickly dissipated. He rose from his throne, elegantly setting aside his wine, a sinister smile spreading across his features. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 13, Doni. Investigate where Uedon lost his life signal. Doni commanded nonchalantly. His subordinates promptly set to work, quickly pinpointing the location. My lord, Mr. Uedon lost his signal on the planet Kano. Kano, the planet with such low combat power. What a waste. He couldn't even handle that rabble. Doni's face contorted with disdain as he instructed his subordinates to prepare a vessel for their journey to Kano as a member of Quila's forces. Doni held himself above the likes of Uedon and his meager combat prowess, regarding his expedition to Kano as nothing more than a diversion as a member of Quila's mechanized army. He seldom encountered worthy foes in the cosmos. It was not arrogance. In the northern regions ruled by Quila, aside from the terrifying Quila himself and a few other mechanized warriors, there were virtually no opponents capable of matching him, even throughout the entire northern galaxy. His strength ranked among the elite. Doni holds no belief that the feeble star region housing the Kano planet harbors any formidable entities. Much like Frisia's Jinyu Force, Kvila boasts its own elite mechanized battalion. The Jinyu Force comprises 5 members, whereas the mechanized unit consists of merely 3, Commander Shaviza and members Li Shur and Doni. Despite their scant numbers, the mechanized battalion far surpasses the Jinyu Force in strength, as each of its members possesses power exceeding that of the Jinyu Force's captain. Upon receiving Lord Doni's command, the subservient aliens promptly prepared a spacecraft for him, setting course for the Kano planet. On the Kano planet, ever since realizing she had entered the domain ruled by Kvila, Ayin longed to leave without delay. However, she ultimately succumbed to the desperate pleas of the Kano people and agreed to escort them out of the area. Perched atop the ruins of a once majestic skyscraper, she watched the Kano inhabitants gather their belongings and board various spaceships, her heart heavy with sorrow for them. This is the tragedy of inadequacy. Faced with an overpowering foe, they could do naught but flee at my lord. Everything is ready for departure, the Kano people said, their faces etched with sadness as they boarded the vessel of escape. I nodded and stood to join them on the ship. To which planet do you intend to escape? She inquired, fastening her seatbelt in her designated spot. The official beside her gazed vacantly at their receding home planet. Somewhere in the northwest lies a planet inhabited by our kin. We plan to seek refuge there. Ayin nodded sympathetically, but unsure of how to offer comfort, diverted her gaze elsewhere. As the spaceship traversed the vastness of space for a while, the Kano people gradually emerged from their sorrow, their silence beginning to dissipate. What is that? One day, a Kano individual tasked with navigation spotted something unusual. Ayin turned her gaze to the window, and in the distance, a disc-shaped spacecraft came into view, emblazoned with the insignia of gears, the mark of the mechanized battalion. Where have I seen that ship before? Ayin mused, suddenly recalling that Frisia had employed a similar vessel on Namek. This is bad, she exclaimed, realizing that the gear emblem was indeed the insignia of Kvila's elite mechanized troops, something she had observed while watching the animated series. Damn it, why are the mechanized troops here? My lord, do you know what that is? The Kano people, sensing Ayin's distress, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, wondering what could possibly unsettle someone as powerful as she. Ayin, her expression grave, fixed her gaze on the approaching disc-shaped ship and solemnly addressed the Kano people. The individuals aboard that ship are exceedingly powerful. I will attempt to intercept them. You must flee at full speed. Your escape depends solely on your own capabilities. Upon hearing this, the Kano people looked at Ayin with concern, several children already in tears. Ayin gestured for them to quiet down, her own certainty in their ship's ability to escape wavering. Listen to me. Depart at full speed. With that, Ayin vanished from before the Kano people, utilizing instantaneous movement to appear directly in front of the disc-shaped ship. The Kano inhabitants exchanged worried glances, their faces pale as they looked at Ayin, suspended in space. Follow the lady's orders. Activate the ship's engines to full power. The spaceship surged forward, quickly vanishing from sight. Ayin watched the vessel disappear, silently praying for their safe arrival at their destination, then turned her serious gaze to the mechanized battalion's craft. Based on her understanding, she should not yet be their equal. Her only advantage lay in her ability to survive in the cosmos and her near immortality. Then I shall first destroy your ship, she declared, conjuring a cerulean energy sphere and hurling it toward the vessel. Inside the ship, Donnie observed the Kano craft escaping with an air of calm indifference, dismissing the weaklings entirely. Instead, it was the diminutive figure in space that piqued his interest. What species is she? Her strength seems quite formidable. I never expected such a small girl to wield such power. She must be the one who defeated Uedon. Given time, she could pose a significant threat to the mechanized battalion. Boom! The energy sphere struck the ship, igniting an explosion on one side. The vacuum of space relentlessly siphoned the air from within, the alarms blaring throughout the vessel until it was ultimately forced to land on a nearby planet. Ayaiba followed suit, eager to assess the true strength of the mechanized battalion's members. In the original narrative, the mechanized unit appeared in a film, yet the main Dragon Ball storyline frequently conflicted with the movie content, complicating her ability to gauge certain events. Donnie, covering his mouth to avoid inhaling the toxic fumes from the explosion, strolled casually toward Ayaiba. What an honor it is for me to personally engage you. Few in the North Galaxy are afforded such a privilege. You must be quite fortunate. Ayaiba's expression remained serious, as she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure merely from Donnie's stance. Let me see what you're capable of. Little girl, Donnie activated his energy scanner, which beeped to reveal a reading of 12,000. An astonishing 12,000. Donnie exclaimed, genuinely surprised, and kindly suggested, with such combat prowess, why not join me in serving King Kfila? Impossible, Ayaiba retorted. Donnie's face fell with regret at her refusal. In that case, you shall perish. He vanished in an instant, reappearing elsewhere. Ayaiba scrutinized her surroundings, quickly pinpointing Donnie's location, and launched a punch at him. Yet, just as her fist connected, she sensed something amiss. It was merely an afterimage. Realizing this, she cautiously assessed her surroundings, her eyes darting to track any movements. Suddenly, she felt an unsettling presence to her side and swiftly evaded. Bang! Donnie's fist slammed into the ground, causing the earth to convulse violently, creating a massive crater that distorted the terrain for miles. That was close, Ayaiba thought, hovering above the transformed landscape, her heart racing. Worry about yourself? Unbeknownst to her, Donnie had already positioned himself above her. When did he? Ayaiba gasped, her body instinctively tensing in a defensive posture. Donnie, fists clenched, delivered a crushing blow toward her head, rendering her momentarily dizzy as she plummeted downward. Just before impact, Ayaiba unleashed a burst of energy toward the ground, using the rebound to stabilize herself. Yet, Donnie was relentless, unleashing a barrage of attacks while Ayaiba could only defensively respond, quickly becoming marred with wounds. Boom! 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 The two exchanged blows, their rapid movements creating mere flickering shadows in the chaos. The battleground expanded, obliterating mountains, lakes, forests, and vast stretches of land. Breathing heavily, Ayaiba paused, feeling her stamina dwindle, while Donnie appeared scarcely affected, his combat attire merely torn, his breathing calm and steady. Whoosh! Donnie's figure vanished once more, launching a kick toward Ayaiba's abdomen. She caught the blow with both hands but was sent hurtling away, her exceptional physical resilience the only thing preventing severe injury. The disparity in their strengths was alarmingly vast, feeling a lingering numbness in her entire hand. Lingye's mind flickered with several thoughts. With a bitter smile, she activated her clairvoyance to gaze at Donnie, discovering a staggering figure. 145,000. How could it be so high? No wonder she was unable to prevail. It seemed her opponent was merely toying with her, not employing his true capabilities. Lingye sighed inwardly. Indeed, as a member of the mech unit, his strength was terrifyingly formidable, leaving one breathless. Yet, she was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. She resolved to fight back. Her eyes glimmered with a faint blue light as she steeled herself, her expression becoming grim as she charged at Donnie. With a flurry, she unleashed nearly 100 waves of energy, each pulsating with an aura of dread. Donnie smirked dismissively, licking his lips as he stood tall, extending a hand to brace against the incoming energy waves. Turn, Lingye called out softly, and just as the waves were about to strike, they veered off in another direction, assaulting Donnie from the side. With a sharp intake of breath, Donnie was struck by the energy waves, and a colossal mushroom cloud erupted, shrouding the sunlight in dense dust. plunging the ground into darkness. Yet this was not the end. Lingye was gathering her strength to unleash her ultimate technique. Sword-piercing wave, she intoned softly, releasing a spiraling wave of energy that directly hit its target. In an instant, an even larger mushroom cloud ascended, the explosion generating a tremendous shockwave that cleared away the previously engulfing dust. Exhausted, Lingye collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as her body convulsed. Sweat drenched her cheeks, and her complexion appeared exceedingly pale. As the smoke began to dissipate and tranquility returned to the sky, a terrifyingly vast crater appeared on the ground, reminiscent of a planetary impact. However, Donnie stood unscathed at the center of the crater. How could this be possible? Lingye gazed in disbelief, her eyes flickering anxiously, astonished that she had failed to inflict any harm upon him. She lay there helplessly, truly devoid of any options, her energy nearly depleted. That little girl is quite impressive. It would be a pity to kill her. Donnie sighed, shaking his head, almost lamenting her potential. But you cannot blame me. After all, you refused to serve King Quira. With that, he began to conjure a crescent-shaped energy slash, without a second thought, aimed directly at Lingye's head. Thud! The energy slash met nothing but air. What? Donnie's expression shifted dramatically as he was taken aback to discover that the girl had vanished, only to sense a faint energy signature appearing in outer space. In that fleeting moment, she had managed to escape into the cosmos. It turned out that at a critical juncture, Lingye had activated her teleportation ability. Due to the urgency of the moment, she had not selected a precise location, akin to a headless fly moving purely by instinct into the universe. Lingye lay floating in space, her heart racing in terror. She had nearly met her demise. Fortunately, she possessed a life-saving technique, allowing her to elude Donnie's grasp. Reflecting on Donnie's power, her expression darkened. If the mech unit members were so terrifying, how fearsome must their master, Quira, and Frisia be? For the first time, Lingye felt acutely aware of her own fragility. I am still too weak. Shaking her head, she intended to recuperate when suddenly she felt a shiver of dread. Turning her head, she was startled to find Donnie had somehow appeared beside her. Damn it! How can he survive in space? Lingye felt a wave of despair wash over her. There was no escaping now, as her energy had completely diminished. That your special ability? Truly remarkable, Donnie mused. Intrigued by Lingye's technique, his curiosity piqued to discover how she executed it, but realizing she would not divulge her secrets, he refrained from asking. Without further ado, he unleashed a powerful energy wave toward Lingye. Taken aback, she closed her eyes in hopelessness as the energy wave surged towards her. What a disastrous start, to die before even beginning. Boom! A brilliant flash erupted in the cosmos. Although silent, the blinding light heralded an unprecedented explosion. And amidst the chaos, Lingye was obliterated into cosmic dust. With a sinister smile, Donnie observed as the girl was reduced to mere particles, then promptly notified his subordinates to dispatch a spacecraft. Soon, a vessel approached from a distance. Donnie soared through space and entered the spacecraft, departing into the void. After a considerable time, at the site of the recent explosion, a minuscule cell materialized, nearly invisible to the naked eye, pulsating with a faint golden light. From this cell emanated a mysterious power, rapidly proliferating. Within a few hours, it coalesced into a fleshy mass the size of a ping-pong ball. This mass continued to wriggle, gradually enlarging until, after 3 days, it had grown to the size of an infant, with its head and limbs faintly discernible. After an additional 3 days, Lingye was reborn, thanks to her immortality. Otherwise, she would have truly perished this time. The direct obliteration had prolonged her revival process, but also meant that every cell in her body had been renewed. Upon her resurrection, her strength had significantly increased, her combat power surging to an astonishing 18,000, an increase of 6,000. This battle had been the most humiliating of Lingye's life. A complete one-sided thrashing. It had been utterly agonizing. She vowed that one day she would exact 10-fold, 100-fold vengeance for this. Reflecting on her encounter with Donnie, Lingye recognized she had been lacking in various aspects. During the fight, she had merely followed his lead, and despite possessing numerous secret techniques, her repertoire was insufficient. It seemed essential to journey to Earth for further study. While the fighters on Earth may not boast high combat power, their mastery of techniques and energy manipulation was unparalleled. In battles between two individuals of equal strength, the Earthlings would undoubtedly emerge victorious. It was time for her to set off for Earth. With this thought in mind, Lingye could hardly contain her eagerness to depart immediately. However, as Sun Wukong was only 4 years old at present, she resolved to wait another 2 years before making her way to Earth. During this period, she would diligently enhance her combat prowess. After all, once she arrived on Earth, there would be no warriors to challenge, and the absence of the unique environments found in the cosmos could hinder her progress. Lingye planned to journey to Earth when she turned 10, by which time Sun Wukong would be nearly 6 years old. And in another 6 years, the Dragon Ball Saga would commence. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 15. The heavy star in a vast stellar system of the universe, erratic meteors collided aimlessly, shattering into smaller fragments. Near the sun's position within the system, a metallic planet orbited the star with remarkable speed. This iron planet was devoid of an atmosphere, casting a dim yellow hue overall. The land was parched, devoid of moisture, scorching, desolate, and characterized by immense gravity. A diminutive figure exerted herself to leap, each bound soaring over 10 meters high. The sheer size of the iron planet and its formidable gravity rendered standing a cumbersome task. 12,998, 12,999, 13,000. After completing an astounding 13,000 jumps, Lingye paused to wipe the sweat from her brow, determination gleaming in her eyes, before resuming her running. She sprinted tirelessly until her steps became unsteady, her thighs throbbing with intense soreness. The sensations of fatigue and pain surged through her body. With a thud, she collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, and slipped into a deep slumber. After several hours, Lingye awoke and resumed her rigorous training. With each session, her body released a miraculous energy that healed her injured cells and muscles, while simultaneously reinforcing her meridians and bones. Lingye relentlessly trained on this planet with immense gravity, and as time passed, her strength surged rapidly. Since her defeat to Dani, Lingye has felt an intense dissatisfaction with her own abilities, contemplating ways to enhance her strength. Overcoming the gravitational forces that exceed her limits presents a formidable challenge. Upon her arrival on this planet, Lingye was completely immobilized by the overwhelming gravity, only managing to stand and walk after several days of adaptation. Through prolonged training, she has reached her current state. The iron planet is desolate, devoid of atmosphere, with iron clumps being its most abundant feature, and not a trace of life can be found. Fortunately, the artifact known as the Realm Energy allows Lingye to survive there for extended periods. Boom! Several waves of energy blasts surged forth, shimmering with a cerulean glow. After releasing the energy wave, Lingye teleported to its forefront, taking a defensive stance. Bang! The energy wave collided with her, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the smoke cleared, Lingye stood unscathed, brushing off the debris created by the blast. The glimmer of brilliance flashed in her eyes as she suddenly summoned her strength. Crack! The iron earth quaked as waves rippled across its surface, fissures appearing that glowed a fiery red. Lingye exerted every ounce of her power, the energy within her erupting outward to form a colossal sphere of energy, radiating a brilliant light. In that moment, she resembled a dazzling new star, and fragments of debris slowly detached from the pull of gravity, floating around her. Roar! The energy surged outward from Lingye, coalescing into fierce, roaring dragons that mercilessly consumed everything in their vicinity. The high-purity energy generated extreme heat, melting the iron blocks on the surface, while powerful shockwaves traversed the uneven terrain, producing a cacophony of hissing sounds. The violent energy gradually subsided, revealing a massive pit, 50 meters wide and over 2 meters deep, filled with molten iron and wisps of pale blue smoke. Surrounding the pit, a circular area of destruction stretched for several kilometers, observing the land devastated by her energy. Lingye wore a smile, her strength steadily increasing. Good. Let's do 20,000 push-ups. She clapped her hands, making a decision that would humble even the mightiest of men. Thus, she prostrated herself on the ground and began her push-ups. Each time, she exhausted herself to the brink of collapse, resting for hours on end before resuming her training. Lingye persevered in her training on the Iron Planet until she felt that further enhancement of her strength was no longer possible. This planet's gravity can no longer facilitate a breakthrough in my abilities. Lingye sat atop a towering peak, gazing down at the pockmarked terrain she had ravaged, without a more formidable external force. My strength will increase sluggishly, or even stagnate. Extending a delicate, pale hand, she clenched her fist and unleashed an energy wave, striking the ground 100 meters away and creating a bottomless cavity. Her power had increased exponentially, yet she still could not rival that scoundrel Donnie. Despite her significant improvements, Lingye understood that she was still no match for him. The might of the mech forces was formidable. If she did not strive to augment her power, she would be left far behind in the narrative. In the early chapters of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were not particularly strong. Indeed, they seemed quite feeble. However, upon entering the Namek saga, their abilities surged at an astonishing rate. Beyond their exceptional bloodlines and innate qualities, their mindset played a crucial role. They trained with the heart of true martial artists, a trait that even more powerful beings from the universe could not compare to. Strength begets strength, and continual self-improvement is essential. Although Earth's overall power level is relatively low, its martial arts boast a rich history. Various schools have developed a comprehensive training system through extensive exploration and refinement, emphasizing both energy and mental state. For instance, Master Rashi and the martial arts champion may possess low power levels, yet they are undeniably martial artists, in contrast to the energy-obsessed aliens and Saiyans. The Earthlings' training methods exhibit greater potential. Point one is reckless and extravagant, while the other is meticulous and frugal. Were it not for the inherent bloodlines of Earthlings preventing them from possessing great power, it will be difficult to determine who truly reigns as the universe's sovereign. Lingye merely benefits from her Saiyan heritage, and she acknowledges that she still has much ground to cover in foundational aspects. In other words, she largely remains at a level of reckless extravagance. Upon arriving on Earth, she must diligently refine her foundation and immerse herself in the martial arts of its inhabitants. Lingye has already made plans for her future. At that moment, several golden phantoms streaked across the cosmos, their expansive forms trailing long tails, illuminating the vastness of space with a brilliant golden hue. What is that? Lingye gazed at the golden spectacle in the void. Her face alight with curiosity, she swiftly moved into space, only to discover a massive star not far from the Iron Planet, its surface roiling violently. Fiery tendrils of flame erupted from the star, releasing a torrent of energy particles into the void. A solar storm. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the unexpected encounter with the solar storm, which was evidently just beginning, still in its nascent stages. Although the energy of the solar storm was fierce, the energy it produced was substantial and not to be missed. Lingye watched as the solar storm continuously expelled charged particles, feeling a stirring within her. Contemplating how to utilize the realm energy to absorb all that energy, directly absorbing the particles emitted by the sun is exceedingly perilous. One careless move could result in severe burns from the intense heat. She was not so arrogant as to endure the wrath of a stellar body. Yet Lingye was not overly concerned. She possessed an immortal body, impervious to any energy that could truly cause her demise. Such a grand-scale solar storm was a rare opportunity, and missing it could mean waiting an eternity for another chance. Lingye flew closer to the sun, where she could absorb more of its particle energy. However, the temperature was extraordinarily high, and she could already feel the sting of heat against her skin. If an alien well-versed in science were to witness her actions at that moment, they would surely mock her ignorance of the danger she faced. The heat is truly intense. Her body, scorched by the sun's proximity, appeared slightly reddened, and waves of searing pain surged through her. Lingye endured the discomfort as she harnessed the realm energy to begin absorbing the sun's energy. With a whoosh, a large mass of solar particles rushed toward her, gradually being absorbed by her body. The sensation of absorbing solar particles was far from pleasant, and Lingye's brow furrowed tightly. bit by bit. The solar energy entered her body, its scorching and violent nature wreaking havoc within. Although her energy maintained her bodily condition, the solar energy proved difficult to tame, quickly destroying countless cells. Newly formed cells rapidly replaced the dead ones. Continuing their struggle against the solar energy, Lingye controlled the realm energy, slowly subduing the solar energy, which began to coalesce within her bones and organs. Throughout this process, various parts of her body were gradually enhanced. Months passed in the blink of an eye as Lingye remained immersed in her training, reveling in the refreshing sensation produced by the renewal of her cells. It was a complete display of self-masochism. Volume 1, Saiyan Chapter 16. Arrival on Earth in the Cosmos. A colossal star gradually settled after over a year of activity, no longer producing chaotic energy. Beside the star, a dust-sized asteroid floated, orbiting it in periodic cycles. Suddenly, crack! The asteroid trembled, a fissure splitting across its surface, proliferating until it was riddled with cracks. Boom! A meteorite exploded, unveiling a young girl of approximately 1.5 meters in height. She stood naked amidst the vastness of space, her fair and delicate skin exposed to the cosmos, her flat and smooth abdomen accentuating her athletic yet graceful physique. The girl possessed a petite and charming mouth, with bright eyes perfectly adorning her youthful face, which still bore traces of innocence. Her flaxen hair, tinged with hints of red, cascaded naturally down to her chest, embodying an alluring ambiguity that straddled the line between childhood and adolescence. This girl was Ayaiba. Shortly after absorbing solar energy in the void of space, she entered a state of cultivation. The drifting cosmic dust gradually enveloped her, and under the intense heat of the sun, the dust began to coalesce, ultimately transforming into a meteor. 2 years had passed. Ayaiba awoke, feeling her body brimming with vibrant energy, thoroughly relishing this sensation. She attempted to harness her chi. A sudden golden radiance emanated from her being, unleashing an overwhelming force. The golden light blotted out the sky, illuminating the surrounding starry expanse. This golden energy, imbued with cataclysmic power, was capable of obliterating the very existence of a planetary life form in an instant, far surpassing her previous strength. Combat power, 120,000. An impressive increase of several tens of thousands. After a decade of relentless effort and countless hardships, Ayaiba finally wielded the power to reshape the world. At that moment, her eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Ayaiba realized she was completely unclothed. Her garments from the planet Adrad had been destroyed in battle, leaving her without any spare clothes. She needed to find an outfit. The stark exposure made her feel quite uncomfortable. She had slowly acclimatized to her own body. 2 faint red spots on her chest seemed to swell slightly, akin to tender shoots striving to break free from the rich soil. At her age, her body was beginning to develop, the pinkish hues on her chest becoming more pronounced, signifying the onset of her blossoming vitality. This made Ayaiba increasingly conscious of her body and the necessity of modesty. Being a girl was indeed troublesome. It hindered her movements in battle, and high-intensity confrontations often led to wardrobe malfunctions. Should she procure a combat suit, this matter pertained to her privacy, and thus required her serious consideration. However, the combat attire of extraterrestrials did not align with her aesthetic preferences, feeling rigid and unappealing. Looking at her own body, she was confident that she was destined to be a beauty, and such unattractive clothing was unacceptable. Ayaiba nodded, feeling rather self-assured about her appearance and body proportions. In truth, she thought the casual outfit with skirt pants that number 18 usually wore was quite lovely, if only it were sturdier. Earth, a cerulean planet situated in the southern region of the northern galaxy, was deemed a low-level planet, overlooked by any civilization. Even armed with firearms, humans on Earth were mere weaklings with combat abilities barely exceeding a dozen. However, this seemingly insignificant planet harbored profound martial arts traditions, and with the right key, it could astound the entire universe. 6 years ago, when a Saiyan child arrived on this planet by spaceship, it was destined to become extraordinary. Ayaiba teleported to a small village in the northern hemisphere, her first priority being to acquire suitable clothing. She stealthily entered the backyard of a villager, seizing several garments hung on a bamboo pole while the owner was distracted, before hiding away to change. As she strolled down the street, passers-by frequently turned to gaze at her, their eyes reflecting awe. This delighted Ayane, affirming that her appearance was indeed captivating. In truth, regardless of gender, everyone places importance on their looks. Judging by appearances is not a reprehensible habit, but rather an instinct. As Ayane perused the various goods displayed in the stores, she realized, to her dismay, that she possessed no currency of earth. It dawned on her that she had spent so many years in cultivation, with little understanding of monetary matters. Had it not been for her past memories, her trajectory would likely have led her to arrive on Earth utterly clueless, with a high probability of becoming a formidable robber. Wow, what a beautiful little sister. Would you like to play with us older brothers? Ayane furrowed her brows slightly, disliking such lewd propositions. She looked up to see for young men with colorful hair blocking her path. One of the ruffians, captivated by Ayane's exquisite visage, reached out a hand toward her. With a swift sidestep, Ayane evaded his grasp. The ruffian's eyes gleamed with desire as he took a step closer, saying, "Don't run away, little sister. I promise I won't hurt you. Just let me touch you. Yeah, come play with us." The other three ruffians chimed in, their laughter laced with greed. Though this girl appeared young and had yet to fully mature, she already bore an enchanting allure. Looking exquisitely adorable, Ayane's expression darkened, and with a cold tone, she replied, "You wish to play, do you? I shall ensure you have a splendid time." With that, she seized the hands of the four ruffians and activated her teleportation, transporting them to a remote forest. Where is this? The ruffians exclaimed in terror upon finding themselves in an unfamiliar location. "I will make sure you enjoy yourselves." Ayane's lips curled into a cruel smile as she summoned a surge of energy. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from beneath her feet, causing the ground to sink abruptly by a meter. The earth trembled violently, and the clouds above dispersed in an instant, leaving the terrain riddled with craters and ravines. The four ruffians were left dumbfounded by the sight, crying out for mercy. "Heroine, spare us. We won't dare do it again. Please show us mercy." They bowed repeatedly, and Ayane coldly regarded them, her expression unyielding. "Empty your pockets of all valuables," she commanded. The ruffians exchanged glances, but dared not disobey, hastily surrendering all their money to Ayane. Counting the cash, she discovered a sum of 300,000, quite a significant amount. It appeared they were indeed wealthy young Saiyans. With that, she activated her teleportation and vanished from their sight, indifferent to their fates. Once Ayane had disappeared, the ruffians regained their senses, gazing at the forest that had been so easily ravaged by her. Their hearts raced with fear as they exchanged terrified looks, before turning on the ruffian who had first provoked Ayane, beating him soundly. "You fool! What were you thinking, provoking such a monster? How are we supposed to return now?" Ayane returned to the city, securing a hotel room where she indulged in a hot shower, washing away the sweat and odors clinging to her like tea. This moment, she discovered that the currency on Earth held a purchasing power similar to that of her previous life as renminbi. After instructing the attendant to procure several outfits for young girls, Ayane entered a hair salon to tidy up her locks. She requested the stylist to give her a layered haircut, keeping some longer strands tied into a small braid cascading down her back. With a couple of slightly reddened strands framing her face, she admired the hairstyle of May Hatsum from My Hero Academia, and with her flaxen hair, tinged with red, it bore a resemblance to May's crimson locks. Dressed in a blue striped casual top and denim shorts, Ayane added a pendant around her neck, transforming her into a youthful and vibrant figure. She posed before the mirror, nearly entranced by her own reflection. Suddenly, Ayane came to a realization, touching her cheek thoughtfully. After such an extended period, she seemed to have adapted somewhat to life in the Dragon Ball universe. Gazing at her reflection, she mused that she looked rather good. With a playful grin, she flashed a smile at the mirror. Volume 1. Saiyan Chapter 17. The sacred land of Corinne. After a restful night at the hotel, Ayane set out the next day to Capsule Corp, intending to acquire some outdoor survival gear. The Universal Capsule is a high-tech product developed by a subsidiary of the Buma family. This small capsule is capable of containing motorcycles, cars, airplanes, and even houses. Having simply purchased a set of double-layer houses and several appliances such as refrigerators and color televisions, the money acquired from petty thugs has nearly been spent. How fleeting money can be. As she clutched a box filled with universal capsules, she realized that her funds were dwindling. Unlike the planets where Lingye had previously resided, life on Earth necessitates a steady flow of currency. She must quickly procure more funds, strolling down the street, with nothing in hand, having already stored the few outfits the waitstaff had bought into the universal capsule. Lingye pondered where she might acquire some money. Suddenly, she spotted a gold and silver shop ahead. Of course, there was a place in the Dragon Ball world filled with treasures. Lingye recalled how Sun Wukong, while confronting the Red Ribbon Army, had once ventured with General Blue into a pirate's hidden treasure trove, which was brimming with gold and silver. Unfortunately, in the original story, much of that treasure ultimately sank into the sea. Since she was here now, she would not hesitate to claim it for herself. With a flash, Lingye vanished from the street. Fortunately, there were no passers-by, for witnessing a person suddenly disappear would surely startle anyone. Lingye soared above the ocean, gazing at the vast expanse of the Azure Sea, and using her memories to search for the location, which should be nearby. After circling the area a few times, she roughly deduced the position and then dove down, plunging into the depths with a splash. Guided by her recollections, she swiftly located the entrance to the treasure. What luck! The chance of finding this entrance was quite slim. Emerging from the water, Lingye arrived in a sealed underwater chamber. It appeared to have been meticulously arranged by pirates, with traps set everywhere. In her memory, Sun Wukong and General Blue had faced considerable assaults when they had come here, and a few robotic sentinels guarded the treasure, skillfully avoiding the numerous traps and robotic guardians. Lingye approached the hidden chamber where the treasure was stored. Before her stood a thick stone door. Beyond it lay the treasure chamber. With ease, she pushed the stone door open and entered with a smile on her face. The chamber was overflowing with gold and silver, plundered by the pirates over many years, though now it would benefit Lingye. Retrieving a prepared chest, she quickly began to fill it with treasure, one handful after another. Among the riches, Lingye did not find the Dragon Ball from the original story, but that was to be expected. The original Dragon Ball was discovered by Sun Wukong over a year after summoning the Eternal Dragon, likely taken by pirates and brought to the depths at that time. Surveying the now emptied chamber, a sly grin spread across Lingye's face as she instantaneously vanished from the seabed. The pirates, upon discovering that their years of accumulated wealth had been entirely pilfered, would surely be furious. Lingye arrived in the bustling city and selected a large gold and silver exchange shop, as smaller establishments might struggle to accommodate her vast haul. However, even so, when Lingye presented her mountain of gold and silver jewelry, the attendants were taken aback. Initially, they mistook her for a mere child and doubted she was there to sell. Yet, upon seeing the treasure filling the entire hall, beads of sweat began to form on their brows. Surely, she wasn't about to empty the national treasury. The truth was not far from what the attendants speculated. Lingye had not raided the national treasury, but she had indeed cleared out the pirates' hoard. As the staff of the gold and silver shop scrambled to tally the amounts, Lingye reclined comfortably in the VIP room, sipping a beverage. Eventually, the shop owner, wiping his brow and trembling, handed 2 bank cards to Lingye, saying, "Miss, you have brought in 11 tons of gold and 18 tons of silver, totaling 3.67 billion Earth coins when including the jewelry." Lingye smiled as she accepted the cards, knowing that with this wealth, she would no longer need to worry about money. One card held 3.6 billion, while the other contained 70 million, both universally applicable. After leaving the gold and silver shop, Lingye made her way to the seafood market. Intending to purchase several tons of fish, she planned to visit Karen Tower to exchange some of her seafood for senza beans, reasoning that the cat sage would likely appreciate fish, as many Dragon Ball fanfictions depict trading fish for senza beans. Regardless of the truth of that, the fish were inexpensive, so it was worth a try. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, senza beans did not exhibit much value, merely preventing hunger. However, as the story progressed, they became a life-saving treasure, capable of rapidly restoring stamina and instantly healing various injuries. Regrettably, far too many were consumed by the gluttonous Yajirobe in the early arcs, resulting in a severe shortage of senzu beans later on. Otherwise, Sun Wukong and his companions would not have perished so many times. Lingye possessed an immortal body and exceptional regenerative abilities, rendering her unnecessary for senza beans. However, not everyone shared her unique constitution. Keeping a few senza beans on hand could be beneficial for others in emergencies. She instructed the staff to neatly pack 10 tons of fish into 10 boxes, then pressed a button, causing a puff of white smoke to erupt, transforming them into 10 small capsules. Lingye collected the capsules into a box and departed from the seafood market. The universal capsule proved to be incredibly convenient, easily accommodating 10 tons of fish within a single box. The sacred land, Karen. Karen Tower is nestled within a forest near the sacred land of Karen, guarded by a tribe of indigenous peoples. Lingye flew above the sacred land of Karen, catching sight of a towering spire that pierced the clouds, obscured by the white, billowing mist. That was Karen Tower, truly an impressive height. The ancestors of Earthlings were certainly remarkable to have constructed such a miraculous edifice. Legend has it that one cannot reach the pinnacle of Karen Tower without climbing it by hand. Although Lingye scoffed at this tale and held little belief in it, the truth remained that humans could not currently access the summit via transportation. Descending to the base of Karen Tower, Lingye observed it closely. The tower was constructed from a unique stone material, adorned with various totemic carvings, likely representing the ancient humans' reverence for the divine. According to legend, the pinnacle is inhabited by the cat sage, and those who reach the top and gain the cat sage's approval can consume the super holy water, enhancing their power. This has led many martial artists to challenge Karen Tower, bestowing upon it the title of Sacred Land. Indeed, there exists a sage at the top of the tower, but Lingye knew it to be a cat sage that had lived for an unquantifiable duration, having resided in Karen Tower even before the gods. "Stop! Who are you?" came a voice from behind. Lingye turned to see an indigenous man, his face painted with stripes, brandishing a bow and arrow as he emerged from the forest. This was Upa's father, the indigenous chief, Bra. Lingye recognized Bra, who had perished at the hands of the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai, while guarding Karen Tower, only to be revived later by Sun Wukong, using the power of the Dragon Balls. In this moment, Bra appeared relatively youthful, accompanied by an indigenous woman holding a baby, likely Upa and his mother. After Lingye explained her intentions, Bra lowered his bow, feeling a sense of fondness towards the young girl daring to challenge Karen Tower. After playfully interacting with the sleeping Upa in her arms, Lingye bid farewell to Bra's family and proceeded toward Karen Tower. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 18, Trading with the Cat Sage. Lingye faced Karen Tower, and with a swift motion, she shot into the sky, creating a powerful shockwave as she quickly vanished into the clouds below. Bra's family stood in stunned silence, watching the sky where Lingye had just disappeared, astonished that such a small girl possessed such immense power. After a considerable time, Bra finally closed his mouth and turned to his wife, saying incredulously, "That girl may truly be able to meet the cat sage." Indeed, if Upa could become as strong as her in the future, that would be wonderful. As she traversed through the billowing white clouds, Lingye quickly caught sight of the flattened, spherical apex of the Kylan Tower high above. Almost there, a smile graced Lingye's face as she exerted herself, a gust of air erupting beneath her feet, instantly multiplying her speed several times, creating an invisible whirlwind behind her. With a whoosh, Lingye's form arrived at the summit of Kylan Tower, and with a gentle leap, she entered the tower's pinnacle, where she beheld a plump white cat sprawled on a bed, sound asleep, with several jars of water positioned beside it. This must be the cat immortal. Just like in the animations, I've heard it's over 800 years old. Lingye approached the cat immortal and playfully tugged at its whiskers. The cat immortal stirred awake, gazing at the girl before it. Momentarily taken aback, after a pause, it exclaimed in astonishment, "A girl has actually climbed the Kylan Tower, and such a cute one at that." Lingye's face radiated a soft smile as she expressed her purpose. "Greetings. Cat Immortal, I have heard that you possess miraculous fairy beans that can stave off hunger for 10 days. That I have come to negotiate with you." Lingye tactfully understated the beans' extraordinary properties, merely mentioning their ability to prevent hunger. The cat immortal licked its paw, squinting its eyes, and inquired, "Fairy beans, you say? Where did you hear about them?" "I learned of them from the turtle immortal. He mentioned that he encountered fairy beans when he scaled the Kylan Tower 3 centuries ago." Lingye replied calmly, having prepared for this conversation. The turtle immortal, that little rascal. The cat immortal showed no suspicion of Lingye's words, knowing it had an abundance of fairy beans, which held little value to it. Instead, it preferred fish. So, what do you propose for a trade? Seeing that the cat immortal remained unconvinced, Lingye let out a sigh of relief. As long as she could acquire the fairy beans, everything would be fine. She produced a capsule filled with fresh sea fish, opened one, and with a bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a large box of fish. This is a ton of fresh sea fish. And I have 9 more capsules containing various types of fish. The cat immortal discarded its cane and lunged toward the box of fish, sniffing excitedly. How do you wish to trade? Fairy beans are quite rare. 1 ton of sea fish for 10,000 fairy beans. I have 10 tons, so I would like 100,000 fairy beans. As she spoke, she produced the remaining 9 capsules. The cat immortal swiftly snatched the capsule from Lingye's hand. Its speed akin to a gust of wind, and protectively cradled the capsule filled with fish. It then rummaged through the nearby supplies, overturning boxes until it unearthed a jar of fairy bean from a dusty corner. Lingye's expression darkened at the sight. What a gross mishandling of such a divine treasure. Accepting the jar of fairy beans, Lingye did not bother to count them, but estimated that the quantity exceeded 100,000. With her desired fairy beans in hand, Lingye's mood brightened, her eyes sparkling with delight as she engaged the cat immortal in conversation. The cat immortal, intrigued by the young girl who had scaled the Kylan Tower, asked, "Little one, who is your master?" The turtle immortal. "Not at all." Lingye shook her head. "I will seek him out, but I shall not become his disciple." The cat immortal nodded, acknowledging that the turtle immortal was indeed unfit to take on a female disciple. "You must possess great strength. Would you care to seize the ultra-holy water?" The cat immortal licked its paw, and Lingye, understanding that it was unaware of her true prowess, released a small fraction of her energy. Though this energy was but a mere whisper of her capabilities, it still boasted a combat power nearing 500, far surpassing that of the deities on Earth. In an instant, the cat immortal felt a wave of overwhelming energy emanating from Lingye, the force transforming into a tempest that swept through the Kylan Tower, knocking various objects askew. The cat immortal, taken aback by the force radiating from Lingye, found itself momentarily immobilized, having never encountered such strength even among the deities. Once Lingye reigned in her energy, the cat immortal wiped the sweat from its brow. Astonished, "I had no idea you were so powerful. You're practically a monster." Lingye smiled bashfully, realizing that even that minor display of energy would leave no one on Earth as her opponent. Above the Kylan Tower, in the divine temple, the deity gazed in shock at the world below. Just moments ago, he had felt an overwhelmingly terrifying presence that left him breathless. What was that aura just now? Bobo stood beside the deity, expressing concern. He too had sensed that immense energy, a force unlike anything on Earth, one that even the formidable King Piccolo could not compare to. If the owner of that aura were malevolent, none could stand against them. The deity pondered, astonished by the emergence of such a powerful human being on Earth. Had it not been for the revelation of its energy, we would have remained oblivious to its existence. The deity's expression grew serious as he continued. That person is currently at the Kylan Tower, and they do not appear to be evil. The emergence of an entity surpassing the deities on Earth could either be a blessing or a curse, he thought, casting his gaze into the distance with a worried expression. Lingye, observing the cat immortal's astonishment, could not help but smile, lightly teasing. "So, do you still think I need the ultra-holy water?" The cat immortal, regaining composure, replied with a complex expression, "What need have you for the ultra-holy water? There is no one on Earth stronger than you. Even the deities cannot match your strength. There are many beings more powerful than I in this world. Not long ago, I was gravely injured by them. You must not be from Earth," the cat immortal deduced, realizing that no stronger beings could exist on Earth. Even if they did, the battle that had left Lingye wounded would have made its energy unmistakable. The cat immortal remained oblivious to Lingye's potential deception regarding the fairy beans, or perhaps it simply did not care, as the true value of the beans had yet to be realized. "Indeed, I hail from planet Vegeta, located in a distant corner of the North Galaxy, far from Earth." Lingye continued as the cat immortal appeared shocked. "Our planet was devastated by a disaster, and the few surviving members of my race are now scarce. Thus, I ventured to Earth, but rest assured, I hold great affection for this planet and shall not bring it harm. As she spoke, Lingye's gaze drifted toward the higher temple, her words directed at the deity. If she did not clarify her intentions, the deity would not rest easy. Now that she had arrived on Earth, it was essential to greet its highest authority, as she hails from another planet. Are all extraterrestrials this powerful? The deity, unfamiliar with other worlds, felt satisfaction at Lingye's overture. Since this girl, claiming to be from planet Vegeta, had assured him of her non-interference, there was no need for further concern. The cat immortal licked its paw and lifted a fresh fish to its mouth. Well then, I wish you a pleasant life on Earth. It understood that the deity was already aware of the situation, and since the deity had not voiced any objections, it signified tacit approval for this girl to reside on Earth. Having obtained the desired fairy beans and exchanged pleasantries with both the cat immortal and the deity, Lingye was now set to meet Goku. She calculated that Goku, being 4 years her junior, should now be over 6 years old. Bidding farewell to the cat immortal, Lingye leaped down from the Kylan Tower. Soaring toward Mount Payaz. Volume 1. Science, Chapter 19. Son Goku. Mount Payaz, nestled within a certain mountain range in the northern hemisphere, is surrounded by towering, perilous peaks, due to its remote location and frequent appearances of ferocious beasts. The vicinity of Mount Payaz sees sparse human habitation and is exceedingly difficult to access. After descending from the Kylan Tower, Lingye headed straight for Mount Payaz, initially intending to use instant transmission to locate Goku directly. However, she suddenly realized that she might have overlooked a crucial aspect. Her instant transmission differed from the technique Goku would later learn. Hers did not require energy for positioning. Over time, might she not develop a dependency on it, ultimately diminishing her sensitivity to energy? Upon reaching this thought, Lingye came to a sudden halt in mid-air, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her back. Fortunately, she had woken up to the potential peril of her instantaneous movement. While it seemed convenient, it could indeed pose risks. Lingye resolved that unless traveling between planets, she would refrain from utilizing teleportation. Such ability should serve merely as a supplementary skill during combat, not as a primary technique. After soaring through the skies for a while, Lingye managed to ascertain the general direction of Baozi Mountain before descending. The area was adorned with towering peaks, tranquil and serene, where various peculiar pine trees and rocks were artfully scattered, creating a breathtaking landscape. After a brief search, Lingye arrived beside a large pond and discovered a set of deep purple training attire laid out on the rocks across the water. This outfit belonged to Sun Wukong, indicating he was nearby. With a swift leap, Lingye jumped onto the opposite rock, unfurled a piece of cloth, and sat down, awaiting Sun Wukong's arrival. "Monster, who are you?" A crisp voice rang out as a naked child emerged. Dragging a fish several times his size, startled by Lingye's presence, he instinctively jumped back, eyeing her warily. This was Sun Wukong, his innocence truly endearing, albeit his combat prowess remained quite feeble, rated at a mere 15. Lingye observed Sun Wukong and, with a warm smile, replied, "I am not a monster. I am human." Having never encountered anyone aside from his grandfather, Sun Wukong was utterly unfamiliar with the appearance of women. Seeing Lingye, who looked different from him, he mistook her for a monster. "Nonsense. If you're human, why do you look different from me?" he retorted, his gaze fixed in suspicion. Lingye couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected similarity to Bulma's experience. Sun Wukong's innocence was genuinely charming, as he couldn't even distinguish between genders. "You are a boy, and I'm a girl. Of course, we look different, girl," Sun Wukong echoed, still puzzled, his eyes scrutinizing Lingye without a hint of relaxation. "Indeed, boys and girls look different. Hasn't your grandfather told you this?" Realization dawned upon Sun Wukong as he recalled his grandfather's words. "Oh, right. He did mention it. So, you are a girl." He stepped closer, circling Lingye with curiosity. Noticing that she lacked a tail, he inquired, "Why don't you have a tail? And your hair is so long." Lingye, feeling somewhat bemused by scrutiny, chuckled softly in response. "Not everyone has a tail like you. Most men and women outside do not possess one." Sun Wukong remembered that his grandfather also did not have a tail, which led him to accept Lingye's explanation. Lingye picked up the training outfit from the ground and handed it to Sun Wukong. After he donned the attire, he asked curiously, "My name is Sun Wukong. What is yours?" "Lingye. You may call me Lingye, or you can simply refer to me as sister," Lingye suggested, considering that it was quite fitting for Sun Wukong to call her sister, as she was 4 years his senior and shared the Saiyan lineage. "Sister?" Sun Wukong tilted his head, recalling that his grandfather had instructed him to address older girls as such, dragging the fish he had just caught. He walked alongside Lingye and asked, "Sister, what brings you to Baozi Mountain?" "I am here to find Sun Wufan," Lingye replied, opting to mention Sun Wufan instead of revealing her true purpose. Observing Sun Wukong's innocent demeanor, she doubted he understood the implication of her calling him sister. "You are looking for my grandfather?" Sun Wukong's expression dimmed slightly. His grandfather had passed away a year prior. Lingye, recalling the storyline, noticed his somber mood and offered comforting words. "I am sorry. I did not know your grandfather had passed away, that he once helped me, and now that he is gone, I shall take care of you from now on," seizing the opportunity to forge a significant bond with the protagonist. She continued, "Will you let me stay with you? Will you live with me from now on, sister?" Sun Wukong asked, his eyes brightening with joy. "Yes, I will look after you. You should know, my strength is quite formidable, and I can assist you in your training." Sun Wukong furrowed his brows in disbelief. "I've been trained by my grandfather since childhood. How could you possibly be stronger than me?" "Simply because I am your sister. And of course, sisters are meant to be stronger than their brothers." Lingye playfully tapped Sun Wukong on the head, provoking a loud protest from him. As they frolicked and bickered, they quickly grew familiar with one another, soon arriving at Sun Wukong's abode atop Baozi Mountain. His dwelling was a quaint square structure made of bricks and tiles, its corners elegantly angled upward, embodying a traditional Chinese aesthetic. Surrounding the house were dense bamboo groves and cedar trees. Whispering softly in the breeze, in front of the house lay a spacious area, likely where Sun Wukong practiced, alongside a pile of chopped firewood. Sun Wukong tossed the fish aside and dashed into the house, bowing before the dragon ball placed on the incense altar. Lingye noticed a 4-star ball and a completely red staff beside it. Sun Wukong believed the 4-star ball represented his grandfather. Lingye followed suit, paying her respects to Sun Wufan, the martial artist. Bounding back outside, Sun Wukong set about scaling the fish, removing its scales and entrails, then began preparing a fire. "I'm starving. Today, I shall treat you to grilled fish." "Sister," Lingye watched with a smile as Sun Wukong deftly handled the fish, realizing that children with Saiyan blood seemed to possess survival skills innately. It was a trait shared by both her and Sun Wukong, a characteristic of their warrior race. After arranging the firewood, Sun Wukong returned to the house in search of a fire-starting tool, but after a prolonged search, he still found nothing. Lingye called out, "Wukong, you need not search any longer. Allow me to ignite the fire for you." Sun Wukong exited the house, scratching his head sheepishly. "Sister, I forgot where I placed the matches." Lingye shook her head in resignation, pointing her fingers at the neatly stacked firewood. With a slight exertion of energy, a pale blue energy wave erupted forth. With a soft pop, the energy struck the firewood, producing a faint explosive sound as the pile ignited instantly. Sun Wukong stared in astonishment, his mouth agape. Having never witnessed such a remarkable technique, he was left utterly speechless. "What an incredible technique!" he exclaimed, leaping up and attempting to mimic Lingye's earlier actions, pointing his fingers vigorously, yet failing to produce a similar energy wave. Lingye understood that this was due to the weakness of Sun Wukong's energy. He was not yet capable of unleashing such a technique. Approaching him with a smile, she said, "This is a manipulation of energy. Your energy is quite weak at the moment. You cannot execute this technique yet. You must first strengthen your energy, and if you wish to learn, I can teach you." "Sister," Sun Wukong nodded eagerly, realizing that Lingye's strength far surpassed his own, and he was elated at the prospect of her teaching him to, "Oh, I am so full. I cannot eat another bite," Sun Wukong declared, patting his round belly, looking thoroughly satisfied. He had nearly devoured an enormous fish, while Lingye had only eaten a small portion. Oddly enough, Lingye had once had an appetite as great as Sun Wukong's, but after cultivating her abilities, Her appetite had diminished significantly, now akin to that of an ordinary girl. Sometimes even able to forego food altogether. Could it be that I am on the verge of fasting? Lingye thought, startled. With her eternal immortality, if she were to add fasting into the mix, would she not ascend to divinity? Volume 1, Saiyan, Chapter 20. The simple life of siblings. Lingye was taken aback by her own musings. Had she unknowingly begun the transformation towards becoming a deity? Lingye quickly regained her composure. Realizing that she had become far more powerful than the deities of Earth, it would not be an exaggeration to call her a celestial being. After finishing dinner, the sky had already darkened. In Sun Wukong's room, there was only a bed. Being a girl, Lingye felt it somewhat awkward to share the same bed with Sun Wukong. Even though he was still young, in her mind, Sun Wukong's standard image was still that of his future self. Hence, she decided to take out the capsule house she had purchased to avoid startling Sun Wukong. Lingye took the time to explain some common knowledge about the outside world. However, when she produced the multifunctional capsule, Sun Wukong was still taken aback, exclaiming about magical arts. Eventually, Lingye dragged the reluctant Sun Wukong into her room, prepared warm water for him, and instructed him to bathe himself. "Sister, I don't know how to use those things." Sun Wukong called out as he rushed into Lingye's room, completely unclothed. Lingye pondered for a moment and then decided to lead him into the bathroom, applying shower gel on him as she began to wash him. After ensuring Sun Wukong was thoroughly clean, Lingye presented him with a set of pajamas and directed him to a room to sleep. Lingye is soaked in the bathtub. She couldn't help but chuckle at the situation, realizing that what she was doing resembled what Bulma had done later on. After washing off the sweat, Lingye draped herself in her nightwear and comfortably lay on the bed, contemplating her future path. The night was hazy, enveloped in tranquility, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of small insects. Suddenly, Lingye recalled a scene from the original story where Sun Wukong had burst into Bulma's room at night and pulled off her underwear. Initially, Bulma was unaware, and in the end, it had unwittingly benefited the lecherous Master Roshi. Remembering Sun Wukong's dubious record, Lingye quickly jumped up to lock the door, nearly forgetting that incident. Sun Wukong, being so young, was oblivious to the fact that such actions were inappropriate towards girls. That it seemed that besides teaching Sun Wukong about cultivation, she also needed to strengthen his understanding of ethics. The following day, at the break of dawn, the sound of fists striking echoed in her ears. The early morning was disrupting her sweet dreams. Lingye yawned, dressed herself, and sleepily stepped out of her room, only to find Sun Wukong already exercising in the open space. How diligent he was, starting his training at such an early hour! As she tidied her hair, Lingye called out to Sun Wukong. "Sister," Sun Wukong exclaimed upon seeing her emerge, pausing his workout. Lingye smiled gently and inquired, "How did you sleep last night?" "I slept wonderfully, but the bed was too soft. I wasn't quite accustomed to it." Sun Wukong replied, scratching the back of his head with a goofy smile, "that I will go prepare breakfast now. I'll call you when it's ready." With that, she entered the kitchen. Seeing Lingye return to prepare breakfast, Sun Wukong resumed his training, throwing punches and kicking, creating swift movements that stirred the air and produced a whistling sound. After approximately half an hour, Lingye finished preparing breakfast and called for Sun Wukong to join her. Handing him a towel to wipe off his sweat, she sat down to enjoy her meal. The breakfast she prepared for herself was modest, but she had made plenty for Sun Wukong, presenting him with an impressive tower of steamed buns, over a meter high. She watched Sun Wukong devour the buns with fervor, occasionally choking and downing an entire cup of water. A smile spread across Lingye's face. This scene felt so genuine. At that moment, she and Sun Wukong seemed like a real family, and she gradually embraced the role of a caregiver. It felt as though there were finally some familial joys in this Dragon Ball world, beyond mere cultivation. After finishing breakfast, Lingye and Sun Wukong headed to the open area by the mountain of buns. Eager to assess Sun Wukong's foundational skills, Sun Wukong found a wooden stump with a diameter of over a meter, gritting his teeth as he hurled it high into the sky. "Wow." Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on the soaring stump. Suddenly leaping into the air, his figure flickering as he reached the stump's side, unleashing a flurry of kicks upon it. With a series of thuds, the stump suffered significant blows, fracturing from the center and breaking into numerous pieces of varying sizes, which rained down and formed a scattered pile. Lingye nodded in approval. Although Sun Wukong was unaware of the intricacies of energy manipulation, his application of his own strength was already quite impressive. With almost no waste of power, truly, he was a child well trained by Sun Gohan, with a solid foundation that only required careful nurturing to become an extraordinary warrior. Lingye generously praised Sun Wukong. However, when it came to guidance, Lingye felt quite troubled. The only thing she could teach Sun Wukong were energy enhancement and combat techniques, as other knowledge did not suit him. Lingye had learned the Saiyan training methods, but applying them to Sun Wukong would merely stifle his potential. The enhancement for Saiyans depended on two aspects. Foremost was lineage. Pure-blooded Saiyans achieved results with minimal effort, while those with impure bloodlines needed to exert significantly more effort. Yet lineage alone did not dictate everything. It merely indicated a relative priority. The second aspect was personal training. Saiyans, as a warrior race, possessed a remarkable trait. Whenever they were on the brink of death, recovering would significantly boost their combat power. This was due to their profound insights into their enemy's attacks when facing death, with their warrior blood compelling them to seek solutions. Often, a near-death experience was equivalent to an extended period of arduous training. Of course, there were both advantages and disadvantages. Each brush with death resulted in severe energy depletion, and normal recovery could take months or even years. Frieza had efficient life-saving devices, and Earth possessed miraculous senzu beans, both of which greatly shortened the recovery time for Saiyans that if one were to deliberately approach death without facing formidable foes, there might be some enhancement, but it would largely stem from the body's stress response, making significant improvement improbable. Lingye had already discerned this. Each of her enhancements had been accompanied by severe injuries. During her time on planet Felik, she had faced death in battle and while training underwater. The boosts to her combat power from both experiences were distinctly different. Thus, Lingye concluded that to rapidly enhance combat strength, aside from maintaining daily training, the most crucial factor was practical combat experience. She decided to focus on improving Sun Wukong's energy and combat technique for the time being, leaving other aspects to Master Roshi. Although Master Roshi's strength was not high, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for teaching his disciples. "Wukong, pay attention," Lingye said sternly to Sun Wukong. She threw a piece of round timber high into the air, her gaze sharpening, and then, with a swift dive, she vanished from sight. Sun Wukong looked around, trying to locate Lingye, but to no avail. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds erupted from the sky. Gusts of wind roared as the atmosphere became charged, and in a flash, the timber was transformed into over 100 neatly arranged wooden sticks. The cut surfaces of these sticks were smooth and even, as if carved by a knife, all of them remarkably uniform in size. Thud, thud, thud. The sticks fell in an orderly fashion, piling up into a small hill. "Impressive," Sun Wukong exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement as he watched Lingye's display. "Sister, how did you do that?" The wood was cut into identical sizes. This is the application of energy. Wukong, while your ability to wield strength is already remarkable, you have yet to master the use of energy, Lingye said with a serious expression, formally beginning her instruction. "First, you must learn to sense energy, then continuously strengthen it. Once you have amassed enough energy, you must know how to wield it. Only then can you become powerful." Sun Wukong listened intently, his eyes reflecting a deep thirst for knowledge. Seeing the eagerness in his gaze, Lingye nodded in satisfaction. "Close your eyes and clear your mind. Achieve a state of calm and focus on sensing your body. Then, concentrate your attention and carefully observe the changes within yourself." Sun Wukong swiftly achieved a profound clarity of mind, diligently attuning himself to the energy coursing through his body. Perhaps due to his remarkable innocence, Sun Wukong sensed the presence of this energy even more rapidly than Lingye had initially, exclaiming with uncontained joy, "Indeed, it feels as though a warm entity resides within me. Focus and refrain from excessive chatter," Lingye admonished sternly, placing a hand upon Sun Wukong's chest to aid him in mastering the sensation of energy more swiftly. Although Sun Wukong's physical constitution was not particularly exceptional, hindering him from wielding immense power all at once, his innate understanding was remarkably keen, making him well-suited for harnessing energy on Earth. Within just a few days, he had already begun to grasp the energy within his body. Though this energy remained weak, and he could not yet project it externally, he could distinctly sense the changes within himself. After each training session, he felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, accompanied by the gentle flow of energy circulating within. Lingye had mentioned that once he amassed sufficient energy, she would impart numerous formidable techniques to him. The mere thought of learning Lingye's skills sent Sun Wukong into ecstatic leaps of excitement. As time progressed, nearly a year had passed since Lingye had moved to Baozi Mountain. During this time, aside from teaching Sun Wukong about energy, she also imparted some basic cultural knowledge, ensuring he would not remain as ignorant as depicted in the original tale. Furthermore, Lingye continued her own training. Although her growth in strength had slowed since arriving on Earth, it was still steadily increasing. Volume 1, Saiyan, Chapter 21. The application of energy after more than a year of diligent training. Sun Wukong had significantly strengthened the energy within him at this juncture. His energy rivaled that of the beginning of the original storyline. With Lingye's guidance, Sun Wukong's prowess was continuously evolving. One day, Lingye commenced formal instruction on the application of energy in combat. Wukong, unleash your strongest attack upon me, she instructed, standing nonchalantly to the side, exuding an air of complete defenselessness. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, adopting an attacking stance, his expression serious as he gazed at Lingye. Sun Wukong let out a sharp exclamation, leaning slightly forward before dashing towards Lingye with the swiftness of a gale, creating a whirlwind in his wake due to his incredible speed. In an instant, he was before Lingye, launching a ferocious onslaught. Bang, bang, bang! Sun Wukong's tempestuous barrage failed to inflict any harm upon Lingye, who maintained a serene smile, gracefully evading his strikes with effortless agility, never once allowing him to land a blow. Then, extending a single finger, she effortlessly countered his assault. Now it is my turn to attack, Lingye said with a gentle smile. With piercing eyes, she discerned the flaws in Sun Wukong's offensive, and with a mere flick of her finger, she lightly touched his chest. Boom! Sun Wukong was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a great hammer, crashing heavily to the ground, momentarily robbed of his ability to respond. How impressive! Sun Wukong grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "It was merely a gentle touch, yet I never expected it to possess such immense power. You incorporate excessive movements when you attack, which diminishes your power and makes it easier for your opponent to detect openings." Lingye pointed out, instructing Sun Wukong that a true attack should be decisive and singular. Eliminate any unnecessary movements. Concentrate your energy and strike with lethal precision. Of course, this applies when there is a significant disparity in strength between opponents. If both parties are evenly matched, one should not expect to secure victory with a single blow, but rather aim to threaten with every strike. Observing Sun Wukong's earnest attentiveness, Lingye elaborated with great enthusiasm. In a scenario where strengths are comparable, any flaw could prove fatal. Thus, one must entirely forego superfluous actions, executing strikes with a calculated reserve of energy, ensuring that no opportunity for retreat remains, for even the mightiest can experience regret. Lingye identified Sun Wukong's errors in attack, and he listened intently to her explanations. However, given the vastness of the universe, he often encountered opponents of vastly differing strengths, rendering overall strength a crucial advantage. Next, Lingye began to elucidate the application of energy. Before attacking, one must exude an overwhelming aura, charging forth without hesitation. As she spoke, an imposing presence emanated from Lingye, akin to dark clouds looming over a city, instilling fear with an aura of annihilation that enveloped Sun Wukong, causing him to tremble involuntarily, cold sweat trickling down his back. During an attack, one must strike like a thunderbolt, swift as lightning, in a flash. Lingye vanished from her original position, leaving behind a series of cracks spanning several meters in the ground. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed around him, yet Sun Wukong could not perceive her presence. Lingye deliberately slowed her pace to allow Sun Wukong to observe her movements. In an instant, her figure appeared in the sky, the ground, and among the trees, leaving a myriad of afterimages scattered across Baozi Mountain, leaving Sun Wukong astounded with his mouth agape. When you attack, your stance must be as steady as a mountain, weighty as a boulder. Lingye halted her rapid movements to continue her explanation, clenching her fists. She struck them together, unleashing a powerful shockwave that emanated from between her hands, bending the surrounding bamboo and trees. The fierce gale forced Sun Wukong to shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, he beheld Lingye soaring into the sky, then diving downwards. Boom! Lingye's fist struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The area around her fist rapidly sank, accompanied by a powerful tremor and an overwhelming visual impact that was almost unbearable. When the dust settled, a massive crater over 100 meters wide lay before Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was left in awe by Lingye's series of movements. In his understanding, even his grandfather, Sun Gohan, did not possess such formidable strength. Gazing at the ravaged ground, he stammered, "Is all of this the power of energy?" Lingye nodded, smiling as she replied, "Indeed, this is the application of energy. The physical strength of a human is ultimately limited. But energy can bestow upon the body a far more terrifying combat capability. Wukong, your energy is not yet formidable enough to replicate my performance, but there are several techniques you are now prepared to learn." Lingye intended to teach Sun Wukong the Kamehameha and the flying technique, while techniques such as the afterimage fist and solar flare would be left for him to discover on his own in the future. While she could instruct him in the application of energy, she preferred to allow his growth to occur naturally, avoiding excessive interference that IT was easy to teach him. But for him to truly comprehend, he must engage in the process himself. "Really? Sister, what techniques will you teach me?" Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together eagerly. "The first technique is called Kamehameha." Lingye extended a finger towards Sun Wukong. "The Kamehameha is the signature move of your grandfather's master, Master Roshi, and your grandfather can perform it as well. Ultimately, the Kamehameha is a technique that condenses and releases the energy within one's body into the external world. When a person accumulates a sufficient amount of energy, it can be released through a single point. The efficiency of this release process is also crucial, and the Kamehameha is considered a highly effective means of doing so. Much like the Crane School's Dodon Ray, grandfather's master. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Knowing it was a signature technique of his grandfather's master, he felt certain it must possess immense power. Master Roshi was renowned as the god of martial arts, and his prowess was quite formidable. However, his lascivious tendencies detracted from his reputation. In Lingye's eyes, Master Roshi was a figure of both respect and disdain. "The second technique I shall teach you is called flying technique. This is a renowned skill of the Crane School, which alongside the Kamehameha holds equal prestige. Master Roshi and Master Crane are brothers in arms, and their techniques are exceptionally practical. This is a skill your grandfather has yet to learn." Upon witnessing the impatient demeanor of Sun Wukong, Lingye smiled and began to instruct him in the art of the Kamehameha technique. She first demonstrated the initial stance of the Kamehameha with a brilliant azure wave of energy shimmering between her hands, before propelling the energy wave towards the distant mountain peak. Boom! The Kamehameha collided with the mountainside, leveling half of it in an instant. Observing the formidable power of the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong beamed with delight and cheered. Eager to replicate Lingye's movements, he attempted the Kamehameha himself, but lacking an understanding of its underlying principles. The energy he gathered between his hands swiftly dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Lingye meticulously explained the initial stance and key considerations of the Kamehameha, then encouraged Sun Wukong to practice alone. Immersed in his training, Sun Wukong dedicated himself fervently, practicing tirelessly after Lingye had imparted the necessary techniques and precautions. Days later, he finally succeeded in unleashing the Kamehameha, although the power he produced was somewhat lacking. Resembling more of a smoldering puff of smoke than a true energy wave, it was nonetheless a full 4 years ahead of the original timeline. Next, Lingye began teaching Sun Wukong the secret technique of the Crane School, the sky dance technique, which involved concentrating energy in his feet and gradually elevating himself. She guided Sun Wukong, first helping him learn to float. The skydance technique was an exceptional combat skill, making many tasks significantly easier. Following her instructions, Sun Wukong slowly managed to lift himself off the ground. Recognizing his considerable aptitude, Lingye devoted herself even more vigorously to his instruction, and eventually, there came a day when Sun Wukong could soar freely through the skies. A year passed, and now 12 years old, Lingye had entered puberty some time ago, her youthful form beginning to develop, with her chest gradually taking shape. Initially experiencing discomfort, she felt soreness in her chest, and the changes in her breasts and areolas became increasingly evident. Gradually, a small mound began to form, a sign of the accumulation of glandular tissue and fat beneath her skin, prompting her to select looser clothing to avoid an unsightly appearance. After the initial awkwardness regarding her body, Lingye began to adapt to the changes of adolescence, her breast development becoming unavoidable and more pronounced. What was once no larger than a fried egg had now blossomed into a fullness that could be easily encircled by a single hand, embodying a vibrant vitality beneath her skin. With an ever-increasing trend that as for her sensitive areas between her legs, subtle signs had begun to emerge, marking the inevitable onset of certain experiences. Lingye felt a mix of embarrassment and realization that she was truly entering adolescence. With the anticipation that the typical troubles of young girls would soon arrive, these changes remained largely private, not something to share with others. Yet noticeable transformations were occurring as well. Lingye's height had surged, now reaching 1.68 meters, nearing 1.7 meters, presenting her with a stature that seemed fully developed. Furthermore, her physical growth had led to a marked increase in strength that it appeared that a Saiyan's power only truly flourished during their developmental phase, propelling them onto a path of rapid growth. Lingye could feel the swift changes within herself. Additionally, she had allowed her hair to grow, cascading down to her shoulders, with two long strands framing her face and a single long braid trailing down her back, exuding the playful charm and vibrancy of youth. This style did not hinder her agility, nor did it detract from her combat prowess. Volume 1. Saiyan Chapter 22. Transformation into the Great Ape Under the Moonlight. The crystalline glow illuminated the bamboo leaves, mingling with the faint mist to create an ethereal nightscape. The western wind rustled through the tender bamboo, their slender stalks swaying gracefully and producing a soft, rustling sound. A poised young girl stood amongst the verdant pines and delicate bamboo, cradling a cup of freshly brewed tea as she gazed at the distant mountain scenery. Sister, behind her, a child with a tail, gently called out, prompting Lingye to turn and look at Sun Wukong. "What is it?" "Can't sleep. I'm hungry again," Sun Wukong replied bashfully, rubbing his belly. Lingye rolled her eyes, exasperated as she glanced at him before heading inside to prepare a snack. "How can you be hungry again after such a hearty dinner? Are you starting to grow?" Considering that Sun Wukong was already 8 years old, it was indeed the time for growth. However, recalling the original story, she knew that Sun Wukong's real growth would occur after his victory over King Piccolo. While Lingye was in the kitchen preparing a late-night snack, she suddenly felt a powerful tremor and the roar of beasts outside. Oh no! Lingye realized with a jolt that tonight was a full moon. Her earlier melancholic mood was not solely due to the beautiful scenery. Full moon, great ape. Without hesitation, she dashed outside. Saiyans could transform into great apes under the full moon, and Sun Wukong would lose all sense of self, becoming a frenzied beast. Lingye arrived in the courtyard to find a colossal ape towering over 10 meters, howling madly and swinging a massive tree branch with reckless abandon. The great ape leapt and stomped, turning the courtyard into a chaotic mess. Anger surged within Lingye as she surveyed the devastated yard and the plants she had lovingly tended. The great ape's crimson eyes locked onto Lingye, and in a fit of rage, it discarded the tree and charged at her. The glint of cold determination flashed in Lingye's eyes as a smirk curled at the corner of her mouth. She regarded the great ape with utter disdain. With a graceful leap, she soared into the air, evading the creature's massive arms. The great ape roared in frustration, unleashing a wave of energy from its mouth. Even in a state of madness, it can still use energy blasts? Lingye mused, momentarily taken aback, before redirecting the energy wave away from her. Boom! The energy wave struck a mountainside, creating a deafening explosion and a mushroom cloud that rose into the sky. Transformed into a great ape, Sun Wukong's power had surged tenfold. In that brief encounter, Lingye discerned that the combat strength of the great ape version of Sun Wukong had reached 430, 10 times his usual capability. This level of power rivaled that of Sun Wukong at the beginning of the Dragon Ball Z saga. Although the transformation into a great ape was a significant advantage for Saiyans, granting them immense strength, it was not without limits. Once their power level reached 100,000, further increases would cease, making the transformation more suitable for battles against foes with power levels below the threshold. However, the drawbacks of the great ape transformation were challenged in the alternate universe, providing a different perspective on its value. From Lingye's current understanding, the transformation served as a life-saving technique in the early stages of Saiyans development. But its effectiveness diminished as they matured. The great ape, realizing it could not harm Lingye, began to leap and roar in frustration, shooting multiple energy blasts from its mouth. Though none struck Lingye, they wreaked havoc on the surroundings. This cannot continue. The environment will be utterly destroyed, Lingye thought, her brow furrowing in displeasure. If it keeps attacking, the entire Baozi Mountain will be ruined. Fixating on the great ape, a tremendous aura surged from her, akin to a dragon ascending from the depths, roaring in defiance as the earth trembled beneath her. The radiant moon above seemed to dim in the face of her overwhelming presence, under the weight of Lingye's formidable energy. The great ape abruptly halted its rampage, trembling in fear. Although it had lost its rationality, the primal instinct within the creature recognized the immense pressure and rendered it motionless. Lingye concentrated energy into a key slash, and in an instant she vanished from sight, moving as swiftly as lightning to appear behind the great ape. Before it could react, she unleashed the key slash upon its tail, with a decisive snap. The great ape's tail was severed, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The great ape let out a colossal roar before collapsing, unconscious. After the giant ape collapsed, its body gradually diminished in size, ultimately transforming back into the form of Sun Wukong. Gazing at the fallen Sun Wukong amidst the ruins, and then at the cracked earth he had ravaged, Lingye could not help but smile softly, shaking her head in resignation as she carried Sun Wukong back to the room. The following day, Sun Wukong awoke from his stupor, devoid of any recollection of the previous night's events, due to the loss of his tail. He momentarily lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Bewildered, he inquired of Lingye, "Sister, why is my tail gone? I senti it's supposed to grow back. Besides, your tail is your weakness. I senti it better without it." Lingye reclined on the sofa in the hall, her chin propped up on one hand while the other held the television remote. Sun Wukong stared at her in confusion. Unable to fathom how his tail had been severed, he mused to himself, "Since sister says it will grow back, then it's no big deal. Wukong, how is your practice of the Kamehameha and the flying technique coming along?" Lingye asked, noticing the lack of good television programs and setting the remote aside. "That I've mastered them all," Sun Wukong proclaimed, demonstrating the flying technique as he effortlessly soared to Lingye's side. "Since you have mastered them, it is time for me to take you away from here. Are we leaving Baozi Mountain? Where are we going?" Sun Wukong placed his trust in Lingye and had no objections to departing Baozi Mountain with her. "Sister will take you to meet your grandfather's teacher, Master Roshi," Lingye replied with a gentle smile. "Master Roshi, also known as the god of martial arts, would be the perfect mentor for you." "Really? Grandfather's teacher must be incredibly powerful." Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement at the prospect of meeting Master Roshi and receiving his guidance in martial arts. Lingye nodded and remarked, "Master Roshi is among the strongest on earth, and the turtle school he founded is a top-tier martial arts sect, rivaled only by his disciple, Master Crane. However, in the grand scheme of the universe, Master Roshi is not particularly formidable, though Lingye chose not to voice this latter thought. Regardless, Master Roshi's martial arts techniques were undoubtedly worthy of study. Your grandfather, Son Gohan, is Master Roshi's foremost disciple, and as Son Gohan's grandson, Master Roshi would surely be willing to mentor you." Sun Wukong nodded vigorously in response. Days passed, and once Sun Wukong fully adjusted to the absence of his tail, Lingye prepared to take him to find Master Rashi. Sun Wukong carefully wrapped the 4-star Dragon Ball in cloth and placed it in his backpack. Then grabbed his Rui Jingu Bang and exited the room. "That aren't you bringing anything else?" Lingye queried, noticing Sun Wukong carrying only a single backpack while his hands were empty. "All I need is my grandfather's 4-star ball," Sun Wukong replied. Lingye nodded in understanding, knowing that even if Sun Wukong didn't bring much, she had spare clothes stored in her capsule house. Pressing the button in the room, a puff of white smoke erupted, transforming the room into a capsule. Lingye picked up the versatile capsule from the floor and placed it in her travel bag before soaring into the sky alongside Sun Wukong. Master Rashi, known as the god of martial arts, was a disciple of the legendary master, Master Wu Taidu, from 300 years ago. Currently, Master Rashi and his fellow disciple, Master Crane, were the pinnacle of martial artists on Earth. In his early days, Master Rashi had only taken on 2 disciples, Son Gohan and the Ox King. He no longer accepted students and lived alone on a small island overseas, according to the original narrative. Lingye brought Sun Wukong to a city first, then to the small town where Master Rashi would later take Sun Wukong and Krillin to deliver milk. Upon arriving in the town, Lingye inquired among the residents to ascertain the location of Master Rashi's abode. The sea was as tranquil as a mirror, shimmering under the sunlight. In the distance, 2 dark figures swiftly traversed the surface of the water, leaving a whirlwind in their wake. After a while, Sun Wukong asked Lingye, "Are we there yet?" Lingye surveyed the nearby islands and replied, "It should be around here." Following the villagers' descriptions, they continued their search for Master Rashi's residence, soon spotting a small island. "There!" Lingye exclaimed, pointing at an island with a charming pink house. "That is Master Wu's turtle house." After a lengthy flight, they finally found their destination. Lingye took Sun Wukong's hand and accelerated towards the turtle house, creating a splash of waves behind them that moment. Master Rashi, wearing sunglasses, lay on a lounge chair soaking up the sun. Suddenly, he noticed a stunningly beautiful young girl descending from the sky with a small boy by her side. The flying technique. Master Rashi exclaimed in astonishment. Think that the 2 before him were employing the signature move of his rival, the Crane School. Could they be disciples of the Crane School here to trouble him? Master Rashi scrutinized Lingye and Sun Wukong with initial wariness, but he quickly became entranced by Lingye's beauty, his face breaking into a lecherous grin. "Oh, this little girl is truly adorable. Her figure is so full and graceful. And those thighs with their fair skin and elegant curves. Oh no, I think I'm going to nosebleed." Sun Wukong was taken aback by Master Rashi's lecherous demeanor and anxiously asked Lingye, "What's wrong with this old man? Is he all right?" "He's fine. He just has excess energy," Lingye replied dismissively, a terrifying smile creeping across her face as she thought, "How dare he look at me with such lewd eyes? I will remember this." "Old man, are you Master Wu?" Lingye asked, putting on a bright smile as she introduced herself. "I am Lingye, and this is Sun Wukong, the grandson of Son Gohan. He has come to learn martial arts from you." "Grandson of Gohan?" Master Rashi's expression shifted to seriousness as he assessed Sun Wukong, sensing an unusual aura emanating from him. "This child possesses a remarkably pure energy, characteristic of the Turtle School. Gohan mentioned he adopted a child. It must be him." "Yes." Lingye nodded, responding on behalf of Sun Wukong that I never imagined that in addition to adopting a boy, Gohan would also take in such a beautiful girl. Lingye shook her head. "I am not adopted by Son Gohan. Sun Wukong and I are not blood siblings." "I see." Master Rashi nodded. "How is Gohan doing? Why hasn't he come to visit this old man?" "Grandfather has been deceased for several years," Sun Wukong said softly, his voice tinged with sadness. "Deceased?" Master Rashi was momentarily taken aback, then sighed, mourning the early passing of his disciple. Turning his gaze to Lingye, devoid of any lecherous glint, he asked, "Young lady, earlier you used the Crane School's flying technique. Are you a disciple of the Crane School?" Lingye maintained her composure, stating without a hint of pride, "No, that is a technique I developed on my own. I do not know the Crane School you speak of, self-taught and developed the flying technique." Master Rashi was momentarily speechless. To have created such a technique at such a young age was nothing short of extraordinary. Examining Lingye closely and recognizing her sincerity, he remarked, "Young lady, you are quite impressive. Not only that, but Sun Wukong also masters the Kamehameha." Lingye added, "Really?" Hearing that Sun Wukong can perform the Kamehameha, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sun Wukong, let me see your Kamehameha." Sun Wukong turned his head towards Lingye and, upon seeing her nod, prepared to demonstrate. Sun Wukong assumed his stance, preparing to execute the initial gesture of the Kamehameha technique. "Came," he called out lightly, his hands forming claws as they gradually drew together. Channeling the energy within his body, he began to concentrate it in his hands, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. The energy atop his claws accumulated more and more, causing the air around him to warp with a translucent distortion, as if a fierce tiger had been unleashed, the energy flowing freely. "Came." Sun Wukong slowly retracted his hands, positioning them at his waist, where the energy he had gathered began to coalesce. Ultimately, qualitative change stemmed from quantitative change, transforming the energy into a wave of ki, radiating a brilliant blue light in his palms. With a sudden thrust, he propelled the ki wave forward, his claws extending outward, unleashing a powerful ki wave that shot forth, its dazzling blue light forcing anyone to shield their eyes. The Kamehameha surged across the surface of the sea, its incredible speed generating a fierce whirlwind, creating a straight line of splashing waves. "What a splendid Kamehameha! It must have been taught to you by Sun Gohan," the turtle hermit exclaimed, witnessing Sun Wukong perform the authentic Kamehameha. A smile breaking across his face that "I have an outstanding disciple in my turtle school. Look at how this young child can wield the Kamehameha. It is known that one cannot unleash the Kamehameha without at least 50 years of training. This child possesses remarkable potential. It wasn't my grandfather who taught me. My sister instructed me in the Kamehameha and the flight technique," Sun Wukong replied candidly. "Your sister taught you?" The turtle hermit turned his gaze to Lingye. Curious about her sources of knowledge, Lingye felt the pressure mounting. She quickly explained, "Sun Wukong's grandfather once helped me and taught me the Kamehameha. Later, when I climbed the Kirin Tower, I developed the flight technique under the guidance of the cat hermit." This explanation was entirely fabrications, but no one would investigate, serving as a decent excuse. Upon hearing that Lingye had met the cat hermit while climbing the Kirin Tower, the turtle hermit harbored no suspicions. Accepting the guidance of the cat hermit and developing the flight technique seemed plausible. "Then what brings you here to seek my counsel?" the turtle hermit inquired. Lingye finally broached the main topic. Smiling as she said, "The only thing I can teach Wukong is the application of ki and combat techniques, as my training methods are unsuitable for him. Therefore, I wish for Master Mateto to accept Wukong as his disciple and guide him in his training." "Accept him as a disciple?" The turtle hermit observed Sun Wukong's eager gaze and, scratching his bald head with a foolish grin, nodded in approval. "Having such a talented disciple is indeed commendable. Very well. Sun Wukong, I shall take you under my wing, and you will train with me henceforth." The turtle hermit clapped his hands together, resolving to accept Sun Wukong as a disciple. Lingye sighed in relief, a faint smile gracing her face, thinking she had successfully completed her task. Sun Wukong, delighted that the turtle hermit was willing to teach him, beamed with a wide tea that moment. The turtle hermit stealthily approached Lingye, placing a hand on her slender waist, leering as he said, Lingye, since your brother has become my disciple, I wouldn't mind taking you on as well." As he spoke, his hand gently caressed her waist. Lingye felt the turtle hermit's unwelcome touch, her expression darkening instantly. "You lecherous old man, dare you take advantage of me? Go to hell." With that, she delivered a punch to the turtle hermit's chin, sending him soaring into the sky, where he became but a shining speck. Inside the turtle house, Sun Wukong methodically organized his attire. Lingye sat on the sofa, perusing a magazine, though was exclusively focused on women's fitness. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit, nursing his bruised chin, incessantly lavished attention on Lingye, hoping to persuade her to become his disciple. "I am beginning to regret bringing Sun Wukong here," Lingye thought, flipping through the magazine with a fluctuating mood as she observed the turtle hermit's relentless attempts at flattery. Upon learning that Lingye would be staying temporarily, The turtle hermit's spirits soared, prompting him to immediately guide Sun Wukong in his training. He rummaged through the depths of his abode, unearthing a cumbersome turtle shell, which he insisted Sun Wukong wear on his back. This shell weighed approximately 50 kilograms, and once Sun Wukong donned it, his movements slowed considerably. Lingye, witnessing the turtle hermit instructing Sun Wukong, found amusement in the sight, turning on the television for her own entertainment. Naturally, Lingye was also eager to learn martial arts from Earth, but the turtle hermit's teachings for Sun Wukong were far too rudimentary and did not delve into advanced realms, which she had already mastered, rendering her disinterested in participating on the beach in front of the turtle house. Sun Wukong performed push-ups while burdened by the turtle shell, with the turtle hermit seated atop his back, occasionally striking Sun Wukong's limbs with his cane, critiquing his form. Lingye reclined on a beach chair, resting her eyes, yet her mind remained acutely aware of the turtle hermit's guidance. Saiyan. Lingye possessed her own training system and far surpassed the turtle hermit in strength. However, the turtle hermit's training methods proved effective, particularly in the precise application of ki, offering valuable insights. Having resided at the turtle house for several months, Lingye had diligently observed the turtle hermit's training techniques, committing the principles of the turtle school to memory. Unfortunately, the turtle school's methods were primarily suited for weaker humans and bore little efficacy for a Saiyan whose combat power approached 140,000. It would be inaccurate to claim there were no benefits. However, the limited training offered minimal visible results. While the turtle school's training principles could establish a solid foundation, the meager exercises were insufficient for her to achieve significant breakthroughs. Watching Sun Wukong's sweat-drenched face, Lingye mused, should I create a gravity chamber? She recalled the arduous training Vegeta endured in the confined space of a gravity chamber from the original story. The gravity chamber was cumbersome, and such a training method was ill-suited for a girl. Should I seek a planet with intense gravity to continue my training? Yet, she felt that would be too one-dimensional. Although effective, relying solely on a single training method seemed detrimental to holistic improvement. Suddenly, an idea struck Lingye. If she used the Dragon Balls to wish for a multi-functional combat suit, many of her problems could be resolved. Excited by this notion, Lingye felt a surge of enthusiasm. Aside from her gender-related concerns, two primary issues plagued her. The first was how to further enhance her strength. The turtle school's training methods were indeed effective, but they were unsuitable for high-intensity training. In the original story, Sun Wukong and others had fortuitously adopted the gravity chamber approach to achieve rigorous training, supplementing it with the turtle school's methods for exponential growth and strength. The second dilemma Lingye faced was the phenomenon of clothing destruction caused by energy impacts during battles. In the later stages of the original story, training outfits were utterly incapable of withstanding powerful energy attacks, often leaving fighters exposed. As a girl, Lingye was not inclined to experience wardrobe malfunctions in combat. If she could use the Dragon Balls to create a combat suit that could adjust gravity during training and instantly repair any damage during battles, it would elegantly address both of her concerns. Lingye did not expect the dragon to produce a suit capable of resisting energy attacks without damage. She assumed that such a feat might be beyond the dragon's power. However, she believed it feasible to request a suit that could instantly recover from damage sustained during energy attacks, at the very least ensuring her modesty remained intact. With this thought, Lingye felt an urgent desire to gather the Dragon Balls immediately and summon the dragon to fulfill her wish. During mealtime, Lingye shared her desire to go out with Sun Wukong and the Turtle Hermit. Sun Wukong appeared somewhat reluctant. Lingye smiled reassuringly. I will only be away for a short while. I shall return in a few years. Master Roshi had long been aware that individuals like Lingye could not possibly reside permanently on Kame House. He had little concern regarding her departure, merely feeling a tinge of regret at the departure of such an adorable girl. By the way, Goku, I would like to borrow your 4-star ball for a while. I promise to return it. Lingye requested the 4-star ball from Sun Wukong, who nodded in agreement and reluctantly handed it over from the pocket on his chest. Don't worry. I will be back within a year, at most 2. Lingye said with a smile. She then turned her gaze towards Master Roshi, her expression shifting like the capricious weather, and bluntly declared, Old pervert. Hand over your Dragon Ball too. Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback, but seemed to have grown accustomed to Lingye's domineering attitude in recent times. He produced the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck and inquired, "This small orb is something I found in the ocean long ago. I've carried it ever since because I found it quite special. What purpose does it serve?" "None." Lingye quickly dismissed his question. In the original story, Bulma had obtained a Dragon Ball only after he had seen her underwear, oblivious to the fact that she was not wearing any at the time. This incident was quite tragic for Bulma, as the delicate young girl's most private parts were seen by an old lecher, and he had gazed upon them multiple times. If Master Roshi were to discover the true significance of the Dragon Ball, one could only imagine the outrageous demands he might make. Yet, Lingye underestimated Master Roshi's wisdom. He had already deduced from her demeanor that the Dragon Ball must have some importance. Lecherously, he addressed Lingye. "Little Lingye, if you give me a kiss, I will hand it over to you." Upon hearing this, Lingye's fury ignited instantly, veins popping on her forehead as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "You old fool! Do you wish to die?" Sensing the wrath and formidable killing intent in her words, Master Roshi sheepishly untied the Dragon Ball from around his neck, handing it over to Lingye. "Humph, now that's more like it." After obtaining the Dragon Ball, Lingye utilized her flight technique to levitate in the air. Addressing Sun Wukong and the others, "I will definitely return within 2 years. Goku, make sure to train diligently. And you old pervert, ensure you teach Goku properly and do not impart any nonsensical teachings. Otherwise, beware of your bones." Without waiting for Master Roshi to respond, Lingye exerted herself and transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly vanishing from the sight of Sun Wukong and the others. Once Lingye's figure had disappeared, Master Roshi let out a sigh of relief. "Goku, your sister is truly terrifying. It's a pity such a lovely exterior conceals such a vile temperament, showing no respect for her elders at all," he remarked, adopting a demeanor of worldly disillusionment. After leaving Kame House, Lingye made her way directly to West City, 8T this time. Bulma was merely a little over 12 years old and likely incapable of creating a Dragon Ball radar. So Lingye sought out Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, to assist in crafting one. Lingye's speed was remarkable, and in no time, she had arrived above West City. Seizing an opportunity when no one was watching, she descended into a narrow alley and began inquiring about the whereabouts of the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. West City was a bustling metropolis, boasting technology that was nearly 150 years ahead of other cities, an astonishing disparity. Everywhere in West City, one could find various bizarre spherical buildings and aerial train tracks, with abstract overpasses crisscrossing above, where hovering jet cars zipped by. Lingye, relying on her charming appearance, was able to gather information about the Capsule Corporation's headquarters after a few instances of sacrificing her modesty. Following the directions, Lingye located the Capsule Corporation and subsequently found Dr. Brief's residence. The Bulma's home was a 4-story semi-spherical building, sprawling in area, surrounded by an array of flowers and trees, clearly indicative of a wealthy family. Lingye pressed the doorbell, and shortly after, a grease-stained Dr. Briefs, with a cigarette in his mouth, emerged from his laboratory to open the door. Upon seeing Lingye at the entrance, Dr. Briefs was surprised to find that the girl before him was nearly the same size as his daughter Bulma, and he inquired, "Young lady, are you a classmate of Bulma? She is not at home right now." Lingye shook her head. "No, Dr. Briefs, I'm not here to see your daughter. I have come to see you." To see me, Dr. Briefs was taken aback, uncertain of what the girl wanted from him, and urged her to come inside. He smiled and led Lingye into the house, offering her refreshments, and added, "I apologize, but could I finish my work first?" Lingye nodded with a smile and settled on the sofa to watch television. Half an hour later, after Dr. Briefs had completed his tasks and cleaned himself up, he approached Lingye and asked, "May I inquire what you need from me?" "Young lady," Lingye produced the 2 Dragon Balls she had in her possession, which emitted a golden glow when placed together. "I would like to request that you create a radar capable of detecting the special signals emitted by these 2 Dragon Balls." Dr. Briefs picked up one of the Dragon Balls, examining it with curiosity. "I believe I can manufacture a radar to detect its unique signals, but it will take a few weeks." Upon hearing that, Dr. Briefs was willing to assist in creating the Dragon Ball radar. A smile graced Lingye's face as she graciously expressed her gratitude. I could see that moment. Bulma's mother approached with a platter of fruit. welcoming Lingye. What a lovely little sister. Have you got a boyfriend? Our Bulma still refuses to date. Bulma is only 12. I send she. Lingye found herself a loss for words regarding Bulma's mother. Declining the invitations from Bulma's parents, Lingye sought out a nearby hotel to stay. After thoroughly washing away the dust of travel with a hot shower, she wrapped herself in a bathrobe and lay on the bed. Contemplating, with 2 Dragon Balls now in my possession, I am aware that the Ox King holds one, while Bulma and Oolong have yet to acquire theirs, likely still in other locations. It seems I will have to wait for the radar to be completed by the doctor before proceeding with these matters. Determined to put these thoughts aside and not disrupt Sun Wukong and Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls, she resolved that once she used the Dragon Ball from the Ox King, she would return it to him. The next day, Lingye returned to the Capsule Corporation, where the headquarters held items that other cities lacked. She spent a considerable sum to purchase a new villa, which closely resembled Bulma's home, also semi-spherical with numerous glass windows. The house spanned 4 levels, containing over 30 rooms, along with a hall, kitchen, bathroom, and so forth, totaling more than 50 distinct areas. Lingye also invested a significant amount of money to furnish each room with electrical appliances, curtains, sofas, and more, ultimately spending around 6 billion. Just like that, 6 billion was effortlessly charged to her card, causing Lingye to lament. With 36 billion in savings, I've already spent 6 billion on just one decent house. Money truly does not last. Transforming this grand villa into a capsule to carry at her waist, Lingye began to explore West City, one of the most technologically advanced cities on Earth. West City boasted numerous amusement facilities. Lingye thoroughly enjoyed various amusement parks, took photos at famous landmarks, and even whimsically browsed clothing stores, trying on an array of beautiful outfits, reveling in her moment as a living mannequin. 2 weeks flew by, and Lingye once again found herself at Bulma's home, pressing the doorbell. This time it was Bulma who answered, a little girl with blue hair dressed in casual attire appearing before Lingye. Lingye knew that Bulma was inherently a good girl, yet the comedic nature of the early Dragon Ball series often rendered her somewhat infatuated. Since the onset of the Dragon Ball Z saga, a notable shift in style has revealed Bulma's gentle and virtuous nature. The relationship between Vegeta and Bulma can be characterized as affectionate and supportive, at least far more fortunate than the sporadic togetherness of Goku and Chi-Chi. Upon encountering a beautiful young lady standing at the door, Bulma inquired, "Miss, whom are you looking for?" Aoi smiled and replied, "You must be Bulma, right? I've come to seek your father, Dr. Briefs, to check on the completion of the radar he was constructing." "So, you're the one for whom my father is creating that peculiar radar. For the past few days, he's been focused on studying those 2 spheres, and the radar is nearly finished." With that, Bulma ushered Aoi into the living room and asked her mother to entertain Aoi while she went to summon Dr. Briefs. Upon seeing Aoi, Bulma's mother warmly presented her with refreshments in a short while. Dr. Briefs approached, holding the Dragon Ball radar and 2 Dragon Balls. My dear girl, these 2 spheres are truly extraordinary. They emit a golden glow when they come into contact, and to this day, I have yet to discover the reason behind their luminescence. As he spoke, Dr. Briefs handed the Dragon Balls and the radar to Aoi. "Here is the radar you requested. Although it can already detect the mysterious signals emitted by these 2 spheres, I can't shake the feeling that it lacks something. Perhaps I should add a music playback feature. Would you mind waiting a couple more days for me to refine it? Must it include an MP3 function?" Aoi couldn't help but chuckle at Dr. Briefs' peculiar sense of aesthetics. As she examined the Dragon Ball radar, she noted its resemblance to Bulma's, yet it was more sophisticated, featuring not only the ability to amplify and reduce signals, but also a global map, making the search for Dragon Balls considerably more convenient. Satisfied with the radar at her hands, Aoi expressed her gratitude. There is no need to add that feature. This Dragon Ball radar is already remarkably refined. "Thank you so much." With that, Aoi bowed in appreciation to Bulma's father. Dr. Briefs chuckled heartily, brushing his hand across his head, pleased with yet another invention completed. As for payment, that was never a thought that crossed his mind. At that moment, Bulma curiously scrutinized the Dragon Balls and asked Aoi, "Miss, what is the purpose of these peculiar spheres?" Aoi smiled and responded, "Bulma, we are of the same age, so please call me Aoi." Bulma was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment. This tall, stunning girl was her age. Comparing herself to Aoi made Bulma feel instantly disheartened. In every aspect, she felt inadequate. These two spheres are called Dragon Balls. Miraculous items created by the gods that it is said that if one gathers all 7 scattered across the world, they can summon the eternal dragon, who will grant any wish that does not exceed the god's capabilities. Wishes like becoming the richest person in the world, ascending to the position of a national leader, or restoring youth can all be easily fulfilled by the dragon. Yes, oh, amazing. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. And even Dr. Briefs displayed a look of surprise. Bulma implored Aoi. Aoi, could you possibly take me with you to search for the Dragon Balls? Aoi shook her head, appearing troubled, and replied, that is not possible. The journey to find the Dragon Balls is fraught with danger, and you are still too young. Wait a few more years, and when you turn 16, we can travel together. How does that sound? Dr. Briefs concurred with Aoi's reasoning, expressing his concern about allowing his daughter to venture out. Miss Aoi is right. It is best to wait until you are a bit older. That way, your mother and I can rest easy. Bulma shook her head in dissatisfaction, but Aoi is also searching for the Dragon Balls alone. She is my age and can't be much older than me. I am different. I am a friend of Master Roshi and possess considerable strength. I am not afraid of such dangers, but you do not share my abilities, so it is best to wait a few more years. Aoi patiently explained. However, Bulma remained unconvinced of Aoi's formidable strength. And constrained by her parents, she reluctantly abandoned her desire to accompany Aoi on the quest for the Dragon Balls. Aoi activated the Dragon Ball radar and pressed the search button. Beep, beep, beep. The radar screen displayed the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls, with a red triangle indicating her current position and 2 signals for the Dragon Balls marked on the adjacent map, labeled West City. With the added map feature, the search for the Dragon Balls became significantly easier. Aoi smiled as she bid farewell to Bulma's family, then soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant from their view, leaving Bulma and her family in stunned silence. How can Aoi fly? Bulma stammered. It appears that Miss Aoi truly possesses extraordinary abilities. No wonder she dares to travel the world alone. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, maintaining a calm demeanor. Bulma, you lack such powers, so you must stay home obediently for the next few years. Bulma nodded glumly, secretly resolving, in a few years, I will create my own Dragon Ball radar and set out to find the Dragon Balls. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 26. Frying Pan Mountain after departing from Bulma's residence. Aoi flew towards the location indicated on the Dragon Ball radar, her first destination being Frying Pan Mountain, the residence of the Ox King. Following the radar's guidance, Aoi swiftly arrived at Frying Pan Mountain. At this time, the mountain had yet to be engulfed by the flames of the Earth's core, and atop it stood an imposing castle. The Ox King, a second disciple of Master Roshi, was not inherently malevolent. His rugged exterior and unique attire merely gave him the appearance of a formidable demon. The nearby villagers feared the Ox King and dared not venture into his domain. Aoi flew directly over Frying Pan Mountain and gracefully descended upon the castle. As she surveyed the grand structure before her, she mused, I never imagined that the Ox King would be quite the affluent individual. Had this castle not ultimately been destroyed by flames, Chi-Chi would have inherited a substantial fortune. And her life would not have been so arduous. Who goes there? A timid voice emerged from behind a stone pillar to a peculiar little girl, approximately 8 or 9 years old, adorned with a helmet and a cloak. Stepped forward. Her eyes revealed a hint of panic as she forced herself to appear composed while gazing at this Chi-Chi. Aoi pondered, her thoughts racing. She held a vivid impression of this girl, who, having made a childhood promise to Goku without understanding love, had ultimately found him as an adult and wed him. Aoi felt a strong fondness for Chi-Chi, recognizing the purity of her love, as Goku's simple gesture of gifting her an apple had made her blush for quite some time. Throughout her life, Chi-Chi had devoted herself entirely to Goku and their family, in the original narrative. After Goku's death, she raised their 2 sons alone, while the Ox King's meager inheritance barely sufficed for their survival. Aoi couldn't help but feel that Goku had been rather unfair to Chi-Chi. With a smile, Aoi addressed Chi-Chi. I am a friend of your father, Master Roshi. I have come to find him. You are looking for my father? Chi-Chi asked, perplexed. After a moment's thought, she sensed that Aoi did not seem malevolent, and led her toward the great hall. Inside the hall, the Ox King sat at the dining table, gnawing on a chunk of meat, while servants carefully presented him with dish after dish, upon seeing his daughter enter with a stranger. The Ox King set down his food. My dear daughter, this is freshly slaughtered beef. Would you care to try some? He resumed eating, chewing the meat and mumbling, "Who is this young girl? Your friend? She claims to be a friend of Master Rashi and has come to find you." "Father," Chi-Chi quietly replied, declining the Ox King's offer. "That a friend of Master Rashi?" The Ox King stood up, discarding the chunk of meat in his hand, and approached Lingye. "Are you truly a friend of Master Mutian?" The Ox King held a profound respect for the turtle hermit, and the only individuals who could command such reverence from him were Master Rashi and his elder brother, son Gohan. Lingye nodded, and in an effort to convince the Ox King of her authenticity, she extended her palm, concentrating to manifest a Kamehameha wave within her hand. In the context of the scene, aside from the Turtle School, the only other faction on Earth capable of wielding the Kamehameha was the Crane School. No others existed. "I am called Lingye, and look, this is the Kamehameha of the Turtle School," she declared with a smile. The Ox King gazed at the dazzling blue Kamehameha emanating from Lingye's hand, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, this is Master Mutian's signature technique. The Kamehameha. "So, you truly are a friend of Master Mutian?" Curiosity tinged his voice as he inquired, "Does Master Mutian have any instructions for me? It is not the turtle hermit who seeks you. Rather, it is I who request your assistance," Lingye replied. The Ox King, intrigued, asked, "Young lady, you possess considerable strength. What could you possibly require my help with?" Given Lingye's ability to perform the Kamehameha, it stood to reason that her power surpassed his own. Lingye produced a Dragon Ball and posed a question to the Ox King. "According to my radar, you should possess a Dragon Ball identical to this one that I hope you can lend it to me." Upon hearing this, the Ox King picked up the Dragon Ball and scrutinized it closely, faint memories stirring, although he could not recall where he had placed it. Embarrassed, he chuckled and returned the Dragon Ball to Lingye. "I seem to remember having such an object, but I paid it little heed and have since forgotten where I left it." Lingye accepted the Dragon Ball, shaking her head. "No worries, as long as it exists. That's sufficient. I have a dragon radar here. I can locate it swiftly." With that, she pressed a button on the radar, gradually narrowing the search range. Following the radar's guidance, the Ox King led Lingye to his treasure vault. As they pushed open the vault's grand door, Lingye was greeted by a dazzling array of gold and silver treasures, leaving her astounded by the Ox King's wealth. Such opulence! It rivals the treasures I've unearthed from the ocean depths, she mused. Amidst the trove, she began to sift through the riches and soon discovered the Dragon Ball, buried beneath a heap of gold, its surface gleaming with a golden luster, securing the Dragon Ball in her satchel. Lingye expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the Ox King. "Thank you ever so much. I promise to return it once I have utilized it. That little orb is rather unique. You may keep it. No need to return it," the Ox King said nonchalantly, gifting the Dragon Ball to Lingye. "That cannot be. I will certainly return the Dragon Ball once I am done," Lingye insisted, aware that failing to return it might prevent Goku and Bulma from visiting Frying Pan Mountain, thereby jeopardizing Goku and Chi-Chi's destined union. Although her presence had undeniably altered the course of the Dragon Ball saga, Goku and Chi-Chi's marriage must not be severed. Contemplating Goku and Chi-Chi's relationship, an idea sparked in Lingye's mind, prompting her to play matchmaker. She fixed her keen gaze on Chi-Chi and softly addressed the Ox King. "Uncle, I have a younger brother named Son Goku, the grandson of Master Rashi's foremost disciple. Son Gohan, that he is of similar age to Chi-Chi and is currently training under Master Rashi. I wonder if I could facilitate a connection between them." The Ox King's interest piqued at her words. The grandson of Gohan, training under Master Mutian? He glanced at his daughter Chi-Chi and discreetly inquired, "What is this son Goku like? What is his strength?" Lingye confidently placed her hand upon her chest, vowing, "Rest assured, Goku is a pure-hearted individual with formidable strength. He has already mastered the Kamehameha. A son-in-law like that is indeed hard to come by," she added enthusiastically. "Once I bring Goku to meet you, if Chi-Chi has no objections, we can arrange their marriage. What do you think? If Chi-Chi is agreeable, then I, of course, shall accept," the Ox King replied, prioritizing his daughter's sentiments. Yet, given Lingye's glowing endorsement of Goku, he felt optimistic about the prospects. Unbeknownst to both Goku and Chi-Chi, their sister and father were already plotting their lifelong commitment. That night, the castle atop Frying Pan Mountain was ablaze with light, as the Ox King hosted a grand banquet in honor of Lingye's arrival. During the festivities, Lingye produced a photograph of herself with Son Goku, presenting it to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, "Here is a picture of my younger brother, Son Goku. If you happen to meet him, be sure to get along well." Chi-Chi accepted the photograph. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the boy named Son Goku, who appeared quite charming in the image, like a tea that moment. Lingye lowered her voice conspiratorially and remarked, "Who knows? He might just be your future husband." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson, and she bashfully ran away. Observing Chi-Chi's shy retreat, Lingye chuckled softly and turned to the Ox-King. "It seems Chi-Chi does not oppose this notion. They may indeed end up together." With laughter, the two shared a moment of joy. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi found herself increasingly captivated by the idea of the boy named Son Goku, who might become her husband. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 27. Summoning the dragon after acquiring the Dragon Ball from the Ox King, Lingye wasted no time in her quest for the next one, following the signal from a radar. She arrived at a secluded valley nestled among mountains. Quack! A crow cawed, flapping by as it flew through the branches. The small valley, surrounded by towering peaks and situated in a low-lying area, rarely saw sunlight, rendering it particularly dark and silent. As Lingye traversed the overgrown path, the protruding branches tugged at her sweater, leaving it adorned with little tufts of yarn. Frowning at her now disheveled garment, she lamented, "I purchased this due to its stylish design, and yet it has become a mess so quickly." Glancing up at the sky obscured by the canopy of trees, Lingye quickened her pace, eager to locate the Dragon Ball nearby and depart from this place. A loud roar echoed ahead, reverberating through the valley and startling a flock of birds into flight. Lingye turned to see a massive black bear appear before her. Uninterested in the creature, she attempted to sidestep it. However, upon spotting Lingye, the bear charged towards her as if it had found prey. Lingye frowned, casting a displeased glance at the bear, her eyes flashing with icy resolve. Hiss! The black bear promptly halted, sensing the palpable chill in her gaze, and whimpered before retreating in the opposite direction. Smart choice, Lingye chuckled to herself as she watched the bear scamper away before continuing deeper into the valley. After about half an hour, Lingye paused to consult her dragon radar, which indicated the presence of 4 Dragon Balls at its center. Subtracting the 3 she carried, it became clear that the 4th Dragon Ball was nearby. Lingye searched the vicinity but found no trace of the Dragon Ball, leading her to ponder the situation. The radar indicates it's here. How could I possibly not find it? She resumed her search among the grass, bushes, and piles of stones, but to no avail. Then a thought struck her. In the original story, one of the Dragon Balls was discovered in a bird's nest. Could it be that this Dragon Ball was nestled within a tree's nest as well? Using her flight technique, Lingye ascended to the height of the trees and began her search. Sure enough, atop a large tree, she spotted a nest containing 2 giant eggs and an orange Dragon Ball. Elated, she seized the Dragon Ball, thinking, "Now I possess 4 Dragon Balls. I only need to find 3 more to summon the Eternal Dragon." Contemplating, Lingye resolutely ascended into the sky, advancing towards her next objective. With the assistance of the more advanced Dragon Ball radar, she successfully located the 5th and 6th Dragon Balls amidst the Rocky Mountains and the vast desert, before soaring towards the location of the final Dragon Ball. According to the radar's readings, the last Dragon Ball resided in the depths of the ocean. Gazing at the magnificent expanse of tumultuous waves, Lingye smiled serenely, knowing that the final Dragon Ball lay at the ocean's floor. With a splash, she leaped into the sea, descending steadily. The waters here were not particularly deep. Even at the seabed, sunlight managed to penetrate through. Beneath the waves, various corals and reefs had been sculpted into unique forms by the passage of time, adorned with crustaceans in hues of red and blue, creating a captivating tableau at the ocean's bottom. Lingye navigated through a kaleidoscope of colorful fish, diligently searching for the 7th Dragon Ball. Eureka! Lingye exclaimed in delight as she spotted the 7 Dragon Ball nestled among a cluster of corals and aquatic plants on a rocky shelf. She reached down, picked up the Dragon Ball, and placed it in her fabric pouch. As the 7 Dragon Balls converged, their radiant glow intensified, pulsating with an urgency as if the divine dragon were about to emerge. Landing on a desolate isle, Lingye emptied her pouch, revealing the 7 Dragon Balls. With a whoosh, whoosh, the orbs sparkled with golden light, each flicker accompanied by sound reminiscent of a gentle dragon's hum. Lingye gazed at the luminous Dragon Balls, her heart racing with anticipation. Soon, she would summon the dragon. "Arise, divine dragon!" She called out to the Dragon Balls, her spirit brimming with hope. Instantly, the sky reverberated with thunderous roars. As dark clouds amassed in dense formations, the overwhelming clouds loomed like a mountain, swiftly enveloping the sky and plunging the surroundings into a terrifying darkness. Boom! Golden lightning, akin to furious celestial serpents, pierced through the blackened clouds, striking down relentlessly, and the thunderous cacophony echoed as if heralding the apocalypse. The golden light emanating from the Dragon Balls grew brighter and more intense, harmonizing with the lightning above that moment. The boundary between heaven and earth seemed to dissolve, rendering the sky and ground indistinguishable. Lingye stood awestruck, captivated by the apocalyptic spectacle unfolding before her. What a grand entrance for the divine dragon! With a roar, the 7 Dragon Balls unleashed a torrent of golden light that spiraled upwards, merging with the celestial lightning, as a colossal dragon's roar resonated throughout the cosmos, signaling the dragon's arrival. In the heavens, a verdant dragon circled amidst the dark clouds, finally fixing its glowing crimson gaze upon Lingye. "Human, voice your desire. I shall grant any wish you have." Lingye, suppressing her excitement, retrieved a box from her universal capsule, containing an entire 100 outfits, ranging from intimate apparel to outer garments, including headbands and footwear, all of the latest styles. "Divine Dragon, please transform my 100 outfits into battle gear capable of adjusting their weight at will and instantaneously repairing any damage." The dragon regarded Lingye in silence for a long moment before responding. "I regret to inform you that this wish cannot be fulfilled. Your request encompasses 2 wishes. You must choose only one." Lingye rolled her eyes. The dragon was remarkably astute, discerning her intentions. Initially, she had contemplated listing numerous requests on a sheet of paper for the dragon to fulfill. Indeed, this dragon from the Dragon Ball universe possessed a certain empathy. Since the dragon could only grant one of her wishes, Lingye needed to deliberate. After a brief contemplation, she spoke to the dragon. "Divine Dragon, please transform all my 100 outfits into those that can freely adjust their weight." In her reasoning, for years hence, the first wish in the original narrative would be squandered by Oolong. It would be more prudent to enhance her outfits with repair capabilities at that time. For now, the ability to adjust weight was of utmost importance, as 4 years would afford her considerable growth in combat prowess. She could always seek the Dragon Balls again to summon the dragon later. The rationale for choosing 4 years rather than the coming year stemmed from the fact that only a few years remained before the original plot commenced. Any excessive interference might affect the Dragon Ball's locations. Allowing a 4-year interval would likely facilitate a natural repair process. The original narrative did not clarify the circumstances surrounding previous wishes for the Dragon Balls, meaning that as long as the time between wishes was not too brief, the fundamental settings should remain largely unaffected when the original story began. It was exceedingly simple. The dragon's eyes glowed red, and then all 100 outfits within the box shimmered with a radiant white light. Lingye picked up a sleeveless jacket, realizing it had indeed transformed. A unique aura flowed into her being. The dragon announced, "These 100 outfits have been attuned to your essence. Henceforth, only you may wield them. To adjust their weight, simply mentally articulate the desired load. Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, the dragon reverted to the 7 Dragon Balls, spiraling through the sky before dispersing across the globe. Lingye, engrossed in testing her new outfits, only realized too late that the Dragon Balls had slipped away. "Oh no, I forgot to capture the Dragon Balls." Regret washed over her. Having neglected to seize the orbs, they had transformed into stone and scattered worldwide. necessitating a wait of 1 year to locate the 4-star ball and the one belonging to Ox King. Volume 1. Science, Chapter 28. The temple IT seemed she would have to wait a year to gather the Dragon Balls anew. At the very least, she had to retrieve Goku's 4-star ball and Ox King's. With efficiency, Lingye unfastened the buttons of her garments, shedding all her clothes, and donned the garments transformed by the divine dragon, her undergarments, jacket, and finally, her boots. She then produced an orange ribbon, tying it around her neck. Coupled with Lingye's alluring figure, still in the bloom of youth, she appeared exceptionally vibrant and beautiful. Lingye felt immense satisfaction with her attire, as it showcased her beauty in its entirety. Silently adjusting the weight of her clothing, she suddenly felt as though a mountain had descended upon her. Her limbs were restrained by the heavy garments, causing the earth to crack, with her feet nearly sinking halfway into the ground. Despite the tremendous weight, the shape of the clothes remained unchanged, bearing no signs of compression, as if the weight were non-existent. Lingye summoned her energy, gently lifting her body to counteract the immense burden imposed by the weighted attire. In truth, the weighted clothing was far more complex than simply adding weight. Upon experimentation, Lingye discovered that the gravity exerted by the clothing was not merely a result of the fabric's interaction with the ground, but rather a force affecting the entire space beneath her. Even when teleporting to the cosmos, she could still feel the gravitational pull of the weighted garments. The inherent weight of the clothing had not altered. Yet when worn by Lingye, it endowed her with extraordinary strength, an astonishing interaction with the very fabric of space. She could hardly fathom that the divine dragon had crafted such a miraculous item. Moreover, the peculiar aspect was that this gravitational force was evenly distributed across every cell in her body. Using her clairvoyant abilities to gauge her combat power, Lingye found that once the weight function was activated, nearly half of her original combat power, which approached 14,000, was devoted to countering the pressure exerted by the space around her. The higher her combat power, the greater the energy required to resist the spatial pressure. When she retracted her aura to half its original strength, she discovered that even then, half was still employed to counteract the spatial pressure. Having half her strength dedicated to resisting spatial forces was nothing short of extraordinary. Curious to test the limits of the weight, she pondered whether there was a maximum weight capacity for these garments. With a newfound zeal, Lingye continued to increase the burden of her attire, adding weight ton by ton. She soon discovered that the spatial pressure upon her did not correspondingly escalate, remaining steadfast at half the threshold. However, she gradually began to feel the tangible increase in weight, until a certain pressure became apparent. Beads of sweat began to form on Lingye's forehead at that moment. Every article of clothing she wore bore nearly 10 tons of weight, when accounting for her undergarments. Boots, headband, and ribbons, the total weight exceeded 100 tons. This was indeed a substantial burden. Lingye mused, gazing at her garments, that in order to mitigate the damage caused by the immense gravity on the ground, she must not only bear the weight upon her, but also use her energy to elevate herself, preventing her body's heaviness from harming the earth below, above the Kailinta in the temple. The deity remarked upon the sudden darkening of the sky. Could it be that someone has summoned the dragon? Bobo, standing at the edge of the temple, inquired of the celestial being who was gazing down at the mortal realm. The recent dimming of the sky during Lingye's summoning of the dragon reminded Bobo of the last time a dragon had been called forth decades earlier. Indeed, the deity furrowed his wrinkled brow and replied, "Someone has gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon. What wish did they make?" Though Bobo had created the dragon's form, he harbored complex feelings about its existence, having entered the temple long before the deity. Bobo had gained insight into human nature and was deeply concerned about the potential havoc that could ensue should the Dragon Balls fall into the hands of malevolent individuals. "You know the one who summoned the dragon. It is that young girl from another planet who arrived on Earth a few years ago." The deity spoke slowly. Noticing Bobo's look of surprise, he continued, "After a few years apart, that child must have honed her skills further. Although I cannot distinctly sense a surge in her energy, it is evident she has been digesting and consolidating her power. Truly a formidable individual. Her wish was to transform 100 outfits enabling her to alter their way to, well, it seems she's indeed a martial artist dedicated to her training, not an evil person. Relieved by the deity's explanation, Bobo felt reassured, as long as the Dragon Balls remained unutilized by wicked hands. The fact that her strength has grown considerably may not bode ill for Earth, the deity remarked with keen eyes, aware that he was entering the twilight of his years and contemplating the succession of divinity. "Deity," Bobo called out, having served in the temple for many years, even under the previous god, fostering a deep bond with the celestial being. "Huh." The deity laughed heartily, reflecting on his own inadequacies. "I have not been a worthy god, and have even brought calamities akin to destruction upon the world." He recalled the chaos wrought by the demon king Piccolo over 300 years prior. The deity leaned upon his staff to enter the palace. Bobo stood silently behind him, understanding the divine sense of guilt toward the world. Yet it was not entirely the deity's fault. Lingye donned her resplendent, weighted attire, acutely aware of the power she could now wield. Whoosh, whoosh. In a blink, Lingye vanished, commencing her rapid movement, leaving countless afterimages in the sky and on the ground. She then halted, directing a ki blast toward the distant ocean. In an instant, the pale blue ki wave erupted in brilliant splendor, slicing through the horizon and summoning towering waves that submerged a distant deserted island. Boom! The sound of the explosion resonated, accompanied by a shockwave that stirred tumultuous waters, a towering mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Restricted by her weighted attire, she estimated that she could only exert a fraction of her original combat power. Observing the island she had obliterated, Lingye realized that even with her powers curtailed, she remained unmatched on Earth. Having experienced little growth in strength over the past few years, her tranquil life was nearing its conclusion. Since her rebirth following the body annihilation, every cell within her had been completely replaced. Her combat power had surged to 140,000, yet the subsequent aftereffects began to manifest. The prolonged tranquility on Earth, coupled with these aftereffects, left Lingye feeling that further enhancement of her combat strength was challenging. Were it not for her entry into puberty, coinciding with the Saiyan transformation period, she could not fathom how long her silence would last. Upon entering adolescence, she could distinctly perceive her body crackling and popping like frying beans, sensing a substantial elevation, yet her actual combat prowess did not reflect this improvement. Lingye doubted whether her self-perception was overly optimistic. The root cause likely lay in the need for her soul to harmonize with her newly formed physique. It appeared that rebirth through body annihilation was a choice to be made only in dire circumstances. Fortunately, Lingye possessed a long lifespan, and even after years of despondency, the potential for renewal remained. Moreover, rebirth was akin to a metamorphosis, with the only drawback being the time required. The Saiyan training system excessively emphasized immediate results, neglecting foundational elements. But Lingye discovered that her self-regulation had somewhat compensated for this deficiency post-rebirth. This represented a form of evolution. With a few more experiences like this, one might achieve a resolution of inherent shortcomings without formal training. Yet, how much time would such stagnation entail? The greater the flaw, the longer the period required for post-rebirth adaptation. This time, she was fortunate to coincide with her growth spurt, allowing her to adapt in merely a few years. Had it not been for this serendipity, the duration might have been indeterminate. Lingye dared not gamble on such uncertainties, nor did she wish to embrace a swift demise. She felt that her period of adaptation was nearing its end, and the weighted attire could serve as a catalyst. However, if her power were sufficiently formidable, the weighted attire would surely lose its efficacy. Presently, it could generate spatial pressure equivalent to half her combat power and a tangible gravity enhancement once activated. Perhaps it would reach its limits at some point. Lingye speculated that the weighted attire would likely only be effective for those whose strength had yet to surpass 100 million. Once one's power ascended to a certain threshold, the weighted attire would undoubtedly become ineffective. If likened to a terminal, its output would have inherent limitations. Currently, the most powerful beings on Earth were the deity and Bobo, followed by Master Rashi, Crane Hermit, and others. Lingye was eager to refine her own strength, having trained within the Saiyan system, which exhibited considerable flaws in its foundational approach. hindering her future development. She sought a mentor to guide her training. Initially considering Master Rashi for his wisdom, she ultimately realized that his teachings were rather elementary and may not suit her needs. The only remaining options were the deity and Bobo, though she contemplated visiting King Kai. She concluded that while he possessed great knowledge, his teachings were too broad and could not provide the detailed guidance she required for foundational improvement. Determined, Lingye resolved to visit the temple to seek the counsel of the deity and Bobo. With a swift whoosh, she soared through the air toward the temple. Shortly, she arrived at the sacred Kailan, ascending along the tower before continuing upward through layers of stormy clouds laden with lightning. Ultimately, she reached the hemispherical temple situated at an exalted height in the sky. Exhaling, Lingye landed lightly on the temple's ground. "Greetings," she addressed Bobo, whose dark skin suggested an Arab descent. Aware that Bobo had long resided in the temple, she surmised that his power might even surpass that of the deity. Observing Bobo's wide-eyed, expressionless demeanor, Lingye felt a wave of pressure, inwardly reflecting, is this the true state of serene mindfulness? "Greetings, young girl from another world." After a moment, Bobo responded, "I now reside on Earth. You may call me Lingye." Then, "Miss Lingye, may I inquire what brings you to the temple?" Bobo calmly articulated his concerns. Ayane smiled and said, "I have come to the temple with the hope that Mr. Bobo will guide me in my training." Bobo was taken aback by Ayane's words, and after a prolonged silence, he responded, "Miss Ayane's prowess far surpasses both mine and that of the deity. Why would you require our guidance?" Ayane continued, "Due to my overly ambitious training methods, I have left significant gaps in my foundational skills. I sincerely wish for Mr. Bobo to assist me in remedying these deficiencies." As she spoke, Ayane discreetly increased her burden and restrained her power, managing to limit her combat strength to 260, reminiscent of Sun Wukong's might when he triumphed over the Demon King Piccolo. Observing Ayane's suppressed strength, Bobo exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, so you have employed additional weight along with another mysterious mechanism. In that case, please stay." Volume 1, Science, Chapter 29, The Deity's Trial. After Bobo's consent, Ayane settled into the temple. Life within the temple was exceedingly monotonous. Fortunately, Ayane was capable of enduring solitude, thus she did not succumb to irritability. At that moment, Ayane was diligently practicing her martial arts, repeatedly striking and blocking in the in stillness. She resembled a beautiful flower reflected upon water. In motion, she moved like a slender willow, swaying in the breeze. Her enchanting figure unmistakably captivating. Ayane's attire was striking. She wore a pristine white long-sleeve sweater, complemented by an amber-hued casual jacket. Her lower half was adorned with form-fitting black trousers and a denim skirt, while a pale yellow ribbon encircled her neck, resembling a flower bud poised to bloom. Had there been onlookers, they would undoubtedly have been drawn to her like a massive magnet. Bobo observed Ayane's movements from the side, occasionally offering suggestions to help her refine her technique. Ayane, while in motion, maintain a tranquil heart and be swift as lightning. "Do not entertain excessive thoughts," Bobo advised her. Ayane, understanding his intent, nodded and made continuous adjustments to her movements, striving to achieve a state of serene composure. Though she was already an exceptional martial artist, her lack of foundational guidance had hindered her progress. With Bobo's mentorship, she swiftly began to rectify her shortcomings. Time flew by, and under Bobo's tutelage, Ayane's foundation solidified, enabling her to maintain a tranquil heart during combat, undisturbed by external distractions. Her mental cultivation had reached a significant level of accomplishment. After months of training within the temple, Ayane had thoroughly addressed her foundational deficiencies, laying a solid groundwork for her future development. One day, Bobo called Ayane over and led her to a room located beneath the temple. They descended the winding staircase. Ayane was filled with curiosity, unsure of where Bobo intended to take her. Could it be the hyperbolic time chamber? However, that seemed improbable. While the chamber featured thin air, drastic temperature variations, and gravity many times that of Earth, one could only spend 2 days in there over a lifetime, and it seemed of little significance for her. The hyperbolic time chamber primarily relied on its harsh environment to hone a practitioner's physique. while the expansive yet desolate surroundings tested their psychological endurance. In truth, it was not a place of great importance, merely a means to manipulate time. 1 year inside equated to a single day outside. Reflecting on the chamber's harsh conditions, Ayane could only smile derisively. The thin air and temperature fluctuations between -40 to 50 degrees Celsius, coupled with gravity 10 times that of Earth. Was that truly a harsh environment? Having endured the inhuman conditions of the heavy star, Ayane found such claims laughable. As for the psychological torment of solitude, Ayane was well accustomed to being alone, having spent little time in the company of others. It must be said that Dragon Ball had completely lost its balanced power system in its later stages. A formidable warrior capable of obliterating Earth with a single punch could be exhausted by lifting hundreds of tons. It was hard to believe that the young Goku could once push small mountains. Why had he seemingly regressed as he grew? The hyperbolic time chamber was originally designed to maximize preparation time before a battle, lacking substantial value in training. The hyperbolic time chamber held no significance for Ayane, and Bobo should have been aware of this. Where was he taking her? As Ayane pondered this, Bobo led her to the entrance of a room. Upon opening the door, Ayane beheld a dark interior with a device resembling a diesel generator in the corner, accompanied by an operational console adorned with red and green buttons and several levers. At the center of the room lay a colossal magical array. What is this? Ayane mused, her mind racing as she recalled a similar setting to this was reminiscent of the original work in the animated storyline. Bobo had previously activated a time machine to send son Wukong back over 300 years to meet Master Roshi's teacher, Master Mateto. Could it be that Bobo intended to send her back 3 centuries? Although the original storyline was not part of the canonical narrative, it was still a segment of Dragon Ball's lore. Much like the theatrical adaptations, it often contained significant contradictions with the original tale. However, the TV original narratives effectively supplemented the original story, particularly addressing son Wukong's training during those years. Miss Ayane, your training at the temple has reached fruition, so I plan to send you to another location for further cultivation. To learn from diverse styles and gather the strengths of many, Bobo announced, contemplating the possibility of training Ayane to become the heir to the deity's mantle. Ayane, uncertain of Bobo's and the deity's intentions, beamed with joy and expressed her gratitude. I cannot thank you enough. Mr. Bobo, words escape me. Bobo instructed Ayane to stand within a magical array while he moved to the control panel to initiate the device. Wait, an elderly voice called from outside the room as the deity approached, leaning on a cane. God, what brings you here? Bobo inquired respectfully upon seeing the deity. The deity nodded at Bobo and then turned his gaze to Ayane, who stared wide-eyed at the deity. Child, I need you to journey back over 300 years to defeat a demon king known as Piccolo. The deity revealed his purpose. 3 centuries ago, the demon king had threatened the entire world, casting it into darkness and fear. Though formidable warriors among humanity had sacrificed their lives to seal him away, the deity hoped Ayane could vanquish him. Allow me to defeat the demon king Piccolo. Ayane gasped, startled. Defeating Piccolo seemed all too easy. Her concern lay in the potential repercussions of returning to the past and defeating Piccolo. How would it affect the present world? Would it remain unchanged? Akin to how future Trunks altered the fate of the Dragon Ball universe without affecting his own timeline, or would it drastically transform the current reality? The deity seemed to sense Ayane's apprehension and reassured her. You need not worry about the impact on the present world, for in my memories, there was no trace of your existence during the time when the Demon King wreaked havoc 3 centuries ago. In other words, she was not a participant in the Demon King incident of that era. Now, as I send you back, whatever actions you take will not affect this world. It will only create an alternate reality. Ayane understood now that since her presence had not been felt in this world 3 centuries prior, her alterations could not influence it. But what if I were to participate in a different world? Ayane inquired. Then that world too would remain unchanged, for your involvement would shape its history, creating a future that reflects your participation, the deity replied. Many become fixated on a paradox. If one were to return to the past and kill their grandfather, they would cease to exist, thus preventing the very event of their grandfather's death, creating a paradox. In truth, This is not a paradox, but rather a limitation in thinking. Imagine, if we consider the theory of parallel universes. There exist two entirely unrelated worlds that naturally cannot interfere with each other. Thus, the death of the grandfather only results in subsequent changes within the world where he has passed. Alternatively, in the theory of a single universe, a person who travels back in time to attempt to kill their grandfather would evidently fail, as their very existence implies that the grandfather did not die. The intention to kill the grandfather does not unfold smoothly, indicating that the individual is already a participant in history. At the moment of time travel, there exists another version of them from the past who has also traveled back, making them a catalyst of history rather than a changer of it. Perhaps the reason the grandfather and grandmother met was due to this unforeseen event of attempting to kill the grandfather. In this theory, many believe that time travel creates a loop that continues indefinitely. However, this is a flawed understanding, as from the perspective of the timeline, the two timelines do not progress simultaneously. Those who think of it as an infinite cycle often assume that the world continues to develop up to the point of time travel, while those who travel back adhere to a historical trajectory that reverts to its original path post-travel. It is subtle. They unwittingly employ the notion of two worlds progressing in unison. In reality, we have not encountered individuals from the future, suggesting that the time machine's temporal span is exceedingly brief, mere days, hours, or even seconds. Alternatively, it may be that time machines cannot be constructed at all. There is also the world line theory, which posits that there is but one world, albeit with different scripts. Minor alterations in the narrative lead to the original script concluding at the point of change, and the world transitions into another script to continue its development. If the alteration involves time travel, it would obliterate the entire developmental arc of the world within the span crossed, filling the void by implanting altered memories in all individuals, thus allowing for a genuine progression post the time travel point. Given the minor alterations in the plot, the fates of all individuals remain largely unchanged. However, if significant events are altered that could impact the course of the world, it would entirely shift into another world line, consequently transforming human destinies drastically. Kill the grandfather, if it were possible, would inherently negate the original history following the grandfather's death, erasing that timeline and subsequently filling in the memories, thus re-entering the true trajectory after the time travel point. The primary theories of time are broadly categorized into these three. The parallel universe theory is the most widely utilized and is discussed in cosmic physics. If two universes of identical mass exist under the same physical laws since the singularity of the Big Bang, their developments would follow identical patterns, with only minor random factors slightly altering the world, essentially resulting in two parallel universes. The single universe theory holds the most authenticity, while the world line theory is the most innovative and logically coherent. The deity statement indicates that the Dragon Ball universe is an application of the parallel universe theory, meaning that no matter how one alters events, it will not affect this world. Suddenly, Ayaka pondered, doesn't this imply that the Dragon Ball universe consists of countless iterations? What does that mean? A chaotic multiverse. Very well, I shall defeat the Demon King. Without any hesitation, Ayaka readily agreed. Upon hearing Ayaka's commitment to vanquish King Piccolo, the deity exhaled in relief and instructed Bobo to activate the time machine. Beep! The machine emitted a series of beeping sounds, and the central magic circle radiated a brilliant white light. Whoosh! A blinding white light surged forth, its dazzling brightness forcing one to shut their eyes. When she reopened them, only faint wisps of blue smoke lingered in the room, and Ayaka's figure had vanished within the magic circle. Deity, do you truly wish for Ayaka to kill the Demon King? Bobo inquired anxiously after Ayaka's disappearance. The Demon King should have been slain long ago. If he were to be killed, then there would be no deity or Dragon Balls in that world, potentially altering the entirety of existence. The deity closed his eyes and spoke slowly. This is also a test for Ayaka. Should she succeed in defeating the Demon King, she will be deemed worthy of inheriting the position of deity. Do you intend to bestow the position of deity upon Ayaka once she returns? Bobo did not oppose the deity's plan to have Ayaka inherit the divine role, agreeing that she was indeed capable of such strength. Moreover, He recognized that Ayaka possessed the requisite abilities, and the deity merely needed a solid justification. Ayaka was immensely powerful and possessed a kind heart, making her an ideal candidate for the position of deity. Little did Ayaka know that this was all part of the deity's assessment in selecting a successor. As long as she vanquished King Piccolo, she would ascend as the new deity. Volume 1. Saiyan. Chapter 30. Master Rashi. Time travel is fraught with uncertainty and the unknown, where a moment's lapse could lead one astray in an unfamiliar realm. Ayaka felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body, akin to an electric shock, and when she regained her senses, she found herself in a vast forest. The towering trees reached high into the sky, their leaves lush and verdant, while birds occasionally perched upon the branches, chirping melodiously. Ayaka gradually made her way along a mountain path, emerging from the forest into a sparsely populated small town. Observing the passers-by clad in garments of antiquated hues, Ayaka mused, "It seems apparent that I have traveled back over 300 years." Where clothing is quite rudimentary, she remained oblivious to the astonished gazes of the men and women directed towards her. Unbeknownst to her, she arrived at a waterfall and noticed a set of women's garments laid out on the ground, with a graceful figure subtly visible behind the rocks of the waterfall. "I saw someone bathing there," Ayaka thought, lacking any inclination to spy. Had it been in her previous life, she certainly would have seized the opportunity. However, as she was now a woman herself, and possessing both beauty and allure, she had developed a strong immunity to the allure of other females over the years. Furthermore, her aspirations had shifted significantly through 2 lifetimes. Just as she was about to depart, Ayaka noticed a man dressed in a purple robe hiding behind a large tree, peering in. "How scandalous! A voyeur!" Ayaka thought with surprise, silently approaching the man. "Isn't it beautiful?" Ayaka whispered softly, standing beside him. The man nodded, wiping away the blood trickling from his nose, exclaiming, "So enchanting! My Fong is truly delightful." Fong. Ayaka recalled the name, recognizing it as the object of Master Rashi's youthful affections. Could this man be the young Master Rashi himself? At that moment, Wu Tian snapped back to reality, noticing a stunning girl beside him, and realizing that his secretive behavior had been discovered, he instinctively opened his mouth to scream. Ayaka, quick as a flash, covered his mouth and pulled him away to a more secluded area. "Miss, you are so lovely. May I ask your name?" Wu Tian inquired as they escaped the scandalous spot. "Where's Master Rashi's dojo?" Ayaka asked, turning to Wu Tian as they walked through the marketplace. "You are seeking Master Rashi's dojo. I'm actually a disciple of Master Rashi. Allow me to guide you," Wu Tian replied. Ayaka smiled inwardly, having already surmised he was a disciple of Master Rashi. Otherwise, why would she have asked? In this era, technology on Earth was still underdeveloped, and the small town was quite diminutive. Before long, Wu Tian led Ayaka to the entrance of Master Rashi's dojo. The dojo was modest in size, housing approximately 30 students. Master Rashi was an exceptional martial artist with a unique understanding of martial arts. Ayaka sought out Master Rashi to witness the skills of this esteemed martial artist. Upon entering the dojo and passing through several training halls, Ayaka arrived at the inner sanctum, which served as Master Rashi's residence. From a distance, she spotted an elderly man clad in a white martial arts uniform, seated on the wooden floor with a cup of hot tea in hand. "Greetings, Master Rashi." Ali stepped forward and, with utmost courtesy, introduced herself. "I am Ali, a martial artist hailing from afar, having heard of the esteemed reputation of Master Udedo. I have come specifically to seek your guidance." Utedo set down his teacup, his gaze piercing as he looked intently at Ali, as if attempting to see through her very being. "This young lady," he remarked, "I sense a natural essence in your movements. It appears your comprehension of martial arts is on par with my own." Ali smiled modestly, neither confirming nor denying his assertion. Engaging with a true martial artist was indeed a delightful prospect. With that, Utedo rose, inviting Ali into the dojo. Ali understood that Utedo regarded her with significance, eager to engage in a sparring match. Adjusting the weight on her body and centering her breath, she suppressed her combat power to a level of 200, roughly matching Utedo's strength, and assumed a combat stance. Tetu observed the young girl with a serious expression, finding it hard to fathom that such youth possessed strength equal to his own. Ayaiba mirrored his seriousness. Tetu's imposing demeanor revealed a different facet of martial arts, an overwhelming presence that enveloped her. With a swish, Tetu's figure vanished from before Ayaiba, her eyes darting as she tracked his movement. Suddenly, a fist appeared at her waist. She sidestepped deftly, narrowly evading the blow as a powerful gust struck the ground, producing a series of thuds. Ayaiba swiftly dodged a flurry of attacks from Tetu, each wave more ferocious than the last. Akin to a ravenous beast, she retreated several meters, then corrected her stance, diving toward Tetu in a charged assault. Tetu's gaze flickered, his focus unwavering on Ayaiba's movements. Bang! Ayaiba's punch came forth, only to be met by Tetu's elbows. Witnessing Ayaiba's unpretentious and decisive strikes, Tetu nodded appreciatively before launching a swift counterattack. Whoosh! Tetu appeared behind Ayaiba at an astonishing angle, throwing a punch towards her back. Ayaiba, having anticipated his action, smiled calmly and dropped to the ground, evading the blow. The two exchanged attacks fervently, their speed escalating to the point where only the sound of their strikes echoed through the I in the blink of an eye. They had engaged in over 100 exchanges. Bam! Tetu delivered a heavy punch, yet Ayaiba effortlessly deflected it with a light touch, causing it to miss its mark. Throughout their extended bout, neither combatant exhibited any signs of fatigue, suggesting that neither had truly unleashed their full potential. Ayaiba leaped backward, creating distance between them, and unleashed a wave of energy, a brilliant azure light flashing as it surged toward Tetu. Upon witnessing Ayaiba's energy wave, Tetu remained unfazed, extending his arms to intercept it. Boom! The energy wave exploded in Tetu's grasp, the resulting destruction shattering the wooden floor and sending debris swirling throughout the dojo. Seizing the moment of chaos, Ayaiba charged forward, launching a full-scale assault on Tetu. Caught off guard, Tetu was sent flying nearly 10 meters by Ayaiba's strike. Wu Tian, who had been mesmerized by the battle, rushed to assist his master as he saw Tetu toppled. "It seems I've been bested," Tetu said with a composed demeanor, displaying no airs of superiority. Indeed, true heroes emerge from youth. "Young lady, your prowess is undeniably among the world's elite. No, it is I who have lost." Ayaiba shook her head, raising her arm to reveal a cut near her chest, one she had not noticed until now. She realized that Tetu had shown restraint. Had he not hesitated to strike her chest, she would surely have been gravely injured. However, this was merely hypothetical. Given Ayaiba's current physical prowess, she could withstand a few direct hits from Tetu without significant harm. Ayaiba did not perceive failure as something to fear, despite the guidance from Bobo and the deity. She had still been outmaneuvered by Tetu under conditions of similar combat power. This underscored the high level of Tetu's martial arts, rivaling that of the deity and Bobo, explaining why he was revered as a sage among mortals. The titles of Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit were inherited from him. Even though Ayaiba's combat power had reached 140,000, mastering its nuanced applications remained a challenge. She had resolved to build a solid foundation before arriving on Earth. At the Turtle Hermit's place, she found his training beneath her consideration, too elementary. With Bobo and the deity, she had gained enhancement, and it appeared that Tetu also had further insights to offer. Her journey had not been in vain. Surely, the deity and Bobo understood Tetu's martial expertise. Once she mastered Tetu's accomplishments, Ayaiba believed there would be no higher realm to attain. At that point, her foundation would be solidified, allowing her to elevate her combat power without reservation. "Ha ha! Indeed, Miss Ayaiba, you are an extraordinary martial artist," Tetu exclaimed with hearty laughter. Bowing to her, "I welcome you to spar with me any time." Ayaiba reciprocated the gesture, indicating her intention to reside nearby. She understood that when the great demon king Piccolo emerged, Tetu would lead his disciples into battle. By living close to Tetu's dojo, she could not only absorb his wisdom, but also keep track of Piccolo's movements. In the quaint town, Ayaiba settled in, gradually integrating herself into the community. The villagers held great admiration for the uniquely attired young woman. Over the course of a year, Li frequently visited Wutaidu's dojo, honing her skills with him. Many villagers became aware that this seemingly serene and charming girl possessed the potential for unparalleled devastation. Throughout the year, Li wore weighted clothing. Maintaining her strength just above 200, she recognized that despite temporarily setting aside her pursuit of raw combat power, incremental improvements would compound into significant advancement. Consequently, her strength had surged to a combat power of 150, 0.1 day. Li arrived at Wutaidu's dojo, only to find the atmosphere heavy with silence. Wutaidu appeared deep in thought. Upon noticing Li's entrance, he finally spoke. Li, a nearby major city, was recently annihilated by the great demon king Piccolo. With all its inhabitants slain, it is feared that our location may be next. Li's spirits lifted at the news, her eyes shimmering with intensity. The great demon king Piccolo? Indeed, Wutaidu replied gravely. Piccolo has already obliterated numerous cities. I never imagined he would come here. Villagers from surrounding areas are evacuating in fear of his attack. The reputation of Piccolo's might had spread across the globe following his earlier conquests, plunging the world into terror. Master, let us unite with others to confront the Demon King, the young turtle hermit proposed. The other disciples murmured in agreement, urging Wutaidu to take action. Wutaidu stood, silencing the discussion with a raised hand, then turned his gaze to Li, inquiring, "What do you think, Li?" Li concurred with the disciples, stating, "To thwart the great demon King Piccolo, we must strike together. However, I believe it is sufficient for just the two of us to engage. There is no need to involve others." Wu Tu nodded in response. At that moment, Wu Tian, filled with reluctance, spoke up, "Master, take us with you. We too wish to battle the Dark Demon King." That a glance from Lingye unleashed an overwhelming aura that swept over them like a tidal wave, leaving Wu Tian and the others feeling adrift in a vast ocean. A bone-chilling cold enveloping them. "If I cannot withstand even a fraction of my aura, how can you contend with the Dark Demon King Piccolo? Stay here and diligently cultivate your skills. If we fail, at least you will be there to continue our fight." Under Lingye's oppressive presence, the disciples could only bow their heads, refraining from further mention of confronting the Dark Demon King. Wutaidu smiled at Lingye and declared, "In that case, let Lingye and I confront the Dark Demon King Piccolo." Upon hearing their master's words, Wu Tian and the other disciples wept in agreement, their hearts filled with hope that their master could vanquish the Dark Demon King. By the winding path, Lingye and Wutaidu, with their packs on their backs, bid farewell to the disciples behind them and set forth on the road to confront the Dark Demon King. Behind them, the disciples waved tearful blessings for Lingye and Wutaidu. Wu Tian gazed at the receding figures of his master and Lingye, silently praying, "Master, you and Lingye must succeed in defeating the Dark Demon King." This sorrowful departure left Lingye feeling helpless. After all, it was merely a Dark Demon King Piccolo, yet it felt as though she was destined to sacrifice herself. After 3 to 4 days of travel, Lingye and Wutaidu arrived at the city that had been devastated by the Dark Demon King Piccolo. The scene before them was one of desolation, with shattered walls, abandoned fields, and collapsed houses painting a bleak apocalyptic picture. The sky stained blood-red by the dark power of the Demon King. Observing the decay and decline wrought by the Demon King, Wutaidu's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with fury and anger that threatened to explode. Lingye, perhaps due to having witnessed the end of Kaner's star, felt only a deep-seated revulsion towards the scene, her brows slightly furrowing. "Let us head directly to the Demon King's castle." Wutu nodded in agreement, eager to eliminate the threat that loomed over the entire world. Before the palace of the Dark Demon King, Lingye and Wutaidu gazed at the ominous and shadowy fortress, resembling a den of evil, exchanging a knowing glance before stepping through the grand entrance. "Haha, how foolish of you humans to venture into the Demon King's palace. You are seeking death." A sharp, grating voice echoed from above, and Lingye soon spotted a green-skinned lizard man with a pair of demonic wings. This was one of the Dark Demon King's subordinates, and the sight made her stomach churn as the lizard man appeared. Wutaidu was enveloped in a powerful aura, poised to strike down the creature at any moment. Feeling the contempt emanating from the two humans before him, The lizard man seethed with rage. Humans. I shall make you understand the consequences of offending Lord Piccolo. With a flap of its wings, the lizard man lunged at Lingye. The lizardman's assault missed its mark, for as it leapt forward, both Lingye and Wu Tu vanished in a blur. A moment later, a resounding crash echoed as Lingye unleashed a Kamehameha wave, reducing the lizard man to mere ashes. Quickly, let us find the Dark Demon King, Wu Tu urged, and Lingye nodded, continuing deeper into the palace. Along the way, they encountered several minions of the Demon King, all of whom were swiftly dispatched by Lingye and Wu Tu with ease. Before long, they found themselves before the Dark Demon King. He sat upon his throne, clad in garments emblazoned with demonic symbols, regarding the two humans with a sinister grin. Ha! Not long ago, a batch of humans came here to meet their demise, and yet, here you are so soon after. The Demon King boasted, since you've arrived, I shall make you regret stepping foot in this place. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. As the arrogant laughter of the Dark Demon King filled the air, a cold, murderous intent flickered across Lingye's face. With that kind of audacity, I shall ensure you are utterly erased from existence. In a flash, Wu Tu sprang into action, his body disappearing from sight and reappearing before the Dark Demon King. His fist imbued with a formidable aura crashing down. Boom! The powerful strike generated a massive whirlwind, sending shockwaves that stirred up dust from the ground. Sensing the overwhelming force of the attack, the Dark Demon King quickly evaded. Realizing he had underestimated these two humans, his anger flared, and his icy gaze swept over Lingye and Wu Tu, a terrifying murderous intent seemingly solidifying in the air. Wu Tu's expression grew serious as he faced the Dark Demon King, carefully gathering his inner energy, ready to launch an assault at any moment. Ha! Wu Tu let out a low growl, his aura surging several times over, enveloping them like a ferocious tiger, freshly unleashed. Roaring with unrelenting ferocity, in the face of this sudden surge of power, the Dark Demon King's countenance turned even colder, realizing that this human's aura was dangerously close to his own. Lingye, standing beside him, also wore a look of astonishment, surprised to discover Wu Tu possessed such strength. She had believed his focus on martial arts meant his combat prowess was not particularly formidable, yet it seemed he had unveiled his ultimate technique. Universal shattering palm, Wu Tu bellowed, his body suddenly vanishing, reappearing behind the Dark Demon King in an incomprehensible instant. With the Dark Demon King's shocked gaze upon him, Wu Tu delivered a palm radiating golden light, crackling with intense electricity, carving a terrifying arc through the air. The universal shattering palm descended with an unstoppable force, striking the Dark Demon King back several dozen meters, crashing him heavily against the stone pillars of the palace. Seeing Wu Tu unleash the universal shattering palm, Lingye could not help but stop and observe. It was evident that Wu Tu had gained the upper hand in that exchange. The Dark Demon King roared in fury, wiping the purple blood from his lips. How dare you wound me? He vowed to completely shred the human standing before him. With an evil, frigid glare, he surveyed Lingye and Wu Tu, licking his lips with a sinister smile. Clenching his fist tightly, he declared, "You have dared to injure me, so prepare to welcome the Grim Reaper's embrace." The Dark Demon King's aura rose steadily, causing the entire palace to tremble as a whirlwind erupted around him. A suffocating, desolate aura enveloped them, as if they had been thrust into an endless purgatory, the air thick with the scent of blood. The hellish stench made Lingye's brow furrow involuntarily. It seemed that the Dark Demon King's power was significantly greater than when Sun Wukong had confronted him. Could it be due to him being at the peak of his strength now? Wu Tu's expression grew grave as he faced the overwhelming aura, his focus unwavering as he locked his gaze on the Dark Demon King. "Now allow you to witness the true power of this Demon King." With that, the Demon King suddenly vanished, reappearing beside Wu Tu, his sharp claws imbued with a potent corrosive energy, launching an attack at Wu Tu's heart. Boom! A delicate hand grasped the incoming claw tightly. In a moment of crisis, Lingye decisively intervened, blocking the Dark Demon King's strike. The corrosive aura relentlessly devoured the pristine white hand, emitting a hissing sound of decay. Witnessing the ominous energy engulfing Lingye's delicate fingers, Wu Taidu could not help but reveal a look of concern. Yet, Lingye maintained an unperturbed expression, her right hand firmly gripping the monstrous claw, and with a fierce determination. She squeezed tightly, unleashing a terrifyingly explosive force from her slender fingers. Crack! With a powerful tug, Lingye tore off one of the arms of the Demon King Piccolo, as her action severed the entire arm. The Demon King let out a howl of agony. How could this be? Piccolo gazed at his dismembered limb in disbelief. His demeanor faltered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Wu Taidu, too, was astonished by Lingye's extraordinary feat. Fully aware of Piccolo's formidable strength, how could she so effortlessly rend his arm apart? Piccolo, do you realize? I have come to this era with the sole purpose of eradicating you at this moment. Lingye spoke without concealment, her expression calm and composed. What? The Demon King was taken aback, his mind racing at the revelation. Could this girl before him truly be from another time? Indeed, I am not of this era. I hail from 300 years hence, commissioned by the celestial being of that time to eliminate you. The celestial being! Piccolo's eyes widened in understanding, realizing that this girl was a counterpart sent from 3 centuries into the future. Do you think you can kill me? Piccolo erupted into maniacal laughter, asserting that no one in this world could defeat him, that a tremendous aura surged from Piccolo, an oppressive force even more terrifying than before, causing the palace to tremble and fine cracks to appear in the walls. Even Wu Taidu began to sweat profusely under this maddening pressure. This strength is not inferior to that of the second-generation Piccolo at the beginning of the Z saga. Yet, to Lingye, such an imposing presence felt utterly trivial. She would not deign to acknowledge the Demon King's aura. Lingye narrowed her eyes, regarding Piccolo as one would a mere jester. Yes, he sensed the derision in her gaze. Piccolo spat blood in fury. Lingye shook her head. You know, within the vast universe, there exist countless powerful beings capable of extinguishing you with the ease of squashing an ant, so do not confine yourself to your limited perspective. And I, by fortunate coincidence, am one of them. Activating her unseen eyes, a faint spectral glow emanated from Lingye's eyes. These eyes allow me to perceive the combat power of any individual. Earth is a planet of notably low combat capabilities. Mr. Wu Taidu possesses approximately 200 combat power, which qualifies him as one of the most formidable among humanity. Turning her azure-glowing gaze towards Piccolo, she declared, "And you, Demon King Piccolo, at your peak, possess 340 combat power." Noticing Wu Taidu's bewildered expression, she continued, "My combat power far exceeds your expectations that Tito train on Earth. I deliberately donned weighted clothing, totaling over 100 tons. Moreover, I have consistently restrained my use of energy." With a flourish, she proclaimed, "My true combat power is 156,000. With that, Lingye released her burdens, the oppressive weight vanishing. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring and formidable aura surged forth, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The palace crumbled under the tremendous force, dust swirling in turbulent currents, while the ground beneath Lingye sank several meters, riddled with deep, serpentine fissures. The once unblemished earth became a chaotic landscape as a powerful cyclone swept through, rendering the surroundings nearly impossible to behold. The sky and earth seemed to quiver under the weight of Lingye's presence. This was her first unrestrained display of power, evoking a profound sense of freedom akin to that of a bird soaring high in the heavens. Observing the astonishing transformation in Lingye, both Piccolo and Wu Taidu stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom the existence of such an overwhelming force in the world. "How is this possible?" Piccolo exclaimed, his expression one of despair. Faced with a being of monstrous strength, how could his ambitions of world domination ever come to fruition? "Piccolo, today you shall find no escape. Prepare to meet your demise," Lingye stated calmly, as though pronouncing his death sentence. Piccolo howled in madness. "No, I am the fearsome Demon King. Everything in this world is under my dominion. I shall shroud the entire world in darkness." Noise, a glint of cold light flashed in Lingye's eyes. And suddenly, a surge of golden energy erupted from her being. The powerful golden energy spiraled like a great dragon, roaring heavenward, radiating an aura that instilled terror, throughout the world as it surged towards the Demon King. Boom! Without a shred of resistance, Piccolo was struck by the golden energy wave, which expanded and compressed violently, reducing him to ashes under its overwhelming might. Simultaneously, the celestial being within the temple and the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the world faded into the annals of legend. As Wu Taidu observed the once terrifying Demon King, now reduced to cinders by Lingye's energy wave, he remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend that the girl before him possessed such cataclysmic power. Yet, the pockmarked and ravaged earth surrounding him incessantly reminded him of the reality of the situation. Reigning in her aura and restoring her burdens, Lingye transformed back into the petite and graceful girl she once was. Noticing Wu Taidu's astonished demeanor, she offered a gentle smile. The task assigned to her by the celestial being was complete, and she had gleaned invaluable martial insights from Wu Taidu now. All that remained was to await the passage of time for Bobo to retrieve her. I never imagined you hailed from the future. Wu Taidu's face was a portrait of astonishment, utterly taken aback by Lingye's identity. P.S. I have been suffering from a cold these past few days. The persistent coughing has given me a headache, and I am not in good condition. The fairy tale of the demon has not been updated, and this Dragon Ball narrative is also drawing from my reserves. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 33. A Changed Future. After a brief exchange with the dazed Wu Taidu, Lingye returned to the small town alongside him. Gazing at the enchanting girl by his side, Wu Taidu remained in disbelief that such immense power lay concealed beneath her delicate frame. Upon returning to the town, the villagers erupted in jubilant cheers upon learning of the Demon King's demise. That night, a grand celebration unfolded, with Lingye and Wu Taidu surrounded by exuberant villagers toasting and laughing. The festivities continuing until dawn, as Lingye experienced the villagers' joy erupting from their immense relief after the terror. With her intervention in vanquishing the Demon King, the trajectory of this world had already begun to shift, and Wu Taidu had not perished. The following day, it took Lingye considerable effort to extricate herself from the enthusiastic villagers. Phew! Lingye exhaled, feeling overwhelmed by the crowd's adoration. Wu Taidu approached her with a smile, saying, Lingye, the villagers are immensely grateful for your slaying of the Demon King. Lingye rolled her eyes and replied helplessly, my defeat of Piccolo was at the behest of the celestial being. Even without my intervention, he would have been sealed away in history. Wu Taidu shook his head, replying, I am well aware of the Demon King's strength. Had it not been for your assistance, while it's true that he would have been sealed away according to history, I would undoubtedly have paid a substantial price. Therefore, I must express my gratitude to you. Lingye smiled gently, nodding in acceptance of Wu Taidu's gratitude. In history, Wu Taidu, accompanied by his disciples, ventured to confront the Demon King Piccolo, but faced defeat on their first attempt. However, due to his extraordinary vitality, Wu Taidu did not succumb to fatal injuries. He departed alone, leaving a message for his disciples that he would inevitably return. Eventually, Wu Taidu made his return, employing the magical sealing wave he had mastered to imprison the Demon King Piccolo within a rice cooker, albeit at the cost of his own life. In the end, Master Rashi and Master Shun submerged the rice cooker, containing the sealed Piccolo, into the ocean. Lingye pondered the implications of her actions. Having slain the Demon King Piccolo, the deities and Dragon Balls would vanish from this world. In such a future, Sun Wukong and Bulma would never cross paths, and the entirety of history would be irrevocably altered. Suddenly, an unsettling thought flickered through Lingye's mind. Although she had eradicated the Demon King Piccolo, it was true that the Saiyans mentioned at the beginning of Z would still arrive on Earth, even if Vegeta and Frieza were not drawn to Earth or Namek as a consequence. The androids would not materialize either. Nonetheless, the egg of Majin Buu would still exist on Earth. The mere possibility of Majin Buu's emergence darkened Lingye's mood, leaving her with a tinge of regret over her impulsive decision to kill the Demon King Piccolo. The essence of the Dragon Ball world is intrinsically linked to the Dragon Balls themselves, and thus, the connection with the Demon King Piccolo and the deities holds immense significance to the main storyline. The deities were unaware of the challenges that awaited Earth in the future. They believed that by eliminating Piccolo, peace would ensue, hence their encouragement for Lingye to carry out this task. However, Her intervention could lead to a future devoid of Dragon Ball warriors to confront Majin Buu. Lingye's expression soured as she realized that her momentary oversight could plunge this world into everlasting darkness. Wait, it seemed that Trunks' future did not bear the presence of Majin Buu. Could it be that this world might also escape such a fate? This reckless line of thought was intolerable. Perhaps Trunks' world simply had not yet encountered Majin Buu's birth. If Majin Buu were to appear in this world, now stripped of the Dragon Ball's influence, it would spell doom for all. Lingye racked her brain, desperately seeking a remedy. Noticing Lingye deep in thought, her brows furrowed, Wu Tai Do, concerned, inquired, "Lingye, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Lingye shook her head, choosing silence. It felt too late to voice her concerns, perhaps for the people of this era. The Demon King Piccolo was indeed the first threat to eradicate, as the events of 300 years hence were uncertain. Eventually, Lingye shared her worries with Wu Tai Do, who, upon hearing her, wore a grave expression. "Lingye, are you suggesting that by killing the Demon King Piccolo now, we may inadvertently impact the future, preventing the emergence of future foes?" Lingye nodded, affirming, "I hail from the future. Due to Piccolo's existence, 300 years hence, a formidable group of Earth warriors will unite to battle against even more malevolent entities. But now that Piccolo is no more, I fear these warriors will not materialize." Wu Tai Do burst into hearty laughter, much to Lingye's astonishment. "Though the Demon King Piccolo has been vanquished, we remain. We shall cultivate the warriors of the future ourselves." He added, "For the sake of the future, I, Wu Tai Do, shall strive to nurture outstanding disciples who will carry forth our ideals and forge powerful champions for Earth." His words resonated like thunder, reverberating through Lingye's spirit. Indeed, regardless of what foes the future might hold, even devoid of the Dragon Ball's ties, she could still instill sufficient conviction for the future. "Let us gather the Dragon Ball warriors." Lingye's demeanor transformed, her previous gloom and confusion dissipating. Yes, even without the resurrection capabilities of the Dragon Balls, with clever strategy, they could still aim to achieve the ultimate goal of defeating Majin Buu. "Then let us create a new world," Lingye declared solemnly to Wu Tai Do. He nodded with a smile, aware that preparation for the possible emergence of an even more sinister Piccolo must commence. Wu Tai Do summoned his disciples, laying out plans to expand his teachings and break the conventions of martial arts, generously imparting his skills to cultivate the finest disciples. Under Wu Tai Do's guidance, the young Master Roshi and Master Shun gradually elevated their martial prowess. Avoiding the later rift that would arise from Wu Tai Do's demise, as time passed, Lingye recognized that her departure from this world drew near. She began to devise a means to leave a lasting legacy, preparing this world for future confrontations against extraterrestrial beings and malevolent creatures. After all, it was her momentary lapse that had instigated this uncertainty for the future. Wu Tai Do observed Lingye retrieve a rice cooker, perplexed, and asked, "What do you intend to do with that rice cooker?" "I sense that I shall soon depart from this world, returning to my own, that I wish to leave something behind, something that may prove beneficial should unforeseen circumstances arise." Lingye replied with a smile. Placing the rice cooker in the center of the yard, Lingye extended her arm and took a deep breath. She concentrated, summoning a crescent-shaped energy slash with a swift action. A crimson wound appeared on her pristine arm, blood cascading down and pooling into a prepared jar. "Lingye, what are you doing?" Wu Tai Do exclaimed, a mix of horror and confusion evident in his voice. Ignoring his inquiry and enduring the pain from her wound, Lingye filled the jar with her blood. Finally, she swiftly placed the jar inside the rice cooker, channeling her energy. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy radiated from Lingye as she carefully formed a golden energy sphere, infusing it into the jar before sealing it within the rice cooker. Magical sealing wave. Lingye concentrated her energy, directing the spell at the rice cooker. A serpentine blue dragon surged forth towards the rice cooker, the magical sealing wave emanating a brilliant light that compelled one to shut their eyes. With a resounding crash, the magical sealing wave struck the rice cooker, sealing the jar containing Lingye's blood within. Lingye retrieved the rice cooker, wiping the sweat from her brow. Her wound, thanks to her remarkable healing abilities, had already ceased bleeding and would soon mend completely. Wu Tai Do approached with concern, taking the rice cooker from Lingye's hands. "Do not worry," she assured him. "My recovery capability is formidable. The injury on my arm will heal swiftly." As soon as Lingye finished speaking, her arm emitted a golden glow, and to Wu Tai Do's astonishment, small flesh orbs began to emerge from the wound. These orbs shifted and elongated, bringing a tingling sensation, until a flawless arm was revealed. Lingye shook her newly healed arm, which radiated a soft luminescence, the seemingly delicate skin concealing incredible strength beneath. Witnessing her healing prowess firsthand, Wu Tai Do gaped in disbelief. He had never witnessed anyone heal so rapidly. He shook his head, his expression one of incredulity. "I believe you are the true monster." Lingye smiled gently, feeling immense satisfaction with her recovery ability. Although it required significant energy temporarily, it was far preferable to fight with a complete body at reduced strength than to engage with a maimed limb. Her previous speculations had proven accurate. Her healing ability indeed strengthened with her power like a tea present. Her recovery prowess was nearly on par with that of the Namekians. Lingye accepted Wu Tai Do's assessment, well aware of her true nature. She truly was a monster, and a genuine immortal one at that. "However, I take great pleasure in embracing my monstrous nature." Ayane solemnly handed the rice cooker to Tetu and declared, "I possess an immortal body. As long as a single cell remains, I can regenerate infinitely. Within this rice cooker is a sealed vial containing my blood sample, which can theoretically be considered a part of me. It is only because my true self exists that I cannot transform into another version of myself. However, when I depart from this world, this vial of blood should give rise to a new one, becoming my avatar. I have infused sufficient life force into this blood sample, and I hope you will safeguard this rice cooker. When an insurmountable evil emerges in the future, open this seal and release my avatar." Tetu received the rice cooker, which contained Ayane's avatar, with utmost seriousness and replied, "Rest assured, Ayane, I will protect her diligently." At that moment, Ayane recalled that the gods no longer existed in this world, and a new deity needed to be chosen. Among humanity, Tetu was indeed an excellent candidate. "Mr. Tetu, have you ever been to Kalinta?" Ayane inquired. "Kalinta?" Tetu shook his head. Although he was uncertain why Ayane was asking about Kalinta, he responded, "I know of the sacred land of Kailan, which is said to be a sanctuary for martial arts. But unfortunately, I have never visited Kalinta." Ayane hoped Wu would journey to Kailinta and become the new deity. So she continued, "Atop the sacred Kailan is the residence of the cat immortal, a being whose martial prowess rivals yours. And above Kalinta exists the deity. The deity, the one who brought you to this era?" Tetu asked in astonishment. "Yes, the deity is the guardian of Earth, tasked with maintaining order. The deity and the great demon King Piccolo were once one entity. But due to certain circumstances, the deity could not descend to eliminate the demon king. Thus I was sent to slay him." Ayane revealed the secret regarding the deity, her expression tinged with melancholy as she acknowledged the absence of the deity in this world. The demise of the great demon king signified the disappearance of Earth's deity. Therefore, I suggest that Mr. Tetu travel to Kailinta. Perhaps you could inherit the position of the deity. Tetu felt a profound admiration for the deity, who willingly vanished alongside the demon king to protect Earth. Yet he had no interest in the role of a deity. Shaking his head, he declined Ayane's suggestion, stating, "I have no desire to become a god." Ayane understood that Tetu was a martial artist devoted solely to the pursuit of martial arts. "Mr. Tetu, after becoming a deity, you would have the opportunity to meet Lord Kai, the ruler of the entire North Galaxy. Lord Kai is an extraordinary martial arts master, and with his guidance, you would achieve significant breakthroughs in your martial path." Noticing Tetu's apparent interest, Ayane continued to persuade him. "Upon becoming a deity, you would transcend the limitations of mortal flesh, granting you an exceptionally long lifespan, enabling you to better protect Earth. For the sake of peace on Earth, you must become a deity." After persistent encouragement, Tetu's resolve finally wavered, and he hesitantly stated, "If that's the case, very well, I shall visit Kailinta." Upon hearing Tetu's agreement to go to Kailinta, Ayain's expression relaxed. As long as he was willing to embark on this journey, it was nearly certain he would become the new deity. A few days later, Tetu set off for Kailinta, carrying the rice cooker that contained Ayain's arm, entrusting the martial arts hall to the care of his disciples, Master Rashi and Master Crane. With everything in order, Ayain felt at ease to leave this world. With Tetu as the new deity, the martial arts hall cultivating warriors, and her own sealed avatar, they should be able to face any formidable adversaries that might arise in the future. The reason for sealing her blood sample with a magic barrier within the rice cooker was primarily to prevent her genetic material from being disseminated. If there were a certain mad scientist lurking here, it was possible that before the appearance of the Majin Buu, the Dragon Ball warriors could encounter her clone robots. Ayain, being aware of her own extraordinary nature, could confidently assert that, given her unparalleled physique, she would only grow stronger as time progressed, and the only being capable of defeating her would be herself. Although the cloned robots might not possess the exact traits of Ayain, the Saiyan bloodline was undeniably potent. Moreover, due to those characteristics, they would likely be an enhanced version of the Saiyan bloodline, with potential surpassing that of the majority of pure Saiyans. The rice cooker needed to be taken to the temple. As long as the timing was right, Ayain's avatar would be born at Kati that moment. She had to remind that avatar not to wander recklessly, to avoid exposing her genetic identity. Unlike her true self, the avatar would not possess the trait of immortality, only having infinite lifespan and exceptional healing abilities. Thus she must not die prematurely, for she could not resurrect as her true self could. Ayain bid farewell to Master Rashi and the others, setting forth on her journey alone. The scenery of 300 years ago was far more splendid than that of Ayain's era, allowing her to relax and enjoy the beauty of nature. 3 weeks later, a massive magic circle appeared beneath her feet. The circle shimmered, releasing a thick cloud of smoke, and as the smoke dissipated, Ayain had already departed from this world. Above Kailinta, in the temple's secret chamber, Bobo meticulously operated the machine, carefully bringing Ayain back. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in the chamber, thick smoke enveloping the entire room, forcing Bobo to vacate to the corridor. Cough, cough. Bobo, how did you create so much smoke? Ayain emerged from the haze, covering her mouth with one hand, her expression somewhat displeased. The machine has not been used for a long time, and some parts have begun to deteriorate. It seems I need to build a new one, Bobo replied calmly, observing the girl emerging from the fog. The thought of traveling through time in such an old contraption filled Ayain with trepidation. What if it broke down mid-journey, leaving her forgotten in some corner? The deity, witnessing Ayain, inquired, Ayain, how did the battle with the great demon king Piccolo go? Ayain straightened her attire and tidied her hair, then smiled lightly. You can rest assured. I've taken care of it. The great demon king Piccolo has been eliminated. The deity turned his gaze towards Bobo, who confirmed, according to my readings, Ayain indeed vanquished the great demon king. What? Readings? Did you install a camera on me? Ayain gasped, her expression darkening as she glared at Bobo, emanating a formidable aura. Sensing Ayain's rising fury, Bobo quickly clarified, Please don't be angry, Miss Ayain. I merely observed this through the time machine's display, and I did not specifically monitor you. As he spoke, Bobo pointed to the now shattered display. Ayain's aura began to calm, relieved that it was merely a display and they had not overheard her secrets. Otherwise, all her confidential matters would have been exposed. It seemed she would need to be more cautious in the future. Refraining from speaking indiscriminately as Ayain's presence diminished, Bobo exhaled in relief, still shaken by the overwhelming aura she had projected. Volume 1. Science, Chapter 44. Desert Bandit Lepin. What is that? While resting, Sun Wukong noticed something unusual in the distance. A swirling cloud of yellow sand rose at the edge of his vision, and the sound of engines grew louder. A long-haired youth drove a desert hovercraft flamboyantly across the dunes. Ayain steadied herself, and, choosing to ignore it, walked towards the stone pillar to find a spot to continue her rest. Before long, the desert hovercraft came to a halt before Sun Wukong. Asbolma lay resting among the stone pillars, and Ayain had already hidden herself upon seeing Lepin. He failed to notice the two women among his so-called prey. Who are you? Sun Wukong gazed curiously at Lepin and Pool, who had just disembarked from the speedboat. I am Lepin, the desert bandit. And this is my companion. Pool. If you wish to preserve your life, hand over your money and the universal capsule. Lepin declared coolly, brandishing a large blade at that moment. Pool spotted Wulong and exclaimed, Master Lepin, that pig is called Wulong. He used to bully me at the transformation kindergarten in the south, but was expelled for being greedy and lazy. Is that so? Lepin unsheathed his sword and addressed Sun Wukong. It appears fortune is not on your side. I shall send you to the afterlife soon. With that, he swung his sword towards Sun Wukong with remarkable speed, closing the distance of several meters in mere seconds, bringing the blade down upon him. Sun Wukong, taken aback by the sudden assault, felt a surge of annoyance, but remained unfazed. He deftly sidestepped the attack, evading Lepin's strike with an elegant maneuver, leaping lightly into the air. He swung his Rui Bang down before Lepin could react. Bang! The Rui Bang collided with Lepin's sword, producing a sharp sound as Lepin was forced to bend forward under the immense pressure. The ground beneath his feet cracked slightly. What tremendous strength! Lepin winced as pain shot through his wrists. Astonished by the formidable power of this young boy, he realized that, relying solely on brute force, he might not stand a chance against this child. Though reluctant, he knew he had to unleash his ultimate technique, lest he be defeated by this impudent youth. Lepin leaped backward a few meters to create distance, then assumed an aggressive stance, his hands forming claws as he crouched slightly, gathering his strength, poised to strike. Wolf Fong Wind Fist, Lepin shouted, his body launching forward like a bullet, his hands resembling wolf's claws, unleashing a rapid barrage of strikes that were as swift as lightning, each movement fierce and relentless like a wolf on the prowl. In a flash, he directed dozens of attacks towards Sun Wukong, his hands creating the illusion of shadows that whipped up gusts of wind. Lepin's relentless assault was merciless, aimed at delivering a fatal blow. Yet, to his astonishment, Sun Wukong adeptly countered each of Lepin's wolf Fong Wind fists with precision. How is this possible? Lepin thought, a sense of dread creeping in as he realized that this youth could withstand his formidable technique, something he had never encountered during his time roaming the wilderness. Master Lepin, Pool, observing the battle, felt a twinge of anxiety as he saw Lepin struggling to gain the upper hand. Wulong, watching the two combatants, quickly dismissed his earlier tension, grinning mockingly at Pool. It seems your master is no match for Sun Wukong. Fuming, Pool glared at Wulong and transformed into a fly swatter, bringing it down upon him. Caught off guard by Pool's sudden attack, Wulong retaliated angrily, the two engaging in a scuffle amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Finding himself unable to gain an advantage, Lepin decided to alter his strategy, launching punches and kicks with blunt force. However, owing to Lingye's specialized training, Sun Wukong's resilience against blows surpassed that of ordinary fighters. Before long, Lepin found himself on the defensive against Sun Wukong's relentless onslaught. Boom! The two fighters struck each other with tremendous force, a whirlwind emanating from the center of their collision. Sun Wukong was sent stumbling back a few meters, while Lepin was violently propelled away, crashing into a stone pillar. With a thunderous crash, the pillar collapsed, shattering into countless fragments, leaving Lepin in agony as he struggled to rise from the debris. Master Lepin, Pool cried, tears in his eyes as he rushed toward Lepin with concern. Cursed be this predicament. Lepin pounded the ground in frustration, acutely aware of his inability to defeat Sun Wukong, feeling a profound sense of helplessness that he had never experienced since embarking on his journey. Meanwhile, Bulma, who had been resting beneath the stone pillar, was awakened by the cacophony of battle. Spotting Lepin nearby, her face lit up with excitement as she dashed toward him. Just as Lepin wallowed in his despair over his inadequacy to defeat Sun Wukong, he suddenly caught sight of Bulma approaching, causing him to tremble in fear. A woman! Why is such a terrifying woman here? He exclaimed, panic-stricken, and bolted away. Seeing Lepin flee, Lingye realized the situation was futile and stepped out as well. Running away, Bulma, perplexed, watched Lepin's hasty retreat and inquired of Lingye. Lingye, who was that? He seemed rather dashing. Observing Bulma's infatuation, Lingye shrugged. That was Lepin, the desert bandit, along with his servant Pool. That night, unable to find suitable transportation, Wulong reluctantly retrieved his universal capsule, extracting a double-decker motorhome. "Why didn't you mention this sooner, you miser? I've walked such a long, unnecessary distance," Bulma chastised Wulong, dissatisfied with his delay in producing the vehicle. Wulong, however, wore an expression of reluctance. "I've cherished this vehicle for so long." Later that night, unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong, Lepin plotted a nighttime ambush, instructing Pool to transform into Sun Wukong to lure Bulma away while he attacked the real Sun Wukong. Unfortunately, due to Wulong's lecherous intentions, Pool ended up diverting Bulma's attention with Wulong's transformed appearance, allowing Lepin to confront Bulma, leaving him utterly disheartened. Despite the failure of his battle plan, Lepin gleaned valuable information regarding the Dragon Balls from the conversation between Sun Wukong and Wulong. Resolute, he decided to seize the Dragon Balls and wished to overcome his fear of women. The following morning, "Wulong, weren't you supposed to wash my clothes? How come not a single piece has been laundered?" Bulma yelled angrily at Wulong. "There's one piece you can wear," Wulong nonchalantly replied, presenting her with a rabbit-eared girl-esque outfit. Enraged, Bulma contemplated roasting Wulong like a suckling pig, but ultimately resigned herself to wearing it. As Lingye and the others traveled in the vehicle driven by Wulong towards Frying Pan Mountain, they were suddenly ambushed by Lepin's rocket attack, which destroyed the motorhome. As an apology, Lepin gifted Sun Wukong's group a car equipped with a tracking device. Lingye understood Lepin's scheme, but was uninterested in exposing him. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 45, Ox King. After driving the car gifted by Lepin for 2 more days towards Frying Pan Mountain, they finally escaped the arid desert of yellow sands and entered a wooded area. Upon entering the forested region, Lingye and her companions immediately felt a refreshing coolness in the air, the sun no longer so scorching. Surrounded by the lush greenery of the forest, everything appeared vibrant and beautiful. Continuing onward for another 2 days, despite the sun not being particularly fierce, the air grew stiflingly hot. "This heat is unusual. How strange. We are in the north," Bulma remarked, fanning herself in the back seat alongside Lingye. "Typically, northern regions shouldn't be this sweltering. Perhaps it's due to Frying Pan Mountain," Lingye responded, holding a magazine about the mountain. Frying Pan Mountain was recently referred to as Cool View Mountain, a very pleasant place. "When I visited a few years ago, the climate was quite agreeable, but a year ago, a massive fireball fell from the sky, igniting the core of the earth, causing the entire mountain to burn and altering the climate." Lingye glanced at Bulma, reflecting that if it weren't for her, they and Sun Wukong would have reached Frying Pan Mountain much earlier. "Lingye, have you been to Frying Pan Mountain before?" Bulma asked curiously, recalling that Lingye had begun her travels around the world long ago. Lingye nodded gently, but did not elaborate on her past experiences at Frying Pan Mountain. That mountain, Wulong, driving, pointed ahead at a blazing mountain, where a grand castle could still be seen atop the peak. "Oh no, it's even hotter here than before." Sun Wukong stood atop the car, gazing at the Frying Pan Mountain, and remarked perhaps it would be wise to refrain from venturing there, for the Bull Demon King resides nearby. Wulong descended from the vehicle, his complexion noticeably pale. The Bull Demon King is indeed the monarch of evil. Anyone who approaches this mountain is destined to meet their demise at his hands. He pointed towards the mountaintop, where an ancient castle loomed, declaring that fortress belongs to the Bull Demon King, housing treasures plundered from this region. Many bandits have attempted to assault the castle, only to be vanquished by the Bull Demon King. Wulong's voice trembled as he spoke, and he appeared ready to flee, but Bulma intercepted him, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, pressed a button, and the device emitted a series of beeping sounds, indicating the location of the Dragon Balls. She handed the radar to Lingye, stating, "We must ascend Frying Pan Mountain." "Look, the radar reveals that the 6th Dragon Ball is nestled within that castle." Lingye, without even glancing at the radar, was already aware that the 6th Dragon Ball resided within the Bull Demon King's stronghold, as she had personally entrusted it to him over a year ago. Flying Nimbus. Sun Wukong suddenly called out to the sky, "Bulma, I shall scout above the castle." With that, he prepared to pilot the Flying Nimbus away. At this moment, Lingye grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Wait, I shall accompany you." Sun Wukong nodded, and once Lingye mounted the flying nimbus, he commanded it to soar towards the peak of Frying Pan Mountain. Bulma stood on the ground, shouting after the departing Lingye and Sun Wukong, "Be sure to locate the Dragon Balls." Subsequently, Bulma and Oolong planned to rest in place. However, they were oblivious to the fact that shortly after Sun Wukong's departure, a colossal black figure approached from behind, wielding a massive axe, and swung it towards them. With a resounding crash, the enormous axe soared through the air, striking a rock nearby Bulma, shattering it into dust with its formidable force. Ah! Bulma and Oolong's eyes bulged in terror, their faces drained of color. Turning around, they beheld a giant clad in peculiar armor. "This is bad. The Bull Demon King must have learned of our intentions regarding the Dragon Balls and sent his minion to eliminate us." Oolong stammered, trembling uncontrollably. Even Bulma, typically of sturdy resolve, felt her composure waver, fearing she might lose control of her bladder, fervently praying, Wukong, please return swiftly. We are in the presence of a monster. Who are you, and what brings you here? Are you here to steal my treasures?" The Bull Demon King inquired menacingly, appearing as a fearsome figure to Bulma and Oolong, having faced numerous attempts by thieves to plunder his castle's riches over the years. The Bull Demon King was perpetually wary of strangers, his fierce demeanor primarily serving to intimidate. "We are not here to steal." Bulma quivered, attempting to explain, but the giant's intimidating glare silenced her, rendering her speechless. To her embarrassment, she felt a sudden warmth, realizing she had indeed lost control. In a distant location, Lepin and Poir were seated in a vehicle, their eyes fixed on the screen of a surveillance monitor. They advanced towards Frying Pan Mountain, suspecting that the sixth Dragon Ball was hidden within the Bull Demon King's castle. "Master Lepin, shall we also venture to the Bull Demon King's castle?" Poir inquired, a hint of worry in her voice. The opponent is none other than the Bull Demon King, a legendary figure of immense power. Indeed, facing the Bull Demon King poses a significant challenge, but it is possible that that long-tailed child has already engaged him in battle. We should follow and perhaps seize the opportunity to benefit from the chaos. Lepin mused, acknowledging his own limitations against the Bull Demon King, yet hoping to find fortune amidst the turmoil. That moment, a peculiar young girl came sprinting towards them, pursued by a rampaging dinosaur. The girl was Chi-Chi. In a state of panic, Chi-Chi hurled the blade from her helmet, severing the dinosaur's neck, causing its head to tumble to the ground. Terrified by the gruesome sight, Chi-Chi unleashed a powerful energy laser from her helmet's forehead, obliterating the dinosaur into fragments before fleeing in distress. Spotting Lepin and Poir, Chi-Chi mistakenly assumed they were foes and launched an attack without hesitation. "Where did this wild girl come from?" Lepin exclaimed in anger, dodging Chi-Chi's assault and delivering a forceful strike to her neck, rendering her unconscious. Without further ado, he drove the vehicle towards Frying Pan Mountain. Upon arrival, they encountered Bulma and Oolong, who were in the midst of confronting the Bull Demon King. Witnessing this scene, Lepin felt a surge of certainty. Events were unfolding just as he had anticipated. He and Poir stealthily concealed themselves behind a rock to observe that we truly are not here to steal treasures. Bulma trembled, attempting to clarify their intentions to the Bull Demon King, yet he remained unconvinced, his watchful eyes fixed upon her. This left Bulma feeling as though despair had engulfed her. Meanwhile, having circled around the castle without sight of the Bull Demon King, Lingye and Sun Wukong returned atop the flying nimbus. Sun Wukong leaped down, positioning himself between Bulma and the Bull Demon King. "Who are you, old man? Why are you so menacingly blocking Bulma's path? Are you attempting to bully her?" His tone was direct and rude, causing Bulma's heart to race with anxiety. "You foolish child, tread carefully. That is the Bull Demon King. We are doomed." At that moment, Lingye descended gracefully on the flying nimbus. Upon seeing her, the Bull Demon King was astonished. "Lingye, what brings you here? Long time no see, uncle. Allow me to introduce you. This is Sun Wukong, the grandson of Sun Wufan and the third disciple of Master Roshi," Lingye cheerfully announced, her demeanor casual. "What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it?" The Bull Demon King, understanding the implications of her praise, scrutinized Sun Wukong closely. Nodding in approval, he remarked, "Indeed, a remarkable young man. You arrived here riding the flying Nimbus, did you not? Being able to ride the Nimbus is an accomplishment even Master Rashi cannot achieve. Truly an impressive lad. Lingye rolled her eyes in response. Isn't it obvious? If that old lecher, Master Rashi, could ride the Nimbus, that would be the true anomaly. The Bull Demon King laughed heartily, then leaned towards Lingye, whispering, joking aside, do refrain from speaking ill of Master Rashi in his presence. He does value his pride. Lingye, unfazed, replied with a smile, in my presence he has long lost any semblance of dignity. The Bull Demon King, touched by her words, gave Lingye a thumbs up, as expected of you. Lingye, only a beauty like you could keep Master Rashi in check. Hey, you two have been chatting for quite some time. It turns out you know each other. Bulma exclaimed, astonished. Lingye glanced at Bulma and noticed her expression of sheer terror, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the damp patch on Bulma's jeans, rendering her speechless. To your age, as a girl, isn't it rather undignified to wet yourself? Lingye swiftly diverted her gaze, choosing not to address it directly, and explained, Wukong is the grandson of Sun Wufan and the current third disciple of the martial arts god, Master Rashi. His grandfather, Sun Wufan, and the Bull Demon King are sworn brothers, with Sun Wufan being the first disciple and the Bull Demon King the second. The Bull Demon King, upon hearing Lingye's words, nodded repeatedly in affirmation, confirming her account that so, it seems you are all part of the same family. Bulma remarked, her expression one of bewilderment. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 46. A chaotic pairing. What? That long-tailed kid is actually the third disciple of the martial arts god. Master Rashi, Lepin exclaimed, his face a mask of shock as he trembled slightly. And oh wonder that child was so formidable. He was a disciple of Master Rashi, a disciple of the martial arts god, the grandson of the super-strong Sun Wufan, and currently the junior of the formidable Bull Demon King. What a terrifying background. Lepin felt a twinge of pain in his teeth. By the way, where is Chi-Chi? Lingye gazed at the crowd, surprisingly failing to catch a glimpse of Chi-Chi. She mused that in the original narrative, Chi-Chi might have ventured to the Kame house to borrow the banana fan from Master Rashi. As if on cue, the Bull Demon King chuckled and remarked, Chi-Chi, I sent her to Master Wutian to borrow the banana fan, that if she can secure it, perhaps the raging flames atop Frying Pan Mountain can be extinguished. However, the fan has long been discarded by Master Rashi after it became dirty. Her efforts would be in vain. Ling interjected with a note of caution. The banana fan was thrown away by Master Wutian. The Bull Demon King was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that Master Rashi had disposed of the fan. Then how shall we extinguish the fire on Frying Pan Mountain? Hearing this, Lingye smiled. Earlier, she had instructed the sea turtle to notify Master Rashi to come to Frying Pan Mountain, and she presumed he was currently en route. She reassured the Bull Demon King, you need not fret. I've already sent word to Master Rashi, and he should be on his way here shortly. Master Wutian will come to Frying Pan Mountain. The Bull Demon King widened his eyes, glimmering with a flicker of hope. Initially skeptical, he pondered who Master Wutian truly was, a supreme sage who appeared as unremarkable as an ordinary old man. When the Bull Demon King had once sought to host a banquet for Master Wutian, he had been refused, likely due to a disdain for the ostentatious grandeur of Frying Pan Mountain. What a magnanimous gentleman he is! Consequently, the Bull Demon King found it hard to believe that Master Wutian would grace Frying Pan Mountain with his presence. With admiration, he looked at Lingye and gave her a thumbs up. I never imagined you could persuade Master Wutian to come to Frying Pan Mountain. That is truly remarkable. Is his position so formidable? Lingye scoffed. I reckon if he knows I am here, that old man will come running. The Bull Demon King beamed with joy, exclaiming, wonderful. As long as Master Wutian can come here in person, there must be a way to resolve the inferno. Meanwhile, from behind a distant rock, Lepin wore a look of astonishment, whispering to Purr, did you hear that? They say the martial arts deity, Master Rashi, will come here. We might actually meet that legendary figure. Purr wagged his tail in agreement, astonished that such renowned individuals had converged upon the humble Frying Pan Mountain. Hey, son Wukong, could you go in the direction of Master Wutian and bring back my daughter Chi-Chi? The Bull Demon King asked son Wukong, leaning closer to whisper, my daughter is an exceptionally lovely girl, Perhaps you could consider marrying her in the future." Upon hearing this, Lingye remained composed, wearing a subtle smile. While those nearby shuddered, the image of the Bull Demon King's daughter conjured in Bulma and Oolong's minds resembled a female version of the Bull Demon King, prompting them to stifle laughter. Only Lingye knew that the Bull Demon King's daughter, Chi-Chi, was indeed a charming girl. "This is a photo of my daughter Chi-Chi." The Bull Demon King produced a photograph and handed it to Sun Wukong, showcasing an image of a youthful and adorable girl. "This delightful girl is the Bull Demon King's daughter." Bulma and the others exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing Chi-Chi's picture. "How can the Bull Demon King's daughter be so beautiful? This defies logic." Lepin squinted through binoculars to get a clearer look at the girl in the photo, his eyes widening in shock. That girl is the Bull Demon King's daughter. The memory of the girl he had knocked out struck him with dread. She was indeed a ticking time bomb. "Lepin, what are we going to do?" "That's the girl," Perse said, panic evident on his face. If the Bull Demon King discovered they had incapacitated his daughter, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Lepin gulped nervously, his hands trembling, paralyzed by fear as he watched Sun Wukong take the photo of Chi-Chi and swiftly soar towards the spot where she lay unconscious. Sun Wukong rode the flying nimbus towards the Kame house, spotting an unconscious girl along the way. Upon comparing her to the photograph, he confirmed that this girl was indeed Chi-Chi. He landed beside her and gently roused her from slumber. As Chi-Chi awakened, she found herself staring at a boy who seemed vaguely familiar, as if she had seen him before. Suddenly, she recalled the picture Lingye had shown her, which had indicated this boy might be her future husband. The thought sent a flush of crimson across her cheeks. "Are you Chi-Chi?" Sun Wukong inquired, curiously observing the girl's rosy complexion, struggling to grasp the situation. Chi-Chi shyly nodded, upon realizing she was the one he had been searching for. Sun Wukong scooped her up without further ado and placed her on the nimbus, ensuring she did not fall off. "Only those with pure hearts can ride this nimbus. Your heart must be exceedingly pure," Sun Wukong praised. Chi-Chi replied bashfully, "My heart is as pure as spring water." From a distance, Oolong watched Sun Wukong return with an adorable girl on the nimbus, muttering enviously, "What a lucky guy. Not only does he have a beautiful sister, but now he is riding with such a charming girl. Ugh, how envious. Look at Wukong and Chi-Chi. What a perfect pair." Lingye smiled at the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it's splendid. I can rest assured knowing Chi-Chi will become his bride." Oolong, filled with jealousy, gnawed on his nails, gritting his teeth. "Wukong is so fortunate." Everyone present was taken aback by the Bull Demon King's mention of a bride. The progression seemed alarmingly swift. Only Sun Wukong appeared puzzled, asking, "What is a bride?" "You fool. A bride is someone who will live with you in the future." Bulma playfully tapped Sun Wukong on the head, as if he were utterly clueless. "Wukong, do you find Chi-Chi charming?" Lingye pointed at Chi-Chi, to which Sun Wukong responded without hesitation, "She is adorable. Would you like to be with Chi-Chi?" "Absolutely." "Then it's settled," Lingye declared with satisfaction to the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi. "You see, Wukong is willing. So let us arrange for them to marry when they turn 18. Neither the Bull Demon King nor Chi-Chi objected. And thus, Sun Wukong found himself with an unexpected fiancée, still oblivious to the situation at hand. "How infuriating," Oolong muttered, tears brimming in his eyes, lamenting, "Why does Wukong get a fiancé so easily? With your pig-like appearance, do you even dare to dream of a fiancé?" Bulma kicked Oolong in the gut, sending him sprawling to the ground. She then approached Lingye, whispering, "Lingye, is this really okay? It seems like you're deceiving him." Wukong seems to have no idea what a fiancé truly represents. Lingye chuckled softly, responding, "Chi-Chi is as innocent and charming as Wukong. I believe they will make a lovely pair to that moment." A massive sea turtle emerged from the distance, carrying a flamboyantly dressed man on its back, a white-bearded elder adorned with a turtle shell and sunglasses, slowly making his way forward. Volume 1, Saiyan. Chapter 47. The Kamehameha of Master Roshi. Master Roshi sat atop the turtle's shell, steadily advancing with the turtle's slow pace, his sunglasses glinting dazzlingly in the sunlight. The turtle's leisurely speed caused Lingye and the others to grow increasingly impatient. After what felt like an eternity, Master Rashi finally arrived before them. Sun Wukong joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Master Rashi. "Grandpa Rashi, you really came. That frail old man is Master Rashi, the legendary powerhouse." Bulma scrutinized the emaciated figure of Master Rashi, her expression rife with skepticism. "Indeed, he is Master Rashi, the martial arts deity known as Wu Qian." Ayanohara unequivocally validated the identity of Master Rashi, yet her gaze seemed to deliberately convey disdain, cautioning Bulma. "However, he is a notorious lecher like Oolong. Do not let him approach." Bulma scrutinized him carefully, appearing somewhat unconvinced. Upon seeing Master Rashi, the Ox King prostrated himself on the ground and paid his respects. "Master Mateto, it has been quite some time." Master Rashi nodded slightly, leaning on his cane as he approached the Ox King. "Your reputation is formidable. You have taken many lives to protect your wealth. You know all about it." The Ox King, sweating profusely, bowed repeatedly in shame before Master Rashi. "That I am truly mortified. My disciple has been bewitched, but I implore you, Master, please extinguish the raging fire on Frying Pan Mountain first." Master Rashi turned to gaze at the fiercely burning Frying Pan Mountain and remarked gravely, "This fire is not easily quenched." That moment, Master Rashi noticed Ayanohara and Bulma, and his expression shifted to one of lewdness. "Wow, little Ayanohara, you have become even more beautiful, and the lovely lady beside you. Would you care to join this old man for an unforgettable date?" A vein throbbed on Ayanohara's forehead, and an aura of icy coldness emanated from her, her gaze toward Master Rashi turning sharp. "Haha, just kidding. I merely wish to befriend the charming lady next to you." Under the chilling pressure radiating from Ayanohara, Master Rashi immediately chuckled awkwardly to, "Is this truly the god of martial arts? He is nothing but a lecherous old man." At that moment, Bulma no longer doubted Ayanohara's words. Her perception of the god of martial arts was completely shattered by Master Rashi's behavior. Lu Ping, who had been lurking nearby, was equally astonished by Master Rashi's peculiar demeanor, never having imagined that the revered Master Mateto could be so disreputable. "Master Rashi, you should extinguish the fire quickly," Ayanohara said impatiently. "Watch me put it out," Master Rashi declared, his face beaming with joy. Eager to impress Bulma and the other young ladies, hoping they would recognize his impressive physique. "Thank you, Master Mateto," the Ox King exclaimed with excitement. Master Rashi nodded at the Ox King, then removed the turtle shell from his back along with an outer garment, revealing his gaunt frame, with large bandages plastered on his back, giving off a sense of impending frailty. "I wonder if this old man will be okay," Bulma whispered to Ayanohara, her concern evident as she regarded Master Rashi's frail body, fearing he might collapse at any moment. And no need to worry. Despite his advanced age, Master Rashi possesses formidable strength, likely surpassing even Goku, Ayanohara replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Master Rashi struggled to climb the stone wall, then focused intently towards Frying Pan Mountain, a serious look flashing in his eyes. "Daha!" Master Rashi bellowed, and from his frail body erupted an astonishing aura, a powerful presence sweeping forth. In that moment, he resembled a deity descending to earth, instilling a formidable sense of pressure. Then, with a low voice, Master Rashi's muscles began to shift, his previously emaciated form suddenly expanding into that of a man even more robust than the Ox King, had it not been for the white beard at the corner of his mouth. One would hardly believe that this was a man of several centuries. Bulma and the others stared in awe at Master Rashi's astonishing transformation, their jaws agape as they beheld the strong figure before them. Was this really the lecherous old man who had just struggled to walk? "Here it comes, Master Mateto's signature move, the Kamehameha," the Ox King exclaimed, his face a mixture of shock and excitement as he watched Master Rashi assume his stance. "Came." Master Rashi formed his hands into claws, softly chanting, then slowly brought his hands together, his muscles tightening as veins bulged from his body. He began to gather energy into his hands, a more potent sense of pressure emanating from him. This is the technique of condensing energy into a single burst. It is the legendary skill passed down by Master Mateto. Little did I expect to witness it today. Lu Ping, hidden behind the rocks. Couldn't help but marvel at Master Rashi's movements. The energy in his palms surged, distorting the air around him. A ferocious force unleashed, the ground began to tremble, and the very sky seemed to change hue. Came. Master Rashi gradually retracted his powerful hands, moving them to his waist, the energy accumulating steadily. Last, a qualitative change occurred as the energy transformed into a Kamehameha wave, radiating a dazzling blue light. The brilliant blue glow lit up the surroundings, rendering all other sources of light insignificant. Master Rashi thrust the Kamehameha wave forward, extending his arms, unleashing a powerful blast that compelled Bulma and the others to shield their eyes. A massive blue energy wave surged towards Frying Pan Mountain, unstoppable as it descended like a tiger pouncing down a mountain, infused with an overwhelming force that shattered everything in its path. Boom! The mighty energy wave collided with Frying Pan Mountain, erupting in a tremendous explosion, causing the entire mountain to collapse in the blast. The earth quaked violently, a powerful shockwave radiating outward from the summit, dispersing the clouds in an instant, the shockwave delivering an unimaginable visual impact. When the shockwave subsided and calm returned, the lingering smoke gradually cleared, revealing a pockmarked expanse of land, devoid of any trace of Frying Pan Mountain. The mountain and castle are gone. Bulma and the others stood in stunned silence, realizing that the entire Frying Pan Mountain had been reduced to a flat plain by the colossal explosion. What is there to be surprised about? The Kamehameha is inherently a powerful technique. Such an effect is hardly unexpected, Ayanohara remarked, observing the flattened Frying Pan Mountain without much astonishment, finding Bulma and the others' expressions of disbelief rather amusing. Indeed, the Kamehameha is formidable. While I can perform it as well, my version seems to lack the strength of Master Rashi's. Oolong paused, then turned to Goku. You say you can perform the Kamehameha? Goku, under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, scratched his head sheepishly and replied, I can, but it's not as powerful. It seems I may have overdone it. Master Rashi mused, gazing at the charred landscape before him, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. Having witnessed Master Rashi's terrifying strength, Lu Ping was exhilarated, yet concerned about being discovered, so he stealthily slipped away. Unbeknownst to him, Ayanohara had already noticed his presence from the very beginning. Subsequently, Bulma found the sixth Dragon Ball amidst the ruins of Frying Pan Mountain, and Ayanohara's group bid farewell to the Ox King and his daughter. Just before their departure, Chi-Chi requested Goku to come back to marry her, and Goku, mistaking it for a request to retrieve something, foolishly agreed without much thought. Afterwards, Ayanohara and her companions encountered the Rabbit Army, capable of turning people into carrots. Following their defeat of the Rabbit Army, they proceeded toward the castle housing the final Dragon Ball. Fried rice that, in the course of vanquishing the Rabbit Army, Lu Ping joined the fray, and soon, as depicted in the original narrative, he became part of the team searching for the Dragon Balls. After several days of shared travel, Lu Ping unexpectedly began to overcome his fear of women, demonstrating the remarkable effects of habit. Though he still instinctively felt fear upon encountering women, it was no longer as severe as before. It is estimated that soon, Lepin will no longer harbor fears of women. A fortnight later, a group of 6 ventured into the territory controlled by the Casserole King, surrounded by an endless expanse of desolate land, dotted with towering plants resembling mushrooms. Curiously, Oolong inquired from Bulma, seated at the helm of the hovering vehicle. Bulma, what wish do you intend to fulfill after gathering the Dragon Balls? I know this one. Bulma desires a Prince Charming. Ayaiba interjected, prompting Bulma to blush, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Ayaiba, how could you disclose someone's wish so casually? What? A Prince Charming? Oolong exclaimed in shock, a chill running down his spine. Could it be that this quest for the Dragon Balls was merely a frivolous endeavor? Had he unwittingly joined a pursuit for such a trivial wish, traversing the world for something so insipid? With a thud, Bulma struck Oolong on the head, causing him to hunch over in pain, glaring at Bulma in discontent. Women lack ambition. If it were me, I would seek the affection of every woman in the world. Do you think everyone is as much of a lecher as you? Ayaiba scoffed at Oolong, her disdain evident. It seemed Yulong's aspirations were not particularly lofty either. And what about you, Lepin? What is your wish regarding the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong inquired, turning to Lepin. Yet again, Ayua answered for him. Lepin wishes for the Dragon Balls to help him overcome his fear of women, such pettiness in their desires. In that moment, everyone fell silent. After enduring great hardships to collect the Dragon Balls, one would hope for a more substantial wish. Casserole King, I am at location 15. A vehicle just passed through here, and they are our targets. A woman atop a mushroom tree reported to her superior, then addressed a canine ninja. Soba, did you see that vehicle? That's our target. It carries 6 Dragon Balls. The woman produced a rocket launcher, aimed at Ayaiba and her companions, and fired a missile. Boom! A violent tremor accompanied by a deafening roar ensued, leaving Bulma dazed by the sudden assault, oblivious to the robot that appeared and snatched away her Dragon Balls. Casserole Trio! Ayaiba's eyes gleamed as she watched the canine ninja fleeing in a robot. The final act of the first chapter was about to commence, heralding the imminent summoning of the Eternal Dragon to grant a wish. Oh no, our Dragon Balls have been stolen, Bulma wailed, witnessing the theft of 5 of her hard-earned Dragon Balls, her heart plummeting from heaven to hell. Enough with the tears. Wukong's 4-star ball is still with us. We simply need to reclaim all the Dragon Balls. Ayaiba reassured her, handing Bulma a handkerchief while producing the Dragon Ball radar. Look, aside from Wukong's 4-star ball, the remaining 6 have all been gathered. This presents a splendid opportunity. It's our turn to strike. Bulma, momentarily taken aback, recalled that they had Ayaiba, Sun Wukong, and Lepin, 3 formidable allies on their side. The prospect of reclaiming the Dragon Balls suddenly seemed quite feasible. Her tears of despair transforming into a fierce resolve. Indeed, those who dare to steal our Dragon Balls shall face a severe reckoning, and we shall reclaim every last one. A cold smile flickered across Bulma's face. Startling Yulong. Truly, one should never underestimate a woman. The 6 of them hastened towards the Casserole King's castle, arriving as twilight descended in the original narrative. Without Ayaiba's intervention, Bulma and the others fell victim to the Casserole King's cunning trap, finding themselves ensnared within the castle's confines. Wukong, destroy the castle. Ayaiba commanded Sun Wukong. Nodding, he leaped forth, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha wave. This. Yulong rubbed his eyes, recalling the formidable technique wielded by Master Roshi at Frying Pan Mountain just days prior. Sun Wukong's posture mirrored that of Master Roshi's precisely. Didn't I mention that Wukong has mastered Master Roshi's techniques? His power is nearly on par. Ayaiba remarked with a serene smile. He can truly wield the skills of Master Wu Tian. Lepin gasped in astonishment, feeling the gap between himself and Sun Wukong widening. Kamehameha! Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave from his waist, thrusting his claws forward as a powerful energy wave erupted forth. The Kamehameha shone with an iridescent blue light, prompting Bulma and her companions to instinctively close their eyes, while Ayaiba remained composed, unaffected. As the castle trembled violently, Bulma and the others struggled to steady themselves, reopening their eyes to find that half of the castle had been obliterated by Sun Wukong as Kamehameha, a full moon hanging majestically in the sky. Observing Sun Wukong gazing at the moon, felt her heart race with trepidation. Oh no. Everyone, take cover, she cried out urgently. Bulma, Lepin, Yulong, and Pu, though unaware of the impending danger, hastily complied with her command. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood transfixed, his eyes glazed, a feral grin stretching across his face. His body sprouting wild fur and growing larger until he transformed into a colossal ape, matching the size of the castle and rampaging toward it in a frenzy. Boom! With a single punch, the gigantic ape utterly demolished the towering castle, debris and dust cascading from above, an overwhelming aura emanating from the beast that instilled fear in all. What is that? What has happened to Wukong? Bulma cried in terror, watching as the rampaging ape wreaked havoc. Upon witnessing the full moon, Wukong loses his sanity, becoming a monstrous creature devoid of humanity, with strength amplified tenfold. Stay put and do not move. I shall subdue Wukong, Ayaiba declared, disregarding Bulma's protests as she soared into the air before the colossal ape. Her expression remained unflinching, a glint of cold determination in her eyes, her lips curling into a slight smirk as she regarded the giant with disdain. The giant ape turned, spotting Ayaiba, and let out a furious roar, seeking vengeance for their previous encounters, both old and new. Ayaiba leaped higher into the air, evading the ape's assault, which only fueled its rage as it bellowed skyward. Unleashing a wave of energy from its mouth, the pale yellow energy wave, a violent manifestation of pure power, surged towards Ayaiba like an enraged dragon, its formidable force condensed to its utmost potential. Strength amplified tenfold, battle power exceeding 1,000. Impressive, yet still insufficient. Ayaiba mused with a calm smile, her right hand sweeping gently to redirect the giant ape's energy wave elsewhere. Boom! A distant mountain erupted in a tremendous explosion, sending a mushroom cloud billowing into the sky. Moments later, a powerful shockwave surged back towards Bulma and the others, forcing them to duck and shield their eyes. Bulma, Lepin, Oolong, and Pooh were suddenly unsettled, mouths agape in astonishment as they bore witness to this high-level battle, their faces painted with shock. Ayaiba conjured a razor-thin energy blade, and in an instant, she vanished like a flash of lightning, reappearing behind the giant ape just as it failed to react. With precision, she struck the ape's tail with her energy blade. Snap! The ape's tail was severed once more, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. The giant ape roared in agony before collapsing, unconscious, its form gradually diminished, ultimately reverting to that of Sun Wukong. Lingye tenderly lifted the bare Sun Wukong, wrapping him in a bedsheet before handing him over to Bulma. Bulma, trembling with trepidation, accepted Sun Wukong, astonished by the terrifying transformation he had undergone, vowing never to allow him to gaze upon a full moon again at the same time. Bulma became increasingly aware of Lingye's formidable power, realizing that beneath her typically gentle demeanor lay strength surpassing even that of Sun Wukong. This was the mark of a true master. One would never suspect Lingye's extraordinary prowess when she chose not to display it. In the earlier battle between Lingye and the great ape, the trio of the mixed rice had already been rendered unconscious, allowing Bulma to effortlessly reclaim the 6 Dragon Balls from their grasp. With the addition of Sun Wukong's 4-star ball, all 7 Dragon Balls had now been assembled. Have you all decided what wish to make? Lingye inquired of Bulma and the others. Bulma glanced at Lepin, stating, I initially wished for a Prince Charming, but now that I've found him, I no longer require a wish this time, that I do not need one either. Lepin shook his head. With Lingye's assistance, he had overcome his fear of women, and his goal in seeking the Dragon Balls had been fulfilled. Then may I have the chance to make a wish? Oolong asked Lingye eagerly. However, he was met with a blunt refusal from Lingye. No. The wish from the Dragon Balls cannot be granted to you. Why do Bulma and Lepin get to consider wishes while I am denied even chance? Oolong protested indignantly. Lingye disregarded his complaints, her expression indifferent as she replied, That is because you are a lecher. If the Dragon Balls were entrusted to you for a wish, who knows what perverse desire you would conjure? Indeed, Lingye is correct. Everyone here possesses the right to wish. Except for you, Bulma scoffed at Oolong. Purin, hovering in the air, chuckled mischievously, adding, moreover, throughout the search for the Dragon Balls, you were only thinking about escaping. You contributed nothing. Bulma and Purin's words left Oolong dejectedly squatting on the ground, his face a mask of discontent. How can you treat me this way? We are all comrades. Unfortunately, Lingye, Bulma, and Lepin turn away, ignoring Oolong's grievances. Well, Lingye, since 2 of the Dragon Balls belong to you and Wukong, and you have contributed the most, why not let you make the wish? Bulma reasoned. Recognizing that neither she, Lepin, nor Oolong intended to wish, she concluded that granting this opportunity to Lingye might be the wisest choice. Lingye smiled. Having anticipated this outcome, the IT would be she who made the wish, as her collection of hundreds of outfits required modification, rather than allow Oolong the chance to make a wish for something as trivial as a girl's undergarments. It was preferable for her to do so. Nodding slightly, Lingye lifted the 7 Dragon Balls, which shimmered with golden light, each flash accompanied by a humming sound. "Arise, Shinran," Lingye called out to the Dragon Balls. No sooner had she spoken than the 7 orbs emitted an even more intense golden glow, their flickering growing ever quicker, the humming resonating in Bulma and the others' ears. Boom! Boom! The sky erupted with thunderous roars as dark clouds amassed, enveloping the heavens like a weighty shroud. The dense clouds swiftly obscured the sky, plunging the surroundings into a terrifying darkness, with golden lightning flashing within, the thunderous clamor deafening, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Wow, this is terrifying, Bulma trembled, awestruck by the sudden transformation of the sky, feeling an underlying dread. Lingye, however, remained unfazed, calmly observing the pitch-black expanse above and explaining, "This is the omen of Shenron's arrival. The sky descends into darkness when the dragon appears." With a thunderous roar, the golden lightning descended like enraged dragons from the obsidian sky. The golden light radiating from the Dragon Balls intensified, growing brighter and responding to the flashes of lightning above. At that moment, the world seemed to be enveloped in chaos, an awe-inspiring aura emanating from the Dragon Balls, infused with immense power. Roaring, the Dragon Balls erupted with a torrent of golden light, spiraling towards the heavens. Merging with the celestial lightning, a tremendous dragon's roar echoing throughout the cosmos. Shenron had indeed arrived, in the sky. The emerald dragon circled amidst the dark clouds, ultimately fixating its glowing red eyes on Lingye and the others. There stood Shenron. Bulma and her companions gazed up, both astonished and curious, at the colossal figure spiraling above, overwhelmed by the dragon's extraordinary presence. I could see that moment. Sun Wukong also regained consciousness, staring at the majestic dragon in awe, marveling at its formidable presence. "Speak your wish, and I shall grant you any one desire." Shenron's immense eyes shimmered with red light, its deep, resonant voice reverberating across the wilderness. "Shenron, please enhance the garments I modified previously by adding the ability to restore them instantly." Lingye produced a multi-functional capsule, extracting over 100 outfits. Easily done. Shenron's eyes glowed red as it applied its divine power to the extensive collection of clothing, transforming them. Lingye watched intently as the dragon's work swiftly reached completion. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, Shenron reverted to the 7 Dragon Balls, spinning a few times in the sky before soaring off across the globe, restoring brightness to the heavens. Lingye, that was Shenron. "Truly magnificent." Bulma gulped, her heart racing as she patted her chest in amazement, feeling envious of Lingye's wish. Oolong quivered with fear, exclaiming, "Indeed, it was terrifying. I thought it was the end of the world." "That is merely because this is your first encounter with Shenron. The dragon's overwhelming aura is not something an ordinary person can withstand." Lingye chuckled. She picked up a piece of clothing from the ground, tearing it with a rip, only for a brilliant light to flash forth, restoring it to its original state before she could even comprehend. Satisfied with the garment in her hands, she stowed it away. Shenron's enhancements were indeed impressive, alleviating Lingye's concerns about being exposed during battles due to torn clothing. Curious, Bulma examined Lingye's outfits. "Is this what you had Shenron modify? They look truly splendid." Lingye nodded, pleased that these garments would greatly facilitate her in future battles. Subsequently, she suggested that Sun Wukong and Lepin participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament scheduled for 8 months hence. Bulma and Wukong were unfamiliar with the event, so she elaborated, "The World Martial Arts Tournament is a grand assembly of the finest martial artists from around the globe, with many powerful fighters in attendance. Moreover, the victor stands to receive substantial rewards." "Wow, martial artists from all over the world. I want to join," Sun Wukong exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm. Lingye smiled, affirming, "No problem. In 8 months, we shall all participate in the tournament together." "Lepin, you will join us too, won't you?" "Of course. How could I miss such an exciting event?" Lepin replied cheerfully, fully aware that with Sun Wukong's participation, the championship would likely elude him. However, he also hoped to engage with more formidable opponents. Realizing that since meeting Sun Wukong and the others, he had been rather narrow-minded. "Now, let us each embark on our training. Wukong, go to Master Roshi's. I have matters to attend to and won't accompany you." Alien addressed Sun Wukong, stating that she should have already commenced her training at the temple. However, due to her assistance in the search for the Dragon Balls alongside Bulma and the others. She had delayed for more than a month. Sun Wukong nodded in understanding, and soon after, the group exchanged farewells and departed, with Alien making her way towards the temple. Volume 1. Science, Chapter 50. The blue-haired soft girl Alien soared towards the temple. Arriving shortly thereafter, Alien, you must have found the Dragon Balls, right? The old heavenly god stood at the edge of the temple, gazing down at the mortal realm, fully aware of the events that had transpired below. Alien nodded in response, then donned her white heavenly robe, draping it over her shoulders. Fortunately, those accompanying you possess kind hearts. If the Dragon Balls were to fall into the hands of someone like a hodgepodge rice, it would spell disaster for the world. The old heavenly god shook his head, his expression laden with helplessness. At times, I ponder whether creating the Dragon Balls was a boon or a bane. The old heavenly god's countenance reflected inner turmoil. While the existence of the Dragon Balls brought hope to humanity, it also provided an opportunity for those with malevolent intentions, should the wicked acquire the Dragon Balls. As he lamented, it would indeed result in calamity for the entire world. Alien found herself at a loss for how to articulate this paradox. Perhaps with gain comes loss. The intricacy of the Dragon Ball world lies in its existence. Without the Dragon Balls, the world would surely lose much of its vibrancy. Whether the Dragon Balls should exist in the world can only be determined by the passage of time. Nonetheless, Alien held a favorable view towards their existence. Alien bid farewell to the old heavenly god and Bobo, retiring to her chamber within the temple. For the following days, she dedicated herself to rigorous training. Heavenly God, this is some fruit for you. Bobo entered, carrying a platter of fruit, placing it on the table. Observing Alien seated on the carpet in deep meditation, he decided not to disturb her and intended to exit. Bobo was solely responsible for the affairs of the temple. And in addition to caring for the two heavenly beings, he had numerous other tasks to attend to that moment. Alien opened her eyes and called out to Bobo. Bobo, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Bobo paused and approached Alien, locking his gaze onto her. Bobo, you're tirelessly attending to numerous tasks while also caring for both me and the old heavenly god. Doesn't that wear you out? Alien inquired with genuine concern. Despite the appearance of tranquility within the temple, only when Alien ascended to the position of heavenly god did she truly grasp the demands of such a role. One must not only remain vigilant of the dynamics in the mortal realm, but also intervene promptly in situations that require assistance. Furthermore, communication between the underworld and the realm of the living must be maintained, necessitating the submission of quarterly reports concerning the territories under their jurisdiction. These reports need not be exhaustive. However, documentation of significant events and key individuals is indispensable in totality. The responsibilities were quite demanding. Although Alien had become a heavenly god, the bulk of these duties still fell upon the old heavenly god, and Bobo. It was Bobo's responsibility to manage all affairs within the temple and assist the heavenly god in overseeing the earth. How about I find someone to assist you in managing the temple? Alien suggested, her bright eyes fixed on Bobo. Considering his hard work, she felt it was indeed necessary. After all, the temple was only occupied by the three of them, making it rather desolate. Shall we not bring someone else in? You could then focus solely on aiding the heavenly god in managing the earth, while the other matters could be delegated to someone else. Bobo remained silent, leaving Alien uncertain of his stance on her proposal. This suggestion is quite sound. Bobo, you cannot manage all these responsibilities alone, the old heavenly god approached, glancing at Alien before continuing earnestly. Alien, you may indeed seek another individual to join Bobo in overseeing the temple. This will lighten the load for both of you. Seeing that the old heavenly god endorsed Alien's idea, Bobo nodded and said, Since both the deity and the heavenly god agree, please arrange to find a suitable individual from the mortal realm. Leave this matter to me. I shall find a fitting candidate. Alien beamed, accepting the task with enthusiasm. Recognizing the urgency of her training, she resolved to select an appropriate person as swiftly as possible. After informing the old heavenly god, she set off towards the mortal realm, contemplating the qualities she sought in this individual. The chosen person must possess the ability to manage household tasks and exhibit a certain level of martial potential, thus enabling them to cooperate with Bobo in managing the temple in a city located in the western hemisphere of Earth. Before an opulent tavern, Alien utilized her clairvoyance to assess the capabilities of those around her. The area was bustling with foot traffic, and numbers such as 2, 3, 2 continuously appeared in her vision, each representing the combat power of those she locked onto, all too low. She shook her head, realizing that the majority of the populace consisted of ordinary citizens, making it exceedingly challenging to encounter someone with potential. A young woman approached, her combat power registering at a mere 3. Unacceptable. After observing nearly 1,000 individuals, Alien abandoned this location and instantaneously transported herself to a nearby city, continuing her search for a suitable candidate. She switched cities repeatedly, but found no one fitting her criteria. Seated on a swing in a park, Alien furrowed her brow. Her requirements were not excessive, capable of managing household tasks, possessing quick reflexes, and, importantly, being aesthetically pleasing. Those of unattractive appearance were categorically excluded. Most crucial of all, the individual must be female. These demands are not unreasonable. Why is it so difficult to find someone suitable? She mused. Those who could manage household duties did not necessarily possess high combat power. While those with high combat power were rare and often lacked domestic skills, as for beauty, it was another matter altogether. Chi-Chi was quite suitable, but she is still too young. Alien lamented. If only a few more years passed, I would certainly choose her. Then a thought struck her. There was indeed someone who would be perfect. Alien recalled a particular individual she deemed exceptionally fitting for assisting her and Bobo at the temple, and she quickly flew towards the location where this person was likely to be found. The individual Alien sought was Lingye, a remarkable character from the original narrative who possessed dual personalities. In her blue-haired state, Lingye was gentle, kind-hearted, and diligent. Upon sneezing, she transformed into a blonde-haired version of herself, becoming violent and a wanted criminal. In the original story, Lingye was rescued by Sun Wukong and Krillin, who took her to Kame House, where she remained to manage household chores. Thus, her ability to handle domestic tasks was assured. Later, when the blonde-haired Lingye developed feelings for Tenshinhan during the World Martial Arts Tournament, she left Kame House to live with him and Kairatsu, vanishing from the narrative until the appearance of Majin Buu, at which point she re-emerged as an older woman seemingly working at a delivery service. Remaining unmarried throughout her life, such a distinctive and capable girl, ultimately discarded by the author. What a pity, with the temple in need of assistance. Lingye appeared to be the ideal choice. Additionally, it would provide an opportunity for Bobo and the heavenly god to mentor her in martial arts, ensuring she would at least rival Krillin in skill. Alien flew over a barren wasteland strewn with sandstone, where swirling yellow sands danced in the air and jagged rocks lay scattered across the ground. In the distance, weathered rock formations displayed fine cracks from the ravages of time. Alien spotted a blue-haired girl crouched down, her gaze filled with helplessness as she surveyed her surroundings. Not far off, 2 police officers lay foaming at the mouth amidst the wreckage of their patrol cars, while Sun Wukong and Krillin stood beside them. With Krillin appearing quite youthful, it seemed that Wukong had already rescued Lingye from the clutches of the officers. Observing the scene before her, Alien made her descent from the sky. Wukong, look! Someone is flying down from the heavens, Krillin exclaimed, startled. What? A person can fly. Could be a monster. Upon realizing this, he swiftly concealed himself behind Sun Wukong, revealing only a sliver of his bald head. Sun Wukong looked up and was taken aback to see that the newcomer was none other than Lingye. In astonishment, he exclaimed, Sister, how did you end up here? Oh, Wukong, do you know this stunning beauty? Krillin curiously inquired. Indeed, Sun Wukong replied with a serious nod. She is my sister. Sister? Krillin was astounded by Sun Wukong's revelation, his face betraying disbelief as he glanced between Sun Wukong and Lingye, exhibiting a look of skepticism. I had never heard of Wukong having such a beautiful sister, and she can even fly. What an unusual ability. Wukong, is this your friend? Lingye greeted Sun Wukong with a smile. Yes, his name is Krillin, that he wishes to train under Master Roshi, but the old man refuses, insisting that Krillin must bring back a beautiful girl. Sun Wukong explained with a nod. Indeed, Master Roshi is quite the character. Wukong, do not adopt his bad habits, Lingye remarked, shaking her head at Master Roshi's rather absurd preferences. To require a beautiful girl as a condition for accepting a disciple. Does he not fear that his reputation as a teacher will be utterly tarnished before his students? Turning her attention to Krillin, Lingye smiled gently. Hello, I am Lingye. Hello, I am Krillin. He stammered, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson, having never conversed with such a stunning older sister before. What a truly innocent child. Lingye thought with a silent chuckle. She then pointed to the blue-haired Lingye, crouching on the ground. I intend to take this girl with me. You need not worry about Master Roshi. I will speak to him and ensure he accepts you as a disciple. Really? Krillin exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. You can persuade Master Roshi to take me as a disciple? Absolutely. It seems that Master Roshi is quite intimidated by Lingye. Son Wukong whispered to Krillin, sharing this pivotal secret. Lingye, unfazed, smiled lightly, then approached the blue-haired Lingye, helping her to her feet. If you have nowhere to go, then come with me. Lingye, feeling utterly helpless as she squatted on the ground, found herself nodding in agreement to Lingye's words. Ah, wait. Lingye suddenly realized, feeling as though she had just sold herself, and a wave of regret washed over her. Hee. Lingye smiled as she wrapped her arm around Lingye's slender waist, and with a sudden leap, they soared into the sky amidst Lingye's startled cries. Wukong, I shall take my leave now that I will speak to Master Roshi. Do not forget to train diligently. Until we meet again at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Volume 1, Saiyan, Chapter 51. Capturing just like this, watching Lingye depart with the same carefree elegance as she had arrived, Krillin stood there dazed for quite some time before regaining his senses. Subsequently, son Wukong, along with the startled Krillin, rode the Nimbus cloud back to Master Roshi's abode on the distant shores, in the sky. Lingye soared swiftly with the blue-haired Lingye, a refreshing breeze brushing against them. Out of fear, Lingye kept her eyes tightly shut, unaware that hundreds of meters below them lay a vast, endless ocean. Lingye embraced Lingye, the girl's soft, delicate form pressed snugly against Lingye's chest. The sensation of her tender touch ignited a peculiar thrill within Lingye. The feeling of holding a beautiful maiden filled her heart with a delightful warmth. Wow, we're flying so high. Lingye finally opened her eyes and glanced down, instantly startled. Lingye smiled softly, and with a swift motion, increased their speed dramatically. Soon, they arrived at the small island where Master Roshi's home was located. Upon seeing the two beautiful women approach, Master Roshi immediately discarded his magazine and hurried over. Lingye, what brings you here? And who is this lovely lady? Lingye cast a sidelong glance at Master Roshi and replied coolly, This is my assistant. I have brought her here not because of any connection to you, but simply to convey some information. What is it? Master Roshi's demeanor shifted to seriousness. There's a boy named Krillin. Please take him as your disciple. Is he the little monk with the shiny bald head? Master Roshi asked, somewhat surprised. You didn't come all this way just for that, did you? Indeed, that is the matter at hand. Yet to Lingye's dismay, Master Roshi shook his head vigorously to no. While the boy possesses some martial skills, he must pass my trials to join the turtle school. Your trial is to bring a beautiful girl? How exceedingly difficult. Lingye teased. Master Roshi's face reddened as he realized Lingye was aware of his peculiar requirements. Have you met Krillin and Wukong? Did they inform you of this? Indeed, in a fit of rage, Master Roshi erupted. Wukong, that ungrateful disciple, has shared such crucial information with others. And that Krillin, with his loose lips, if I were to accept him as a disciple, the secrets of Turtle School would be exposed to the world. No, he cannot enter my school. Are you merely ashamed? Lingye shot him a glare. Let me tell you, taking Krillin as a disciple will not disadvantage you. With his talent, he will undoubtedly become an exceptional disciple of Turtle School. You truly believe that? Master Roshi's expression softened with surprise. Seeing Lingye nod affirmatively, he fell into deep contemplation that Lingye's discernment was beyond question. Could it be that he had misjudged this bald-headed boy named Krillin, who might indeed achieve great success? Very well, for your sake, I shall make an exception and accept the boy as my disciple. Having resolved the matter, Lingye took Lingye and soared toward the direction of the temple. Throughout the journey, The fierce wind stung Lanchi's cheeks, leaving her feeling dizzy to be by the way. I am Lingye. What is your name? Lingye attempted to strike up a conversation. Lanchi, still pale and disoriented, replied faintly, I am Lanchi. Where are we headed? Hee, since you have nowhere to go, I will take you to my residence, although Lingye's words were somewhat domineering. Lanchi felt little resistance, perhaps enchanted by Lingye's captivating demeanor or perhaps weary of her aimless, transient life. Regardless, when Lingye expressed her intentions, Lanchi did not reject them and thus acquiesced. Seeing this, Lingye smiled, her eyes sparkling with determination. Thus, her choice of an assistant was settled. Achu. As they flew, a strand of Lingye's hair brushed against Lanchi's nose, causing her to sneeze, and in an instant, the blue-haired Lanchi transformed into golden-haired Lanchi, realizing she was cradled in the arms of a beautiful girl. And with the cold wind rushing against her, golden-haired Lanchi trembled, struggling to break free. Who are you? Let me go, or I swear I will kill you, she shouted angrily, attempting to escape Lingye's grasp. However, Lingye's grip was too strong for golden-haired Lanchi to break. With a stern gaze, a force emanated from Lingye's fingers, holding golden-haired Lanchi firmly in place. Be quiet. A girl should behave like a girl. Stop referring to yourself in such a manner. Perhaps you should learn from the other version of yourself. Regardless of golden-haired Lanchi's protests, Lingye remained unyielding. Finally, unable to tolerate the incessant noise any longer, she delivered a firm slap to golden-haired Lanchi's rear end. Dealing with such a boisterous girl required an equally assertive approach. Stunned, golden-haired Lanchi exclaimed, You dare strike me! I will not let you get away with this. Put me down. Is that so? Lingye gazed coldly at the golden-haired Lanchi, a wave of dread surging toward her. As if the very air had turned frigid, Lanchi found herself enveloped in an icy grip, the temperature plummeting to the freezing point. It was you who said to let go. Lingye suddenly released her hold on Lanchi, who plummeted from the heights. A long, piercing scream echoed as Lanchi's body continued its descent. As she neared the abyss below, regret flooded her heart. How could she have asked that woman to release her? To think there could be someone so malicious in this world, one who would truly let go, just as promised. In a swift motion, just a few meters from the ground, Lingye darted forward and caught Lanchi. Their descent gently buffered as they landed safely. Lanchi felt her legs weaken, collapsing helplessly to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she began to sob uncontrollably. Volume 1. Saiyan, Chapter 52. The divine attendant Lingye handed her a tissue to wipe away the tears on Lanchi's face. From now on, if you obey me, such incidents will not occur again. Do you understand? She warned, her demeanor fierce and intimidating. Overwhelmed by fear, Lanchi complied, allowing Lingye to lead her, not daring to move a muscle. Terrified that the girl before her might hurl her from the heavens once more. Where are you taking me? Lanchi's heart raced with anxiety. My residence. You will stay there from now on, where you will be instructed in your training by dedicated personnel, Lingye replied calmly, lowering her gaze. Don't even think about escaping. Once we arrive, you will find no place to flee. It was important to note that the temple floated high above the ground, its altitude unfathomable, rendering any attempt at escape futile, for ordinary techniques of flight could not be executed at such heights. Why have you chosen me? Because you're the most suitable candidate from this day forth. You are my personal possession. Lingye chuckled malevolently, attempting to instill fear in Lanchi. The latter, unaware of Lingye's jest, felt genuine terror. Her future appeared bleak, devoid of hope. Thus, you must behave like your other self. It would be so much better. Do not always act like a shrew, or I will teach you a proper lesson. As Lingye reprimanded Lanchi, they soared towards the temple. Shortly thereafter, they broke through the thick clouds and arrived at the majestic temple suspended in the sky. Bobo and the heavenly god awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Lingye accompanied by a girl, they understood she was the one chosen by Lingye. Experiencing the temple for the first time, Lanchi was awestruck by its grandeur, astonished that such a magnificent structure existed high above in the sky. Heavenly God, is this the divine attendant you sought? Yet her aura seems so chaotic, Bobo remarked, perplexed by the tumultuous energy emanating from Lanchi. If she cannot even control her own aura, it appears she will require rigorous training. Have practitioners from the lower realms become this inept? The heavenly god stepped forward, placing a hand upon Lanchi's head to sense her energy. Exclaiming with surprise, "This girl seems to harbor another soul within her, a rare dual-soul individual. The presence of two souls within a single body is what causes the turmoil in her aura. Such beings possess a clear distinction between good and evil. She is indeed suitable to be Lingye's divine attendant." Lingye nodded, acknowledging the heavenly god's accurate assessment of Lanchi's condition. Due to her dual souls, Lanchi exhibited a rare dual persona, with the blue-haired Lanchi being gentle and virtuous, while the golden-haired Lanchi was brash and brutal. Indeed, the heavenly god has spoken correctly. She is indeed a dual-soul individual. Pointing at Lanchi, she instructed Bobo, "For the next few months, train this golden-haired girl rigorously. I want her to grow strong in a short time. For the blue-haired version, we shall see how it goes." Saying this, Lingye placed a strand of hair before Lanchi's nose. Achoo! Lanchi sneezed, and the hair instantly transformed into a vibrant blue, her demeanor softening as a gentle smile graced her face. "Wow, what a beautiful house." "Lingye, is this our home?" Bobo and the heavenly god observed the drastic change in Lanchi's character and nodded in agreement. Indeed, she possesses a dual persona, and this blue-haired girl's spirit is truly pure. "Fear not, heavenly god. Bobo will train the former golden-haired girl thoroughly, transforming her into a kind-hearted individual." Lingye smiled as she approached Lanchi, addressing the heavenly god and Bobo. To differentiate between the two, the blue-haired girl will retain the name Lanchi, while the golden-haired one will be called Lanjing. Subsequently, Lingye guided Lanchi as she familiarized herself with the temple surroundings, her excitement evident as she eagerly took in her new environment. She was astounded to discover that Lingye was the deity of Earth. The following day, Bobo took Lanchi to the base of the temple to undergo her transformation into a divine attendant. First, she established a master-servant relationship with Lingye. Then, Lanchi disrobed, entering the sacred pool in her naked form to receive the divine water generated by the temple. The cool liquid flowed steadily into her body, continuously enhancing her physical condition, gradually purifying her essence and transforming her toward a demigod's physique, while her martial potential began to rise that a deity may be accompanied by a divine attendant. And the source of her power emanates from her master. Only those who have formed a master-servant bond can endure the divine water. Without a master, the water would act like corrosive sulfuric acid. When Lanchi emerged from the sacred pool, her body had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her skin became more delicate and radiant, and her supple form harbored astonishing potential. Training for Lanchi was about to commence, as Lingye and Bobo tirelessly devoted themselves to training both her and Lanjing day and night. Lingye focused her training on Lanchi, primarily during the night, while she maintained a relatively gentle approach during training. Bobo's methods were much harsher during the day, subjecting Lanjing to relentless drills filled with sounds of impact and cries of pain. 7 months of training felt akin to residing in a hellish realm for Lanchi, while Lingye did not cease her own rigorous training. After 7 months of unwavering efforts, Lingye's combat power finally surpassed the 200,000 mark, reaching an impressive 210,000. Meanwhile, Lanchi's combat power, due to the shared training of her dual personalities, reached 140, placing her among the elite fighters on Earth. This was a result of the divine water's baptism, and as time passed, its effects would become increasingly pronounced. At this juncture, Lingye also learned of Lanchi's age. She was merely 16. Finally, with only a month remaining until the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Volume 1, Saiyan, Chapter 53. The World Martial Arts Tournament. On this day, Lingye arrived early, impeccably dressed at the temple plaza. Her reddish-brown hair had been cut into a stylish bob, the braids of her youth now gone, with a blue ribbon adorning one side. She wore a white tank top, accentuating her well-defined figure, and her bare arms glowed with a fair complexion. Below, she donned denim shorts, her legs exposed and ready for action. Lanchi's attire mirrored Lingye's, her hair tied back with a red ribbon. She wore a light green tank top paired with azure denim shorts. Under Lingye and Bobo's guidance, Lingye effortlessly mastered the manipulation of energy with her transformed body, now capable of utilizing flight techniques. The temple, suspended high in the air and enveloped in divine energy, rendered ordinary flight techniques ineffective. Lingye and Lingye descended from the temple, navigating through thick clouds until they soon spotted a rounded tower top. The cat sage atop the Karen Tower, having developed a fondness for the fresh seafood Lingye brought, always greeted her with excitement upon her return from the earth. According to the original tale, Sun Wukong's ascent to the Karen Tower was imminent, though Sun Wukong has made remarkable progress in strength under the influence of Lingye, surpassing the character Tao Bai from the original work. Tao Bai, having undergone extensive training spurred by Lingye's immense encouragement, has also surpassed his original self. Lingye, concerned that Sun Wukong might still fall short against Tao Bai, took the initiative to inform the cat sage in advance, suggesting that when Sun Wukong ascends next time, he should receive rigorous training. Upon seeing Lingye and Lingye, the cat sage's eyes brightened, abandoning the teapot he had been holding to rush over. Lingye, you've arrived. Who is this young lady? This is Lingye. She is the new divine attendant of the temple. Hello, cat sage. Lingye greeted the cat sage with a smile. The cat sage erupted in a hearty laughter, stroking his beard, and turned to fetch a jar of celestial beans to hand to Lingye. These are Lingye's favorites. Consider them a gift. How generous, Lingye observed, feeling a twinge of envy as she estimated the jar contained at least over 10,000 celestial beans. With a gentle smile, Lingye addressed the cat sage. Cat sage, in a few months, a boy with a long tail may climb the Kylin Tower. Please ensure he receives thorough training. Of course, I shall train anyone who ascends the Kylin Tower diligently. The cat sage licked his paw, his eyes gleaming with desire to, Anya, next time you come, do not forget to bring some fish. Ha, understood. Lingye waved at the cat sage and leaped down from the Kylin Tower. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Sun Wukong and Krillin were diligently training, carrying the heavy turtle shell. Over the course of 7 months, under the guidance of Master Roshi, they tirelessly delivered milk and tilled the land around the town. With a solid foundation in their basic skills, both of their strengths gradually increased, particularly Sun Wukong, whose power had completely surpassed that of Master Roshi. In a subsequent test, Master Roshi pointed to a boulder the size of a small hill and instructed them to push it aside. Sun Wukong approached and effortlessly accomplished the task, while Krillin managed to complete it with great effort, though just barely. Master Roshi was quite satisfied with the results of the test. He nodded thoughtfully. Considering Sun Wukong is indeed a monster, setting that aside, I never expected Krillin would reach this level in just 7 months, which truly astonishes me. I have nothing more to teach you, Master Roshi declared, adjusting his sunglasses with a serious demeanor. The fundamental techniques have all been encompassed in your training over the past 7 months. Unbeknownst to you, you have honed your vision, your fists and feet, your entire body and mind. Martial arts is merely the application of these fundamentals. The essence of martial arts is not about winning or losing, but about overcoming oneself. Thus, you must flexibly apply the fundamentals you have learned and create your own martial techniques. As he spoke, Master Roshi reminisced about his own master. Master Mutant, in a month, the World Martial Arts Tournament will commence. That I will not teach you specific techniques. Continue training as usual, but increase your load. Thus, Sun Wukong and Krillin, burdened with 40 kilograms of turtle shell, not only mastered their basic skills, but also began to explore their unique techniques in their spare time. Before long, a month had passed. According to the Universal Measurement Units, Sun Wukong and Krillin had achieved power levels of 160 and 120, respectively. 1 day, Master Roshi dressed Sun Wukong and Krillin in custom suits, flying them to the location of the World Martial Arts Tournament. At the venue of the tournament, numerous renowned warriors gathered, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Wow, there are so many people. There must be many competitors, Sun Wukong exclaimed, gazing at the bustling crowd. Let us register first. Then head to the preliminary venue. Don't wander around. Be careful not to get lost. Master Roshi admonished Sun Wukong and Krillin, who were overly excited, as he led them to the registration area. Such small children are participating in the competition, a staff member remarked with surprise, glancing at the two behind Master Roshi. Indeed, they're not here to observe. They're here to compete. Master Rashi affirmed. Filling out their names on the registration form, he then opened his suitcase and produced 2 sets of Turtle School martial arts uniforms. This is the battle attire belonging to our Turtle School. You will wear this during the competition. All participants of the martial arts tournament, please proceed to the competition hall for the preliminaries. At this moment, a staff member announced through a loudspeaker. Sun Wukong. Scanning the area, began to enter the venue, searching for Lingye. Where is she? Did she not come? Wasn't he had said she would attend the World Martial Arts Tournament? Lingye may have already entered the competition hall. You should be able to find her once you go inside. Master Rashi replied calmly. Upon seeing Sun Wukong nod, he quietly slipped away, disguising himself as Jackie Chan to register for himself before entering the competition hall. Inside the competition hall, the area was filled with competitors, showcasing warriors from around the world, each more peculiar than the last. Werewolves, giants, and even traces of ferocious beasts could be seen. What an extraordinary array. The host first explained the rules of the competition, stating that the 137 contestants would be divided into 4 zones, with the top 2 from each zone advancing to the top 8. All contestants then began drawing lots, with Sun Wukong and Krillin drawing numbers 69 and 93, respectively. Hey Wukong, a melodious voice called from nearby as Lingye and Lanshi approached through the crowd. Sun Wukong beamed at them, confidently declaring to Lingye, Sister, I've become much stronger. I want to have a serious match with you. Observing the self-assured Sun Wukong, Lingye smiled and shook her head. If you wish to compete with me, you must first secure a place in the top 8. She glanced at her number and added, I am number 8 in the first zone. Don't worry, I will definitely make it to the top 8. Volume 1, Saiyan, Chapter 54. The top 8 matches at that moment. The organizers announced the official start of the preliminaries, and Lingye headed to the first zone. Her number was relatively early. It was soon her turn to compete. Lingye's opponent was a tiger man, towering twice her height, his golden fur failing to conceal his massive, muscular frame, with cold, bloodthirsty eyes gleaming menacingly. Haha, my opponent is just a delicate little girl. You better listen to Tiger Lord and go home to do the laundry and cook. This is no place for little girls like you. The Tiger Man boasted arrogantly, completely disregarding Lingye. The outcome for this Tiger Man, however, was destined to be tragic. The Tiger Man launched the first attack, swinging his fist towards Lingye with tremendous force, an overwhelming aura bearing down on her. Lingye stood still, showing no signs of defense, as if the fist were non-existent. It was only when the fist drew near that she extended her palm, effortlessly blocking the Tiger Man's colossal fist. Bang! The Tiger Man's punch was rendered ineffective, his massive blow halted by a slender hand. In an instant, Lingye vanished from sight, reappearing behind the Tiger Man, where she lightly tapped his back, as if struck by an immense force. The Tiger Man's hefty body flew straight into the wall with a resounding crash, rendering him unconscious. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, the noise abruptly silenced, their eyes wide with disbelief as they fell into an eerie quiet. It was only when the referee declared Lingye the victor that they regained their senses. Wukong, this big sister Lingye is indeed terrifyingly strong, Krillin exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment, recognizing that Lingye's seemingly effortless strike contained multiple layers of attack. Krillin barely discerned a few of the attacks. Yet the actual situation remained quite ambiguous. Sun Wukong, with a serious expression, nodded in acknowledgement. Lingye descended from the stage, and the crowd parted to create a pathway, profoundly intimidated by the display of strength. Soon, it was Sun Wukong's turn to take the stage. His youthful appearance elicited a wave of laughter, but he swiftly astonished everyone with his prowess, effortlessly knocking his opponent unconscious with just a few punches. Sun Wukong quickly emerged as a frontrunner in the competition in the match between Krillin and his senior brother. Krillin easily triumphed over his former mentor, leading him to realize that he had unknowingly grown immensely powerful. The competition continued, with competitors from the 4 major regions being eliminated by some unseen fate. Lingye and her companions enjoyed remarkable luck, avoiding confrontation in the preliminaries. Ultimately, Lingye, Lanshi, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Lepin, and Shenglong all advanced to the top 8, while the remaining 2 were Nanwu and Lanfang. Among the top 8, 6 were already acquainted with one another. Seizing an opportunity while others were distracted, Lingye approached Chung Long and inquired, "Old man Say, what brings you to this competition?" Chung Long, taken aback, hadn't expected to be recognized so quickly that he chuckled heartily, scratching his head that I didn't think you would see through me so soon. "You truly are Lingye." I entered the competition to assess the abilities of Wukong and Klin. Both of them are my disciples in the Turtle School, and I cannot allow them to become arrogant, as it would hinder their future paths in martial arts. Lingye nodded, secretly acknowledging that Master Rashi was indeed a competent teacher. His method of teaching involved allowing his disciples to explore on their own while cultivating their martial arts skills, enabling them to progress further along their martial journey. Outside the martial arts hall, a throng of people gathered, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate through the crowd. Lingye led the way, emanating a chilling aura that instinctively compelled the crowd to part. Despite her striking beauty, the frigid atmosphere surrounding her drove people away. Master Rashi followed closely behind, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. How can such a delightful girl exude such a terrifying presence? What kind of training has she undergone? Upon exiting the martial arts hall, Lingye spotted Bulma and the others from across the crowd at the tea that moment. Lepin squeezed through the throng, and Bulma and her companions initially failed to recognize him due to his new haircut. "Wow, Lepin, your new haircut makes you even more handsome," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she placed her hands on his shoulders. Lepin, feeling bashful, waved his hands dismissively, yet a broad smile adorned his face, clearly enjoying the attention. The World Martial Arts Tournament was about to commence, and the 8 participating contestants were summoned to gather within the martial arts temple. "Let us go," Lingye declared, rising to her feet. Soon, Lan Shi, Sun Wukong, Klin, and Lepin followed her toward the martial arts temple behind the grand fighting stage. "See you soon. Give it your all," Bulma and Oolong cheered enthusiastically for Lingye and her companions, to which Lingye responded with a serene smile and a wave. Inside the martial arts temple, all 8 contestants assembled. This year's competition was notable for having 3 women among the top 8. Lingye, Lan Shi, and Lan Fong. The blonde host first introduced the 8 contestants, and then briefly explained the rules for the upcoming matches. Before the staff produced a battle chart and a box for drawing lots to expedite the determination of opponents in order, the contestants whose names were called were invited to draw lots. The host, microphone in hand, announced, "Contestant Nanwu." A man dressed in traditional Indian attire stepped forward and drew lot number 6. The next was Lingye's turn to draw .as. She reached in a box. She flicked her finger, unleashing divine power. The slips of paper inside the box began to whirl, and a slip numbered 1 flew into her hand. "Contestant Lingye, number 1. Upon the host's announcement, the staff inscribed Lingye's name in the first position on the battle chart. Under Lingye's subtle influence, the match order for the 8 contestants was firmly established, starting with Lingye, followed by Lan Fong, Lepin, Lan Shi, Sun Wukong, Nanwu, Klin, and Chenglong. The first match would be Lingye versus Lan Fong, the second Lepin versus Lan Shi, the third Sun Wukong versus Nanwu, and the fourth Klin versus Chenglong with Lingye's intervention. The lineup and order of the matches deviated significantly from the original narrative. When a match order was revealed, Lepin felt a chill run down his spine. His opponent was none other than the formidable Miss Lan Shi, whose strength was rumored to rival that of Master Wu Tian. Even if he managed to triumph over Lan Shi, an even more daunting challenge awaited him in Lingye. The memory of Lingye's earlier display of power sent shivers down his spine. The disparity in strength was simply overwhelming. It wasn't Lingye's intention to complicate matters for Lepin, but with only 8 participants, and 6 of them already acquainted, she found it challenging to rank them appropriately, but a little camaraderie was necessary amidst the competition. Volume 1. Saiyan, Chapter 55. The competition is underway. Thank you for your patience. Everyone, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is now officially commencing. The event gathered martial arts enthusiasts from around the globe, and after rigorous preliminary rounds, 8 martial arts experts had emerged. They would compete on stage, vying for the title of the world's best martial artist, with a champion receiving a reward of 500,000 yuan on the martial arts platform. The host passionately announced the event. The previously crowded audience erupted into excitement, fervently rushing to the viewing stands, surrounding the venue to the point of saturation. Bulma and Oolong exerted great effort to secure a spot near the front of the stands. The first match would feature Lingye against Lanfang, both contestants making their debut at the tournament, having triumphed through the severe trials of the preliminaries, showcasing their formidable strength, and both being exceptionally beautiful young women. The host briefly introduced Lingye and Lanfang, urging the two contestants to take the stage. "Lingye, give it your all," Bulma shouted from the audience, her fists clenched in excitement. The bustling venue had already reached a fever pitch by the time the host declared the start of the match. As Lingye stepped onto the grand martial arts stage, the crowd erupted into even greater cheers, their shouts and praises ringing out in unison. The venue was designed with 3 sides facing the audience, separated by a low wall that kept the martial arts stage distinct from the spectators. The spacious martial arts stage measured approximately 30 meters in length and breadth, paved with special stone slabs. A green lawn separated the stage from the wall, serving as the area for staff to maintain order during the event. Behind the martial arts stage stood a towering wall with a single entrance leading to the martial arts temple, designated solely for the contestants and staff. Soon, the other contestant, Lanfang, ascended the martial arts stage, prompting another round of cheers from the crowd. Lanfang was a blonde woman, dressed in a sensuous and alluring manner, contrasting sharply with Lingye's pure and confident demeanor as they stood side by side. With a resounding thud, the event official struck a large hammer, causing several bronze bells to resonate with a booming sound, signaling the official commencement of the match. Down the martial arts stage, Lanfang assumed an offensive stance. In an instant, she launched her attack, her entire body leaning forward as she charged like a bullet, swift as the wind, reaching Lingye's side in the blink of an eye, delivering a kick aimed directly at her. Lingye feigned a move, suddenly leaping into the air, soaring to a height of 7 or 8 meters, skillfully evading Lanfang's assault. Suddenly, the body lunged towards the ground, descending with an incredible velocity as it launched an assault on Lanfang. Caught off guard by Lingye's swift movement, Lanfang staggered, hastily evading the downward strike. With a resounding thud, Lingye's palm collided with the ground, producing a muffled sound that caused the stones of the martial arts platform to tremble slightly, cracking with several fissures. Lingye twisted her body with a single hand, spinning like a tempest, summoning raging winds that swept up the fallen dust, forcing the spectators to shield their eyes. The prowess of competitor Lingye is truly remarkable, demonstrating such wondrous techniques, indeed befitting her status as a top contender in the tournament. The host seized the moment to heighten the atmosphere, eliciting an enthusiastic response from the audience. Bang, before anyone could react, Lanfang was sent soaring like a kite with a severed string, propelled by Lingye's whirlwind, before crashing onto the grassy expanse outside the ring. The audience below stared in astonishment as Lanfang flew out of bounds, momentarily stunned until they erupted into fervent applause. Competitor Lanfang has fallen out of the ring, and Lingye emerges victorious. Next, we shall witness the second match, where Lu Ping faces off against Lan Shi. As the host announced the commencement of the second bout, Lu Ping and Lan Shi ascended the martial arts platform, taking their respective positions on either side. Clash. Lu Ping and Lan Shi engaged in a fierce combat, exchanging blows in a relentless barrage, their forms flickering across the platform, delivering powerful strikes that offered the audience a thrilling spectacle. Boom! The two launched a counterattack, their palms colliding with a thunderous sound. The stones beneath them fractured suddenly, the explosive force causing fragments to erupt, scattering in all directions as a whirlwind burst forth from the point of impact, generating a gust of wind that Lu Ping and Lan Shi were sent reeling backward, spinning midair before landing on their hands. With a swift motion, they propelled themselves upward like lightning, diving towards each other for a renewed clash. Wow! Lu Ping and Lan Shi have launched another round of attacks. Truly, they are world-class competitors, with both displaying exceptional prowess. Let us continue to observe their performance. The host, microphone in hand, leaned over the edge of the martial arts platform, unable to approach due to the swirling winds created by the fierce battle. After such an intense confrontation, the scene remained remarkably calm. This competitor named Lan Shi is indeed formidable. Beads of sweat adorned Lu Ping's brow as he eyed Lan Shi across from him, who appeared utterly unperturbed, as if untouched by the battle. If this continues, his chances of victory will diminish rapidly. It seems he must unleash his ultimate technique. Lu Ping wiped the sweat from his face, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he steeled himself. Miss Lan Qi, prepare to receive my ultimate move, the Wolf Fong Gale Fist. Lu Ping bellowed, an imposing aura radiating from him. His gaze hardened like that of a lone wolf emerging from the wilderness, exuding a fierce, bloodthirsty energy as he charged at Lan Qi. Lu Ping's movements were swift and merciless, each punch and claw aimed at vital points. His Wolf Fong Gale Fist striking like a tempest, making it seem as though his opponent was adrift in an endless ocean, unable to evade his savage onslaught. His strikes were powerful and rapid. Any ordinary martial artist would find it impossible to evade his onslaught. Alas, Lan Qi was no ordinary contender. After rigorous training under both Bo and Lingye in the temple, her strength had surpassed Lu Ping's. What appeared to be Lu Ping's frenzied and brutal assault revealed itself as riddled with openings in Lan Qi's eyes. Achoo! At that moment, Lan Qi sneezed, her hair instantaneously transforming to a golden hue. Her aura shifting dramatically that a smirk graced her lips, a mocking expression emerging as madness sparkled in her eyes. The golden-haired Lan Qi had manifested, her demeanor undergoing a complete reversal, exuding an air of aggression. Lu Ping's misfortune was palpable. Had he faced the previous incarnation of Lan Qi, even in defeat, he would have retained some dignity. But now, confronted by golden-haired Lan Qi, it seemed his exit from the arena was imminent. May fortune spare him from grievous injury. Lingye silently wished that golden-haired Lan Qi regarded Lu Ping with a sardonic smile, her lips curling with derision. So, you think you can compete with me? How presumptuous! With a wild cackle, she launched into a frenzied dash, disappearing from sight in an instant. Moving with extraordinary speed, she darted across the arena like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a multitude of seemingly corporeal afterimages on the martial arts platform. Phantom Fist! Chung Long gasped in astonishment. The golden-haired Lan Qi, also known as Lan Jing, was executing the Turtle Sage School's ultimate technique, the Phantom Fist. Typically, this technique leaves only a single afterimage, but her mastery allowed her to create dozens. This is bad. Lu Ping's heart raced as he attempted to evade Lan Qi's onslaught. But it was too late. With a cold smile adorning her face, Lan Qi contemptuously delivered a kick that struck Lu Ping squarely in the back. With a resounding crash, he collided against the wall outside the ring, tumbling onto the grass. Competitor Lu Ping has been knocked out of bounds, and Lan Qi is the victor, the host proclaimed with excitement. Acknowledging the high-caliber combat that had greatly enhanced the prestige of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Now, let us proceed to the third match, featuring competitors Sun Wukong and Nan Wu. The host wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief and continued. Competitor Sun Wukong is merely 12 years old, the youngest among all participants. However, his advancement into the top 8 speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. Let us welcome both competitors to the arena. With a clang, Sun Wukong and Nan Wu commenced their attacks. Nan Wu's aim in participating in the martial arts tournament was to secure the 500,000 yuan prize to improve the living conditions in his hometown. As depicted in the original story, Nan Wu engaged in relentless combat with Sun Wukong, but after employing the Sky-Cross Fist, he was thoroughly countered by Sun Wukong and ultimately had to exit the arena in disappointment. However, with the assistance of Lingye and Chung Long, Nan Wu returned to his hometown, carrying a versatile capsule filled with ample water resources that, in the fourth match, Krillin faced Chung Long, a one-sided battle where Chung Long's strength far surpassed that of Krillin. Thus, the 4 champions of the martial arts tournament emerged. Lingye, Lan Qi, Sun Wukong, and Chung Long. They would soon vie for the title of the world's greatest martial artist. After a brief intermission, the eagerly anticipated semi-final of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. In the first bout, Lingye confronted Lan Qi. As the host's voice faded, Lingye and Lan Qi stepped onto the stage. Their clash captivating countless onlookers, showered with praise and admiration. Lan Qi, please make the first move, Lingye declared, arms crossed and exuding a relaxed demeanor. This match held no suspense. Lan Qi was destined merely to hone her skills. The ensuing combat reached an exceptionally high level. In an instant, Lan Qi vanished, moving with astonishing speed. The only sound in the arena was the faint patter of her footsteps, yet her figure remained elusive. Lingye, wearing a smile, concentrated her power into a single point, lightly pressing her foot against the ground, unleashing a terrifying explosive force. With a resounding boom, she catapulted forward like a bolt of lightning, the ground beneath her shattering from the immense recoil, sending debris flying in all directions and leaving a shallow crater surrounded by intricate cracks. Lingye's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she reached Lan Qi, striking with precision. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, their movements so swift that they barely registered on the martial arts platform, leaving only the sound of their impacts echoing through the air. How terrifying! Clin gazed upon the battleground where the two fighters, Lingye and Lan Qi, were locked in a fierce confrontation, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Their prowess had transcended the realm of ordinary imagination. Cheng Long wore a grave expression, declaring that should anyone attain the strength of either of them, they would stand atop the pinnacle of humanity. Meanwhile, Lu Ping appeared somewhat pale, his legs trembling as a sense of dread washed over him. Had Lan Qi engaged him with such formidable strength earlier that morning, he feared he would have been unable to withstand even a single blow. Only Sun Wukong, with an exuberant gleam in his eyes, cheered loudly, exhilarated by the extraordinary display of skill before him. Lan Qi, unleash your full power. Let us swiftly bring this battle to a close, Lingye urged, observing that Lan Qi had already been engaged for nearly half an hour. Her energy beginning to falter, it was time for this trial to conclude. Lan Qi nodded, summoning her full strength. Abruptly, an astonishing surge of energy erupted from her, a tempest of raw power radiating with a cataclysmic force, akin to a celestial dragon soaring towards the heavens, roaring as it surged forth in all directions, instilling an overwhelming sense of breathlessness. A tempest centered around Lan Qi engulfed the venue, raising swirling clouds of dust that forced spectators to shield their eyes. The audience, increasingly enthralled by the spectacle, felt extraordinarily fortunate to witness such a clash, their blood boiling with anticipation for the ensuing confrontation. As Lan Qi unleashed her energy, Lingye smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. She, too, adjusted her burdens, suppressing her own energy to match Lan Qi's, before suddenly erupting with a powerful force. Boom! A whirlwind erupted from Lingye, her energy saturating the arena with an intensity that rivaled Lan Qi's. The two stood, one to the left and one to the right, like twin eye of a typhoon, captivating the attention of all. What a terrifying aura! Lu Ping exclaimed, tilting his body to shield his eyes on the martial arts stage. The fierce clash resumed, each movement generating powerful storms. A tumult of winds and vibrations allowing the audience to viscerally experience the collision of iron and blood. After several minutes of combat, both fighters came to a halt, and an eerie silence enveloped the arena, compelling the spectators to hold their breath in anticipation. Then, in unison, Lingye and Lan Qi sprang into action. Positioned at opposite ends of the stage, they stepped forward, placing their hands before their chests, slowly spreading their fingers apart, resembling the talons of an eagle. Witnessing their actions, Cheng Long, Sun Wukong, Lu Ping, along with Bulma and Oolong, gaped in disbelief. Could they be preparing to employ the Kamehameha? Master Rashi, in despair, lamented that his unique technique had become commonplace, seemingly mastered by any formidable opponent. Lingye and Lan Qi thrust their hands forward, unleashing powerful energy waves, their claws extending naturally, a dazzling blue energy beam erupting forth, illuminating the entire arena and compelling onlookers to close their eyes against the brilliance. Boom! The two blue energy waves collided violently, resulting in a catastrophic explosion, the shockwave radiating with tremendous force. The tumultuous whirlwind, accompanied by a deafening roar, swept through the venue, enshrouding it in thick smoke. Gradually, as the smoke dissipated, Lingye and Lan Qi stood unscathed amidst the chaos. The realization dawned upon the audience that humanity could harness such colossal power. This Kamehameha was a testament to Master Wu Tian's teachings, deserving of respect and admiration from all martial artists. The host proclaimed loudly, diligently promoting the martial artists. Chung Long felt a sense of relief wash over him, grateful for the host's reverence for martial arts and fervent dedication, particularly as the advertisement seemed to resonate with Master Rashi's heart. I concede, just as the crowd anticipated the next clash, Lingye suddenly raised her hand, declaring her surrender amidst the stunned gazes of the audience. The contestant Lingye has surrendered. Lingye is declared the victor of this match. Advancing to the finals, the host exclaimed, regaining composure and announcing Lingye's progression. The audience erupted into applause, their cheers ringing out, having witnessed an exhilarating contest, though they felt a tinge of longing for more. The outcome was undeniably satisfying. Next up, Sun Wukong versus Chung Long. Let the match commence, the host declared, standing aside as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Ha! Chung Long shouted as he surged forward, his swift movement stirring up wisps of smoke. A gust of wind accompanying his charge. His body resembled a formidable war machine, fierce and unstoppable, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on Chung Long with a sharp crack. He intercepted Chung Long's flying kick with a swift block, then pivoted rapidly, closing the distance with astonishing speed. Before Chung Long could react, a powerful punch was thrown. Chung Long was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. Sun Wukong had appeared at his side without his notice, as the punch came hurtling towards him. Chung Long had no time to evade, and reluctantly braced himself with his arms to absorb the blow. Bang! Sun Wukong's fist struck Chung Long with tremendous force, but Chung Long managed to absorb it, albeit the impact left his arms aching, propelling him backward like a cannonball. What overwhelming strength! Chung Long exclaimed, his body twisting as he felt the crack of his bones, rubbing the spot where Sun Wukong had struck, his arm tingling with residual sensation. Such a powerful punch. My entire arm is numb. Wukong has truly grown immensely. Ordinary attacks are futile against him. What a formidable youth. Chung Long's expression turned serious, his eyes gleaming with determination as he faced Sun Wukong, an aura of immense pressure emanating from him. Suddenly, Chung Long's complexion flushed, his body swaying as if intoxicated. What is happening? Is Chung Long experiencing some sort of inebriation? Could yesterday's drinking be affecting him? Lu Ping wondered, confusion evident in his eyes, with Chung Long's prowess. Such drunkenness during a match seemed improbable to its drunken fist. Lingye noted sharply, recognizing the technique Chung Long employed. My late grandfather was also adept at this style, striking unexpectedly when least anticipated. Sun Wukong, having calmed himself, recalled his grandfather's techniques, his demeanor shifting to one of wild ferocity, eyes glinting with a predatory gleam as drool dripped from his mouth. What has happened to Wukong? Kling gasped, startled by Sun Wukong's transformation. Chung Long, equally perplexed, watched as Sun Wukong suddenly lunged at him, launching a frenzied assault. Chung Long, taken aback, hurriedly dodged, yet Sun Wukong relentlessly pursued, unleashing a torrent of attacks that shredded Chung Long's attire. What sort of attack is that? Frenzied fist, frenzied fist? More like rabid dog. Chung Long shouted in exasperation, unable to execute his drunken fist technique. Indeed, where skill excels, so too does adversity. It was evident that the semi-finalists were exceptionally skilled, and it appeared that the youthful Sun Wukong had the upper hand. Jackie Chan's forehead was visibly lined with veins as he suddenly began gesturing towards Sun Wukong with both hands, murmuring incantations under his breath. This was hypnosis. Upon hearing the incantation, Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber induced by Jackie Chan referee. Aren't you going to start the countdown? The host, jolted back to reality by reminder, began counting down for Sun Wukong. Wukong, wake up! Get up quickly, or you'll lose. Yet, Sun Wukong remained sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. It's futile. If I don't wake him, he won't rouse. Jackie Chan confidently placed his hands behind his back, his gaze coolly fixed on Sun Wukong. The reason I entered this competition is to make Wukong and the others understand that there are always greater talents and higher peaks beyond their own. Wukong, it's time to eat. Bulma suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly at Sun Wukong. It's useless. Jackie Chan was about to continue when he was taken aback to see Sun Wukong suddenly spring up from the ground, looking around for food. What? How is this possible? Jackie Chan gasped in shock. A mere mention of food had enabled Sun Wukong to break free from his hypnosis. A bead of sweat trickled down Jackie Chan's forehead. Since hypnosis had failed, it was time to resort to more forceful measures. Volume 1, Science Chapter 57. Advancing to the finals, Sun Wukong quickly regained his senses from the hypnosis. The earlier embarrassment made him more vigilant, and as Jackie Chan lunged at him, he swiftly leaped into the air, performing several flips to evade the attack. Fool, do you think that will allow you to escape my assault? Jackie Chan exclaimed as he pushed off the ground with a sudden burst of energy and soared upward. Wukong, watch out behind you! Krillin and others cried out in alarm. However, Sun Wukong did not react. He simply remained suspended in the air, allowing Jackie Chan to approach unabated. What? Jackie Chan's foot connected with Sun Wukong. But something felt amiss. The impact felt as though it struck nothing but air. Not good. When did this kid learn the Phantom Fist? Jackie Chan's heart raced as he sensed a chilling breeze above him, realizing that Sun Wukong had unexpectedly positioned himself directly overhead. Hiya! Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick downward, striking Jackie Chan squarely on the head. Jackie Chan plummeted to the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust upon impact. That strike was sufficient to render an opponent unconscious. Did contestant Sun Wukong truly land a hit on contestant Jackie Chan? Is victory his? The host, microphone in hand, was visibly excited. Fantastic. It seems Wukong is on the verge of victory. Krillin and Liu Ping exclaimed joyfully. However, Lingye shook her head. You underestimate the situation. Wukong did not actually land a hit. That was merely an illusion created by Jackie Chan to deceive his opponent. The true counterattack is likely still forthcoming. Krillin paused, bewildered, and turned his gaze back to the arena, only to see Sun Wukong alertly scanning his surroundings, as if anticipating an impending threat. Suddenly, Sun Wukong tilted his head skyward. There, he shouted, bracing himself, as his energy coalesced, sensing something high above. The spectators also looked up, but could not discern the situation clearly, perceiving only a dark speck in the haze that's Jackie Chan. They realized, astonished, as he soared hundreds of meters into the sky. The host peered through binoculars at the heavens, confirming that the dark spot was none other than Jackie Chan, who had previously crashed into the martial arts arena. When did Jackie Chan go up there? Krillin and Liu Ping gasped in shock, realizing that Jackie Chan was incredibly powerful. Lingye, with a hint of disdain in her expression, cast a sidelong glance at Krillin and the others. Humph, to be unable to see through such simple tricks. I truly have no desire to associate with such weaklings. Bang! Lingye's fist collided with Lingye's head. Just before being struck by Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan had evaded the attack using the Phantom Fist, then feigned being hit to descend to the ground. The truth was he was preparing to counterattack Wukong. Look! Lingye pointed to Jackie Chan in the sky, where he was gathering energy, his hands clenched tightly. A pale blue light radiated from him, shining as brightly as the stars, momentarily eclipsing the sun's rays. Could that be the Kamehameha? Jackie Chan can use the Kamehameha too? Krillin and Liu Ping gasped in disbelief. The legendary Kamehameha was being employed repeatedly. Including Sun Wukong, it seemed that all contestants in the top 4 of the martial arts tournament could unleash the Kamehameha. That brilliant blue light. Ah, it's Master Matato's Kamehameha? I can't believe Jackie Chan is also using the legendary Kamehameha. The host, wearing sunglasses, spoke with excitement, thrilled by the unexpected prowess of the competitors. Indeed, Wukong, your comprehension ability is remarkable. Let's see if you can withstand the power of my Kamehameha. Honed over many years of research, before you take the plunge, allow me to properly assess your strength. Jackie Chan hovered in the air, his expression serious as he gazed down at Sun Wukong. The Kamehameha, imbued with a radiant blue light, continued to gather strength. Below, Sun Wukong's expression was equally grave as he looked skyward, channeling his energy and mimicking the stance to unleash the Kamehameha. I promised Lingye I would reach the finals. There's no way I can lose here. Let us see whose Kamehameha is more powerful. Prepare to receive my challenge. Sun Wukong declared, grinning widely as he gathered his energy into a blinding blue wave. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! The two shouted in unison, unleashing twin waves of blue energy that surged towards one another with unstoppable force. Boom! The two energy waves collided in midair, erupting in a tremendous explosion in an instant. Both sky and earth seemed to tremble that a violent shockwave rippled outward, powerfully radiating in all directions, while a whirlwind of dazzling light surged forth, creating a spectacle almost too brilliant for the naked eye to behold. The breathtaking visual display overwhelmed the audience, leaving them speechless and awestruck. Incredibly, Wukong had managed to deflect my Kamehameha with his own. Gradually, as the smoke cleared, Jackie Chan descended to the ground, panting heavily as he locked eyes with Sun Wukong. Having exerted all his effort in the Kamehameha, he had exhausted a significant amount of energy. Remarkable, the secret technique of Master Matedo, the Kamehameha, is being wielded again and again. Besides Lingye and Lingye, both Jackie Chan and Sun Wukong have also demonstrated the Kamehameha. What a breathtaking battle. They are now evenly matched. The formidable contenders emerging from this tournament are arguably the most exceptional since its inception. Each battle has been nothing short of extraordinary. Cameraman, make sure to preserve the footage of these battles. We must ensure that the true nature of these fights is conveyed to the world. The host exclaimed passionately. He sought to showcase to the world what true strength in the martial arts championship truly entailed. Wukong's energy appears to be nearly intact. It truly runs deep that I realize I am no match for him. It seems the future belongs to the youth. There is no need for me to continue this battle. A look of satisfaction graced Jackie Chan's face as he addressed the host. Referee, I concede this match. That boy's strength is formidable enough to advance to the finals. After Jackie Chan finished speaking, he paid no heed to the astonished expression of the host and departed from the venue. Jackie Chan forfeited, while Sun Wukong emerged victorious, advancing to the finals. The decisive match will take place in 1 hour, so let us all keenly observe the performances of these two competitors, as the host announced loudly that Sun Wukong had triumphed in this contest. The crowd erupted into fervent applause. Although the tickets for the world's greatest martial arts tournament are expensive, witnessing the pinnacle of combat between formidable opponents is deemed well worth the cost. P.S. The next chapter features the finals, namely the battle between Lingye and Wukong. According to my original intention, there is no need for excessive elaboration. Lingye will dispatch Wukong with a single strike upon entering the arena, and thus the Dragon Ball saga will come to a temporary close. However, looking at the drafts below, I find myself reluctant to delete them all at once. Thus far, I've already condensed 10 chapters. Let us persevere through a few more chapters as the tournament will soon conclude, leading into the Cosmic Arc Volume 1. Science, Chapter 58. The finals begin at in the original narrative. Jackie Chan merely secured the championship by a stroke of luck, getting up before Sun Wukong, not indicative of his inferiority in strength at that time. Jackie Chan had expended nearly 70% of his power to fend off the giant ape form of Sun Wukong by attacking the moon. Only 3 individuals stood at the pinnacle of the world: Master Roshi, Master Shun, and Tao Pai Pai. Their powers were closely matched, with negligible disparity. Although Master Roshi was considerably weakened after his lunar assault, he still managed to defeat Sun Wukong, explaining why Wukong would later succumb easily to the full-strength Tao Pai Pai. Now, Sun Wukong has grown significantly stronger than in the original tale, capable of overcoming the peak Master Roshi, with power comparable to when he first ascended the Kirin Tower. If Tao Pai Pai has not made any significant progress in recent years, he should not pose a challenge to Sun Wukong any longer. Lingye retrieved a capsule from her waist, producing 2 green beans, which she presented to Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan. What are those beans for? Lu Ping inquired, puzzled by Lingye's actions. With a smile, Lingye replied, "These are no ordinary beans. They are called senzu beans, sourced from the sacred martial arts domain of Kirin Tower. Consuming just one allows a person to go 10 days without hunger, and no matter how grievous the injuries. A single bean can restore one to full health." Both Wukong and Jackie Chan expended considerable stamina in the previous battle, but once they consume the senzu beans, they will recover to their prime condition instantly. Is it truly that miraculous? Krillin exclaimed, his gaze fixed eagerly upon the Senzu beans. However, neither Krillin nor Lu Ping dared to request a bean from Lingye, as they believed such extraordinary items must be exceedingly rare, and Lingye likely possessed only a limited quantity. Unbeknownst to them, Lingye had frequently visited Kirin Tower in her spare time and had amassed a substantial stash of Senzu beans over the years. Nevertheless, these were secrets Lingye would not divulge unless absolutely necessary. Jackie Chan gazed in astonishment at the Senzu bean in his hand. He had seen such beans at Kirin Tower before, but only used them to stave off hunger, unaware of their remarkable restorative properties. After chewing the bean, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, dissipating his injuries and restoring his strength to its zenith. Indeed, the Senzu bean is a wondrous elixir, the holy grail for martial artists. An hour passed swiftly, and the final match was about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals are about to begin. Competitors Lingye and Sun Wukong, please take the stage. With the hostess announcement, Lingye and Sun Wukong ascended the martial arts platform. Esteemed guests, we are on the brink of a decisive moment. The finals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament are about to unfold. Who will emerge as the champion? Let us await the spectacle. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze upon Lingye in the distance, an immense aura suddenly emanating from him, as he swiftly propelled himself forward, leaving behind numerous afterimages on the martial arts platform. Wukong has also mastered such impressive afterimages, Lu Ping observed in astonishment. The multiple afterimage fist, this lad possesses remarkable insight, Jackie Chan commented with a faint smile. Lingye calmly regarded the myriad afterimages of Sun Wukong, reminiscent of a monkey performing tricks before an elephant, and smiled faintly. The disparity between their abilities was staggering, even without exerting her full strength. Sun Wukong's movements were well within her perception. At that moment, Lingye extended a hand toward the side and gently struck out. Bang! Her fist connected squarely with Sun Wukong's cheek, sending him hurtling away, leaving a shallow mark along the ground. Wow, that's impressive. Everyone in the audience, including Jackie Chan, was momentarily taken aback. Truly remarkable. Sun Wukong rose from the ground, letting out a low growl, his speed surpassing that of before as he launched a punch at Lingye. She deftly sidestepped, her form flickering and appearing beside Sun Wukong in an instant. This is bad. Sun Wukong gasped, his expression shifting abruptly as he beheld a claw reaching for him, but he attempted to duck. But Lingye's movements were far too swift. She had already seized his arm. Suddenly, an immense force emanated from her grip, propelling Sun Wukong high into the air, by the time he regained his senses. He was already suspended in midair. Lingye's figure appeared in his peripheral vision. He looked up to see her standing beside him. Having approached without him noticing in battle, excessive movements create openings. A strong warrior requires but a single decisive strike. Lingye clenched her fists and delivered a powerful blow to Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong could not react in time, instinctively raising his hand to block the attack. With a thunderous sound, his body shot downward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit, debris and dust scattering in all directions. The spectators felt the earth tremble, followed by a series of cracking sounds. When they regained their composure, they were astonished to find the stone slabs of the martial arts platform completely dislodged, riddled with intersecting cracks, and at the center lay a massive pit several meters deep. Wukong, all right? Krillin stared in disbelief at the enormous crater on the martial arts platform, shocked by how fiercely Lingye had struck. Jackie Chan's gaze remained fixed on the platform, reflecting on the disparity between Sun Wukong and Lingye. Lingye has successfully struck Sun Wukong down into the earth. I wonder if he can rise again. The host cautiously leaned over the edge of the martial arts platform, observing the unfolding scene. Lingye floated effortlessly to the edge of the pit, gazing at the dust rising from the chasm, a smile playing on her lips. Suddenly, a blue beam of light shot forth from the pit, narrowly grazing Lingye's cheek. The energy wave stirred the air, sending a rush of warmth across her face, her hair dancing in the wind. Yet that was all, as Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave and propelled himself upward from the depths. Lingye swiftly struck him back down to the ground with a single palm. Sun Wukong was evidently undeterred, unleashing another brilliant blue energy wave from his palm, hurtling toward Lingye at breakneck speed. How intriguing! Lingye's lips curled into a smile, her demeanor calm as she stood defenseless. Just as the energy wave was about to reach her, she suddenly swung her arm, palms together, slicing the energy wave aside with the precision of a blade. The immensely powerful Kamehameha wave seemed to encounter an irresistible force, veering 90 degrees and soaring off toward the horizon. With a resounding crash, it grazed the eaves of the martial arts temple, obliterating a corner of the roof. Lingye had managed to alter the trajectory of the Kamehameha wave. Thus, Wukong's attack was rendered utterly ineffective. Jackie Chan's face registered surprise, revealing the lofty caliber of Lingye. The Kamehameha had utterly failed. The energy wave, solidified yet insubstantial, could be countered in myriad ways, as long as one possessed sufficient physical prowess. Being struck head-on would incur no harm. Lingye spoke in a calm tone. What we perceive as the flawless Kamehameha is, in her eyes, far from perfect. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment that Lingye's assertion held truth. Releasing energy in the form of a Kamehameha without adequate foundation indeed renders it solid yet ineffective, making it easy for opponents to find a means of counteraction. Observing the intense exchanges between Lingye and Sun Wukong on the martial arts platform, Jackie Chan fell into deep contemplation. Volume 1, Science. Chapter 59. The conclusion of the tournament, but on the martial arts stage. Sun Wukong's body gradually began to float in mid-air. Seeing this, Lingye smiled faintly and ascended into the sky as well did I in the heavens. Lingye's fists intertwined like cascading mountains, surging towards Sun Wukong like a relentless tide. Sun Wukong assessed the situation, continuously altering his form, evading attacks time after time. The fierce battle resonated with thunderous sounds, each strike echoing in the hearts of the audience. A faint blue energy wave surged upward from below. A flicker of amusement crossed Lingye's face as she swiftly descended to Sun Wukong's side, delivering a powerful kick. In the instant her foot connected with Sun Wukong, Lingye realized she had only struck an afterimage. Sun Wukong suddenly materialized, launching a fierce assault towards Lingye. She, caught off guard, received a solid punch. Yet you are still underestimating things. A voice echoed in her ear as Lingye unexpectedly drew close to Sun Wukong's ear, delivering a sudden blow. With a whoosh, Sun Wukong was struck by immense force. Boom! His body slammed heavily against the ground, sending the stone slabs flying. After numerous exchanges, the martial arts platform was now riddled with pits and cracks. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong struggled to rise from the ground. Wiping away the blood from his mouth, his face pale, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Lingye above. Noticing this, Lingye gave a slight nod and began to descend slowly from the sky. Let us conclude this with one final move. Sun Wukong declared as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, the universal shocking palm. Truly magnificent. This is the finale of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Who among these two contenders will emerge as the supreme champion? Let us await the outcome. The host announced loudly. Wukong is about to unleash his final trump card. Krillin's expression grew serious, filled with anticipation. However, Lingye's strength is formidable. Wukong's ultimate move may not succeed. Jackie Chan remarked gravely, "Eye in the sky." Sun Wukong closed his eyes, his muscles quivering rhythmically, akin to a heartbeat, as he gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of energy within him. Suddenly, a tremendous aura, oppressive as 1,000 tons, erupted from his being, swirling like a mighty dragon, howling down toward the earth. The violent energy whipped up a tempest, an overwhelming sense of pressure, suffocating everyone present. In that moment, it felt as though they had been thrust into a hellish realm, an eerie sensation rendering it difficult to breathe. Ugh, it's becoming hard to breathe. In the stands, Bulma and Oolong turned pale, trembling all over. Goodness, is this Wukong's full power? Krillin felt as if he had been struck. This boy possesses such immense energy. His strength likely surpasses that of his grandfather, Son Gohan. Jackie Chan realized he had underestimated Sun Wukong. This entire family was filled with terrifying monsters. Sun Wukong concentrated all his energy into his hands, which began to glow with a brilliant light, two powerful currents surging from his palms, instantly transforming into ferocious, rushing lightning. The sky became awash with lightning, the intertwining bolts resembling countless silver serpents, dancing and swirling, resonating with a crackling roar as they descended toward the ground. Prepare to receive my attack. Sun Wukong was ready. His face taut, beads of sweat forming, his body crackling with arcs of electricity, the luminous currents converging in his palms. Radiating an eerie blue glow, he gently unleashed the lightning from his hands, shouting toward the ground. Universal shocking palm. In an instant, two bolts of lightning surged forth like rampaging dragons, emitting a twisting, serpentine glow as they raced toward the earth with furious roars. The spectators squinted against a blinding flash. The dazzling light forced them to shut their eyes. Meanwhile, on the ground, Lingye stood proudly, tilting her head slightly, squinting at the oncoming universal shocking palm unleashed by Sun Wukong. Universal shocking fist. This was a technique evolved from the universal shocking palm. In an instant, the ground around Lingye buckled, creating a massive pit over 20 meters in diameter, the surrounding rocks fracturing rapidly, forming a colossal depression. And in a heartbeat, the entire martial arts platform was engulfed in a vast circular crater. A brilliant light surged from the pit, akin to a phoenix poised to take flight, radiating a proud aura and brilliant lightning as it soared toward the dragon in the sky. Boom! The mighty lightning dragon collided with the oncoming lightning phoenix, producing a deafening roar that resonated across the heavens, erupting in a stunning display of light that momentarily obscured the sun, causing the earth to tremble. In that moment, chaos reigned, blurring the distinction between sky and ground. A terrifying shockwave, accompanied by astonishing lightning, surged forth in all directions, a cacophony of thunderous sounds merging with distant echoes that filled the sky. Gradually, the brilliant light began to fade, the earth ceased its trembling, and the raging winds softened into gentle breezes as the audience's vision restored. They gasped in astonishment at the scene before them. The martial arts platform, measuring over 30 meters in length and width, had been utterly transformed. A massive pit over 20 meters in diameter lay at its center, surrounded by a landscape of craters and uneven cracks, not a single intact stone to be found. At the center of the pit stood a maiden of exquisite beauty, her eyes clear and flawless, completely unscathed, her attire showing no signs of damage. Cradling an unconscious youth in her arms, is this the extent of Lingye's power? Krillin swallowed hard. He had never encountered such a formidable sister before. He has already lost consciousness. Let us start the countdown. Lingye approached the host, saying. The host, finally regaining his composure, began the countdown, and soon, 10 seconds had passed. The decisive battle of the tournament had concluded, and the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament had been determined. It was contestant Lingye. Miss Lingye has emerged as the champion of this tournament. Let us all applaud and cheer for her and Sun Wukong for their spectacular match. The host announced excitedly, causing an immediate uproar in the arena, with applause and cheers ringing out. Volume 1, Science. Chapter 60. Gazing into the future, as the World Martial Arts Tournament drew to a close, the throngs of people gradually dispersed. After the event, Lingye, along with Jackie Chan, Krillin, and others, walked alongside Lepin, who was carrying Sun Wukong. To meet Bulma and the others. Is Wukong all right? Bulma inquired, eyeing the unconscious Sun Wukong on Lepin's back. Yes, fine. Just exhausted, Lingye replied with a gentle smile. The Saiyan physique most craves the stimulation of intense combat. One can only imagine that when Son Goku regains his strength, his combat prowess will surely surge significantly. To be honest, witnessing your fierce battle against Goku left us utterly astonished. We never anticipated that you both had grown so formidable. As they settled into the rest area, the group began to engage in conversation. The mere thought of the earlier confrontation sent shivers down Krillin's spine. Ayin chuckled and reassured him, "Don't say that. I believe you all will achieve greatness in the future." Ayin was not merely offering comfort. She genuinely believed that Krillin and the others possessed potential far beyond their current capabilities. Is that true? Krillin asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Absolutely, Ayin replied with a smile. You are already incredibly powerful. As you face stronger opponents, your own abilities will also rise dramatically. That's wonderful. After hearing Ayane's words, Krillin felt a sense of elation, thinking how this older sister not only possessed great strength, but also had a way with words that was so comforting. By the way, here, take this. Ayane produced a handful of senza beans and handed them to Krillin. What is this? Krillin exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Senza beans, these are the miraculous beans. Are all these for me? Krillin asked incredulously. Indeed, they are for you, Ditto, and everyone else gets them too. As she spoke, Ayane distributed additional portions to everyone present. Even Bulma was pleasantly surprised to receive a few. Clutching the precious senza beans that could save their lives in critical moments, Krillin and Lu Ping were on the verge of tears from excitement. If only we could cultivate senzu beans using scientific methods. That would be splendid, Bulma mused. Don't hold your breath. That's impossible. Ayane chuckled, shaking her head. Just then, Son Goku awoke, and upon seeing Ayane distributing the senza beans, he perked up, eagerly claiming his share, fully aware of the bean's significance. Thank you so much, Krillin said, carefully tucking the senza beans into his robes, overwhelmed with gratitude. Ayane smiled, her lips curling upwards. Parting with dozens of senzu beans did not faze her, as she had an abundance of them stashed away. Meanwhile, Krillin and Lu Ping's emotional reactions filled her with a sense of pride. Hey, where's Master Roshi? I haven't seen him around, Son Goku remarked. Scanning the vicinity, I haven't seen him either. Did he not come to watch the match? Suddenly, an elderly voice called out from afar, and they spotted Master Roshi, clad in a black suit and carrying a suitcase. Hurrying towards them, Master Mateto, where have you been? I was watching from behind. I just went to the restroom, by the way. Master Mateto, did you see my match? Yes, I saw all of it. Your performances were commendable. Ah, there you are. I've been searching for you, shouted the blonde host as he approached them. Miss Ayane, here is your prize of 500,000. Please accept it. The host pulled out a thick stack of cash from his bag and handed it to Ayane. Thank you, Ayane replied with a smile that someone of her net worth. Several 100,000 was but a trifling amount, yet she felt a fondness for this host, who had maintained his professional integrity, continuing to host the World Martial Arts Tournament even decades later. By the way, will you participate in the next World Martial Arts Tournament? I can't say for certain, but these three will definitely compete. Ayane gestured toward Son Goku, Krillin, and Lu Ping. Oh, what a pity. However, I believe that if Goku and the others participate, the next tournament will surely be spectacular. The host expressed his regret over Ayane's lack of participation, but found solace in the prospect of Goku and his companions. Rest assured, the next tournament will definitely see new champions emerge. This time, it was primarily the Turtle School that took the spotlight, that I believe the Crane School must have noticed this event through the televised broadcast. And they may consider participating next time, Ayane remarked casually. Really? The host's excitement surged at the thought of the Crane School potentially entering the next tournament. Ayane, will the Crane School truly participate in the next competition? After the host departed, Krillin inquired with curiosity. I believe they will. The Turtle School's performance was too remarkable for the Crane School to ignore, and it is highly likely they will send disciples to the next tournament. Ayane replied nonchalantly. Ayane is right. Given Master Crane's character, he will undoubtedly send disciples to compete in the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Therefore, you all must intensify your training over the next few years. Do not allow the Crane School's disciples to surpass you, Master Roshi said sternly. Master Mateto, please rest assured, we will diligently train and strive to enhance our strength. Moreover, with Goku's abilities, I believe he can certainly defeat the Crane School's disciples. Krillin stated confidently, feeling little pressure, as he thought the Crane School was no match for the Turtle School. Master Roshi pondered, lowering his head in contemplation. He was uncertain of the strength of the Crane School's disciples, but believed Goku should be able to handle it. Krillin, you are mistaken. Although Goku is powerful, the Crane School has an exceptional talent whose strength may rival Goku's. Ayane interjected, admonishing Krillin for his arrogance. What? Is that truly the case? A disciple of the Crane School possesses strength greater than Goku's? Krillin and Master Roshi's expressions changed dramatically as they asked in astonishment. Ayane nodded. As far as I know, Master Crane has two favored disciples. One possesses psychic abilities, with strength comparable to Krillin's current level. The other, however, surpasses even the legendary assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai, even stronger than Tao Pai Pai. Lu Ping gasped in disbelief, breaking into a cold sweat. He had previously looked down on the Crane School's disciples. But Ayane's revelations made him realize how formidable they truly were. I never imagined Master Crane would have such outstanding disciples. Goku, Krillin, you must intensify your training. During the next martial arts tournament, let everyone witness whether the Turtle School or the Crane School reigns supreme. Master Roshi proclaimed with a grave tone. Volume 1. Saiyan Chapter 61. Beyond Earth. After the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Goku, Krillin, and Lu Ping prepared to embark on their training, while Ayane and Lingye were set to begin their own journeys. Upon returning to the Divine Palace, Ayane resolved to share some information about other planets with Lingye and the others. In a few years, Earth would face a formidable trial. Whether it was the Demon King Piccolo or the subsequent Z Saga, the enemies would only grow stronger. The deity of Earth. Ayane felt a considerable weight on her shoulders. Thus, the only course of action she could take was to continually enhance her own power, entrusting the more mundane matters to Old Kai and Buddha, of course, even if she were not the deity of Earth. Having been reborn into the world of Dragon Ball, the pursuit of strength was an unavoidable path. Only by becoming powerful could she navigate this world with ease. One day, Ayane gathered Old Kai, Bu, and Lingye to introduce them to the information regarding other planets. Although our strength is not insignificant, when it comes to what lies beyond Earth, even I remain quite feeble. Ayane stated candidly. Beyond Earth? Lingye asked in astonishment. The celestial deity and Bobo were indeed somewhat perplexed. They harbored no doubts regarding the existence of extraterrestrial beings. After all, the celestial deity himself was a quintessential alien. What confounded them was the statement made by Lingye, expressing that even she felt exceedingly weak. Although Lingye's strength was not widely known, there was a consensus among the celestial deity and others that her prowess was at least tenfold, if not 100-fold, greater than that of the celestial deity himself. Such a formidable being as the divine protector of Earth reassured the celestial deity. Earth, being a rather insignificant planet, ranked quite low among lesser celestial bodies. In the grand scheme of life across other planets, humanity's combat capabilities were truly negligible. Is there a concrete reference for this? Bobo inquired, raising a hand. Indeed, Lingye acknowledged with a nod. The universal standard categorizes planets based on combat power values. Due to the widespread acceptance of this rule across the cosmos, it is relatively accurate. According to the classification criteria, planets with the strongest combat power below 1,000 are deemed low level. Those between 1,000 and 10,000 fall into the intermediate category, and planets exceeding 10,000 are classified as high level. For instance, an ordinary human, devoid of any combat capabilities, wields a mere 5 points of combat power when armed with a firearm. Only 5 points of combat power with a firearm? Such high expectations, exclaimed Lingye, her eyes wide with disbelief. What is my current combat power? Lingye glanced at her and, after a moment of observation, replied with precision, your combat power currently stands at approximately 140, akin to that of the Turtle Hermit, placing you within the top 10 on Earth. Goku, being stronger, has reached around 160, making him one of the most powerful individuals on the planet. However, when compared to those from other planets, whose powers often reach into the thousands, it pales in comparison. She then turned her gaze toward the celestial deity. The combat power of the celestial deity hovers around 280. In truth, there is not much difference between deities and ordinary humans, save for a few unique divine abilities. Moreover, as a Namekian, the celestial deity possesses some special capabilities inherent to his race. If even the celestial deity has only 280 points of combat power, it stands to reason that Bobo is around that level as well. What would happen if beings from another planet were to invade Earth? Wouldn't we be utterly defenseless? Upon hearing this, both the celestial deity and Bobo were visibly moved, as it echoed their own concerns. Had Lingye not mentioned aliens, they would not have worried about the prospect of an invasion. Yet the danger was indeed present. Should that day arrive, with their combat power falling below 1,000, they would certainly be unable to resist. Lingye had pointed out that those below 1,000 were merely low-level planets. Lingye smiled and shook her head. Ordinary extraterrestrials are unlikely to take notice of Earth. But it is not an absolute certainty. Thus, we must have sufficient combat power to protect our planet, which is precisely why the divine temples exist. Deities are responsible not only for maintaining order on Earth, but also for safeguarding it from extraterrestrial invasions. Yet, with our current abilities, it seems we cannot withstand the majority of external threats. The celestial deity expressed his concerns that not fret. In comparison to those terrifyingly powerful monsters, my strength within the Milky Way is quite commendable. You need not worry about me being defeated, Lingye reassured him. Hearing her words, the celestial deity felt a slight sense of relief. This was the first time Lingye had disclosed information regarding her strength in his presence. And her tone suggested a notable level of confidence, likely placing her among the ranks of the stronger beings. The very least, she should be considered average. The celestial deity thought to himself. If 10,000 is the threshold for high-level planets, then Lingye must possess a combat power of at least 10,000 to speak with such conviction. Lingye, tell me the truth. What is your actual strength? The celestial deity asked solemnly. Both Lanchi and Bobo were equally curious about Lingye's true capabilities. Well, it's not extraordinarily high, Lingye said modestly. I just checked, and it appears to be around 213,000. Boom. It was as if lightning struck from a clear sky. What? Lingye, I must have misheard you. Your combat power is how much? 213,000. Lanchi exclaimed, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Although she had anticipated something impressive, the sheer magnitude of 213,000 was truly extraordinary, rendering her speechless. 213,000. You possess a staggering 213,000 in strength. The celestial deity was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "It seems my judgment was indeed astute. A deity with 213,000 power is more than sufficient to ensure Earth's safety." Lingye, do you have any methods to rapidly enhance your strength? Lanchi asked eagerly. None, Lingye replied. All my power comes from my own training. I grew up in a harsh environment where the gravity and air composition differed significantly from Earth's, making it considerably more challenging. As for her secret techniques, Lingye possessed a few extraordinary skills learned from the planet Adrat, but she could not impart them without the consent of the Adrat people. Seeing that Lingye had no rapid means to increase her strength, Lanchi felt somewhat disheartened. Wait, there might be a place where you can swiftly boost your capabilities. Lingye suddenly recalled the remarkable abilities of the Grand Elder of the Namekians. If the Grand Elder could unlock potential, not only Lanchi, but even she could experience a significant power surge. Lingye chastised herself for forgetting such an important matter. Had it not been for Lanchi, she might have delayed recalling the Namekian planet. The stronger one became, the more effective the energy absorption would be when utilizing the universal energy. Early enhancement of strength would facilitate a quicker amplification of the universal energy's effects. What place can enhance one's strength? Lingye narrowed her eyes at the celestial deity and said, Namek, Volume 1, Saiyan, Chapter 62. Namek is located in a remote corner of the northern galaxy. It is a verdant green planet, predominantly land with minimal oceanic expanse, yet dotted with numerous freshwater lakes. Almost every few dozen kilometers, one can find a lake with the land cloaked in lush grass, creating an expansive prairie appearance. On a beautiful afternoon on Namek, a gentle breeze caressed the emerald grass, rippling like waves, while the sun cast its warm rays, evoking a sense of comfort. This is Namek? It is truly stunning, and the air is remarkably fresh, Lingye exclaimed as she teleported with Lanchi to Namek, standing atop a rocky summit, gazing at the endless green plains and inhaling the invigorating air. Lanchi was filled with excitement. This was her first journey beyond Earth to another planet, and one with such a beautiful environment at that a profound sense of satisfaction washed over her. Living in such a magnificent place would indeed be blissful. This is Namek, Lingye remarked with a sigh of admiration. As long as we locate the Grand Elder of Namek to unlock our potential, we can significantly enhance our strength. Surveying the surroundings, Lingye noted that Namek was rather desolate. The diversity of species did not compare to that of Earth. Aside from the vast expanse of green grass, there were very few trees, with only a smattering of peculiar spherical plants, and the animal population was alarmingly scarce. This stark contrast formed a vivid juxtaposition against her initial visual impact. Lingye surmised that this desolation was a consequence of climatic anomalies on Namek, since the catastrophic climate change that swept across the planet. The vast majority of its flora and fauna had perished, and the surviving Namekians now lived in small tribal communities. In ancient times, the Namekians had boasted highly advanced technology, even at the expense of their environment, leading to significant pollution. Fortunately, the advanced space travel technology allowed a select few to endure hardship on other planets before returning to Namek. They learned from their mistakes, cultivating green plants in abundance to safeguard the carbon dioxide atmosphere. However, hundreds of years ago, Namek experienced a catastrophic climatic upheaval. Aside from a few Namekians who were sent away from the planet, the vast majority perished. Only the Grand Elder of the Namekians survived. He reshaped Namek to make it habitable once again. Nonetheless, even to this day, the population of Namekians on this planet remains exceedingly sparse. A brief introduction to the history of Namek was provided to Lingye, who nodded in understanding, her heart heavy with sympathy for the plight of the Namekians. Most Namekians possess extraordinary magical abilities, such as regeneration from severed limbs, physical enlargement, and the capacity to stretch their arms with ease. Furthermore, they can communicate with the cosmic dragon deity, summoning it forth to create the mystical Dragon Balls. Are these the same Dragon Balls that grant wishes on Earth? Indeed, the celestial being known as the old god of Earth fled to our planet during the climatic upheaval on Namek, which is why Dragon Balls exist on Earth. The Dragon Balls created by the Grand Elder possess even greater powers than those on Earth, capable of fulfilling 3 wishes at once. This visit to Namek is not solely to harness potential. I also wish to obtain the Dragon Balls from Namek. Based on our understanding of the original narrative, Lingye deduced that the Dragon Balls serve merely as a medium to communicate with the cosmic dragon deity. When 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, the cosmic dragon deity can manifest through them, representing the collective consciousness or the law of causality of the entire Dragon Ball universe, an ethereal force that exists beyond our comprehension. The abilities of the cosmic dragon deity vary according to the capabilities of its creator, yet they cannot exceed the limits set by the Dragon Ball creator. Otherwise, wishes cannot be granted. The powers of the dragon and the Dragon Ball creator differ significantly. There are feats that the celestial beings cannot accomplish, but the dragon can achieve by harnessing the cosmic dragon deity's might, albeit without exceeding the celestial beings' limitations. This explains why celestial beings cannot resurrect the dead, while the dragon can. Then why don't the Namekians use the Dragon Balls to wish for the transformation of Namek or to ensure more of their kin survive? Lingye inquired. Perhaps it is due to the law of causality. Lingye pondered. Let us fly eastward. I sense the presence of life in that direction. Lingye attuned herself to the essence permeating the air and, alongside Lingye, soared eastward. After flying for about 10 minutes, they discovered a small Namekian village. Consisting of merely a dozen households, scattered structures formed a semicircle, with cultivated land in the center where several Namekians toiled in the fields. The architecture of the Namekians was peculiar, resembling the exoskeletons of insects. With sharp, prismatic projections at the rounded corners of the walls, Lingye and her companion descended to the ground. The Namekians paused their labors, approaching them with expressions of astonishment. "Greetings, alien girl. What brings you to Namek?" asked a portly elder Namekian, who presumably was the village elder. Lingye observed the small population of the village, noting the presence of only a scant few dozen individuals, with nearly half being elderly or children. "Hello, you must be the elder of this village. My name is Lingye, a celestial being from Earth. This is my companion, Lingye. We have come to Namek with a matter of importance and hope you can guide us to your Grand Elder." Although Lingye was not fluent in the Namekian language, she could effortlessly translate their speech into her own tongue using a linguistic technique learned from the planet Adorat. Thus, her words flowed fluently in Namekian. The elder felt an unexplainable sense of dread in the presence of this young girl, and upon hearing her request to meet the Grand Elder, his demeanor shifted to one of heightened alertness. However, sensing no malevolence from Lingye, he exhaled in relief. "Welcome to Namek, celestial being from Earth. The residence of the Grand Elder is quite distant. If we set off now, we shall not arrive before nightfall, which would disturb the Grand Elder's rest. It would be more prudent to stay here for the night, and tomorrow morning I shall send a young member of our tribe to accompany you. What say you? Of course, that would be most agreeable. I apologize for the intrusion, Lingye replied with a smile. Understanding the Grand Elder's esteemed position among the Namekians, she recognized that they would not disturb him for any reason. If Lingye insisted on visiting the Grand Elder at that moment, the village elder would deem it inappropriate, as it would intrude upon the Grand Elder's much-needed repose. Seeing Lingye's amiability, the elder's face broke into a hearty smile as he graciously led her and Lingye into his humble abode. To Lingye's astonishment, the Namekians bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial old god of the temple. "This is quite a surprise," Lingye exclaimed as she settled onto the bed in the room arranged for them. "Did I not mention? The old god of the temple is also a Namekian, having fled to Earth during the climatic upheaval on Namek. Oh, and let's keep our visit to Namek a secret. I prefer that others remain unaware of our circumstances here." Lingye nodded in agreement. Several hours later, as night fell, Lingye and Lingye were invited to partake in a Namekian feast, enjoying a meal that was uniquely representative of their culture. Due to their green skin, which allowed them to engage in photosynthesis, the Namekians required only water and minimal essential nutrients, utilizing photosynthesis to produce starch to meet their physiological needs. Consequently, their dinner was quite simple. To be honest, Lingye felt as though she had not eaten at all, ultimately resorting to discreetly munching on a magical bean. Although she, too, could draw energy from the realm and did not require sustenance. It was an unusual experience. The following morning, as dawn broke, a pale light graced the horizon, illuminating the once dim night sky with a vibrant glow, as radiant sunlight streamed through the clouds, enveloping all in warmth. Namek, the fourth planet of the 27-star system in the Lyra constellation, was part of a trinary star system. Due to its 3 suns, Namek traditionally lacked a distinct day-night cycle. However, this was a tale of the past. Much like the early evolution of Namek, its primordial atmosphere had once been exceptionally conducive to plant growth, yet the present state of Namek reflected a dire scarcity of species. Lingye and Lingye stood on the clearing before their room, surrounded by the elder and the tribe members. "This is Vini, a young warrior of our tribe. He will escort you to the Grand Elder's residence." The elder indicated a youthful Namekian. Lingye scrutinized Vini, noting his gray cloak and resemblance to a younger version of Piccolo, a formidable warrior with a battle power exceeding 1,000, making him one of Namek's more exceptional fighters. "Thank you, esteemed elder of Namek, for your hospitality." Lingye expressed her gratitude with a smile before nodding at Vini and taking flight toward the Grand Elder's abode. Throughout the journey, Vini remained taciturn, leading the way in silence, while Lingye, understanding the unspoken sentiment, chose to admire the scenery alongside Lingye. The natural environment of Namek was strikingly beautiful. Though life was sparse and the variety of species limited, the expansive, flat grasslands left a profound impression on them. A gentle breeze caresses the landscape, causing the slender grasses to sway gracefully, radiating concentric patterns akin to undulating waves. This, combined with the verdant hues of the lakes dotting the route, creates an expansive and ethereal vista. The scenery along the way is imbued with the vibrant essence of spring. The vast, boundless grasslands and the uniquely rugged mountains conjure a breathtaking tableau. After nearly 10 hours of flight, Lingye and her companions gradually departed from the densely clustered lakes of the grasslands, entering a region characterized by deep canyons and ravines. Here, the landscape is less picturesque. Exposed rocks rise abruptly from the ground, sporadically adorned with green moss, lending an air of desolation. The residence of the Grand Elder lies just ahead. "We shall cross the canyon to reach it," Vini indicated toward the broad canyon before turning to Lingye. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lingye pressed on, swiftly traversing the canyon to arrive at a stone forest enveloped by towering rocks. This ancient stone forest, weathered by time, bears the scars of erosion in many places. These formations were born from cataclysmic climatic shifts and tectonic movements, and the Grand Elder, a nostalgic soul, has chosen to dwell here in solitude. Aside from Namekian warriors tasked with guarding him, few dare to tread upon this sacred ground, Vini elaborated as he continued to guide Lingye toward the Grand Elder's abode. Lingye nodded, but upon glancing back, she noticed Lingye appearing fatigued, her complexion slightly pale. After a moment of hesitation, she channeled some of her energy to assist Lingye, hastening her pace to catch up with Vini. "We have arrived. The Grand Elder's dwelling is just ahead," Vini announced, gesturing toward a white structure perched atop a mountain. "Thank you ever so much for your guidance. Please extend my gratitude to the Elder." Lingye smiled at Vini, gazing at the white edifice on the cliff. "Not at all," Vini replied with a nod before retracing his steps. "Let us ascend." Taking a deep breath, Lingye slowly made her way toward the Grand Elder's residence. The dwelling was significantly larger than the typical Namekian abodes. Comprising 2 levels, the upper floor housed the Grand Elder's chamber, while the lower level accommodated the warriors assigned to protect him. As Lingye and Lingye approached the imposing structure, a green-skinned Namekian emerged to greet them. "You have arrived. The Grand Elder is already aware of your visit. Please, follow me," the young Namekian addressed Lingye. According to her knowledge from the original tale, this Namekian was the guardian Neil, one of the few combat-ready Namekians and among the strongest warriors on their planet. Boasting a battle power of 30,000. Following Neil, they soon reached the Grand Elder on the 2nd floor. The Grand Elder, now frail and unable to move freely, reclined in his seat. His imposing figure was quite formidable. "Greetings, celestial being from Earth. I can sense the purity of divine power within you. Pray, what brings you to me?" His aged voice was warm and inviting, though tinged with a faint tremor due to his advanced years. "Greetings, venerable Grand Elder of Namek. I sincerely apologize for intruding upon your peace. It is said that you possess the unique ability to unlock human potential. We have journeyed here to enhance our strength. As I foresee an impending threat to Earth from malevolent extraterrestrial forces to protect our planet, we require greater power." Lingye endeavored to maintain a humble demeanor, given her request. The Grand Elder, capable of foreseeing Lingye's arrival, could also vaguely discern future events, lending credence to her statements. "Lingye speaks the truth," he acknowledged with a slight nod. Neil, however, was taken aback, unaware that the Grand Elder possessed such a remarkable ability to unlock potential. With a gentle smile, the Grand Elder responded, "Indeed, I am surprised that you are aware of my capabilities. You are correct. Safeguarding one's planet from the encroachment of evil necessitates formidable strength. Step forward, and I shall unlock your potential." "Wait, Grand Elder, given your advanced age, utilizing your powers indiscriminately could greatly deplete your energy," Neil interjected urgently, concern etched across his features, fearing that the exertion could jeopardize the Grand Elder's longevity. "Rest assured, unlocking potential is my unique gift and does not consume my vitality. I can endure for many more years." At that moment, Lingye seemed to recall something and addressed the Grand Elder. "Before we proceed with enhancing my potential, may I request the use of the Dragon Balls of Namek?" Her visit was not solely to unlock her potential. She also sought to utilize the Dragon Balls to address Lingye's dual soul predicament. She pondered whether the dragon would still possess the ability to alter Lingye's condition after a power enhancement. "Oh, pray tell, how did you come to know of the Dragon Balls?" The Grand Elder's half-closed eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of intrigue flashing within them. "Grand Elder, it is as follows. The previous celestial guardian of Earth was also a Namekian who fled during the climatic cataclysm on Namek. Thus, Dragon Balls exist on Earth as well, albeit with limited functions compared to those on Namek." "Ah, so there are Dragon Balls on Earth. That explains much," the Grand Elder mused. "It appears that Namekians also exist on other planets. As for the celestial guardian of Earth, I entrust this Dragon Ball to you. Once you have made your wish, return to me for the unlocking of your potential. I sense that Namek will soon face an invasion by malevolent forces. And with an additional force of justice, hope shall flourish." The Grand Elder extended his hand, presenting Lingye with a massive Dragon Ball retrieved from behind his seat. "Thank you, Grand Elder. When Namek faces the threat of evil, I shall undoubtedly come to its aid," Lingye pledged without hesitation. "Then I entrust this task to you, Celestial Guardian of Earth. Neil, please escort her to the various villages to collect the Dragon Balls." "Yes, Grand Elder." As the first volume of the Saiyan saga reaches its 64th chapter, Lingye watched Neil exit the room. She smiled at the Grand Elder, then summoned her divine powers to levitate the enormous Dragon Ball into the air. following in Neil's wake. Celestial Guardian of Earth, while I understand your intentions to protect your planet, I earnestly hope you do not trouble the Grand Elder too much, given his advanced age, Neil remarked, his expression stern as he flew ahead. Lingye smiled softly, recalling the devoted guardian Bobo from her temple, noting the striking similarities in their protective nature. The Grand Elder is truly fortunate to have a loyal guardian such as you. We too have a devoted protector in our temple on Earth, and I believe that if you were to meet, you would become fast friends. Neil remained silent, continuing to soar through the skies. With Neil's formidable battle power and Lingye's ability to keep pace, they swiftly traversed several of Namek's larger villages. Thanks to Neil's status as the Grand Elder's protector, they effortlessly acquired 7 Dragon Balls. As the 7 Dragon Balls gathered together, their surfaces shimmered with golden light, resonating with a low hum, each flicker reminiscent of the gentle murmurs of a dragon. Celestial Guardian, since you have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, I shall return to the Grand Elder. Once you summon the dragon, do make haste to join him. Do not keep the Grand Elder waiting. Neil cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon Lingye, then, with a swift motion, ascended into the sky, soaring towards the residence of the Grand Elder, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. Oh dear, what a truly aloof character, Lingye remarked, shaking her head. Choosing a desolate, uninhabited area, she found herself on a verdant plain, where lush grasses flourished. Not far away lay a tranquil lake, and in the distance a few modest peaks stood, far removed from the bustle of humanity. Here, she could summon the dragon without fear of disturbance. Dragon Balls, do not let me down, she murmured. Arranging the 7 Dragon Balls, Lingye invoked in the language of Namek. Arise, Shenron. As her words echoed, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a brilliant golden radiance. Their flickering frequency quickening that a vast expanse of dark clouds began to drift into the sky, soon shrouding the heavens entirely. With a thunderous roar, the sky erupted with the sound of thunder, golden lightning flickering incessantly within the ominous clouds, reverberating like a stampede of 1,000 horses, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Boom! Countless bolts of golden lightning descended from the heavens, stretching all the way to the earth, connecting sky and land in a magnificent display. What a breathtaking sight! Lingye exclaimed in admiration. The enormous Dragon Balls radiated an even more intense golden glow, each flicker accompanied by a resounding boom, reminiscent of a celestial dragon poised to soar from the vast earth. Echoing the golden lightning overhead, a mighty roar erupted as the Dragon Balls suddenly released a torrent of golden light, an awe-inspiring aura emanating from them. Infused with cataclysmic power, the golden light spiraled skyward, merging with the celestial lightning, as a tremendous dragon's roar reverberated throughout the cosmos. In the sky, a colossal silhouette emerged. The Namekian dragon, known as Purunga, which translates to the god of dreams in the Namekian tongue, towered thousands of meters high. His robust physique was adorned with well-developed muscles and 2 powerful arms, black horns sprouting from his head and shoulders. His imposing form harbored a strength surpassing that of Earth's dragon. With his broad shoulders and large head crowned with horns, he bore a striking resemblance to the legendary black star dragon from the tales. Purunga's scarlet eyes fixed upon Lingye, and his booming voice resonated across the horizon. To the one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, you may now state your wish. Any wish can be granted, limited to 3. Lingye took a deep breath, bracing herself against Purunga's overwhelming presence. Truly, he embodied the essence of an Namekian dragon, his might utterly terrifying. Lingye estimated his power level to be nearly 1,000,000, far beyond that of Earth's dragon. For my first wish, please separate my companion into 2 complete individuals based on her personality. Lingye pointed towards the distant. Stupefied Elanchi T.O. resolved the dilemma of the dual soul entity without erasing either Lanchi or Lanjing. The only solution was to divide them into 2 independent beings. Lingye chose to rely on Purunga rather than Earth's dragon, confident in Purunga's superior abilities. Understood, the first wish shall be granted. Purunga's eyes suddenly gleamed with a crimson light, and Lanchi in the distance was similarly enveloped in radiant light as her body was magically divided, gradually transforming into 2 identical young maidens. Aside from their differing hair colors, they were completely indistinguishable. now standing as fully independent individuals. Lingye and Lingye, dragon, for my second wish, please transform the two maidens before me, imbuing them with Saiyan blood and granting them immortality. Lingye articulated her second wish, her gaze fixed intently on Purunga. She was cautious, recalling how the Earth Dragon had denied her a similar wish before. She wondered if the more powerful Purunga could fulfill it. Purunga remained silent for a considerable time before his rough voice finally broke the stillness. Granting immortality is simple, but the Saiyan bloodline I cannot provide. Why not? Lingye asked, perplexed. If immortality can be granted, why not change a bloodline? Because this pertains to the balance of the universe, bound by certain rules, Purunga explained, his coarse voice. If any bloodline could be altered at will, countless beings like you would emerge. Thus, the cosmic laws prohibit me from arbitrarily altering the bloodlines of various beings. Moreover, the immortality I speak of is not true immortality. Rather, it significantly enhances the natural lifespan of the original being. Achieving true longevity, akin to your state, is impossible. Alas, what a pity, Lingye sighed. The radiant glow gradually faded, revealing the two maidens' pristine forms. That Lingye's appearance had not changed much, save for her skin, which had become even more delicate and smooth. In contrast, Lingye underwent a more substantial transformation. Her once golden hair had turned to a vibrant green, and her aura shifted dramatically, less brutal and coarse, now imbued with an elegant softness, as though she had undergone a complete metamorphosis. This is how the second wish shall manifest. Now, for the third and final wish, speak quickly. Though feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Lingye soon found peace in her thoughts. Indeed, the Dragon Balls were not an omnipotent wishing machine. If any wish could be fulfilled, the existence of the Dragon Balls would pose a significant loophole. Dragon, I require a weapon. Please grant me a sword that becomes one with my soul and can be summoned at will. With the previous unfulfilled wish in mind, Lingye approached her third wish with caution. That wish is quite easy. Purunga's eyes glowed crimson, and soon Lingye felt a gentle pull at her core. With a mere thought, a long sword materialized before her. It bore a brown sheath and a golden hilt, with a blade shimmering in a cold, snowy light. Up to the end of the hilt, a golden star pendant sparkled like a precious gem. Human, your wishes have all been granted. Farewell. With that, Purunga began to ascend into the sky. Wait, dragon, I have a question. What is your query, human? Are you the same as the dragon on Earth? Having posed her question, she awaited Purunga's response. Yes, we are different manifestations of the same consciousness. Now, farewell. As Shenron Purunga ascended into the heavens, the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across Namek. The sky once again brightened, and the resplendent sunlight bathed the land, casting a warm and peaceful aura. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 65, Surge in Power. Lingye received the answer she sought, confirming her previous suspicions. The Dragon Balls merely serve as a conduit to communicate with the cosmic dragon god. The beings that descended were but projections of the dragon god, possessing a shared consciousness but manifesting varying powers depending on the medium. With a smile, she approached Lingye and Lingye. Indeed, the Namekian dragon is truly remarkable, capable of separating a dual-soul entity into 2 complete individuals. Although the Saiyan bloodline could not be replaced and true immortality was not achieved, this outcome is already quite commendable for Lingye and Lingye. Observing them through her enhanced vision, Lingye noted that following Purunga's transformation, their combat power had significantly increased, now reaching 280, double their original strength. Could it be that their combat power increases additively? If each person cultivates to a combat power of 100, would they not collectively achieve a boost of 200? Such a notion seems utterly implausible. Ayaiba pondered this and concluded that it could not possibly be true. Such an extraordinary attribute is beyond belief. Originally united as one, although they have now separated into 2 individuals, they remain intrinsically linked. An additive growth mechanism seems unlikely. However, a correlated growth is indeed plausible, that if one becomes stronger, the other would naturally experience a surge in power within a short span. This possibility seems most likely. After reflecting on this, Ayaiba and her companions soon returned to the residence of the Grand Elder. Upon their arrival, Ayanakuji immediately sensed an immensely powerful aura, one that rivaled her own full capabilities. The owner of this aura possessed no less than 200,000 in combat power. Who could it be to have such formidable strength? Ayanakuji felt a jolt of alarm, her vigilance heightened, only to suddenly realize that this aura felt eerily familiar. It was Neil's presence. Could it be that the Grand Elder had unlocked his potential? Neil was one of the rare combat-oriented Namekians, destined to achieve a combat power of 42,000 through his own training. If the Grand Elder had assisted in awakening his potential, reaching 200,000 would not be surprising. Ayanakuji recalled that Neil's combat power was approximately 30,000 before, and now, after development, it had skyrocketed to 200,000, an astonishing increase of over sixfold. Such a terrifying amplification. The more she marveled at this, the more she anticipated her own potential development. How much could she achieve? Ayanakuji, what an alarming aura! Lingye and the others remarked with grave expressions. Ayanakuji smiled reassuringly. Fear not, that is merely Neil's aura. It seems the Grand Elder has unlocked his potential. He simply has yet to master the control of his energy. So, it is him. The two relaxed slightly. Just then, Neil emerged from a room, a hint of surprise crossing his face at the sight of Ayanakuji and her companions. Wondering who the additional person was. However, he chose not to linger on pleasantries, stating tersely, "Follow me. The Grand Elder has been waiting for you." With that, he turned and re-entered the room. Ayanakuji chuckled softly, shaking her head at his cool demeanor. While it was indeed somewhat impressive, it left her feeling somewhat exasperated. "It seems you are a rare entity, a dual soul being. How fortunate for you to have realized your wish. Earth as Celestial, I am here to unlock your potential. Who shall come forth first?" The Grand Elder gazed in astonishment at Lingye, transformed into two individuals, realizing he had initially failed to perceive her as a dual soul being. Such a division is indeed a rare gift, warranting the Grand Elder's heightened attention. "That I shall go first," Lingye declared, stepping forward. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile, extending his robust arm and placing his palm upon Lingye's head. "Truly, a spirit as pure as crystal. You are the most innocent human I have ever encountered." He then summoned his magical energy to awaken the potential within Lingye. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted, and Lingye felt an immense wave of warmth surging from within, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Each cell brimmed with vitality, invigorating her entirely. As the Grand Elder guided the awakening of her potential, Lingye's aura began to rise. Ayanakuji's expression shifted dramatically. "Remarkable potential, young lady. Maintain this pure spirit. You harbor astonishing capabilities within you that I can only unlock so much. The rest is for you to cultivate further." The Grand Elder released his hand from Lingye's head, his tone steady. Ayanakuji, filled with astonishment, observed through her unique vision and discovered that Lingye's combat power had surged to 85,000, an increase from the previous 280, a staggering boost of nearly 300-fold. Typically, potential development yields only a few dozen times the original power. Yet Lingye's rise was nothing short of miraculous. This exceptional growth stemmed from both the Grand Elder's appreciation for Lingye's purity and the profound potential inherent in her dual-soul nature. As Lingye reveled in her newfound power, the entire room vibrated with her overwhelming energy, and one impeded her from expressing her strength until she felt satisfied, at which point she bowed gratefully to the Grand Elder. Next came the green-haired Blue Jing, her expression betraying her anticipation after witnessing Lingye's transformation. Ultimately, with the Grand Elder's assistance, Blue Jing too achieved her desired combat power of 85,000 to Earth Celestial. "It is now your turn." The Grand Elder's aged voice resonated. Ayanakuji approached the Grand Elder's seat with eager anticipation. A massive hand enveloped her head entirely, and the Grand Elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Closing his eyes in contemplation, "Earth Celestial, I sense within you a remarkably extraordinary force. One I have only encountered when creating the Dragon Balls. It is the pinnacle of cosmic divine power. Who would have thought such power resided within you? Your future appears boundless. Let us see how much of your potential I can awaken." As the Grand Elder activated his ability to unlock potential, Ayanakuji felt a surge of heat rising within her. A magnificent aura erupted from an unknown source, enveloping her body and initiating a profound transformation. Golden energy surged from her cells, coalescing throughout her being, leaving her feeling warm and invigorated. Suddenly, an overwhelming force shot skyward, breaking through the clouds of Namek, causing them to disperse and swirl in spirals around the area where the Grand Elder resided. What astonishing potential! I can only awaken the faintest fraction of it. This child may one day become an extraordinary being. The Grand Elder's face bore a look of shock as he gazed at Ayanakuji, who remained entranced by her newfound power. Meanwhile, Neil and Lingye looked on in awe, intimidated by Ayanakuji's formidable presence. About half an hour later, emerging from her reverie, Ayanakuji gently moved her body, producing a series of delightful crackles, as though she were breaking free from a clay pot. She shook her head and, utilizing her unique vision, examined herself. To her astonishment, she discovered her combat power had reached a staggering 2.4 million. Have I truly achieved a combat power of 2.4 million? Has my power increased tenfold in an instant? Ayanakuji found it hard to believe, although she had anticipated a significant boost from unlocking her potential. She never imagined it would soar to such heights. I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. Grand Elder, Ayanakuji exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Do not mention it. It is merely the power of righteousness. And the more, the better. Alas, the power within you is too mysterious and immense. I could only unlock a minuscule fraction. The remainder will require your own exploration. Ayanakuji nodded in understanding. Rest assured, Grand Elder, should Namek face any peril in the future, I will lend my utmost assistance. With such a promise, a smile graced the Grand Elder's face. That I am infinitely grateful to you. Following this, Ayanakuji and her companions bid farewell to the Grand Elder and departed his residence. What a terrifying potential! The Grand Elder mused quietly to himself after they left. Having forged a friendship with her may prove to be an extraordinary stroke of luck for Namek. Grand Elder. Did she truly reach a combat power of 2.4 million? Neil inquired incredulously. The Grand Elder nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but alas, my ability to unlock potential has its limitations. Otherwise, I could have awakened even more. After departing from the residence of the Grand Elder, Lingye and her companions seemed to leap into the sky like fish diving into a river, exhilarated as they soared through the heavens. In the ensuing months, Lingye accompanied the Lingye sisters in practicing their control over Ki on Namek. Through diligent study, they eventually mastered the ability to manipulate their immense Ki at will. With their journey on Namek drawing to a close, the trio reaped significant rewards. Regrettably, they could not interfere excessively with the destinies of Goku and the other protagonists of Dragon Ball. For doing so would undoubtedly stifle Goku's latent potential. Of course, Goku's lineage was not that of a top-tier Saiyan. Awakening his potential too early would ultimately prove detrimental. In the first volume, Saiyan, Chapter 66. Titled Violet, we find ourselves in the Earth's sacred temple. Lingye and the Lingye sisters return to Earth, and one can only imagine the astonished expressions on the faces of the old Kai and Bubbles upon witnessing the division of Lingye into two beings. The transformation was made possible through a wish granted by the Dragon Balls of Namek, resulting in a type of body attribute they had never encountered before. Upon learning of the events that transpired on Namek, the old Kai marveled at Lingye and Lingjing. Well, it seems the sacred temple of Earth has gained another attendant deity, and their battle prowess exceeds 80,000. Lingye remarked with a smile. The old Kai nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is remarkable that the Grand Elder of Namek could unlock such immense potential. Subsequently, in collaboration with the old Kai, Lingye crafted several sets of weighted clothing for the Lingye sisters. Although these garments lacked the magical properties found in Lingye's attire, they bore a resemblance to the clothing worn by Son Goku in the original storyline. However, thanks to Lingye's involvement, the design of the outfits was refreshingly innovative. In the following days, Lingye remained in the temple, either training or occasionally gazing down at the world below from the temple's edge, while the Lingye sisters assisted Bubbles with the temple's daily maintenance. Thus, a period of tranquil days passed. During this time, many events unfolded on Earth. That it was learned from Master Roshi that Son Goku had scaled the Kirin Tower. Although Goku's strength had significantly increased due to Lingye's intervention, Tao Pai Pai was no slouch. After being thoroughly bested by Lingye, he trained even harder. Ultimately, Goku lost to the now much stronger Tao Pai Pai by a narrow margin, and Upa's father, Bora, also perished at Tao Pai Pai's hands. Left with no choice, Goku ascended the Kirin Tower and began intense training under the guidance of Master Roshi. Amidst the fierce competition for the counterfeit ultra-divine water, Goku's power surged once more. Subsequently, he challenged Tao Pai Pai again and successfully defeated him, then set out to collect the 7 Dragon Balls to help Upa revive his father. Near the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, a plane was slowly approaching. It was the aircraft carrying Master Roshi and his companions. Ever since learning that Goku had single-handedly infiltrated the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, Krillin and the others had been deeply concerned. Eventually, at launch's suggestion, Master Roshi, Bulma, and the others piloted the plane toward the Red Ribbon Army stronghold. Intending to rescue Goku at last, we have arrived at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, Puar exclaimed, leaning against the window, gazing at the imposing structure in the distance. Surrounded by dense forests, Launch suggested. Let's land over there. Why land here? We're still too far away. If we land too close to the base, we risk ambush. Landing in this area provides cover, allowing us to catch the enemy off guard and storm their stronghold. Launch explained as they touched down amidst the trees. Krillin was the first to leap from the plane, cautiously surveying the surroundings, and once assured of safety, the others followed suit. Everyone be careful. We must rescue Goku, Launch declared, wielding a machete, her eyes gleaming with determination. Wait. Launch. Charging in recklessly is extremely dangerous. We should devise a battle plan. Master Roshi intervened, cautioning against their impulsiveness. The Red Ribbon Army was a formidable entity, one that even the World Martial Arts Federation could not easily vanquish. And this was their headquarters. A rash assault could spell disaster for them. While Earth's technological advancements had produced many weapons ineffective against martial artists, it was not entirely out of the question that some specialized devices could pose a threat. Master Roshi is right. We should formulate a thorough plan, Launch conceded with a nod, just as they were deliberating strategies. A thick plume of black smoke suddenly billowed in the distance. Look, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army is exploding, Krillin exclaimed, pointing ahead. What is happening? Are they under attack? Master Roshi pondered, bewildered. Goku! It's Goku! Bulma shouted, spotting Son Goku emerging from the chaos of the Red Ribbon Army's base through her binoculars. What? Goku has such capabilities. Launch gasped in disbelief. The Red Ribbon Army was no trivial foe. Even Master Roshi would struggle to escape unscathed if he stormed in alone. It seemed Goku had made remarkable strides in strength during this time. A truly astonishing development. Master Roshi mused, in the distance, Goku had already evaded the relentless pursuit of the Red Ribbon Army. As their so-called headquarters crumbled amidst a cacophony of explosions. Goku, over here! Krillin shouted. What are you all doing here? Goku was taken aback upon seeing Krillin, Launch, and Master Roshi. The group quickly departed from their location, piloting the plane to evade the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army in pursuit. During their escape, Master Roshi and the others listened as Goku recounted the recent events as, you've climbed the Kirin Tower and defeated Tao Pai Pai. No wonder you could single-handedly take down the Red Ribbon Army. Master Roshi nodded, feeling a sense of understanding. He recognized Goku's exceptional talent. With Master Roshi's guidance, he would undoubtedly experience significant growth. Their previous concerns had proven utterly unfounded. Kirin Tower? What is that? Krillin and Launch inquired, their faces filled with confusion. Kirin Tower is a towering edifice located in the sacred martial arts region of Kirin. Its height is beyond the grasp of the naked eye or technology to measure. For reasons unknown, aside from relying on one's own strength to ascend, no other means can reach its summit. Legend has it that the tower's apex is home to the Kirin sage, Master Roshi. With his guidance, one's martial prowess can reach new heights, earning Kirin the title of the sacred martial arts ground. I received instruction from Master Roshi 300 years ago, during which my skills advanced dramatically, leading to my reputation as the god of martial arts. Now that Goku has scaled the Kirin Tower and easily defeated Tao Pai Pai, it seems he has surpassed my younger self by leaps and bounds. Master Roshi reflected, shaking his head with a sense of generational change. Is that true? Krillin and Launch exchanged astonished glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue, and they mentally vowed to remember the name of Kirin Tower. Eager to climb it themselves one day, days later, at Master Roshi's house, a refreshing sea breeze wafted in, and a few seabirds soared just above the water's surface. Suddenly, a runaway plane careened through the skies, crashing and causing a massive wave to surge nearby, sending it plummeting into the ocean. Oh no, it seems I've hit something. Krillin, attempting the Kamehameha wave, noticed something had been struck by his half-hearted effort and hurried toward the site of the plane's descent. On the water's surface, a mangled wreck of an aircraft slowly sank. With a resounding splash, a woman clad in uniform emerged from the sinking wreckage of an aircraft. She donned a grayish-brown uniform, complete with a helmet, and bore a distinctive emblem of a Red Ribbon Brigade upon her chest. Colonel Zila, in a state of disarray, was startled to find herself surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. No matter how adept one might be at swimming, maintaining composure in the heart of the sea seemed an impossibility. Just days prior, the Red Ribbon Brigade she had allied with had been obliterated. And discontented with the brigade, Zila recognized her opportunity to flee. Seizing the moment, she infiltrated the headquarters treasury, absconding with an entire room filled with riches, declaring it her due compensation for years of service. "Look, Lepin, it's a woman!" Clint exclaimed in astonishment as he observed Zila struggling in the water. To his disbelief, she was clad in the very officer's uniform emblazoned with the insignia of the Red Ribbon Brigade. In Kame House, Master Roshi scrutinized the blue-haired Colonel Zila. "So, you took advantage of the Red Ribbon Brigade's downfall to escape?" Zila nodded. "Indeed, I intended to abscond with the brigade's treasury and establish a new life far from the headquarters, as the repercussions of my actions would surely be troublesome should the remnants discover it," she admitted, feeling a tinge of regret. After all, the remnants of the Red Ribbon Brigade were formidable, and she alone might find herself in peril. Thus, Colonel Zila urgently required a band of capable allies to ensure her safety. "You pillaged the Red Ribbon Brigade's treasury?" Clint interjected, his curiosity piqued. Master Roshi grew animated, his demeanor shifting to one of excitement. "Then why not stay here? Our people are exceptionally skilled, and you need not worry about the remnants of the Red Ribbon Brigade." "Is that true?" Zila replied, her delight palpable, having perused the brigade's internal documents. She was well aware that the diminutive old man before her was none other than the legendary martial arts master, Roshi. The individuals surrounding him were his disciples, who had recently performed admirably in the World Martial Arts Tournament. "Master Roshi, is this advisable?" Lepin asked cautiously. Roshi donned a serious expression. What could possibly go wrong? Besides, he added in a hushed tone, "Let's not forget she is a woman. We could use a woman's touch around Kame House. And as for the funds, she has indeed seized a substantial amount from the Red Ribbon Brigade's treasury, money that could alleviate our financial woes." With this reasoning, Lepin found no grounds for dissent. After a brief consensus, Master Roshi proclaimed, "Colonel Zila, from now on, you shall be known simply as Zila. However, you must understand that our remote location lacks recreational activities, and shopping necessitates flying, which incurs fuel expenses. You needn't worry about that. In exchange for my stay, I shall provide appropriate remuneration," Zila assured them, producing gold and cash worth billions. "Consider this my payment for residing here, even after such a generous offering. The remaining wealth she possessed would suffice for a comfortable life henceforth." Roshi, Clint, and Lepin were left utterly astonished. Master Roshi stared blankly, drooling slightly, while Clint appeared dazed, likely having never encountered such a fortune before. Lepin, on the other hand, wore a pained expression, reminiscing about his days as a desert bandit, where even 100,000 was a significant haul. "Moreover, please call me Zikwi, as that is my true name. Zila is merely a title," she stated. Master Roshi and the others, still in shock, nodded in agreement, realizing that fortune had indeed smiled upon them. Thus, Kame House was poised to welcome its first female resident, a momentous occasion. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, having vanquished the Red Ribbon Brigade, discovered 2 Dragon Balls at their headquarters. Wonderful. Only one more to go. He retrieved the Dragon Radar, which beeped, revealing the location of the final Dragon Ball. Huh. Odd. Where could the last Dragon Ball have gone? It was clearly here before. He noticed that, aside from the 6 Dragon Balls at the center, the whereabouts of the 7th remained elusive. This is troubling. Could the Dragon Radar be malfunctioning? With no alternatives. Akin to the original tale, Wukong had no choice but to seek out the fortune-telling lady's palace to inquire about the Dragon Ball's location. The fortune-telling lady's palace was situated in a remote desert area. The sole oasis amidst the arid expanse. Upon arriving at the palace, Wukong found a long queue of people awaiting entry, overseen by a ghostly figure, one of the fortune-telling lady's hired aides, given her ability to traverse the realms of life and death. Her palace attracted an array of peculiar individuals. According to the fortune-telling lady's rules, each consultation required a fee of 10 million or the defeat of 5 of her warriors. Lacking funds, Wukong opted for the latter. After dispatching a vampire, a transparent man, a mummy, and a demon, the fortune-telling lady unleashed her final ace, the masked man, for a duel in the outdoor arena that Wukong's prowess had grown exponentially, and after a considerable effort, he triumphed over the masked man upon unmasking him. He was astonished to discover that the masked man was none other than his late grandfather, Son Gohan. After a brief reunion, Wukong learned from Gohan the whereabouts of the 7th Dragon Ball and hurried to seize it from the hands of a hodgepodge dish. Subsequently, the hodgepodge dish, having lost the Dragon Ball, embarked on a desperate quest to awaken the sealed demon King Piccolo from 3 centuries past. Meanwhile, son Wukong, now in possession of all 7 Dragon Balls, returned to Kirin Tower to find UPA and began the summoning of the Eternal Dragon to resurrect UPA's father in the earthly temple. "Aoi, where are we headed?" asked Lingye, feeling somewhat disoriented as Aoi led her and Lingye down the winding corridors beneath the temple. The lower levels of the temple were, in fact, a passage to another realm. Aoi's eyes sparkled as she replied, "I am taking you to visit the King of Hell. He governs the underworld of the Northern Galaxy, and cultivating a good relationship with him yields numerous benefits. The deity of the underworld is the King of Hell, truly as fearsome as depicted in myths." Lingye's dark eyes glimmered with curiosity. Aoi recalled her first encounter with the King of Hell, where she was indeed taken aback by his imposing stature. Well, the King of Hell is not as terrifying as one might think. It is merely a common fear that people harbor towards the deity of death. In truth, once you become familiar with him, you will find him quite amiable. That said, Aoi was aware that the King of Hell was often unapproachable to others, but he treated her with great kindness. Unlike the celestial beings of Earth, who were compelled to show deference to the King of Hell, she engaged him freely in conversation. Above the King of Hell, there existed an even loftier authority, the King of the Realm. Being part of the Northern Galaxy, they were under the jurisdiction of the Northern King, who is the supreme deity of the entire Northern Galaxy and a master of martial arts. His understanding of martial arts was profound, and receiving guidance from him could lead to significant advancements in one's abilities. Aoi's intention in bringing Lingye and Lingye to meet the King of Hell was not solely for casual acquaintance. Her primary aim was to traverse the Serpent Path to seek an audience with the Northern King. With their powers sufficiently solidified, they now sought the Northern King's insights to further enhance their skills. Although the Northern King had played a somewhat minor role in the overall Dragon Ball narrative, he undoubtedly stood as the most powerful being in their current circumstances. Certainly, when encountering the Frieza family, he would likely find himself at a loss. However, the North Kai possesses the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, formidable weapons indeed. Yama has a serpent path leading to the King Kai's planet, reportedly stretching 1,000,000 kilometers in length. Traversing this path is fraught with peril, as one could be attacked by denizens of the underworld at any moment. For 100 million years, only Yama has traversed the serpent path to meet the King Kai. Considering Earth's circumference is less than 40,000 kilometers, a 1,000,000-kilometer-long path, laden with dangers, presents a significant challenge. Lingye, you are truly remarkable. You can even travel to the underworld and are acquainted with Yama. Lingye's eyes widened in admiration. This is the power of a deity. If it were me, venturing into the underworld would be quite troublesome, but a smile graced Lingye's lips. The deity possesses the ability to communicate between the realms of the living and the dead. Allowing free passage between the two did, however, to bring living individuals into the underworld. The deity's divine power alone is insufficient. Some tools are needed for assistance. The power of the deity is indeed convenient. While it may not be particularly useful in battle, it proves advantageous in everyday circumstances. The three of them descended the corridor and arrived at the door of a room. Lingye opened the door. The divine power cannot transport you both to the underworld all at once. So we shall utilize the magic circle within this room, which will facilitate our smooth arrival in the underworld. Upon entering the room and pressing the button beside the door, the lights illuminated. In the center of the room was a complex design, intricately woven with lines and patterns, a dazzling array that constituted the magic circle capable of enhancing the deity's power. The trio stepped into the magic circle, and Lingye activated it. The room was bathed in a brilliant red light, which then flickered intensely, illuminating the entire chamber with a blinding radiance. Moments later, the light gradually dimmed, and the presence of Lingye and the others vanished from the room. The sky and land of the underworld were entirely different from those of the living realm, suffused with golden hues. The sky remained blue, yet was adorned with clusters of golden clouds. Gazing upward, one could see vast expanses of these golden, auspicious clouds. Golden wisps floated above the ground, suspended a foot above, resembling cotton candy, tempting one to take a bite. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 68, The Serpent Path. Is this the underworld? It is entirely unlike what I had imagined. It feels as though I have arrived in paradise. The scenery of the underworld is completely unexpected, with floating clouds lining the roads and continuous streams of auspicious clouds in the air. The entire underworld is awash in soft yellow tones, imparting a warm sensation, devoid of the cold darkness one would anticipate. Not far away, rows of white orbs were orderly arranged. Lingye smiled and explained, "Those are the souls of mortals after death, queuing for Yama's judgment. Only those with considerable strength or who performed great deeds in life are permitted to retain their corporeal forms. Otherwise, they remain mere wisps of gas after death." Lingye nodded in understanding. At that moment, a ghostly figure with horns noticed Lingye and the others. "Hey, you three humans over there, you must adhere to the rules of the underworld. Do not dawdle there." Upon noticing the absence of halos above their heads, the ghostly figure's expression changed dramatically, and he hurried to summon his superior. Shortly thereafter, the ghostly figure returned with a leader, who also sported horns and wore glasses. Miss Lingye, are you here to see Yama? Allow me to accompany you inside. I apologize. The new ghostly figure does not recognize you. Upon seeing Lingye, the leader's demeanor shifted instantly to one of deep respect. "Not at all. We have just arrived, and I will seek out Yama myself, so as not to disturb your duties," Lingye replied with a gentle smile, leading Lingye and the others towards Yama's palace. Once the leader observed Lingye and her companions moving away, he exhaled deeply and, feigning severity, addressed the earlier ghostly figure. "Pay close attention. That individual is no ordinary person. She is a deity from the mortal realm, holding a position far superior to us ghostly figures of the underworld. More importantly, she enjoys a close relationship with Yama. Offending her would make life in the underworld quite difficult." What an impressive individual. The ghostly figure's face turned pale upon hearing this, and he felt immensely relieved that he had not recklessly offended them. "Lingye, you were quite imposing just now. Those ghostly figures seemed genuinely afraid of you. Have you done something to instill fear in them?" Lingye glanced at them, casually grasping a nearby wisp of cloud, molding it into a handful. "Not at all. I have not committed any terrifying acts. Their fear stems solely from my close relationship with Yama. They are apprehensive of incurring his wrath through me." "Then does that imply Yama is quite fearsome?" "The fear of Yama does not arise from his terrifying nature. He is the highest deity of the underworld, embodying the essence of the realm itself. As long as one is in the underworld, whether soul or ghostly figure, there exists an instinctual dread of Yama. Look, that is Yama's palace." She pointed towards the grand edifice towering before them, enveloped in golden clouds. with only the eaves of the palace faintly visible. The pale red glazed tiles atop the palace reflected a crystalline glow. The main entrance of the palace, peculiar structures resembling horns adorned the entrance, while numerous ghostly figures maintained order, guiding the floating souls into Yama's palace. Let us proceed through the main entrance, and we shall meet Yama. Upon entering the palace, they found Yama resting his chin on his hand, seated at a massive desk, holding a book as he rendered judgments upon the souls before him, while several staff members frantically organized documents nearby. Noticing Lingye and her companions entering the hall, Yama set down his book, a smile spreading across his face as he said, "Lingye, you have arrived. Once I finish with these souls, we can chat." Lingye nodded, stepping aside with Lan Qi and the others. Before long, Yama completed the judgments of the remaining souls and lifted his gaze. "What brings you to the underworld today? You rarely visit. These two living beings are my attendant deities. I brought them to learn about the underworld. Additionally, I hope you can grant us an audience with the King Kai. I seek his guidance." "You wish to meet the King Kai? To do so, one must traverse the trials of the Serpent Path, which is fraught with peril that a moment's inattention could lead to a fall into the depths of hell. Are you certain you wish to embark on the Serpent Path?" Yama inquired, astonished. "Indeed, I am confident I can navigate the Serpent Path." Lingye affirmed earnestly. In response, Yama remarked, "If you truly wish to meet the King Kai, I can arrange for someone to escort you. However, should you fall from the Serpent Path, I shall not be responsible. Do not worry about that. Simply arrange for someone to guide us to the Serpent Path." Yama ceased his discourse and instructed his assistant to lead Lingye and the others to the Serpent Path's entrance. The trio followed the assistant into an old-fashioned sedan, proceeding along a narrow road, flanked by swirling golden clouds, as though they were journeying through paradise. Lan Qi and her companion curiously surveyed their surroundings, their eyes alight with wonder, enchanted by the exquisite colors along the roadside that made them feel as if they were in a dream. "Lingye, is the Serpent Path truly dangerous?" "The Serpent Path, said to stretch 1,000,000 kilometers, poses significant risks for ordinary individuals. Attacks from the underworld can occur at any moment, and a moment's carelessness can lead one to plunge into the depths of hell. Once one has fallen into hell, returning is virtually impossible. Thus, throughout countless years, few have dared to challenge the Serpent Path. In fact, it has been 100 million years since Yama last traversed it to meet the King Kai. Falling into hell and being unable to return. That sounds exceedingly perilous." Lianqi's expression subtly shifted. Lingye cast a reassuring glance her way and remarked, "That applies to ordinary individuals. With our capabilities, as long as we remain vigilant, we shall encounter no peril. Moreover, the Snake Way stretches 1,000,000 kilometers. While it may appear short, it could encircle the Earth 20 or 30 times. Traversing it is indeed a significant training endeavor." The small vehicle gradually receded, eventually halting before a colossal serpent's head. "Miss Lingye, we have arrived. That is the Snake Way. As long as we sprint along the serpent's body, we shall soon meet Lord Kai." The assistant of the King of Hell gestured towards the enormous serpent's gaping maw. Lingye smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before turning to her companions. "Then, let us embark upon the Snake Way. With our strength, we need not fear attacks from hell. A few days of running, and we shall meet the Kai." Volume 1, Seance Chapter 69. North Kai. Before long, the trio set foot on the Snake Way, soaring into the air with a whoosh, flying at full speed a few meters above the path. Typically, the Snake Way exerts a formidable binding force, making it arduous to lift off the ground. However, given Lingye and Lianqi's exceptional prowess, they vanished from sight in an instant, causing the surrounding clouds to part in response to the whirlwind they created, forming an open passage. As they soared, Lingye glanced down at the Snake Way and noticed ominous black clouds gradually materializing along its length, rising up from beneath the golden clouds and billowing upwards. Could these dark entities be attacks from hell? She flew comfortably, initially harboring some inexplicable concern, but soon realized that the black mist from hell posed no threat to her. By the time it approached, she had already soared far beyond its reach. So it is thus, the attacks from hell are not as frightening as one might think. With our high-speed flight, how could they catch up to us, let alone attack? The threats of a snake way are merely directed towards those of lesser strength. What is perilous for them is but a trivial matter for us, provided one is not foolish enough to allow the black mist to envelop them. However, the training benefits of the snake way are completely nullified. After a little more than half a day's flight, Lingye and her companions had traversed a significant portion of the snake way at an impressive pace. Before long, Lingye began to sense subtle shifts in the surrounding space. The aura of the underworld gradually diminished, giving way to a divine essence that gently emerged, indicating a transition to a higher dimensional realm. Lingye, the energy here seems to be changing, and there is no longer any trace of hell's aura below, Lingye noted, feeling as though they had stepped beyond the borders of the underworld. Lingye nodded in agreement. Perhaps the residence of the Kai is situated in a dimension beyond the underworld. Since the Kai is the supreme deity governing the entirety of the northern galaxy, it is unlikely that the Kai's planet resides within the underworld. The Snake Way likely serves as the passage connecting the underworld to the Kai's planet. Having run from underworld Snake Way, we must now be entering the realm of the Kai's planet. Lingye harbored some vague speculations. Above the King of Hell was the North Kai, and yet there was only one Snake Way leading directly to North Kai's planet. Why was there no path leading to the planets of the other three Kais? Perhaps the entire galaxy comprises 4 underworlds, each governed by one of the 4 Kais and their respective kings of hell. This would explain why there's only one Snake Way at the King of Hell's domain, as it is solely the underworld of the northern galaxy, directly under the jurisdiction of the North Kai, thus only connecting to North Kai's planet. Let us hasten our pace and exit the Snake Way. Remaining here serves little purpose, and I wish to reach the Kai's residence sooner. The scenery surrounding the Snake Way was a monotonous gold, initially appearing splendid and novel, but after such an extended flight, Lingye and her companions had grown weary of the aesthetic, eager to exit the Snake Way. Consequently, the 3 accelerated rapidly, darting forward and disappearing from sight in an instant. With their speed significantly increased, they soon caught a glimpse of the end of the Snake Way within half a day's time. Look, there lies the end of the Snake Way. Lingye pointed towards the vanishing path ahead, which led to another dimension, the tail of the Snake Way. A vast, expansive space awaited, suffused with a sacred and tranquil aura. The azure sky was adorned with pale yellow clouds. North Kai's planet resided there. At last, they had reached the end of the Snake Way. Is that small green planet the residence of the Kai? The planet was so diminutive that one could circumnavigate it several times in mere minutes. Lingye and her companions hovered above the serpent's tail, scrutinizing the tiny, celestial body. North Kai's planet measured merely 100 meters in diameter, covered in tender green grass, with only a few large trees and a solitary house nearby. As they took a few steps forward, a powerful gravitational force immediately enveloped them. The sudden gravity momentarily disoriented Lingye and the others, causing their bodies to plummet towards the planet, just before crashing into the ground. They steadied themselves, spreading their limbs to counteract the overwhelming gravity, and gently floated down to the surface. Wow, the gravity here is truly formidable. It feels as though one is bound. Movement is exceedingly cumbersome. Lingye remarked, furrowing her brow. The gravity on this planet is several times that of Earth, compounded by the burden of your weighted clothing, which undoubtedly adds considerable weight. If you can still move, as you usually do, that would be remarkable. Although the gravity on North Kai's planet was intense, it was not insurmountable. A bit of movement does feel much better. Lingye and the others stretched their wrists and bodies, acclimating to the new environment, quickly adjusting to the tenfold gravity before straightening their attire and observing their surroundings. North Kai's planet was so small that one could survey the entire celestial body at a glance. And not far off, a large gorilla curiously watched them. Why is there a gorilla on North Kai's planet? Perhaps it is a pet of the Kai. However, a gorilla that can survive under tenfold gravity is no ordinary creature. Indeed, this is a pet that the Kai nurtures. The planet is small and devoid of human presence. Living here for an extended period without a companion would surely drive one to madness. The Kai's temperament must differ from that of ordinary individuals. The gorilla, Baburus, tilted its head, its enormous eyes fixated on Lingye and her companions, before letting out a series of agitated cries, attempting to flee. This gorilla is quite amusing. It wishes to escape? You'd better behave and stop right there. Lingye raised an eyebrow, her expression lighting up with delight as she swiftly positioned herself in front of Baburis. Startled by the sudden appearance of the woman, Baburis flailed its arms in panic, its mouth agape in cries of alarm, but it was already ensnared in Lingye's grasp, unable to escape her hold no matter how it struggled. Lingye, stop fooling around. We still need to meet the Kai. Lan Jing expressed her concern about the situation on the Kai's territory. Just then, a voice echoed from the shadows. Hey, who are you three? And how did you come to be here? Why are you holding on to Baburis? A plump figure emerged from the corner. Volume 1. Science, Chapter 70. Winning over the Kai when Lingye and her companions arrived at North Kai's planet. The Kai had just awoken from a midday slumber. Hearing Baburis's piercing cries, he stepped outside his dwelling to ascertain the situation. He spotted 3 unfamiliar young women on his planet, with Baburis grasped in the hands of one with pale blue hair. The Kai's brow knitted in concern. It had been quite some time since outsiders had visited North Kai's planet. Those who could reach this realm were undoubtedly the elite of the Northern Galaxy. Unexpectedly, 3 of them arrived at once. It seems that many formidable beings have emerged in the mortal realm. Upon hearing the call of the King of the Universe, Lingye instinctively released her grip, and Baburis seized the opportunity to escape from the clutches of the demon, emitting a cry and hurriedly running to the side of the King of the Universe. Lingye turned her gaze towards this legendary figure. Noticing that he wore sunglasses on the corners of his eyes, sported 2 fleshy whiskers on his chin, and had 2 long, antenna-like appendages atop his head, his corpulent form was clad in loose black garments emblazoned with the words King of the Universe. As the ruler of the entire Northern Galaxy, the antennae on his head were designed to sense changes within the galaxy. You must be the King of the Universe. I am Lingye, a celestial deity from Earth. And these 2 are my divine attendants. We have come specifically through the Serpent Road to meet you. The celestial deity from Earth? The King of the Universe expressed mild astonishment in his recollection. Earth was classified as a low-level planet, and the celestial deities from Earth throughout history had all been weak beings with combat powers not exceeding 500, while a combat power of 500 was sufficient to maintain internal stability on Earth. It was utterly insignificant on a cosmic scale. Indeed, you possess a divine aura. The 2 beside you have slightly fainter auras, but are undoubtedly a celestial deity and a divine attendant. So, you managed to traverse the Serpent Road. What brings you to me? We have heard that you are the most exceptional martial arts master, and we have come to Planet King of the Universe in hopes of receiving your guidance. Lingye promptly flattered him. As expected, the King of the Universe was in high spirits. Oh, you're able to move freely under 10-fold special gravity. Your abilities are truly remarkable. It has been countless years since anyone as outstanding as you has emerged from Earth. Was it 10,000 years? Or perhaps 100,000? No, it seems it has been several 100,000 years. Seeing the King of the Universe counting on his fingers, Lingye was momentarily speechless. Your Majesty, we wish to receive your guidance. Please do grant us this favor. Are you seeking to enhance your strength through training? The King of the Universe regarded Lingye with a serious expression, stating, your ability to navigate the Serpent Road and move freely here is already quite impressive. I have nothing to teach you. You should return. If you have nothing to teach us, then what about your renowned King of the Universe fist and spirit bomb? Lingye was quite discontent with the King of the Universe's dismissive attitude. Wait, your Majesty, I have something for you. After you see it, you could decide whether or not to teach us. Saying this, Lingye produced a brand new book and handed it to the King of the Universe. He received it with curiosity and flipped through a few pages, only to find himself suddenly trembling, his breathing becoming rapid, and his face flushed as though he had encountered something profoundly exciting. After perusing several pages, the King of the Universe took a deep breath and carefully stowed the book away, fixing a serious gaze on Lingye. Indeed, you are no ordinary being to possess such a divine object. If I do not teach you something, it would be a disservice to the talents of the Northern Galaxy. Henceforth, you shall reside here. I must make it clear that your abilities are already quite extraordinary, and you possess strength equal to mine. Whether or not you achieve any results is beyond my concern. Rest assured, your Majesty, We can train while wearing weighted clothing. You need not worry. Lingye added, by the way, I have a whole box of such books. I shall present it to you now. Lingye retrieved a box of books from the universal capsule, and the king of the universe regarded it as a treasure, carefully carrying it towards his abode. Find yourselves a place to stay. I shall teach you what you desire tomorrow. Lingye surveyed the pitifully small planet king of the universe, pondering where they could possibly find accommodations. With a puff, she extracted a grand villa from the universal capsule. This villa had been enhanced with divine power, ensuring it would not collapse on planet king of the universe. Observing the king of the universe scurrying away with the box, Lingye and her companion widened their eyes in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the king of the universe possessed such a personality. It was certainly a result of having lived on planet king of the universe for far too long, causing his character to undergo significant distortion. Is this truly the king of the universe who governs our northern galaxy? With such a demeanor, can he genuinely be a martial arts master? I feel as though I have come to the wrong place. Lingye shook her head in disbelief. Lingye shook her head in return. Though the king of the universe appears exaggerated and comical, he is an unequivocal martial arts master, having lived on planet king of the universe for countless billions of years. He has witnessed various martial arts from across the world. While his personal strength may not be particularly formidable in terms of theoretical knowledge, no one in the northern galaxy can rival him. I see. Lingye, what exactly was the book you gave to the king of the universe? How could it sway him to teach us? A peculiar smile crossed Lingye's face as she whispered, due to his prolonged residence on planet king of the universe. The king of the universe's greatest interest lies in driving his little car and studying jokes. Since no one listens to his jokes, the content of those jokes has gradually morphed into cold humor. Given his fondness for jokes, I collected a box of cold joke compilations to present to him. Is it truly a box of cold jokes that convinced the king of the universe to teach us? Lingye found it hard to believe that such a dignified figure would change his mind over a collection of jokes. Indeed, it turns out the king of the universe is quite easy to please. Without expending too much effort, one can win him over with simple, inexpensive books that cater to his taste. Win over the king of the universe with a box of jokes was truly an eye-opening experience. Regardless of their disbelief, the king of the universe had already consented to teach them. As they glanced back at their grand villa, it seemed somewhat out of place on the diminutive planet king of the universe. It had, in fact, overshadowed the king of the universe's own humble abode. Would this be deemed a slight against him? Should they consider acquiring a smaller dwelling? Perhaps not, as finding a smaller house in other locations would not be as challenging. Not every planet was as small as planet king of the universe. The elevated space where planet king of the universe resided lacked a cycle of day and night, presenting an unbroken expanse of blue and gold. Approximately 10 hours later, the king of the universe emerged from his dwelling, his expression still reflecting lingering satisfaction. After receiving the box of cold jokes from Lingye, he had spent the past several hours engrossed in examining each joke, some of which had elicited uncontrollable laughter. However, knowing that Lingye and her companions were waiting for him, the king of the universe reluctantly set aside the book and stepped outside. It appeared that the planet known as Earth, in the mortal realm, had developed a far superior level of humor compared to their own strength. Though lacking in power, its culture was undeniably rich. Henceforth, he resolved to pay more attention to it. The king of the universe was filled with emotion. Although he was aware of every move in the northern galaxy, his focus remained primarily on living beings, necessitating reliance on the management systems of various celestial deities for matters concerning non-living entities. Celestial deity from Earth. Your name is Lingye, correct? I am exceedingly pleased with what you have brought. Truly, you are deserving of your title as a celestial deity under my leadership. Alas, why do the other deities not share your insight in providing me with gifts? Your Majesty, you may call me Lingye. These two are Lingye and Lingye. Please guide us well. The king of the universe nodded, adjusting the black sunglasses at the corners of his eyes. I shall teach you diligently. How much you learn will depend on your own efforts. Then let us commence. Lingye, release the bindings upon you, so I may assess your abilities. Very well, your Majesty. Lingye, please remove your weighted clothing. Lingye turned to Lingye and her companion, who smiled and nodded, removing the pendants hanging around their necks. Once the pendants were taken off, Their garments instantly shifted from deep green to light green, the weight disappearing abruptly, and a powerful aura surged forth. This specialized weighted clothing had been developed through research conducted by Lingye and the former celestial deity. It was remarkably simple and convenient. By wearing a pendant as a switch, one could easily activate the weighted clothing. And when it was no longer needed, simply removing the pendant sufficed without the need to take off their garments. So this is a unique form of weighted clothing. Such an intriguing arrangement. Point one of you is named Lingye, and the other is Lingye, correct? Please display all your abilities for me to examine closely. The two individuals exchanged faint smiles and nodded, then unleashed their full power. In an instant, a whirlwind erupted around them, as if they were two of the storms, their hair billowing in the wind. The lush green grass beneath them swayed and bowed under the weight of their formidable aura, while small stones gradually broke free from the confines of the King's planet. Beginning to levitate upwards, the entire King's planet started to tremble slightly. The king faced the overwhelming energy radiating from them. Enveloped in a sense of dread, he shielded his forehead with his hand, trying to block the howling winds, and shouted, "Enough! Enough! Stop! I've already gauged your strength." Once Lingye reigned in her power, the king wiped the sweat from his brow, clearly taken aback. What terrifying strength, according to the universally accepted calculations in the cosmos. Both of their powers must be in the tens of thousands. Lingye and Lingye each possessed a battle power of 85,000, which appeared formidable, yet paled in comparison to the monsters roaming the universe. The king nodded in agreement with Lingye's assessment. A battle power of several tens of thousands was indeed sufficient to thrive in the cosmos, yet was far from enough to ascend among the ranks of the truly powerful. In the North Galaxy under his jurisdiction, there were several beings whose battle power exceeded 10 million, with the most fearsome being the Frisia clan, whose terror struck fear across the entire galaxy. I have a general idea of your strengths now. Both of you, Lingye, possess a battle power of 85,000, but as the core, how much battle power do you have? Lingye, you need not unleash your aura. Just tell me directly. We cannot afford to have the King's planet destroyed. King, my battle power is approximately around 2.4 million. 2.4 million. The king was taken aback, his entire being jolting with astonishment. Before quickly moving closer to Lingye, scrutinizing her from head to toe. With the king's keen perception, he swiftly discerned the extent of Lingye's power, his expression turning even more incredulous. Possess a battle power of 2.4 million was simply unfathomable. No wonder you were chosen as the guardian deity of Earth. If I am not mistaken, you are all just 17 years old, and yet you wield such immense strength. When did Earth produce such exceptional talents like the three of you? The king spoke with astonishment, yet within he began to calculate, determined to nurture Lingye and her comrades to become the warriors safeguarding the North Galaxy. One must realize, a kind-hearted young person with a battle power of 2.4 million. What potential that holds. Volume 1. Science, Chapter 71. King's Fist, I will impart all that I know to you. But you must not disclose it to outsiders, especially not to those with impure intentions, understood? Rest assured, we will not share what you teach us with anyone else that if we encounter someone with exceptional talent. I will personally bring them to you for your assessment. The king was quite pleased with Lingye's assurance, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Turning to Lingye and Lingye, he continued, your strengths are impressive. Even with the tenfold gravity of King's planet, it will not pose much of a challenge for you. Increase your weighted gear. I will train you thoroughly. Lingye and Lingye nodded respectfully, then adjusted the gravity of their attire, suddenly bearing an immense weight. Under the unique tenfold gravity of King's planet, they felt as though they were encased in lead, every movement proving to be exceedingly arduous. After only a few steps, beads of crystalline sweat began to form on their brows, their breaths becoming labored, and the sound of creaking bones echoed in the air. Observing their struggle, Lingye felt a twinge of surprise. Indeed, the peculiar gravity of King's planet was unlike that of any other celestial body. For even at tenfold, its effects were distinctly different. The king watched them with a mild smile, stating, Lingye and Lingye, your first training task is to capture Baburus. You must continually push your physical limits under these arduous conditions to rapidly enhance your strength." The two nodded in understanding before awkwardly lunging toward Baburus, who squeaked and swiftly dodged aside. Seeing them earnestly pursue the elusive Baburus, the king turned his gaze to Lingye. "Lingye, you are different. You are extraordinarily powerful. To be honest, I find I have little to teach you." Lingye was aware that with her battle power exceeding 2.4 million, she had already reached a certain level of strength, and her foundational skills were well mastered on Earth. What she lacked were various ultimate moves and combat techniques, which would allow her to further enhance her power. This was the path she must tread to become a true powerhouse. After a moment of silence, the king finally spoke the words Lingye had been eagerly anticipating. "Since I have little to offer in terms of strength and combat skills, I shall teach you something a bit more special." "King, what will you be teaching us?" Lingye feigned confusion in her inquiry. "Ahem, these are insights I've gathered over countless years from observing various races in the lower realms, as well as the culmination of my lifelong research. The King's Fist." The king proclaimed proudly, "1 times King's Fist doubles your strength. 2 times King's Fist quadruples it. As long as your body can withstand it, you can continually amplify your power. However, should you exceed your body's capacity, the strain from the King's Fist will be immense. For safety's sake, it is best not to exceed 4 times the King's Fist." A gentle smile graced Lingye's clear and flawless face. Exuding a tranquil elegance akin to a soft breeze, she understood that the King's Fist was not as miraculous as he believed. Due to his own power limitations, he was unaware that the King's Fist also had a cap. Much like the Saiyan Great Ape transformation, which could only reach a maximum battle power of 100,000, beyond which it would not increase, the King's Fist too had its limit, though more generous. Set at 10 million battle power, once one surpassed 10 million, the effectiveness of the King's Fist would diminish significantly. In the original narrative, Son Goku ceased to utilize the King's Fist after attaining Super Saiyan status, primarily employing the Spirit Bomb to defeat adversaries, and the reason lay therein. Once Goku became a Super Saiyan, the power of the King's Fist became negligible. As Lingye studied the King's Fist, she began to entertain the notion of merging it with her own developed technique, the Celestial Fist of Wonders, to create an even more refined form of combat. "King, please, teach us the King's Fist without delay." "Very well, prepare to learn my magnificent technique. Once you grasp the King's Fist, you will feel it was worth the effort," the king exclaimed with fervor, his corpulent body quaking with excitement, as he began to elucidate the intricacies of the King's Fist to Lingye. Days later, after Lingye and her companions successfully captured Baburus, the king summoned a new assistant, the grasshopper Gregly, for them to pursue. After successfully capturing Gregly, the king increased their burdens once more, initiating a new round of training. Meanwhile, Lingye gradually absorbed the wonders of the King's Fist, and it was evident that the king, having traversed the sands of time, was indeed a master of martial arts. Many of the intriguing techniques he revealed were concepts Lingye had never considered. With the king's detailed explanations, many of her uncertainties were swiftly clarified. Watching the three engaged in their training, the king reclined leisurely in a nearby rocking chair. These 3 young women possessed exceptional aptitude. 2 were bonded as dual soul partners, while the other harbored an almost black hole-like potential. With just a bit of training, they might become a force to be reckoned with, rivaling even Frisia to that point. Frisia would no longer be free to act as he pleased, and the malevolent Frisia clan might finally be restrained. After several months of dedicated research, Lingye finally mastered the release of the Kaioken and gradually attempted to integrate it into her own universal earth-shattering fist. Through arduous training over the past few days, her strength had reached an impressive battle power of 2.8 million. The KO was both astonished and gratified by Lingye's rapid growth. As her power increased, the KO's thoughts began to shift. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before Lingye's strength caught up to Frisia's. If she were to unleash the Kaioken, she could temporarily rival Frisia. In the future, she might even surpass him. Volume 1. Science, Chapter 72. The Frisia Clan Lingye. Unleash the Kaioken with all your might. On this day, the KO approached Lingye with a smile, eager to witness the results of his teachings over this period. Having spent some time on KO's planet, it was about time to assess her progress. Lingye nodded and began to showcase her full strength. In an instant, fierce winds roared, and a violent whirlwind, infused with earth-shattering energy, spread outwards, causing the entire KO's planet to tremble violently. Outside the KO's planet, the sky changed color as countless golden auspicious clouds were scattered by her overwhelming aura, revealing a vast expanse of azure above. One times Kaioken, with a light call from Lingye, her aura surged to double its intensity, her flaxen hair dancing in the wind, and a terrifying energy surged towards the ground. The earth began to crack open, with thick fissures radiating outwards in all directions, and shattered stones erupted from the ground, floating around Lingye, defying gravity. 2 times Kaioken, 3 times Kaioken, 4 times Kaioken. Her ferocious aura shot skyward, stirring up a massive whirlwind, akin to an azure dragon erupting from an abyss, roaring and displaying its magnificent form that, in the blink of an eye, the ground surrounding Lingye was reduced to powder, vanishing without a trace. The overwhelming energy was suffused with a sense of destruction. In the distant fractured land resembled a battlefield ravaged by bombardment, becoming pockmarked and uneven. A colossal arc-shaped pit formed around Lingye, presenting a daunting sight to all. Enough, enough, quickly stop. At this rate, you will obliterate KO's planet. The KO was pressed to the ground by her overwhelming aura, clutching handfuls of grass, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Meanwhile, Lanqi and Lanjing exerted their strength to resist Lingye's terrifying pressure. Upon hearing this, Lingye retracted her aura. As the energy dissipated, the KO rose from the ground, took out a cloth to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and appeared visibly shaken. He stated gravely, "When you unleashed the 3 times Kaioken, your battle power astonishingly reached over 11 million in the entire North Galaxy. Only a few like Frisia could match you." Lingye shrugged. "However, it seems the Kaioken has its flaws. When battle power exceeds 10 million, the increase in strength is not very pronounced. The difference between 4 times and 3 times Kaioken seems minimal. That is something you will have to investigate. To be honest, I am powerless when it comes to battle power above 10 million. However, Lingye, achieving over 2.8 million in just a few months and being able to unleash 11 million battle power through the Kaioken, even if only temporarily, is already legendary in the North Galaxy," the KO exclaimed excitedly. The rapid emergence of a being capable of rivaling Frisia in the North Galaxy would certainly provide a better chance to counter the evil Frisia clan. Lanqi, Lanjing, let me see your strength as well. With the KO's guidance, their power had also skyrocketed, now reaching 250,000 battle power. Lingye observed quietly, contemplating that when Son Goku first arrived at KO's planet, his battle power was not particularly high. Yet through KO's teachings, it had multiplied several times, though he never reached 250 at this early point in the Dragon Ball saga. Lanqi and Lanjing truly seemed exceptional. Although they had not mastered the Kaioken extensively, Lingye was certain that with their battle power, they could withstand approximately 10 times the Kaioken like Son Goku, which would still keep them under 10 million and feasible. However, a battle power of 2.5 million was already at its limit, and their bodies were under immense strain. To fight freely. Utilizing lower multipliers of the Kaioken would be the most suitable approach. As for Son Goku managing to wield a 20 times Kaioken later on, it was unclear how he endured it. It was truly perplexing. The early narrative of low battle power in Dragon Ball was somewhat tedious for Lingye. Yet once the Z Saga commenced, the growth in battle power seemed excessively rapid. If one were invincible at a battle power of 1,000 in the early stages, it would be difficult to survive later on without several million. Yet the transition from 1,000 to several million occurred within mere years. Although the Z Saga began a few years after the martial arts tournament, in reality, the increase from 1,000 to several million happened in a matter of days. Regarding Lanqi and Lanjing, Lingye knew they were dual-souled beings, but she was uncertain about their true limits. Furthermore, she was unsure whether their strength could keep pace with the accelerating narrative in the later stages. Even Lingye herself felt a bit anxious. She was not one of the main characters like Son Goku. Fortunately, Her physical prowess was an existence that even the Dragon Balls could not replicate, which was her greatest asset. Thus, Lingye hoped they could accelerate their growth at this early stage. 250,000 battle power is truly remarkable. The KO nodded appreciatively. Such battle power was undoubtedly at the forefront within the North Galaxy. However, with such elevated strength, they must not become complacent. There were numerous terrifying and malevolent entities within the universe. It was about time to share some critical information with them. In our North Galaxy, there exist 3 incredibly powerful beings. They are evil and brutal, devoid of humanity, true villains who suppress those who resist them. Countless planets have fallen under their dominion, turning into hell on Earth, and many others have completely vanished from the cosmos. As the KO spoke of the 3 evil beings within his jurisdiction, his expression grew grave. KO, please tell us more about them, Lingye urged. The KO nodded. Their existence is a calamity for all planets in the North Galaxy, and their power is so terrifying that no one can subdue them. Even the weakest among them is stronger than Lingye after using the Kaioken. While Lingye might barely hold her own in battle against them, defeating them would be impossible. Is it true that even Lingye cannot match them? Lingye gasped in astonishment. With her current battle power of 250,000, she could easily obliterate an ordinary planet. And after Lingye unleashed the Kaioken, achieving a terrifying 11 million, it was shocking that she was still not a match for those evil entities in the North Galaxy. KO, the 3 evil beings you mentioned must be Frisia and his family, right? Lingye confidently asserted. They are indeed fearsome, and I am not yet their match. But I am confident that it will not be long before I surpass them and completely crush them. Oh, you actually know about Frisia, the KO replied. Yes, they're the most nefarious and powerful clan in the North Galaxy. Frisia, his brother Cooler, and her father King Cold. These 3 villains have plunged the entire North Galaxy into chaos. Destroying countless lives, I long to eradicate them completely. The KO's expression darkened as he recalled the planets they had obliterated, lamenting the devastation wrought upon the once thriving North Galaxy by Frisia and his kin. Frisia and his family are members of the universe's most formidable clan, hailing from the Winter Star. Their kin are encased in ice upon birth, and the longer they are sealed, the greater their strength becomes. Moreover, they are a supremely rare warrior race, endowed with exceptional talent and potential. They employed their formidable strength to ruthlessly suppress those who dared to rebel against their planets, engaging in the nefarious trade of planetary transactions. Amassing a considerable following of subordinates and scientists, Lingye concurred, stating, Frisia possesses the ability to transform thrice. His ultimate form is significantly more powerful than my Kaioken technique. His elder brother, Kuvara, and his father, King Cold, are even more terrifying than Frisia, having long commanded the northern region of the North Galaxy. When I was around 10, I suffered an assault from Kuvara's mech army, and it was a narrow escape from death. Kuvara's mech army, that is indeed a fearsome organization, the King of Worlds exclaimed, astonished that Lingye had encountered them at such a young age and managed to escape their clutches. Truly remarkable. He then proceeded to elaborate on the nature of Kuvara's mech army. Each member of this formidable force is exceedingly powerful, alongside Frisia's Jinyu Force and King Cold's elite squad. These 3 factions comprise the most notorious and malevolent entities in the North Galaxy, instilling terror across the universe. Yes, they are composed of the mightiest warriors from the entire northern sector. The strength of their members ranks among the elite in the cosmos, representing an exceedingly dangerous existence. Any single one of them could plunge a planet into doom. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 73. Spirit bombed. I encountered a member of the mech army named Donnie, who, while considered weak within Kuvara's ranks, boasted a combat power of 150,000, nearly obliterating Frisia's Jinyu Force. They were in the process of annihilating the planet Kano in the northern region, and I nearly fell to Donnie in my effort to shield the Kano people as they fled. In truth, Lingye had perished at Donnie's hands, but her unique physiology enabled her survival. What? That scoundrel Donnie attempted to kill Lingye. Unforgivable. Upon hearing that Lingye had nearly met her end at Donnie's hands during her childhood, Lan Jing's expression darkened, and she resolved that should she ever encounter Donnie again, she would exact a severe punishment upon him. Moreover, the mech army must be annihilated. The King of Worlds, standing aside, sensed the chilling aura emanating from Lingye, causing him to tremble involuntarily. One could only imagine the grim fate that awaited the mech army in the future. However, he was also pleased, for if the Frisia clan could be eradicated from the North Galaxy, peace and stability would be restored to the region. Lingye smiled, remarking, "That was all a long time ago. I will eventually track down that scoundrel Donnie. Haha, let's set aside the mech army for now. Lingye, you have mastered the Kaioken, and I possess an even more profound technique, known as the Spirit Bomb. However, the requirements for learning the Spirit Bomb are exceedingly high. Only those with a heart as pure as crystal can master it. Lingye and Lingye, your murderous intent is too overwhelming. Even if you learned the Spirit Bomb, you would be unable to release it effectively. Thus, this technique can only be learned by Lingye." Lingye was taken aback, but soon nodded. Good things could not be monopolized. She understood the reasoning behind the Spirit Bomb and harbored no excessive thoughts about it. Moreover, due to the transformation bestowed upon Lingye by the Namekian dragon, her temperament had shifted from violent to serene, making her the most tranquil among the three, although the Spirit Bomb possesses tremendous power. The lengthy preparatory phase does not align with Lingye's combat style. Instead of wasting unnecessary time, it would be better to focus on the fusion of the Kaioken and the omniversal shockwave fist. The Spirit Bomb is a technique that gathers the life force of all things, flora, fauna, humanity, the atmosphere, and more, into a concentrated energy release. With a planet providing substantial energy as support, one becomes significantly more formidable in battle. Theoretically, the larger the area from which energy is drawn, the more powerful the Spirit Bomb becomes, and it imposes no burden on the body. It channels the righteous energy of the universe to combat evil. This is the essence of the Spirit Bomb. Although the Spirit Bomb researched by the King of Worlds is miraculous, it necessitates extensive preparation and cannot be effectively utilized in high-intensity combat without several individuals providing cover. Thus, Lingye ultimately abandoned the pursuit of mastering the Spirit Bomb, as she was more adept at delivering swift and thunderous strikes to her foes through her own sheer strength. Lingye, you and Lingye are dual souls, perfectly suited to collaborate in unleashing the Spirit Bomb. If Lingye were to master the Spirit Bomb, with Lingye as her support, their combined efforts would yield the true might of the technique. The days turned into months, for months passed in the blink of an eye. Under the guidance of the King of Worlds, Lingye gradually grasped the essence of the Spirit Bomb and could now unleash a formidable version of it. Lingye also made significant progress in her training, her strength advancing due to her inherent connection with Lingye. However, Lingye's achievements were the most noteworthy. Although her combat power had not seen a significant increase, she had successfully fused the Kaioken with the omniversal shockwave fist. She named her new technique the Omniversal Fist. This technique harmoniously combines the attributes of the Kaioken and the omniversal shockwave fist, enveloping her in a magnificent tempest of lightning, capable not only of inflicting harm upon enemies, but also of effectively shielding herself. With her power doubling based on her application of the Omniversal Fist, Lingye's next objective was to further enhance the Omniversal Fist, elevating its maximum potential to unleash its full power in forthcoming epic battles. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated as thick smoke enveloped the King of Worlds planet. Lingye controlled the luminous point in her hand, pushing it forward to obliterate the colossal brick hurled by the king, resulting in a series of violent explosions in the air. Clap, clap, clap. The King of Worlds applauded, revealing a satisfied smile, declaring, "Lingye, splendid work. Honestly, I did not expect you to master the application of the Spirit Bomb so swiftly. On such a small planet as the King of Worlds, you can harness astonishing energy, and on your home planet, abundant with life forms, vast lakes, oceans, and a robust atmosphere, as well as a massive sun as a formidable ally. The Spirit Bomb you gather will possess even greater potency. It could potentially devastate your world, so refrain from using the Spirit Bomb unless absolutely necessary." The King of Worlds, with a serious demeanor, imparted this caution, recognizing the immense power of the Spirit Bomb and repeating his warnings to prevent any unnecessary casualties. "Rest assured, King of Worlds, I will utilize the Spirit Bomb judiciously." "Good. That puts my mind at ease. You have spent 7 months on King of Worlds. I have imparted all that I know to you. From here on out, you must explore on your own. The universe is teeming with formidable beings. Beyond the North Galaxy, there are monsters of unparalleled strength, and even the entire North Galaxy is but a drop in the ocean of the cosmos. Lingye and her companions nodded in understanding. The vastness of the universe expanded their horizons beyond the mere confines of the North Galaxy, revealing an endless expanse filled with countless terrifying entities awaiting them. King of Worlds, thank you for your guidance during this time. We will continue to grow stronger and eradicate all evil that threatens the world, ensuring the entire universe recognizes our might. Upon hearing Lingye's words, the King of Worlds smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, Lingye and her companions ascended into the air, waving farewell to the King of Worlds. We are departing. Take care, and we shall visit you again in the future. Farewell, Baburus and Gregory. Ugh, 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 Baburus cried out, waving his arms, turning back to glance at the diminutive King of Worlds. The three of them soared towards the Snake Way, leaving a whirlwind in their wake as they ventured into the afterlife. Observing their retreating figures, the King of Worlds felt a sense of joy. As if witnessing the rise of three future powerhouses, they possessed astonishing talent and potential, and soon they would become forces to be reckoned with, illuminating the minuscule North Galaxy, while Frisia's arrogance would soon meet its end. Volume 1, Science Chapter 74. Planet Q's Ayaiba soared along the Serpent Road, arriving in the underworld shortly thereafter, at the palace of King Yin. The palace remained as bustling as ever, with countless white orbs orderly entering the Grand Hall. The personnel responsible for registering souls quickly recognized Ayaiba and hurried forward. And why, Lady Ayaiba, you have returned from the king so swiftly? Ayaiba glanced over and recognized the staff member as the one who had previously escorted her to the Serpent Road. Nodding, she replied, "Indeed, we have met with the king, and now we come to bid farewell to you. You are truly remarkable, having met the king. For 1,000,000,000 years, only Lord Yin has had that honor. Please wait a moment. I shall escort you to Lord Yin at once." The staff member courteously led Ayaiba and her companions into the Grand Hall of King Yin. Upon seeing them enter, King Yin paused his work and exclaimed in surprise, "Ayaiba, how is it you have returned so quickly? Have you already traversed the Serpent Road to meet the king?" Ayaiba smiled and replied, "Yes, we have received the king's guidance and are now on our way back to the mortal realm to bid you farewell." King Yin, astonished, expressed, "You traversed the Serpent Road so swiftly? It took me over a year. Are you truly returning to the mortal realm so soon? Why not stay a while longer? There are still many matters to attend to in the mortal world." King Yin nodded slightly, displaying understanding. "In that case, I shall not keep you. I, too, have much work to do. Being a king is no easy task." Ayaiba smiled and subsequently took her leave from King Yin, returning to the mortal realm with Lingye and Lingye, re-entering the hidden chamber beneath the temple. In the northwestern part of the Northern Galaxy lies a relatively peaceful region, where a star system, radiating a crimson glow, encompasses a cerulean planet orbiting its sun. This planet, known as Q's, is slightly larger than Earth and teems with countless life forms, flourishing with the vibrant fire of civilization. The inhabitants of Q's bear a striking resemblance to humans of Earth. With an average combat power of around 300 upon reaching adulthood, and a select few boasting strengths that surpass 1,000, the favorable physical attributes of the Qyusians, combined with various fortuitous circumstances of the era, have fostered technological advancements. They primarily engage in interstellar trade, with large transport ships ferrying goods from various planets throughout the cosmos, earning a commendable reputation in the northwestern region. Ayaiba, Lingye, and Lingye have been on Q's for several days. And for Ayaiba, well versed in the Dragon Ball narrative, it was time to step beyond Earth and into the vast universe. Additionally, this journey served to allow her two divine attendants to gain further exposure to the cosmos. It was an objective reality that Ayaiba could not always keep them by her side. She preferred to tackle challenges independently, particularly when facing formidable foes. The implications conveyed by the king suggested a desire for Lingye and Lingye to act as custodians of the Northern Galaxy rather than remain confined to Earth. It seemed a waste to have such powerful beings safeguarding a mere small planet. The king had remarked that Lanqi and Lanjing should have more significant tasks awaiting them. The term custodian referred not only to those who clean up refuse, but also to those possessing similar formidable power to eliminate those who violate order. Initially, the king favored Ayaiba, but he later realized that her occasional involvement was acceptable, yet she could not be dedicated solely to the role of custodian. Thus, he turned his attention to Lanqi and Lanjing, who were both discontent with the evil presences in the universe and readily agreed to the king's proposal. In a stroke of serendipity, the king bestowed upon the two sisters new vocations. Kuyus is a highly developed planet, particularly renowned for its cosmic transport, tourism, and entertainment, serving as a significant hub within the northern galaxy. After visiting several famous attractions, the trio enthusiastically explored the marketplace. Among the buildings was the Kuyu Trade Center, known for its vast array of goods, celebrated for quality and affordability, boasting a rich historical legacy. Ayaiba glanced at the time, noting that the sun would set in approximately 3 hours for the next 3 hours. "Let us part ways and explore places of interest," she announced. "Take these Kuyu's coins to purchase things you desire, and we shall reconvene here later." She distributed the Kuyu's coins to the two. "Enjoy yourselves. I shall take a moment to relax at a nearby tea house. All right, the customs of the Kuyuans are quite similar to those of Earth, though I find their cuisine particularly delightful. I intend to savor it thoroughly." Lanqi licked her lips in anticipation. "You go ahead. I shall continue exploring the shops," Lanjing remarked, carrying her purchases as she ventured to other stores. "What a vibrant life this is." Ayaiba mused as she watched them walk toward their points of interest before making her way to the tea house. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at the establishment. This tea house featured classical architectural decor, exuding elegance intertwined with antiquity, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Ayaiba chose a seat by the window and gazed down at the pedestrians outside. The Kuyuans bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings in both appearance and customs, enabling Ayaiba to feel quite at home on Kuyus. However, the geographical distance between Kuyus in the northern galaxy and Earth in the southern part was astronomical, rendering them two planets that could never truly connect. She picked up a cup of clear tea, inhaling the delicate aroma wafting from it before taking a small S. She leisurely observed the passers-by outside. Her heart became light and refreshed. The brilliant sunlight bathed the earth, and as time passed, the rays transitioned from direct to oblique, casting a dazzling orange hue across the horizon. Oh, how swiftly 3 hours have passed. The sun has set. It is time to reunite with them. Stretching, Ayaiba stood to settle her bill before heading to meet Lanqi and Lanjing. Upon arriving at the designated meeting place, she discovered she had arrived early. Neither Lanqi nor Lanjing had yet appeared. Thus, Ayaiba crossed her arms and leaned against a marble pillar outside the shop, patiently waiting. Before long, Lanjing approached, laden with bags. "Phew, Ayaiba, you arrived quite early." She casually placed her items into a universal capsule. Ayaiba raised an eyebrow, remarking, "You have quite the shopping prowess." "Thankfully, I brought extra capsules. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to carry all this back." Many items here are unavailable on Earth. Of course, I had to buy a few extra." Lanjing replied, "That be by the way. Where is Lanqi? Has she not arrived yet?" "Not yet. Who knows where she has wandered off to?" Ayaiba chuckled. "Ah, there she is." She pointed to a girl with long emerald hair rushing towards them, vigorously waving something in her hand. "Lanqi, you are late. Did we not agree on 3 hours? Will you not be more punctual in the future?" Ayaiba chided. "You two have barely just arrived. I am not late by much." Lanqi retorted, "But enough of that. Look at this." She produced several blue tickets, handing them to Ayaiba and Lanjing. "What are these?" "Travel tickets." Lanjing examined the blue tickets, which bore the inscription of luxurious travel on Kuyus. "What are these tickets for?" Ayaiba inquired. "These are not for travel solely on Kuyus. They are for interstellar travel, a cosmic cruise aboard a spaceship. I managed to procure these tickets with great difficulty." Lanqi exaggeratedly gestured, emphasizing the challenge of obtaining such tickets. "Interstellar travel?" Ayaiba curiously examined the travel ticket in her hand, and indeed, in the lower right corner of the ticket was inscribed the destination of this journey, Kufi's star. That was the third administrative planet of the Kyusians, and the journey from Kusi star to Kufi star was no small feat. Both Kusi star and Kufi's star fell under the jurisdiction of the Kyusians, serving as a crucial hub for trade and commerce. The two planets were separated by considerable distance. Even with their most advanced spacecraft, the journey would take several months, a greater span than the distance from Earth to Namek. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 75, Vegeta, Part 1. The spaceport of Kusi star was enveloped by sea on three sides, with one side facing the bustling commercial center, established upon the ocean surface. It primarily provided a platform for the incoming and outgoing commercial spacecraft. However, the astute Kyusians had not restricted its use solely for trade. They also accommodated tourism, politics, and military purposes, blessed with vast resources and picturesque landscapes. Kusi star attracted a multitude of extraterrestrial visitors eager to explore its wonders. As the largest commercial center, the affiliated spaceport naturally fulfilled its role, leading to the creation of additional docking bays on either side of the port for tourist vessels and specialized ships. The spaceport was divided into three sections, with the central area featuring a broad, flat concrete surface nearly 10,000 meters long, exclusively designated for commercial spacecraft. This area was meticulously divided into designated landing positions for various ships and freight transport corridors. Sturdy steel structures supported elevated platforms on both sides, where transparent boarding chambers were established to accommodate a variety of vessels from distant planets. After presenting their tickets for inspection, Ayaiba and her companions proceeded along the automated walkway to the boarding area. Upon entering the boarding chamber through the gray-gold space capsule door, they were greeted by an array of spacecraft, both large and small, with one bound for Kufi star. This particular ship, though relatively modest in size at approximately 300 meters in length and 50 meters in height, was classified as a small commercial vessel. Following the indications on her ticket, Ayaiba located her designated living quarters and seating in the Grand Hall, taking a moment to observe her fellow passengers. Aside from her group of three, nearly 100 others filled the cabin, with over half being Kyusians, who bore a resemblance to humans. The remaining occupants were a diverse array of extraterrestrials, exhibiting an eclectic range of peculiar appearances. There was even one individual with a dinosaur-like head, while another appeared monstrous. Lingye leaned closer to Ayaiba, whispering her observations. These beings were travelers from distant civilizations. The universe was teeming with myriad bizarre life forms, and the evolution of civilizations was hardly surprising. Some of the more brutish-looking individuals might originate from highly advanced planets, and one could not assess a planet's level of civilization solely based on the appearance of its inhabitants. However, it was apparent that none of these individuals possessed a combat power exceeding 1,000, as noted by Lingye. Ayaiba smiled. A combat power above 1,000 categorizes a planet as mid-level, and such planets are neither exceedingly rare nor overly common in the Northern Galaxy. As Ayaiba articulated, the warrior races of the Northern Galaxy were few and far between. Aside from select few exceptional species, there were only a handful of advanced planets, while mid-level planets numbered close to 10,000, albeit sparsely distributed throughout the Northern Galaxy. The universe primarily consisted of ordinary planets, leading to numerous instances of high combat power races oppressing their lower combat counterparts, with Frisia's race being the most notorious example. Individuals with combat power exceeding 10,000 were exceedingly rare in the Northern Galaxy. Indeed, across the entire Milky Way, such beings were few and far between. Those with combat prowess reaching hundreds of thousands, like themselves, could easily dominate certain star regions, establishing their rule. Powerful nations could obliterate planets with ease, and the imbalance in combat power resulted in stark disparities among various races, leading to cycles of rebellion and suppression, with countless civilizations facing ruthless annihilation. According to Ayaiba's knowledge from her past life, the Milky Way comprised approximately 100 to 200 billion stars, with around 2 billion stars akin to the Sun. However, due to technological limitations, humanity had yet to discover extraterrestrial life. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the Northern Galaxy alone boasted tens of thousands of inhabited planets, seemingly thriving with life. Ayaiba was acutely aware of the capabilities of advanced civilizations. Regardless of their strength, underestimating them could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, They could produce formidable artificial warriors through their technology, some of which even Ayaiba dared not underestimate. Dear passengers, the spacecraft bound for Kufi's star is about to take off. We wish you a pleasant journey, announced the intercom within the cabin, signaling the imminent departure. With a resounding roar, the exterior of the spacecraft emitted a transparent energy, smoothly lifting the vessel into the sky. The ascent was remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, they had entered outer space. Yet, the passengers felt none of the immense forces associated with acceleration, thanks to the advanced technological apparatus at play. Outside, the inky, blue-black expanse of the cosmos unfolded, with a cerulean planet gradually receding, followed by the red star diminishing into the distance before vanishing completely. Within the living quarters, Ayaiba mused, a balance of work and rest is essential to science. Adequate relaxation is of utmost importance. After a brief repose on her cashmere bed, she sprang up, casually loosening her garments as she made her way to the bathroom, where the sound of cascading water soon echoed. After a refreshing cold shower, Ayaiba dried herself and utilized a hairdryer to style her damp hair. A T4 years older than Sun Wukong and having trained for 7 or 8 months on King Kai's planet. She was on the cusp of adulthood, with her physical development gradually slowing in recent months. She had not experienced further growth, her figure now firmly established. Since surpassing her growth phase, Ayaiba's hairstyle had remained unchanged. Her flaxen hair, distinct from that of pure Saiyan, fell gracefully to her shoulders, secured loosely with a black ribbon. The tips of the 2 longer strands at her chest bore a faint reddish hue, while tufts of hair atop her head cascaded in an artful disarray, contributing an air of spirited elegance. Those Saiyans were often regarded as a bloodthirsty and combative people. Even female Saiyans typically manifested a rugged, muscular physique. Ayaiba held a different perspective. Just look at me. My face is undeniably charming. Can that be deemed vulgar? She mused, asserting her identity as a pure Saiyan, albeit with a touch of mysterious essence woven into her genes and soul. From her lineage, she was merely the descendant of 2 lower-tier Saiyans. Blessed with eternal life and the youthful vigor bestowed upon her by the judge of her previous life, Ayaiba would retain this youthful countenance throughout countless epochs to come, a privilege envied by many, and one she relished, her spirits buoyed as she hummed a cheerful tune. Before long, the spacecraft had traversed approximately 1/3 of its journey through the cosmos. One day, as Ayaiba and Lingye indulged in entertainment within the ship's recreational area, the vessel suddenly jolted violently, causing the music and lights to abruptly cease, plunging the room into an eerie darkness. What is happening? Why has it suddenly gone dark? Is the ship malfunctioning? For reasons unknown, the spacecraft experienced severe turbulence, and the corridors outside were filled with panicked passengers. Following the incident, most travelers exited their living quarters, rushing toward the relatively spacious hall, causing the passageways to become congested. In their frantic haste, they shouted and hurried toward the hall, red alarm lights flashing and emitting a buzzing sound, creating a tense atmosphere. I could see that moment. The intercom in the corridor crackled to life. Dear passengers, please remain calm. The spacecraft has collided with a small asteroid that strayed into our flight path. The asteroid has been destroyed, but the ship has sustained some damage. Ensure the safety of all passengers. This journey will be temporarily suspended as we proceed to a nearby docking station for repairs. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. The announcement repeated 3 times, gradually calming the panicked crowd. Regrettably, what had promised to be an enjoyable journey was now marred. It would be impossible to repair the spacecraft in less than a month's time. The Kyuzians would ensure the comfort of the traveling passengers. But Ayaiba had no intention of remaining at this small repair station for an entire month. It is truly unfortunate that a splendid journey has been disrupted, yet it does not warrant Akiha spending an entire month in anticipation. Upon departing from the space maintenance station, Akiha utilized her instantaneous movement to transport herself and Lingye to a distant planet. Although it is situated in the northwestern region of the northern galaxy, it lies exceedingly far from both Ku-Usi and Ku-Phisai stars. The terrain is barren and arid, inhospitable to life, rendering it a desolate planet. Akiha merely passes through as a waypoint. Surrounding them are jagged, Cracked rocks, from which tendrils of bluish smoke emerge under the sun's rays, mingled with a pungent scent of sulfur. This planet is uncomfortable to linger on, so it is best to depart promptly. Akiha nodded faintly, taking their hands as she prepared to activate her teleportation. Akiha suddenly cast her gaze skyward. "What is it?" Lingye asked, following Akiha's line of sight. In the distant heights, two minuscule points of light swiftly traversed the sky, trailing behind them elongated tails. These 2 points of light were actually still outside the atmosphere of the planet, skimming past without any intent of entering. "Oh, those must be small spacecraft, right?" Lingye, with eyesight akin to Lingye's, discerned the distant objects in the sky. The 2 points of light were indeed spacecraft gliding through the cosmos. However, these vessels were remarkably diminutive, spherical in shape, barely accommodating a single adult in a reclining position. Akiha's eyes narrowed involuntarily. While Lingye and the others were oblivious to the origins of those spherical crafts, Akiha recognized them. Those were precisely the vessels utilized by Frisia's subordinates during their missions. Akiha had once possessed one herself. Yet, here they were in the northwestern sector of the Northern Galaxy, an immense distance from the southern territories ruled by Frisia. It seemed illogical for Frisia's subordinates to venture this way. In such circumstances, the occupants of a spacecraft were either dispatched by Frisia for a specific mission or operating independently in secrecy. Regardless, Akiha felt compelled to follow them, as it might lead to unforeseen discoveries. Volume 1, Science, Chapter 76. Vegeta, Part 2. Unbeknownst to the individuals within the spacecraft, Akiha and her companions trailed them closely. The spacecraft continued its journey through countless planets, showing no signs of stopping. Soon, Akiha's patience began to wane. How infuriating! Are we not yet at our destination? Where on earth are these two vessels headed? It is impractical to continue tailing them like this. Perhaps it would be best to intercept them and inquire directly. Akiha pondered, then gathered a surge of energy in her hand, launching 2 pale blue energy waves towards the spacecraft from a distance that a violent tremor ensued as the spherical spacecraft was struck by the energy waves, causing them to veer off course. Hurtling toward a large, purple planet, Akiha's recent attack had damaged the interior of the spacecraft, preventing an explosion, but rendering it incapable of maintaining normal flight.